In the realm of transcendent cultivation, Lin Fan, a mere servant, awakened the Intelligence Cultivation System. The first piece of information he received was astonishing. Beep. Information updated. 1. Tonight, the poison prodigy of the upper sect, Yun Qingyao, will appear in the westernmost stone house, in urgent need of an antidote. 2. Hu Bin, who often bullies you, is in a romantic relationship with the commoner Yin Xiaofeng from the village, and they have stored their amassed resources at her home. 3. Reducing the dosage of moon dew flower in the qi gathering pill formula by half, and adding a section of bitterroot will enhance the pill's quality. 4. Nearby, a first-tier red feather sparrow is heartbroken over its inability to find a mate, neglecting its cultivation due to sorrow. 5. There exists a first-tier spirit vein at the boundary of the Yin and Yu families, which has been discovered by the Yin family, who plan to excavate it secretly from the Ziyang. Sect. 6. Xiao Huan, who begs in Yin family town, possesses a heavenly spirit root qualification. With system upgrades, completing intelligence could also be used for cultivation. Could it be that the more intelligence I complete, the stronger I become? Chapter 1. Oh, Celestial Maiden, please don't. Within the narrow, humid stone chamber, Lin Fan sat cross-legged before a half-human tall gray-black alchemical furnace, occasionally gesturing with his hands to cast several incantations. Flames leaped from beneath the furnace, casting flickering shadows on the wall behind him. Suddenly, a soft sound emanated from within the furnace, accompanied by a faint herbal fragrance. Lin Fan slapped the furnace's body with his palm. Bang! The lid flew open, and 4 pills of varying sizes soared out. Lin Fan swiftly retrieved a jade vial to catch them. After taking a light sniff and examining the contents, he sighed. 2 inferior pills and 2 failed ones. The spiritual energy is insufficient. This is all I can manage. At that moment, a series of loud knocks echoed from the chamber door. Lin Fan frowned. Interruptions during alchemy were most undesirable. If he had not succeeded in refining the pills, this batch would yield no results. Upon opening the door, he donned a smile upon seeing the visitor. Manager Yin, you've arrived? Outside stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, with triangular eyes and a small mustache, his chin slightly raised as he impatiently inquired, where are the results for the last month's quota for number 17? Yin Dali, the overseer of the Yin family's A section, showed no respect toward the alchemical cultivator. Lin Fan, unfazed, quickly fetched several jade vials. Manager Yin, please check. These are 10 inferior qi gathering pills. As he spoke, he discreetly pulled out 2 additional pills and slipped them into Yin Dali's sleeve. This is a token of my gratitude. Yin Dali glanced at the quantity in the vial and subtly accepted the extra pills with satisfaction, nodding in approval. He produced 2 spirit stones for Lin Fan. Not bad. Keep up the good work. These pill servants are becoming increasingly adept. Yin Dali muttered under his breath as he turned away, but Lin Fan heard him clearly. Once Yin Dali had departed, Lin Fan sighed softly, stowing the spirit stones away. It was unexpected that as a time traveler, he had spent a year in this place yet remained in such a predicament. Upon first discovering that he was both a cultivator and an alchemist, he had felt immense excitement. Being well-versed in web novels, he understood the esteemed status of alchemists in the cultivation world, fantasizing about rising to prominence through the way of pills and living a life of ease. However, reality was harsh. He was merely a first-layer qi cultivator with subpar spiritual roots and could barely be considered a first-tier inferior alchemist. To say he was barely managing was an understatement. He could refine an average of 2 inferior qi gathering pills per batch. Each inferior pill was worth about 1 spirit stone, yielding a total value of 2 spirit stones per batch. Yet, the cost of the herbs alone approached 1 spirit stone. This meant that if luck were to be slightly less favorable, he risked losing everything. Such alchemists in the cultivation realm were not common, yet their value was undeniably low. Upon his arrival, he had become a designated alchemist for the Yin family. Labeled as a pill servant behind closed doors, he was required to meet a monthly quota of 10 pills, with long hours devoted to alchemy, leaving little time for his own cultivation. According to the memories of his predecessor, he had been lured here by a recruitment advertisement from the Yin family. Flexible working hours, a monthly guarantee of 10 spirit stones, provision of pill formulas and herbs, and the credibility of a large family. What a scam. The so-called guaranteed condition was to refine at least 1 medium-quality pill. There was not a single medium-tier alchemist within the entire Yin family. Most of those they could hire were of Lin Fan's lowly caliber. As for the so-called large family, the highest cultivator within the Yin family barely reached the late stage of qi refinement. What a facade. He glanced at the runic restraints on his wrist. Unluckily, his predecessor had foolishly signed a 10-year blood contract. Prior to this, he was unable to even step outside the Yin family's grand formation, the plight of a lowly rogue cultivator. Lin Fan regained his focus, choosing not to continue refining pills. He closed the stone chamber door and walked along the corridor. He touched the pill vials in his pocket, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes If the situation is as stated, today shall be the day of my rise. The corridor was lined with alchemy rooms marked with numbers. This was due to their location in the fiery volcanic range known as Fire Spirit Mountain. The Yin family occupied this area, having established dozens of alchemy rooms resembling pigeon coops, where their alchemists lived and worked. The alchemy rooms were divided into 3 sections, A, B, and C, each dedicated to refining different types of pills. Lin Fan's section, A, focused on qi-gathering pills. Stepping out of Fire Spirit Mountain, the oppressive heat diminished significantly. He took a deep breath and observed the setting sun. The timing is just right. He hurried towards a cluster of stone huts in the west. The entire Yin family centered around Fire Spirit Mountain, with the core residential area for the family's higher-ups located at the mountain's peak. The mountainside housed stone chambers, while the foot was dotted with numerous commoner towns. Spirit root talent was indeed rare. Even direct descendants of the Yin family, without spirit roots, were relegated to the town at the mountain's base. However, every year, a spirit root screening was conducted for the commoners. The western area was newly developed, nearly devoid of people. Lin Fan discerned his surroundings and approached a house nearest to the woods. It must be this one. Upon entering, he found the room completely empty, making it impossible to find a place to hide. He had no choice but to find a corner and begin meditating. Soon, half an hour passed without incident. Lin Fan remained undeterred, continuing his meditation. After waiting for 2 hours, a flicker of doubt began to creep in. Could it be a ruse? They said tonight, yet didn't specify a time. Am I to wait indefinitely? At that moment, a commotion finally arose outside the door, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Bang! A slender female figure stumbled in, crashing the door open. Her hair flowed gracefully, exuding an aura of spiritual energy. Although she wore a veil, her exquisite beauty was discernible beneath it, and her enchanting eyes captivated those who beheld her. Clad in a loose, light blue robe, the fabric could not conceal her alluring figure. With a glimpse of her smooth, fair legs visible at the HEMS, Lin Fan gazed at the woman before him. He noticed her demeanor was noticeably off. Her steps were frantic, her breath rapid. In her haste to enter, she seemed oblivious to his presence. The woman closed the door, bracing herself against the wall, and with a swift motion, produced a palm-sized compass from her storage bag. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With her spiritual energy igniting it, a pale yellow light curtain erupted from the compass, swiftly expanding to encompass the entire room. This is a formation. Lin Fan exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the unfolding scene. After completing her actions, the woman appeared even more dazed, nearly collapsing to the ground. At that moment, a male voice emerged from outside the door. Miss Qingyao, are you feeling unwell? Should I summon a physician or an elder from my family to attend to you? Lin Fan recognized the voice. It belonged to Yin Jiping, the young master of the Yin family. Standing outside in white attire, Yin Jiping held a fan, his handsome features marred by a hint of delicate femininity in his expression. He observed the pale yellow light curtain that extended outward, his expression shifting from concern to a shadow of gloom. How infuriating! How could this woman carry such a treasure with her? However, he quickly recalled something and sneered. No wonder she is a prodigy of the Xing sect. It only makes my efforts to capture you worthwhile. Inside the room, Lin Fan could no longer remain still. He retrieved a jade vial from his possession and spoke. I perceive that the fairy is poisoned. I happen to possess 100 detox pill. The woman in the blue dress suddenly realized that there was another person in the room. She turned sharply, her beautiful eyes filled with alarm. Just as she was about to speak, her delicate frame trembled. Not only that, the once snowy white skin began to exhibit a faint blush, rendering her even more alluring. Simultaneously, a pink mist emanated from her body. In that instant, the clarity she had fought to maintain in her eyes finally vanished. Her steps faltered as she moved closer to Lin Fan. As she approached, he was enveloped by a sweet fragrance mingled with the scent of youthful innocence. Could it be love poison? Lin Fan struggled against her advances, laboring to place the pill into her mouth. The 100 detox pill can counteract 100 poisons. Surely it should work against love poison as well. To his dismay, his fingers encountered a slippery sensation, causing his heart to shudder. Biting his tongue to maintain his composure, he thought, I paid a hefty price for this. You must repay me. However, moments later, the pill proved ineffective. He could no longer suppress the woman in blue. Fairy no. Under the weight of his cultivation, his resistance felt feeble. Even amid the mist's influence, he gradually succumbed. Her garments slipped away, cascading to the floor, and the room fell into a scene of enchanting chaos. System, you misleading rascal. This was Lin Fan's final thought. Unbeknownst to him, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Based on the information, assist Yun Qingyao in detoxification. Information points, 30. Chapter 2, Information Cultivation System. Half an hour later, Yin Jiping looked perplexedly at the house still shrouded in the light curtain. Strange, This Xiao Huan powder was procured at great expense by my father, claimed to turn even pure maidens into wantons. Why has she not emerged yet? Can she truly endure it? His father, Yun Qingyao, had instructed him that if he succeeded in this endeavor, establishing a connection with Yun Qingyao could elevate the Yin family from being mere vassals of the Ziyang sect to a prominent cultivation family. Though the Yin family was indeed affiliated with the Ziyang sect, they were merely a minor clan among many inconsequential ones, hardly deserving of attention. Inside, once Lin Fan regained his senses, he found Yun Qingyao already dressed, her cheeks slightly flushed, gazing at him with a complex expression. Without her veil, seeing her face up close left Lin Fan momentarily entranced. He silently lamented her beauty, far surpassing that of any celebrity from his past life. Yet, his thoughts were clouded with unease. He had come to assist Yun Qingyao due to the so-called information system's prompt. But this was not the type of assistance he had anticipated. What if she felt ashamed and humiliated, severing their connection? Sensing his gaze, and recalling the earlier scene, the blush on Yun Qingyao's face deepened. She swiftly donned her veil again and composed herself, saying, "Let us consider today as if it never happened. If you speak of this elsewhere, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." Her voice rang clear and melodious like a lark. Hearing this, Lin Fan finally felt a measure of relief. However, the thought that his pure young body had been compromised left him feeling melancholic. Yun Qingyao noticed his speechlessness and assumed he had grievances. She huffed, "You haven't suffered. Do not act as though you are a victim." Lin Fan was taken aback. He was the unwilling party in this encounter and did not believe she was truly more precious than he. How could she claim to be without loss? Suddenly, he felt a warm energy rise from his lower abdomen, swiftly spreading throughout his limbs, enveloping him in a pleasant warmth. Moreover, the spiritual energy within his meridians surged dramatically. Second level of Qi refinement. Third level of Qi refinement. Pinnacle of the third level of Qi refinement. It was not until he broke through to the fourth level that this power began to wane. All of this transpired in mere moments. Could this be the legendary Yuan Yin power? Lin Fan muttered in astonishment. Yet, as far as he knew, disciples of the Ziyang sect only attained the Qi refinement stage. Could it truly be so exaggerated? Suddenly, a familiar mechanical voice echoed, "Congratulations on breaking through to the fourth level of Qi refinement. Information value, 30. Current information points, 60. The system's voice sounded again, but he did not linger on it, for he saw Yun Qingyao had already stowed away the formation and was stepping outside. He hurried to the corner of the window, observing with caution. Outside, Yin Jiping, previously pacing with impatience, appeared elated upon seeing Yun Qingyao emerge. "Fairy Qingyao, you finally." However, midway through his words, he sensed something was amiss that moment. Yun Qingyao's eyes were clear and devoid of any sign of love poison. Yet, he had distinctly observed her exhibiting symptoms earlier, prompting his stealthy approach. Yun Qingyao's gaze towards Yin Jiping grew ever colder as she conjured a blue longsword emblazoned with peculiar runes. Yin Jiping's complexion paled instantly. "Qingyao fairy, what are you doing? I mean no harm. I was merely concerned for you." However, the response he received was not one of reassurance, but rather two streaks of azure sword light. Yin Jiping's face contorted in terror as he narrowly evaded the first strike. Yet, the second blue ray struck before he could react, and with a sickening thud, something fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. "Ah!" A chilling scream echoed through the surroundings. My. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine, unable to suppress a shiver. Who said men lacked empathy? It seemed that this individual would henceforth be known as Yin Jiping. The young master of the Yin family, possessing the fifth level of Qi refinement, stood utterly defenseless before Yun Qingyao. He even suspected that the first strike had been a deliberate provocation to elicit the effect of the second. At that moment, a throng of people approached, led by a middle-aged man with a square face, donned in opulent attire. He was none other than Yin Qingyao, the head of the Yin family, and Yin Jiping's father. He had come to ascertain the progress of his son's scheme, only to stumble upon this shocking scene. Yin Qingyao hesitated momentarily before rushing forward. Just as Lin Fan anticipated that Yin Qingyao would demand an explanation or even retaliate, he instead dashed to Yin Jiping's side. With a resounding slap, he struck Yin Jiping across the face without hesitation. The young master, already in agony from the injury, now bore a swollen visage, staring incredulously at his father. Lin Fan was taken aback, but recalling the woman's background, he quickly understood. This old fellow is indeed decisive. He cares little even for his own lineage. Yun Qingyao looked at Yin Qingyao, puzzled and unclear about his intentions. Yet, the situation was far from over, as Yin Qingyao suddenly knelt, dragging Yin Jiping down with him, his demeanor earnest. "Regardless of the reason for the fairy's ire, it is undoubtedly my incompetent son who has offended you. I am aware that my wayward child is deserving of the harshest punishment. Should you wish, fair lady, You may easily strike him down with one swift blow. However, as the saying goes, a father is at fault for the son's misdeeds. Before you execute my child, I beseech you to first take my life, the sinner. Yun Qingyao expression was one of profound sorrow, as if he were genuinely prepared to meet his demise, prompting Lin Fan to exclaim in admiration at his theatrical prowess. It is no surprise that Yun Qingyao felt this way. If Yun Qingyao reported to the sect, the Yin family, a mere subordinate clan, would surely face annihilation for daring to conspire. Against a disciple of the sect on the surface, Yun Qingyao appeared fearful, yet inwardly he was resolute. The old man dares to engage in such perilous schemes because I possess absolute confidence. The heart-soothing powder easily incites feelings of affection in those who have had their love poison lifted. Furthermore, I have thoroughly investigated this individual. Although Yun Qingyao is exceptionally gifted, she is still inexperienced and possesses a kind heart. Taking a step back, even if the matter comes to light, as long as I am sincere, they will surely not pursue retribution. This conviction bolstered his audacity to devise such a plan that could result in the extermination of his entire clan. Head of the family, you mustn't do this. The surrounding members of the Yin family cried out in despair. Simultaneously, the commotion attracted numerous townsfolk, who gathered at a distance to witness the unfolding drama. Isn't that the fairy sent from the sect to aid the Yin family? Why is the head of the family kneeling before her? I do not know, but surely the sect cannot unjustly oppress our humble clan. Silence. Do you wish to invite disaster? Lin Fan observed Yun Qingyao's visibly moved expression, sensing that she was likely to grant Yun Qingyang's wish. Although, in his mind, he fervently wished to eliminate the Yin Jiping father and son to eradicate future threats. After all, if Yin Jiping were to discover that he had been intercepted, it would spell trouble. With a sigh, he noted the increasing crowd and discreetly blended into the throng, making his exit. Upon returning to his designated stone chamber, Lin Fan felt a stirring within him, and before him appeared a floating panel. The top clearly displayed Intelligence Cultivation System V0, while the left side read Current Intelligence Value 60. After a year, my system has finally awakened, which is not too late. Just yesterday, the system had presented the information regarding the sect disciples' poisoning. He had intended to offer a favor and had even procured 100 resolving pill for this purpose, yet the situation had escalated beyond his expectations. Nevertheless, it seemed the poison had indeed been resolved. He scrutinized the system panel closely. There was a lit button indicating exchange intelligence. Each inquiry into intelligence costs 2 intelligence points. A stream of information seamlessly entered Lin Fan's mind. It appears that aside from the initial intelligence provided by the system, subsequent queries will require points for exchange. With this thought, he concentrated his mind on the button without hesitation. Exchange intelligence. A buzzing sound resonated, and suddenly, a large block of text materialized in the center of the panel. Chapter 3. Wealth. Yun Qingyao, feeling unsettled, chose to terminate her sect mission and promptly returned to Xiang's sect. She resolved to keep previous matters confidential and refrain from pursuing the responsibility of the Yin family. Yin Jiping, intrigued by the earlier events, prepared to investigate the matter once his injuries had healed. Su Bin from the Jiazi No. 9 and Yin Xiaofeng, a commoner from Xiaogu village, were entangled in a romantic relationship, with Su Bin entrusting a significant portion of his wealth to her household. As these fragments of information swiftly materialized in front of Lin Fan, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Just as the fourth line was about to reveal itself, Lin Fan shouted, "Stop the exchange." The panel then settled, the information value remaining at 54. With each piece of intelligence, Lin Fan's heart surged with excitement. With this system at his disposal, how could he not rise to prominence? It came as no surprise that Yun Qingyao chose not to hold the Yin family accountable. He mused that she remained too soft-hearted. However, the intel did not disclose her opinion of him, leaving Lin Fan's expression somewhat complex, as she was indeed his first affection. Quickly, he cast aside such distractions, recognizing the vast disparity in their statuses. Without her assistance, he was uncertain how long he would remain at the first level of qi refining. Nevertheless, with the aid of intelligence, he believed that this gap would soon be bridged, if not surpassed. His expression hardened with determination. He must go to Xiang's sect. This was not solely for her sake, but also because this sect was the most formidable power within 1,000 miles, far surpassing a family like the Yans. As for the second piece of information, it was as he had anticipated. He currently had no effective strategy and would address it later. The final piece, however, was the most urgent. He recognized Su Bin, who had barely reached the third level of qi refining, making him one of the highest among the Dan slaves. Consequently, Lin Fan seldom engaged in alchemy himself, relying instead on coercing others, including Su Bin, into surrendering numerous gathering qi pills. The fact that Yin Dali turned a blind eye to this matter suggested he had undoubtedly reaped considerable benefits. With this in mind, Lin Fan felt no psychological burden regarding future actions. He had little doubt about the authenticity of the information, as such occurrences were not uncommon. Although these lower-tier cultivators were inconsequential within the cultivation world, they still held a lofty status in the eyes of mortals. Many sought solace in clandestine meetings with commoners to relieve their pressures. As long as no disturbances arose, the Yin family would not intervene. Contemplating this, he refrained from hurrying to the scene, opting instead to wait until the external turmoil subsided. After a night of alchemy, Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised to discover a significant increase in his success rate for the gathering chi pills. Though they remained of inferior quality, he successfully produced 4 pills without any failures. While alchemy is largely dependent on talent, it also correlates with one's cultivation level. Previously, he had faced high failure rates due to the continual depletion of spiritual energy within himself. With a flick of his hand, he collected the pills and rose to open the stone chamber door. At the entrance, there lay a large basket filled with medicinal herbs. Yin Dali was instructing his servants to transport the herbs to each stone chamber in turn. Today marked the beginning of the month, the designated day for the provision of spiritual medicines. Lin Fan picked up a sprig of bloodroot from the basket, his expression turning sour. Manager Yin, why is the quality of this batch of herbs so poor? Might I request a replacement? The crimson herb in his hand was not only diminutive in size, but also lacked the luster typical of quality materials. The majority of the herbs in the basket bore a similar unimpressive appearance. Yin Dali, holding a book in his left hand and sketching upon its pages, did not even lift his gaze as he replied, "It is normal to have a few herbs of mediocre quality. Have you not grasped this after all this time? If everyone demanded a replacement upon inspection, would I still be able to perform my duties?" Although both he and Lin Fan were at the 4th level of qi refinement, Yin Dali, oblivious to Lin Fan's concealed abilities, failed to perceive any anomaly in his cultivation. Lin Fan inwardly cursed this greedy old man. Despite having already offered bribes, he was still treated with such disdain. One must understand that the quality of the herbs significantly impacts alchemy. Yin Dali stroked his beard, summoning a few servants. Number 11. For pieces. Over here. Lin Fan clearly observed that the quality of those herbs was far superior to his own. This was utterly disgraceful. Though Lin Fan felt indignant, he understood that now was not the time to confront him. He silently vowed to take revenge. With his cultivation improved, Lin Fan's speed of travel had also increased considerably. Within no time, he arrived at the small village mentioned in the intelligence report. The village was modest, with a dozen small houses arranged in a haphazard manner. At this early hour, with the dawn just breaking, Lin Fan stealthily entered the only 2-story house in the village without disturbing anyone. Inside, he surveyed the various feminine adornments, his nose twitching at the faint scent of a woman's perfume. If the intel was accurate, this was undoubtedly the place. He had scoured the entire village, and only this house appeared to be inhabited by young women. However, he could not discern any presence within. Dismissing his uncertainty, he began to search meticulously throughout the corners of the house. The 2-story cottage was not large, and soon he had thoroughly examined several rooms, yet found nothing of interest. Could there be a hidden mechanism? Patiently, he tapped around the premises and indeed discovered a hollow wooden panel beneath the bed in the bedroom. Lin Fan's countenance brightened as he lifted the panel, revealing a storage compartment beneath. Yet, it was completely empty. Frowning, he pondered whether the information had been erroneous. If so, this intelligence system was utterly useless. Providing false information in a perilous situation could spell disaster for him. Reluctantly, he continued his search. And just as he was about to give up after an incense stick's worth of time, he suddenly heard voices outside the door and hurriedly concealed himself upstairs. "Who go? You are truly insufferable. Why must you engage in such activities outside? It would be terribly awkward to be caught." A disheveled yet somewhat attractive woman entered the room and playfully chided a diminutive man beside her. "Don't you find this even more exhilarating? I sense you are striving harder than usual." The small man leered in response. Lin Fan's heart stirred. Indeed, this was Hu Bin, confirming he had arrived at the right place. "Why must the master have me carry all these items?" the woman asked, gesturing toward a cloth bag the man held. "This is all my worldly possessions. Surely you must allow me to inspect it for assurance." At her words, the woman's eyes brimmed with tears. Does Hu Gu still not trust this humble servant? After all, the master is a celestial being. Why would he deign to notice a mere mortal of lowly origin? Seeing her distress, Hu Bin immediately scooped her up amidst her exclamations and tossed her onto the large bed within the room. He then concealed the cloth bag in a hidden compartment beneath the bed and retrieved a considerable number of spirit stones from his person, placing them inside as well. "My feelings for the young lady are as clear as day. This is the bounty of these past months, and I entrust it all to you. Rest assured." Shortly thereafter, the room was filled with the sounds of intimate revelry. After a brief interlude, the commotion subsided. Hu Bin offered a few final words to the woman before adjusting his trousers and humming a tune as he exited. Lin Fan stood speechless. As a young man brimming with vitality who had just experienced a significant loss of innocence, he felt a twinge of discomfort, unaware that it would conclude so swiftly. Once he confirmed that Hu Bin had departed, he descended the stairs and, indeed, found the woman counting the items Hu Bin had provided. A swift strike rendered her unconscious. Lin Fan, filled with eagerness, seized the cloth bag. Chapter 4. Improved Recipe. Lin Fan opened the bag and discovered 5 jade vials, 2 jade slips, and a small pile of spirit stones within. Upon counting, he found over 30 spirit stones, likely obtained in addition to his monthly salary from other sources. 4 of the 5 vials contained chi-gathering pills, while the last held a grayish pill. Inscribed upon the vial was the name 3-line insect demon pill. Lin Fan was startled. He had indeed heard of the infamous 3-line insect demon pill, made primarily from the 3-line insect. Its sole purpose was to induce erratic thoughts in those who consumed it during cultivation, leading them to madness. It was nearly classified as a second-tier pill, but due to its somewhat trivial nature, it would otherwise rank among second-tier elixirs. Unless refined to perfection, this pill emitted a rather pungent odor, rendering it rather useless as a poison. Carefully stowing the pill away, Lin Fan turned his attention to the final 2 jade slips. He recognized similar slips from his early days in the Yin family, when he was distributed the chi-gathering pill recipe. Pressing the slips gently to his forehead, an influx of medicinal information surged into his mind. Restoration pill? Spirit returning pill? To his knowledge, these 2 were among the 3 recipes the Yin family had mastered. Beep. Resource acquired through information system. Intelligence points. 6. At this moment, the system's voice echoed once more, and the panel displayed an increase in intelligence points from 54 to 60. Lin Fan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Although the points he received paled in comparison to those from his previous encounter with Yun Qingyao, it was evident that they were evaluated based on their worth. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the words Information Refinement System displayed on the panel. 0? Could there be a 12th version? Just then, the system's mechanical voice chimed in. System upgrade requires 50 information points and 200 low-grade spirit stones. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, then found himself somewhat astonished. He indeed had enough information points. Fortunately, he had previously suspected that these points had other uses and had refrained from indiscriminately redeeming them. However, the spirit stones posed a dilemma, after accumulating for quite some time. He had only gathered around 7 or 8, and with the few in his bag, he had barely reached 50, still quite far from the requirement. Yet, considering the significance of the system, he resolutely decided to prioritize gathering spirit stones. Although spirit stones were crucial for his cultivation, given his abysmal aptitude, utilizing them solely for cultivation would likely yield meager results. It would be marvelous if the system could enhance his spiritual roots. While he acknowledged the improbability of this, a glimmer of hope still flickered in his mind. Upon returning to the alchemy chamber, Lin Fan summoned the information panel once more. Having tasted the sweetness of success, he eagerly prepared to redeem more information. Redeem information. A buzzing sound accompanied a flash of yellow light as a large segment of text gradually materialized. 1. Reducing the quantity of moon dew flower by half in the existing chi-gathering pill formula and adding a segment of bitterroot will enhance the quality of the elixir. 2. Yin Jiping has inquired all members of the Yin family to no avail and plans to investigate which alchemists were out on the day in question. 3. A first-tier early-stage crimson feather sparrow on Fire Spirit Mountain is lamenting its solitude due to the inability to find a mate, neglecting its cultivation out of sorrow. 4. Yin Jiping is not actually Yin Kuan's biological son, but rather the offspring of Yan's mother and a kitchen servant, who was later promoted to a managerial position. Stop the redemption. Current information points. 52. Upon reading the first piece of information, Lin Fan was utterly delighted. The information system could even assist in optimizing pill formulas. This was immensely beneficial for him. While the reduction of moon dew flower was noteworthy, the suggestion to include bitterroot struck him as peculiar. It was not that this ingredient was rare. On the contrary, it was quite common. Often utilized as a culinary ingredient by mortals in Yin Town, while its use in alchemy was unheard of among cultivators. Nevertheless, due to his trust in the system, he was determined to give it a try. As for the second piece, Yin Dali undoubtedly saw him leaving yesterday. If Yin Jiping followed the trail and discovered his sudden surge in cultivation, it would not bode well for him. Lin Fan's expression darkened at this thought. Being at the 4th level of chi refinement was hardly impressive within the Yin family. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Unless he could cleanly eliminate Yin Dali without leaving a trace, he would have to tread carefully. His gaze flickered, as if plotting something. The other 2 pieces of information only added to his growing sense of foreboding. What sort of absurd information is this? Must he really assist a bird in finding a mate? Or perhaps, scandalously publicize such matters? Is this not courting disaster? It appears that the intelligence system does not always unearth valuable insights. Could it be that his recent excessive exchanges have led to this? As he pondered, a sudden flicker of light at the door of the secret chamber indicated someone was calling from outside. Standing at the entrance was an elderly figure. Brother Song, do you seek me for something? The man, named Song Hui, was the most senior of the external alchemists hired by the Yin family. Known for his kindness, many aspiring alchemists had benefited from his guidance and held him in high regard. Upon his arrival, he had shared numerous alchemical insights and extended considerable assistance, making him the sole person with whom Lin Fan had developed a friendship. Young brother Lin, I was indeed concerned that I might intrude upon your alchemical endeavors, Song Hui said with a warm smile. This time, our District A Alchemist Exchange meeting will take place in my alchemical chamber. If you have the leisure, why not join us? Every few months, Song Hui organized similar gatherings to share his reflections. Initially, Lin Fan found it perplexing. Usually, individuals cherish their insights and are reluctant to share, leading him to suspect ulterior motives. However, after attending a few sessions, he realized this was not the case, which deeply moved him. Observing the sincerity in Song Hui's eyes, Lin Fan hesitated momentarily before clasping his fists in respect. Then it would be my honor to accept your invitation. He followed Song Hui to his alchemical chamber. Inside the modest stone room, 7 or 8 individuals had already gathered. All alchemists focused on the cultivation of qi gathering pills. Brother Song, you mentioned inviting another, and it is this person, I assenti it? A somewhat teasing female voice interrupted, drawing the attention of the group. Lin Fan turned towards the source of the voice to see a woman in her 30s, heavily made up. This woman, named Su Li, was the only female alchemist in the region. However, her reputation was far from commendable. She was known for her promiscuity and had even harassed him before. He could surmise her motivations, having previously rebuffed her numerous advances. Embarrassed and enraged upon learning of his lack of spiritual roots, she had taken to mocking him at every opportunity. Song Hui's expression soured as he responded, Su Li, as external alchemists, we should unite rather than engage in such remarks. If you utter another word, I shall have to ask you to leave. Su Li was taken aback, clearly not expecting Song Hui to defend Lin Fan. She muttered under her breath and ceased her comments. Lin Fan had no desire to engage in a dispute with such a foolish woman. The exchange commenced swiftly, with Song Hui primarily sharing his insights while the others listened attentively. Occasionally, when questions arose, he answered without hesitation. It must be said that Song Hui's experience in alchemy was indeed profound, as the surrounding individuals frequently exhibited expressions of enlightenment. Lin Fan too found himself gaining insights. Subsequently, the others took turns sharing their own understanding of alchemy, though their contributions were nowhere near as profound as Song Hui's, clearly held back by reservation. When it was his turn, he casually mentioned a few well-known techniques, eliciting a light laugh from Su Li. Eventually, as the conversation came to a close and the others began to rise, Lin Fan hesitated for a moment before approaching Song Hui. He quietly remarked, recently, I have discovered that reducing the amount of moon dew flower by half during alchemy and adding bitterroot seems to enhance the quality of the elixirs. While this information was irrelevant to the others, he chose to share it with Song Hui, who had supported him significantly. Whether Song Hui believed him or not was of no concern to Lin Fan. Song Hui was momentarily taken aback, then nodded slightly, recognizing Lin Fan's desire for discretion. However, before he could respond, a sneering voice broke in, unabashedly mocking. You, a mere first-tier qi refinement practitioner, struggle to concoct low-grade gathering qi pills. Yet you dare to discuss modifying formulas? Adding bitterroot. Are you refining pills or preparing a meal? Haha. Chapter 5. Pitfall. Su Li possessed a secret technique known as listening to the wind. She initially thought Song Hui was about to impart some esoteric skills to Lin Fan, which was why she had been observing the exchange. Instead, she was met with Lin Fan's grandiose claims and couldn't help but scoff. Are you a rat? Eavesdropping on others' conversations? Lin Fan's face betrayed his disdain. A flicker of anger crossed Su Li's eyes as she reiterated his earlier words. Indeed, a few alchemists who had yet to depart wore peculiar expressions, sharing her sentiments. Seizing the opportunity, Su Li continued without reservation. Do you realize how much effort has gone into these formulas? They cannot be altered on a whim. Any miscalculation in the ingredients could lead to the complete destruction of the batch, or worse, an explosion that could claim lives. If something were to happen to Master Song, could you bear the consequences? Song Hui quickly intervened. It is understandable that Brother Lin is unaware. It is our own lack of skill that is to blame. Had we reached the mid to late stages of qi refinement, we could swiftly suppress any explosions using spiritual power. Lin Fan had lost interest in remaining there. Every additional word felt like a waste of breath. He cast a cold glance at Su Li, contemplating how he would have dealt with her had there not been witnesses. Su Li felt a chill at his gaze and instinctively stepped back to clear the path. Why should I fear a worthless brat? Just as she prepared to retort in anger, she noticed he had already walked away. In truth, Lin Fan felt little anger, Whether others believed him was of no consequence. This information was invaluable to those who needed it, and if Song Hui doubted him, it merely indicated that he was out of sync with fortune. As Lin Fan turned to return to his stone chamber, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face in the corridor. "Hey you, come here." It was Hu Bin, beckoning him. As per tradition, the beginning of the month was also Hu Bin's time for collecting. Lin Fan, however, ignored him and continued on his way to the alchemy chamber. Furious, Hu Bin shouted, "Are you deaf? I'm talking to you." He strode purposefully toward Lin Fan, self-proclaimed as the leader of the A-character district. No one has ever dared to disregard him. Yet, this nameless fellow had the audacity to act arrogantly in his presence. However, just as he was about to seize Lin Fan's arm with the intent to crush a few of his bones, Lin Fan merely revealed a hint of his cultivation, which startled him profoundly, causing him to hastily retract his hand. Lin Fan cast a glance at him, having gained much from their encounter. He was in good spirits and had no desire to trouble him further. Hu Bin's eyes widened in disbelief. This man's aura surpassed even that of Yin Dali. How could this be? Cold sweat instantly trickled down his back as he quickly reacted. "My apologies, fellow cultivator. It was my recklessness." What a jest. Could it be that this individual had already reached the mid-stage of qi refinement? Such a level would qualify him as an official offering to the Yin family. So why would he deign to work as a mere pill servant? Mind your tongue. Lin Fan replied coolly before returning to the alchemy chamber. Several hours later, Lin Fan gazed in delight at the several scorching pills in his hand. To his astonishment, he had produced 6 pills in total, 2 of which were of medium quality and 4 of lower quality. This marked his fastest alchemical endeavor, likely due to his cultivation advancement and improvements in the pill formula. He picked up a darker-colored qi-gathering pill. The value of a medium-quality qi-gathering pill far exceeded that of a lower-quality one by several multiples. The difference lay not only in efficacy, but also in the fact that higher-quality pills contain significantly less pill toxicity. It is well known that nearly all pills contain some degree of pill toxicity, a substance that cultivators dread. Excessive accumulation of such toxicity makes it increasingly difficult to advance in cultivation, a truth universally acknowledged. The detrimental effects of consuming low-quality pills far outweigh the benefits. As he contemplated the pills in his hand, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. Yin Dali, stroking his beard, routinely patrolled the A-character alchemy district, knocking on the doors of the alchemy chambers to inquire about everyone's progress. Although termed as a patrol, it was, in essence, a quest to see who might voluntarily bestow offerings upon him. The residents of the alchemy district had grown accustomed to this routine, each preparing their tributes. While he might not recall who had given him what, he would undoubtedly remember those who had not contributed. The overseer of the alchemy district was undoubtedly one of the most lucrative positions within the Yin family. He had invested considerable effort to attain this role and was determined to reap substantial rewards. Lin Fan was no exception. Upon seeing Yin Dali, he immediately clasped his fists respectfully. "Esteemed Yin, you toil endlessly, returning to inspect so early." As he spoke, he retrieved a jade vial from his waist, pouring out a greenish pill. Instantly, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Lin Fan's expression shifted slightly. He quickly retracted the pill and switched to another jade vial. Yin Dali's eyes brightened as he swiftly grabbed the jade vial. "Your name is Lin Fan, correct? You are indeed thoughtful." Yin Dali gently sniffed the vial's opening before discreetly stowing it away. Lin Fan, with a pained expression, remarked, "This was a serendipitous creation from yesterday. A humble offering to you, senior. Continue your diligent work." Yin Dali responded, maintaining a facade of calm, though inwardly he was quite exhilarated. At this moment, his thoughts were solely focused on returning to his room, located at the exit of the mountain corridor. Surprised, he took out the elixir and examined it closely. Without a doubt, it was a mid-grade gathering yuan pill. It is worth noting that only a first-tier mid-grade alchemist could consistently refine such pills, and none existed within the Yin family. Given his standing in the Yin clan, opportunities to acquire such elixirs were indeed rare. Consuming this pill might very well enable him to break through to the mid-stage of qi refinement in the near future. Although Yin Dali's eyes were filled with eagerness, he meticulously inspected the pill for quite some time before finally swallowing it with a sense of assurance. Soon, he entered a profound state of cultivation. However, not long after, his facial muscles twitched, and he bore an expression of pain, as if he were undergoing some ordeal. Lin Fan remained vigilantly by the door, leaning against it while attentively listening to the sounds from within the room. He had wagered that this individual, unable to withstand temptation, would consume the pill immediately. After all, should the Yin family discover that he had misappropriated such an elixir, he would undoubtedly face punishment. What he produced was indeed a mid-grade gathering qi pill, but he had mixed in a trace of powder from a third-tier insect demon pill. Had he presented the insect demon pill outright, this person would have been wise enough not to ingest it directly, yet a mere sprinkle would be difficult to detect. However, This also meant the efficacy might not be sufficient. Having reached the 4th level of qi refinement, his spiritual perception had significantly improved, enabling him to faintly hear the movements within the stone chamber. He sensed that the breathing inside had calmed and gradually slowed, indicating a deep state of meditation. But suddenly, the breathing within became exceedingly rapid. Now was the moment. Lin Fan took a deep breath and struck the stone door with a powerful palm, unleashing all the spiritual energy within him. A deafening roar reverberated through the stone door and reached Yin Dali's ears, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The two nearby alchemical chambers could sense the disturbance, yet the alchemists inside merely cursed Yin Dali in their hearts before disregarding it entirely. Unsatisfied after the first strike, Lin Fan followed up with 2 more powerful blows against the stone door. It was only after confirming that there was no further breathing within that he returned to his alchemical chamber, feigning nonchalance. One could only blame their own greed. Subsequently, he retrieved another mid-grade gathering Yuan Qi pill and swallowed it, feeling the surrounding spiritual energy surge into his body as he commenced his circulatory practice. Chapter 6. First-tier superior magical artifact Song Hui was alone in the alchemical chamber, his hand seals dancing as the ground fire moved with remarkable agility under his command. Since the exchange meeting, although he had not taken Lin Fan's words to heart, they often resurfaced in his mind during alchemical processes. He cast all the spiritual herbs into the alchemical furnace, leaving only the moon dew flower in his hand. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Should he give it a try? In the past, he had indeed experimented with modifying pill formulas, but he had never dared to alter so many ingredients at once. For the risk was exceedingly high. Despite having cultivated for several decades, he had barely managed to reach the 2nd level of qi refinement. And he was acutely aware of the reasons behind this. He possessed the 5 spiritual roots, a talent deemed utterly worthless, which was also why he had received special attention upon learning that Lin Fan shared the same spiritual roots. Seeing him was akin to glimpsing his younger self. He is now occasionally able to refine elixirs of medium grade or higher, and even managed to produce a few superior grade pills, which is a testament to the Yin family's esteem for him. However, the success rate remains dismally low. Out of 10 attempts, only 1 or 2 yield medium grade elixirs. Reflecting on his dwindling lifespan, he realizes that dedicating all his energy to alchemy has only brought him to this level, rendering him less than a first-tier medium-grade alchemist. With a bitter smile, he divides the medicinal materials in his hands, taking half and adding a segment of bitter root into the alchemical furnace. It is often said that those who seek the path of enlightenment may rise and fall in an instant. While I may not possess such profound awareness, what harm is there in risking my life for the art of alchemy? After a while, Song Hui gazes in astonishment at the elixirs in his hand. He has never in his life produced 3 medium-grade pills at once. Could it be true? A glimmer of joy flickers in his eyes. He then immerses himself in further attempts, discovering that each batch yields at least 2 medium-grade pills, and astonishingly, up to 5 in some cases. He has finally confirmed the remarkable efficacy of this improved formula. Truly, Brother Lin is a prodigy in alchemy. Lin Fan initially thought that although he had managed to keep things tidy, the death of a key figure could not be overlooked, and the Yin family would undoubtedly send someone to investigate thoroughly. He had prepared himself to feign ignorance during questioning. In reality, however, only a few individuals from the Yin family came to conduct a brief examination of Yin Dali's cause of death, concluding it was a case of demonic deviation, and thus the matter was left unresolved. Many alchemists were quite pleased with this turn of events, suggesting that such instances of demonic deviation are not uncommon. The new overseer was appointed from within the family, Yin Shan, who took over Yin Dali's responsibilities. Unlike Yin Dali, Yin Shan is a true core member of the clan, having attained the 6th level of qi refinement. Fortunately, he spends most of his time in meditation and has not inquired about their affairs during this time. Lin Fan's cultivation has continued for nearly a month, during which he devoted most of his time to refining elixirs and training. With the assistance of several medium-grade gathering yuan pills, his progress has been slow, and a significant distance remains before a breakthrough can be achieved. Is this the pace of cultivation for one with a waste spirit root? Lin Fan sighed softly, finally rising to summon the system panel. Information exchange. Ding. 1. Every night, mysterious cries can be heard from the home of the deputy mayor southwest of Yin Family Town. Reports to the Yin family have yielded no resolution, and Yun Qingyao from the Ziyang sect has come to address this issue. In truth, it is the restless spirit of a vengeful soul at the late stage of qi refinement. Upon reading this, Lin Fan felt a sudden clarity. Typically, disciples from the upper sect only visit subordinate families to carry out missions. It turns out that Yun Qingyao has come for this very reason. However, since even Yin Kuan and others cannot manage this vengeful spirit, he has no intention of wading into this murky water for the time being. 2. Yin Jiping was preparing to summon Yin Dali when he discovered the latter's death, which he found somewhat perplexing. although lacking evidence. He grew suspicious and decided to raise the quota for the alchemical slaves in District A to 15 per month. Additionally, he arranged for his subordinates to monitor the area, ordering that any suspicious individuals be brought before him. Upon seeing this, Lin Fan's gaze turned icy. He had not anticipated that Yin Jipeng would be so vigilant, haunting him like a specter. The task of alchemy assigned to Dan Nu was already exceedingly burdensome, yet the standards had been raised. Had he not acquired the system beforehand, achieving the quota of 15 would have been nearly impossible. As for monitoring, he could only exercise utmost caution. Given the current restrictions, escape was indeed a challenge. Should an opportunity arise, he must eliminate this individual without fail. Upon discovering the loss of valuables, Hu Bin did not reproach Yin Feng. Instead, his mood was despondent. Yesterday, while venting his frustrations at the foot of Fire Spirit Mountain, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a damaged first-tier premium artifact. Due to his insufficient cultivation level, the refinement was slow, leading him to bury it on the spot, returning each night to continue the process. Yin Dali had concealed his accumulated wealth within a cave behind the western waterfall of the Yin family estate, guarded by a mid-tier first-class magical beast, the Azure Water Crocodile. See Sol Exchanges. Current intelligence points, 44, perhaps due to a prolonged hiatus from exchanges. This time, there was no irrelevant information. The subsequent 2 pieces of intelligence were precisely what he needed. Hu Bin's prowess with women was indeed commendable. Amused by this thought, he couldn't help but laugh heartily, recognizing Hu Bin as his benefactor. As for the final piece of information regarding Yin Dali's embezzled wealth, he had always coveted it. Initially worried that the items stored in his stone chamber would be confiscated by the scrutinizing Yin family members, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, these treasures were not meant to see the light of day. Although he might not be able to defeat the mid-tier magical beast, diverting its attention should not prove too difficult. Resolving this, he rose and departed. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, Song Hui arrived at the entrance of his stone chamber, 2 jade vials in hand. Noticing the Do Not Disturb sign had vanished, he joyfully knocked on the door. Ultimately, after receiving no response, he left in disappointment. At this moment, it was the dead of night outside. Lin Fan proceeded with caution, remaining hidden. Yet he failed to spot any signs of the supposed surveillance. Surely, this individual could not be watching at all times. With this thought in mind, he had scarcely begun his search when he indeed spotted a figure stealthily lurking among the bushes. Fortune seemed to smile upon Hu. Having lost a sesame seed only to gain a watermelon, he resolved to conceal this item well, ensuring that the blood-sucking Yin family would not catch sight of it. His contract was nearing its expiration. With this treasure in hand, he could leave this place with Xiao Feng. After a short while, until Hu Bin's spiritual energy was depleted, he cautiously surveyed the surroundings, buried the item he held, and turned to leave. Once he had distanced himself, Lin Fan once again scanned the area to confirm his safety before swiftly uncovering the buried object, which turned out to be a small shield crafted from an unknown beast's bone. The shield stood about half a person's height, entirely snow-white, with faint, dark runes flickering intermittently across its surface. However, its edges bore numerous cracks, and a corner was even missing. Was this truly a first-tier premium artifact? As Lin Fan sensed the peculiar aura emanating from it, he realized it was indeed no ordinary item. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed. Ding! You have obtained an artifact based on the intelligence acquired, earning 15 intelligence points. Subsequently, a flash of light illuminated the panel, revealing a change. The current intelligence value stood at 59, and this item was surprisingly worth 15 intelligence points. Elated, Lin Fan sought a concealed spot to begin refining the bone shield. His spiritual power, at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, was more than double that of the 3rd level. After several hours, the initial refinement of the bone shield was successfully completed. With a flick of his sleeve, the bone shield spun rapidly, shrinking until it was stored away. Although the shield was damaged, he estimated its defensive capabilities to be undeniably formidable, at least of first-tier quality. Its imperfection had indeed facilitated the swift refinement. Not wanting to rush into further refinement, he glanced at the pale dawn on the horizon. Seizing the opportunity while the coast was clear, he made his way toward the waterfall in the west. Shortly after departing, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings and sensed a faint gaze upon him from behind. Chapter 7. Killing, Acquiring Treasures, System Upgrade. According to the intelligence report, the waterfall was not far from Fire Spirit Mountain, and within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he reached his destination. Emerging from the thicket, a towering cliff of over 10 zhang stood before him, with a waterfall cascading down like a white ribbon. The roaring water formed a sizable emerald-green pool below, resembling a vast piece of jade. It must be said that this Yin Dali had a knack for selecting locations. From the outside, one could not discern the wonders that lay within. As for the green water crocodile, there was no sign of its presence. Was the beast hidden at the bottom of the pool, or had it ventured out to hunt? At that moment, a cold gleam suddenly shot towards him from behind, swift and without warning. However, Lin Fan seemed to anticipate it, maintaining his composure as he deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack. With a clang, a flying dagger embedded itself into the stone wall behind him. Emerging from the forest was a man with a dark face, who now regarded Lin Fan with astonishment. "You sensed me all along." The man was exceedingly confident in his stealth techniques. Even those of higher cultivation would find it difficult to detect his presence. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. He did not recognize this individual, but the insignia on his clothing identified him as a guest of the Yin family. Had it not been for the intelligence alert, he might not have noticed the man's pursuit. Calmly, he replied, "I am an alchemist hired by the Yin family. You must provide an explanation for your actions." Fortunately, the man had not witnessed his refinement of the bone shield. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have attempted to seize it. Yet one thing unsettled Lin Fan. He could not discern the man's cultivation level. The only two possibilities were that the man was extraordinarily powerful or possessed a method of concealing his true strength. He naturally dismissed the former. Such a level of cultivator would not be easily commanded by Yin Jiping. An alchemist, merely an alchemist, the man scoffed. With a cultivation at the 4th level of qi refinement, you must be the one that young Master Jiming seeks. Without waiting for Lin Fan's response, he shook his head. "Never mind. We'll take you back and let young Master Jiming question you himself." Hearing his words, Lin Fan felt considerably reassured. However, he soon witnessed the black-faced man extending his fingers like claws, approaching him with an air of complete composure, as if he were merely a trivial opponent. Lin Fan clenched his right fist and struck with all his might. The man paused momentarily, yet Lin Fan was sent flying several meters, landing against the rocky wall beside the waterfall. Lin Fan's face paled slightly as he felt the ache and numbness in his arm, but he felt a sense of relief in his heart. Although he had been overpowered, he confirmed that his adversary was likely no stronger than the 5th level of qi refinement. His eyes gleamed with determination as he sprang from the rock face, propelling himself toward the other side of the pool. Thinking of escaping, the black-faced man took a bold step forward, directly treading upon the water's surface. His movements were remarkably agile. With swift taps of his toes on the lake, he leapt far ahead, rapidly closing the distance between him and Lin Fan. Just as he was about to catch up, a dark shadow suddenly emerged beneath his feet, exuding a fierce aura. A greenish-blue crocodile, approximately 2 zhang in length, lunged at him with its gaping maw. Due to the tumultuous flow of the waterfall, he had failed to notice the beast's approach. The man's expression shifted drastically as he conjured a few spells while retreating swiftly. Yet Lin Fan, with a cold smirk, appeared behind him unnoticed. "Get away!" The man bellowed in fury, hurling 2 flying knives. At such a close range, he doubted Lin Fan's ability to evade them. In truth, Lin Fan had no intention of dodging. With a flourish of his sleeve, he summoned an extraordinary bone shield, which clanged as it deflected the flying knives. Moreover, the man, unable to slow his momentum, crashed violently against the bone shield. The impact sent the black-faced man reeling, disoriented. His body was then swallowed by the approaching beast. With a series of sickening crunches, the man let out a harrowing scream as his legs were crushed and consumed. "Oh!" he cried out, his face contorted in agony and disbelief. "You lured me into this." Just as despair enveloped him and he was about to be devoured, Lin Fan unexpectedly rushed forward, seizing the man's collar in an attempt to rescue him. The crocodile roared in anger, furious at the audacity of the one attempting to snatch its prey. It unleashed a jet of water, accompanied by a peculiar force that disrupted Lin Fan's spiritual energy. It sought to swallow both of them whole. Lin Fan once more raised the bone shield to block the water arrow, which lodged itself in the creature's mouth with a resounding clang. He then pushed off the ground, floating lightly upward toward the cliff's edge. Once he had distanced himself sufficiently, he summoned the bone shield back and ascended rapidly to the cliff top, leaving behind the enraged roars of the beast, which seemed reluctant to abandon its watery domain before finally submerging once more. At that moment, the man, having lost his legs, lay there in a pool of blood, writhing in agony, his consciousness fading. "Save me, and I shall no longer pursue this matter," he managed to utter, his words becoming his final testament. A gleam of cold light flashed, blood sprayed forth, and his head rolled away. Gazing upon the scene before him, Lin Fan, despite his mental preparation, felt his complexion pale as he began to retch. In his 2 lifetimes, this marked his inaugural act of taking a life. Moments later, he regained his composure and began to search the body. He had no intention of rendering aid. Rather, he was anxious that the possessions of this individual might fall prey to the voracious beasts. Indeed, he soon discovered a jade slip nestled against the man's chest. The chilling jade pressed against his brow, inundating him with a torrent of information. The breath-holding technique. This was precisely the method by which the man concealed his presence and cultivation. However, now was not the time for meticulous examination. Casting a glance down the cliff, he noticed that the waters below the waterfall had once again succumbed to silence, save for the splashes of cascading water. Lin Fan heaved the corpse of the dark-faced man with all his might towards the lakeshore. As anticipated, it was not long before the azure water crocodile stealthily surfaced, swiftly devouring the body. To the beasts, humans are treasures in their entirety, and the bodies of cultivators, imbued with spiritual energy, are no less than precious artifacts. With Yin Dali's level of cultivation, it was improbable for him to command this beast. He must have employed a similar stratagem, seizing the opportunity while the beast feasted. Lin Fan hastily examined the area behind the waterfall. There, he found a smooth stone wall, meticulously shaped by the relentless flow of water, devoid of any cave-like features. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. The intelligence system should not be erroneous. Skeptical, he began to probe the stone wall meticulously. Before long, the azure water crocodile, having consumed the body, turned its attention towards Lin Fan, letting out a furious roar as it prepared to charge. With a soft sigh, Lin Fan intended to retreat when his gaze was suddenly drawn to a desiccated leaf on the stone wall. Initially, he dismissed it, for many leaves had been washed down by the current, some adhering to the wall. Yet, unlike the others, which were all damp, this particular leaf was exceedingly dry. An anomaly. Upon touching it, he felt an unusual texture, his palm inexplicably sinking into the surface. Elated, Lin Fan unleashed several wind blades. And in the blink of an eye, he found himself engulfed within the stone wall. Was this an illusion formation? After a brief bout of dizziness, he surveyed his surroundings, discovering a simple cave, with the entrance behind him now transformed into a stone wall. However, he anxiously glanced back at the entrance, fearful that the beast might have followed him inside. After a considerable time with no sign of disturbance, he began to relax slightly. The location of this formation was quite cunning. It was unclear how Yin Dali had stumbled upon it. To his knowledge, the Yin family lacked any array masters, and the only first-tier protective array they possessed had been lavishly commissioned from the Xiang sect. Even if he were not versed in the art of formations, he could discern that this array was far more sophisticated. The cave was modest in size, marked by traces of chiseling and carving, with numerous luminous stones scattered across the ceiling for illumination. As he ventured deeper into the cave, he indeed uncovered a trove of spirit stones and other treasures. Among the low-grade spirit stones, there are more than 180 pieces, and in addition, various bottles and jars filled with elixirs are plentiful. This old fellow has indeed indulged in considerable greed, Lin Fan remarked with a click of his tongue. Ding. Based on the intelligence gathered, resources acquired. Intelligence points, 10. Current intelligence points, 69. Lin Fan was both astonished and delighted, not expecting to gather the necessary spirit stones for the system upgrade so swiftly. Ding. Detected that the resources required for the upgrade are sufficient. Do you confirm the upgrade of the intelligence system? With a considerable accumulation of points, he hesitated no longer and eagerly exclaimed, System upgrade. Chapter 8. The Mysterious Gift Box, Mastery of Techniques. In an instant, the spirit stones on the ground were drawn into the air by an invisible force, all being absorbed into the system panel. Buzzing. A dazzling light flickered again, and in just a few breaths, the title in the center of the panel transformed into Intelligence Cultivation System 1. A new button option, Attribute Points Allocation, appeared on the panel. Ding. System upgraded to version 1, adding the Attribute Points Allocation function. Congratulations on the system upgrade. Rewarding 10 intelligence points and a mysterious gift box. Current intelligence points, 29. Attribute Points Allocation, Mysterious Gift Box. Ding. Current intelligence points can be used to allocate to specific aspects, with 1 intelligence point equivalent to 1 year of arduous cultivation. At this moment, the panel had added an attribute option, accompanied by multiple subpages, encompassing a vast array of topics including techniques, spells, alchemy, talisman crafting, and formations, among others. Lin Fan was overwhelmed with joy. The functions of this upgraded system were astonishingly formidable. It was just shy of directly enhancing his cultivation level. The expenditure was truly worthwhile. Lin Fan licked his parched lips. However, he noticed that only the options for techniques, spells, and alchemy were illuminated, while the others remained shrouded in darkness. It seemed that utilizing the cultivation room also required a foundational level of ability, not something one could acquire out of thin air. Nevertheless, this was already enough to elate him, and he promptly opened the techniques page. Technique, Golden Elemental Skill. Mastery Level, Beginner. Mastery levels range from low to high. Beginner. Minor Achievement, Major Achievement, Pinnacle. The Golden Elemental Skill is merely one of the most widely circulated and common metal-based techniques in the cultivation realm. Beneficial in that anyone possessing a metal spirit root can cultivate it, albeit at a slower pace of absorbing spiritual energy. Techniques are the foundation of cultivation and to some extent determine the speed of advancement. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan decided to allocate points to the technique first. Wait, there's also a mysterious gift box. Ding! The mysterious gift box is ready, containing random techniques, spells, magical treasures, etc. Do you confirm to claim it now? Confirmed. Lin Fan exclaimed with excitement. It would be splendid if he could unveil a technique suitable for his cultivation. Or perhaps a powerful spell or offensive magical treasure would suffice. At present, his means of attack were somewhat lacking, and the magical items he obtained were primarily of a defensive nature. Whether it be the dark-faced man or the azure crocodile, neither is a foe he can easily vanquish. A sudden flash of light enveloped him, and in his hand materialized an object seemingly from thin air. Lin Fan gazed at the palm-sized banner in his grasp, as a torrent of information surged into his mind. Invincible banner, first-tier artifact. The power it wields is contingent upon the quality of the contained souls, with the potential for future upgrades. The Invincible banner? Upgradable? Although he felt a tinge of disappointment for not acquiring a cultivation technique. The prospect of an upgrade indicated that this artifact was no ordinary treasure. Lin Fan contemplated the soul banner for a moment, absorbing a wealth of information regarding its attributes and usage. Subsequently, he bit his tongue, allowing a drop of his vital blood to seep onto the Invincible banner. After a period of refinement, the banner transformed instantaneously into a towering figure, its fabric entirely black, exuding an aura that was both captivating and fearsome. However, as it currently housed no souls, its power was negligible. It was difficult to ascertain the true extent of its strength. He could only hope it would not disappoint him. Clearly, a visit to the site of the vengeful spirits in Yin Family Town was imperative. Lin Fan's eyes glimmered as he recalled that the Invincible banner possessed a technique to capture souls. Although the vengeful spirit was in the late stage of qi refinement, there was a possibility he could indeed subdue it. With a flourish of his sleeve, he stored the Invincible banner away. Returning to the attributes page of his cultivation techniques, he realized he must invest points in his skills. Without doing so, his progress, given his spiritual root, would be painfully slow. Ding! Would you like to confirm the expenditure of 8 information points to enhance your comprehension of the technique? The system's mechanical prompt resonated. Lin Fan paused for a moment, then resolutely replied, confirm. Buzz. Current information points, 21. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelming sense of understanding flooded his mind, as if he had tirelessly practiced the Golden Yuan technique for a full 8 years in that very spot. Countless unique operational techniques of the Golden Yuan technique materialized within his heart. At this moment, initiating the technique felt significantly smoother than before. With his cultivation speed enhanced by at least 30%, Lin Fan rejoiced, though he couldn't help but wonder if his aptitude was lacking. Requiring 8 arduous years to deepen his grasp of the technique. This was 8 years without rest. In reality, such a feat was unattainable, as one must attend to basic needs, inevitably prolonging the time needed. Ding! Would you like to spend 12 information points to further upgrade your mastery of the technique? The system prompt echoed once more. Lin Fan hesitated briefly, then his gaze hardened, though this would leave him with scan information points. Elevating his cultivation was of utmost importance, as doing so would also augment his information points. With that thought, he gritted his teeth and declared, confirm upgrade. Buzz. This experience proved far more agonizing than the last, akin to someone cleaving open his skull with an axe and forcefully shoving a wealth of information within. Lin Fan emitted a muffled groan of distress, and it took him a considerable time to regain his composure after the ordeal. At this moment, his mastery of the Golden Yuan technique had reached an unparalleled level, allowing him to operate it effortlessly, a sensation he had never experienced before. It can be asserted that over 95% of qi refinement stage cultivators practicing this technique had never attained such a degree of proficiency. Lin Fan let out a long sigh, realizing that his cultivation speed had surged by more than 50%, and every ounce of effort had proven worthwhile. He was uncertain about the cultivation rates of other spiritual roots, yet he was confident that his current speed could rival that of a 4-spirit root practitioner just beginning their journey. Talent, after all, dictates that those lacking in innate ability must exert 100-fold more effort than their peers. At this juncture, he found himself with only 9 information points remaining. A glance revealed that to elevate his cultivation further would require 50 points, a stark increase from previous requirements. However, he felt dizzy and overwhelmed. Even if he had enough points, he could not endure the agony of enhancing his abilities. More than half a month later, Lin Fan awoke from his cultivation, only to find his body cloaked in a thick layer of grime. By indiscriminately consuming mid-grade gathering yuan pills, and with the assistance of spirit stones, he had finally succeeded in breaking through to the 5th layer of qi refinement. It must be noted that after reaching mastery in his technique, his absorption of the medicinal properties of pills and spirit stones became significantly more efficient than before. At that moment, a rune suddenly appeared on his left wrist. accompanied by a prompt informing him that all alchemists were required to gather in the main office the following day to submit their monthly alchemical quotas. This rune was a manifestation of the blood pact each alchemist had forged with the Yin family, primarily designed to prevent any alchemist from fleeing. As long as the rune existed, one could not exit the Yin family's array. Additionally, it served as a means of communication, albeit in a one-way manner. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He channeled his spiritual energy and swiftly enveloped the entire rune. With a series of cracking sounds, several fissures appeared on the rune's surface. Should he desire, he could shatter the rune right then. This was evidently due to the ineptitude of the practitioner who had cast it. However, after a moment's contemplation, he opted to retain it for the time being. If he were to destroy it now, the Yin family would undoubtedly become aware, and the vengeful spirit would likely remain beyond his reach. Moreover, to his knowledge, the Xiang sect had stringent requirements for spiritual roots when recruiting disciples, with even 4 spirit root practitioners struggling to gain entry. Logically, given that the Yin family had been an affiliated power for many years, was it possible they possessed something akin to a ascension order? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he resolved to conceal his cultivation for the time being, planning to act only upon discovering pertinent clues. If matters proved untenable, he would promptly depart from this loathsome family of maggots. His only concern was whether this rune constantly tracked his location. However, upon further reflection, if such a function existed, Yin Jiping would have already sought him out, without the need to consult several officials. Nevertheless, caution was prudent. He decided to ascertain the situation before proceeding. Opening his system panel, he found that thanks to his breakthrough, his information points had returned to 19. Without hesitation, he opted to exchange for intelligence. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A flash of brilliance illuminated the surroundings, revealing a substantial passage of text upon the panel. Chapter 9, Denunciation of Lin Fan 1. To the west of the pool outside the cave, there exists a trifoliate plant known as yang grass, which, when ignited, releases irresistible aphrodisiac substances that are difficult to resist for those in the foundation establishment stage and below. 2. At the junction between the Yin and Yu families lies a first-tier spiritual vein, which has recently been discovered by the Yin family. Yun Qingyao has already led the clan's formidable members to the site to investigate, deciding to excavate it secretly without informing the Xiang sect. 3. The Yin family's protective array is a maternal child formation. However, the northwest corner of the medicinal garden array has suffered from prolonged neglect, resulting in weakened defenses. Cease exchange. Current intelligence value. 13. Upon viewing this information, Lin Fan's expression shifted with intrigue. The name yang grass was unfamiliar to him, yet its purported effects, if utilized correctly, could yield miraculous results. He contemplated the possibility of collecting some later. What piqued his interest further were the other 2 pieces of intelligence. The first-tier spiritual stone mine could yield tens of thousands of inferior spiritual stones, a stroke of fortune for the Yin family. Even for a major sect like Xiang, spiritual stone mines are considered strategic resources, and per regulations, subordinate sects must report such discoveries, leading to a share for the discoverer. Yin Qingyang's intention to clandestinely monopolize this was audacious. This information could potentially be reported to the Xiang sect, presenting a path forward. However, excavating a spiritual mine is no trivial matter. The Yin family would undoubtedly prepare meticulously before taking action, unless he could catch them red-handed. Proving such a clandestine act would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, he lacked any means of contacting the Xiang sect. For the time being, this matter could be set aside. As for the last piece of information, the medicinal garden, being the family's lifeblood, would undoubtedly possess robust defenses. Even if there were weaknesses, would he dare to storm in and pilfer medicines in front of so many cultivators from the Yin family? Nevertheless, he was genuinely covetous of those herbs. While both of the last 2 pieces of intelligence held value, he currently lacked effective means of implementation and could only defer them. Upon exiting the cave, he indeed spotted numerous trifoliate plants by the pool to the west, though he remained uncertain which one was the yang grass. Just as he intended to approach, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him, prompting an immediate retreat. As anticipated, the azure water crocodile emerged, its eyes glinting with a predatory glare directed at him. After several days, the creature's aura seemed even more potent, possibly due to having consumed the black-faced man. Very well. Recognizing the futility of his pursuit, Lin Fan resolved to depart without further hesitation. Fire Spirit Mountain Range, the newly appointed overseer, Yin Shan, summoned all alchemists to convene. After counting the attendees, he noticed one individual was absent. Somewhat displeased, he inquired, who was yet to arrive. Su Li surveyed the crowd, and, with a flirtatious smile, reported, "My lord. It is Lin Fan. This individual is typically aloof and may not have taken this matter to heart." Yin Shan snorted in irritation. Does he seek to evade responsibility? Very well, let it be known that he has failed to submit his elixirs. According to the blood contract established earlier, starting next month, his required submission of elixirs will double. Su Li responded with a cold chuckle. Your wisdom is undeniable, my lord. It shall be as you decree. The surrounding crowd regarded Lin Fan with sympathy. Previously, the Yin family had cited the rising costs of medicinal materials as a reason to raise the minimum alchemical task to 15 pills. This doubling effectively amounted to 30 pills. Only a few, such as Song Hui, were capable of accomplishing this feat at that moment. Song Hui stepped forward, stating, My lord. Lin Fan must have encountered some unforeseen circumstances. He had prepared the pills in advance for me to deliver on his behalf. Su Li glanced at Song Hui, aware that aside from him, she was the most concerned about Lin Fan's whereabouts. She understood that Lin Fan had not returned for quite some time. It was implausible that he would entrust her with his deliveries. However, she chose not to voice her thoughts. Yin Shan nodded, saying, That would be for the best. Please submit the pills in order for my inspection. Do not attempt to pass off inferior quality as acceptable. Should any of you submit substandard wares, they will only be counted as half a pill. This declaration caused several faces in the audience to change. Many secretly entertained such a notion. Previously, Yin Dali had never been so stringent. Why was the new overseer so harsh? Sure enough, one individual submitted a pill that Yin Shan discovered to be a counterfeit, leading to a scolding. The others had no choice but to begin exchanging their pills anew. It was not until Su Li stepped forward that a murmur arose. Oh, a mid-grade pill, Yin Shan exclaimed in surprise as he extracted one of the pills. Su Li felt a surge of pride, stating, Your Excellency has a discerning eye. I have recently made breakthroughs in alchemy and managed to refine this pill, and I have several batches. Yin Shan was taken aback. You have ascended to the rank of a first-tier mid-grade alchemist? This statement sent ripples through the crowd. A first-tier mid-grade alchemist could undoubtedly become a distinguished guest in any modest cultivation family. Enjoying the envious gazes around her, Su Li replied, I do not wish to boast, but Elder Yin Yun has been present during my recent refining sessions. You may verify this with him. Yin Shan felt a surge of excitement. Her confidence in her claim suggested that it was likely true. With a wave of his hand, he returned Su Li's pills. At this moment, even his address changed. Please wait, Alchemist Su. Allow me to make an announcement. Once confirmed, I shall ensure that you receive generous rewards. He then retrieved a communication jade slip and began sending messages. Meanwhile, all the alchemists surrounding them gathered to congratulate her. Congratulations, Alchemist Su, on your advancement to first-tier mid-grade. From now on, it seems we are worlds apart. Indeed, Alchemist Su possessed extraordinary talent, and her aptitude for alchemy was exceptional. How could we possibly measure up to her? Only Song Hui and a few others, who had a neutral relationship with Su Li, remained in place, with Song Hui's expression appearing somewhat peculiar. One person besides Song Hui, who had participated in the recent exchange meeting, suddenly recalled something. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, Might I inquire if Alchemist Su employed Brother Lin's suggestion from that day? Could it be that Brother Lin's words hold truth? Hearing this, Su Li's expression shifted slightly as she scolded, What nonsense! Are you implying that my advancement in alchemy is due to someone else's influence? Be cautious, Alchemist Wang, for words may bring trouble. Alchemist Wang's face turned pale as he shook his head repeatedly. At that moment, those around them, unaware of the context, looked on with confusion, not understanding what the two were discussing. If you still harbor any illusions, let me inform you that I have indeed experimented with his elixir formula. However, the outcome was not the creation of a pill, but rather an explosion. On that day, driven by curiosity, had it not been for Elder Yun, whose profound cultivation allowed for a fruitful exchange of insights, I would have perished in the blast. I advise you, if you wish to avoid death, do not attempt this. After a round of explanations, nearly everyone present sided with Su Li, including the remaining attendees from that day, who fervently denounced Master Wang and Lin Fan. Just as Song Hui could no longer bear to remain silent and was about to defend himself, a distant voice rang out. We have never witnessed the refinement of a mid-grade pill. Why not have Master Su demonstrate it for us? It was Lin Fan, who had arrived fashionably late. Chapter 10. Choosing sides. Lin Fan has arrived. Someone exclaimed, and instantly, all eyes turned toward him. A flicker of panic crossed Su Li's eyes, though she quickly masked it. Before the main subject could speak, a short, sharp-featured youth sprang forth. Lin Fan, do you recognize your mistake? He exclaimed in a piercing tone. This was the same individual who had first congratulated Su Li. Lin Fan paused, having taken a moment to familiarize himself with the concealment technique, fearing his cultivation level would be exposed, which accounted for his tardiness. He had already gathered most of the details at the entrance. Do you realize that because you provided a false elixir formula, you nearly cost us a first-tier mid-grade pill master? Should such a disaster occur, your life would not suffice to compensate. Lin Fan tapped the back of his head and shot a mocking glance at Su Li. Did I place a knife to her throat and force her to try it? Song Hui was taken aback. He had anticipated Lin Fan would vehemently argue. And had he done so, Song Hui would have readily supported him. He was acutely aware of the efficacy of the modified formula. As for Su Li, he believed she had indeed utilized the formula, merely reluctant to expose the truth. Should Lin Fan wish to reveal her, he would not hesitate to testify. However, Lin Fan's behavior left him perplexed. Su Li's face fluctuated between shades of green and white under his scrutiny, yet she remained silent. Let us set this matter aside for now. I sent out information early. Why have you only just arrived? Yin Shan questioned, arms crossed, his tone unfriendly. He had heard the particulars of the situation, but observing Lin Fan's first-layer qi refinement, he scoffed at the notion of him modifying the elixir formula. Lin Fan clasped his hands respectfully. I was delayed while cultivating outside. Yin Shan frowned. With your pitiful spiritual root, you should abandon the idea of cultivation and instead devote more time to alchemy. Lin Fan remained non-committal, recognizing that Yin Shan had clearly chosen to trust Su Li. This was, of course, entirely natural. In truth, Su Li had indeed employed Lin Fan's formula. Like Song Hui, her curiosity had been piqued, and coincidentally, Yin Yun, who had shared an intimate evening with her, came seeking her assistance as a protector. She was astonished to discover that this formula could significantly enhance the quality of the pills. However, her initial reaction was to conceal the matter. In her opinion, aside from herself, no one would dare to attempt such a thing, for a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Even if Lin Fan were to be eradicated along with the other informed parties, she would remain the sole individual privy to this knowledge. Yet, Lin Fan subsequently vanished, and Yin Yun, having been affected significantly by the slaughter of so many alchemists, declined her request. At first, she felt a pang of anxiety regarding Lin Fan's appearance. But she soon regained her composure and said, since you are also uninvolved, let this matter rest. However, given your talents, it would be best not to offer suggestions to others in the future, lest you cause harm. She contemplated Lin Fan's possession of this alchemical formula, yet had not heard of its efficacy in producing mid-grade elixirs, clearly indicating that Lin Fan's alchemical skills paled in comparison to hers. Thus, the disparity in their value was evident. Should I then express my gratitude? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. The acerbic man shot Lin Fan a glare and continued to flatter. Miss Su is truly beautiful and kind-hearted. I dare say she rivals even the esteemed Yun Qingyao of the upper sect. Lin Fan could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. A fairy? Beautiful and kind-hearted? You speak of her. Although Su Li was not unattractive, her age was apparent, and her face bore signs of wear, rendering the term fairy quite inappropriate, especially in comparison to Yun Qingyao. Su Li initially felt elated by the compliment, as her appearance was of utmost importance to her, but upon hearing Lin Fan's words, her expression darkened with fury, just as she was about to erupt. An elderly man arrived, accompanied by numerous clan members. Apologies, Master Su. The clan leader is occupied with pressing matters and has sent me to extend his congratulations. He then exchanged pleasantries with her. However, Lin Fan was not prepared to let the matter go. Master Su has yet to respond. Can we not have the opportunity to witness your skills? I can provide the 5 materials required for the gathering chi pill. He emphasized the word 5 significantly. Although the Yin family members were displeased with his interruption, they were also interested in verifying Su Li's alchemical prowess, so they refrained from speaking out. Su Li glanced at the hopeful expressions surrounding her, and her countenance soured. I just completed a batch, and it consumed an immense amount of energy. Naturally, I cannot demonstrate immediately. Not to worry, we can wait. I shall fetch the materials for you, Master Su, Lin Fan offered. Su Li gritted her teeth in frustration. Enough? Each of us alchemists possesses our unique techniques. How can we allow you to observe so easily? When the time is right, I will have the esteemed members of the Yin family bear witness. There is no need for your interference. Though the acerbic man harbored a desire to witness the demonstration, he expressed regret, yet still concurred. Indeed, you merely wish to steal our techniques. Such intentions are rather despicable. Lin Fan remained unbothered, responding with a calm smile. If I am not permitted to observe, it matters not. I will ensure the 5 materials are meticulously selected and delivered. Su Li sneered. Who knows if you might tamper with them? But then her expression faltered, seeing those who had previously supported her now silent. She realized that all the materials for the alchemical process were supplied by the Yin family. It would be implausible for Lin Fan to manipulate them without being discovered. Su Li's repeated evasions have aroused considerable suspicion among many. In the ensuing silence, a burly middle-aged man, standing beside the elder of the Yin family, stepped forward and declared, I can attest to the truth of what Master Su has stated. Though I lack knowledge in alchemy, how dare you, a mere first-layer chi practitioner, adopt such an aggressive stance? Rather than fixating on others, where are your own mid-grade elixirs if your formulas are indeed effective? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and inquired, May I ask how to address you, esteemed sir? Yin Yun. What, are you dissatisfied? Lin Fan remained silent, realizing that the Yin family was indeed rotten to the core. Before coming here, he had expended 10 points in alchemical attributes, and although he had not yet ascended to a first-tier high-grade alchemist, his success rate for mid-grade elixirs was alarmingly high. However, he had no intention of showcasing this in front of the Yin family. At this moment, many alchemists present wore grim expressions upon hearing those words. The term bottom tier was particularly stinging. The elder sensed the shift in atmosphere and hurriedly stepped forward to mediate, yet refrained from mentioning the matter of the elixirs. Before departing, Yun declared loudly, "To ensure the safety of our alchemists, the dissemination of unverified formulas is strictly prohibited. Should anyone mention this matter again, penalties will be doubled." He cast a final glance at Lin Fan before leading Suli away. Once they had departed, Song Hui approached Lin Fan and whispered, "Brother Lin, I am well aware of the efficacy of your elixirs. Thanks to you, I have also managed to step into the realm of first-tier mid-grade alchemy. If you require assistance from me to clarify matters, do not hesitate to ask." Lin Fan looked at Song Hui in surprise, then shook his head and replied, "Brother Song, this Yin family is not a place for discerning individuals. If given the chance, it would be wise to leave." Suddenly, he recalled that Song Hui had resided here for half a lifetime and must possess extensive knowledge. "Brother Song, do you know how one might join the Xiang sect?" Chapter 11. The transformation of the Yin soul. Over 1,000 miles from the Yin family, countless majestic peaks rise, among which 5 stand out in grandeur. Between these mountains, mists swirl, and numerous pavilions and towers hover above the sea of clouds, punctuated by the occasional calls of celestial cranes and exotic birds. This is the Xiang sect, the largest sect governing a vast territory. At this moment, within a cave on one of the peaks, a young man clad in white, with a face as fair as jade and an air of arrogance, listened intently to a report from an attendant. "What has happened with Qingyao?" "Su brother, at your behest, I have been closely monitoring Miss Qingyao's situation. Since her last mission, she has remained secluded, only emerging a few times, appearing quite troubled. I have heard that her last mission did not succeed, and she may have encountered some difficulties." The white-clad youth frowned. "Where did she undertake her last mission?" "At a subsidiary family of our sect, a mediocre cultivation clan." "The Yin family. I see. Aside from that, has there been any other activity?" Fairy Qingyao has been investigating the Yin family's history, with particular focus on their external alchemists. The man clad in white paused for a moment, casting his gaze towards the Yin family's direction. In the evening, Lin Fan, draped in black and masked, stealthily appeared at a certain location in Yin family town. He was taken aback by the stringent requirements for entering the Xiang sect. From Song Hui, he learned that the Yin family indeed possessed the qualifications to recommend individuals to the Xiang sect, albeit with only slight leniency. The conclusion drawn was that, given his spiritual roots, entry would be exceedingly difficult. Even for Yan Jiping, the young master, due to his 4 spiritual roots, he would need to reach the latter stage of qi refinement before gaining admission. Perhaps sensing Lin Fan's disappointment, Song Hui finally mentioned a possibility. Those who contribute significantly to the Xiang sect might have a chance to enter directly. However, this notion seemed even more tenuous. It remained uncertain whether offering the Spirit Stone Mine could be considered a substantial contribution. Consequently, Lin Fan felt little reason to linger at the Yin family. If he could successfully subdue the Yin souls here, he intended to depart. Naturally, he would not let those few buffoons escape unscathed before his departure. At that moment, he arrived at the entrance of a vast courtyard, clearly belonging to a wealthy family. It was none other than the residence of the town chief, Yin Shuang. "Please, spare me," a voice cried out, filled with anguish. Lin Fan, now possessing heightened spiritual awareness due to his refined cultivation, faintly heard a sorrowful weeping from afar. He also noticed that the surrounding households were devoid of any figures, likely having moved away due to unbearable circumstances. Just as he prepared to step inside, a filthy little beggar unexpectedly emerged from the previously empty street. Lin Fan was taken aback, supported by a cultivation family. The townsfolk of Yin family town lived more prosperously than ordinary people, so how could there be a beggar? The little beggar, appearing around 12 or 13 years of age, had a face and hands so grimy they were nearly unrecognizable, and her tattered clothing was stained with dirt. What struck Lin Fan most were the scars on her face, resembling centipedes crawling across her features, giving her a somewhat grotesque appearance. "Do not go in there. It is dangerous," she warned before swiftly darting away. Lin Fan shook his head, dismissing the encounter from his thoughts. Upon entering the courtyard, he was immediately enveloped by an inexplicable chill. "I hate it. I hate it so much," the voice echoed once more. Lin Fan stifled the goosebumps rising on his skin, muttering to himself, "What kind of ghost or spirit could frighten me? A practitioner of the 5th layer of qi refinement." Upon careful observation, he discerned that the voice emanated from a well nestled in the corner of the courtyard. Taking a deep breath, he approached the well. "Please, spare me." A clear and hauntingly soft female voice resonated in his ears, as though whispered directly beside him. He could almost feel the cold breath of the speaker. And when he abruptly turned, he found nothing but emptiness. Namo Amit Ba, may the blessings of the heavens be upon me, Lin Fan murmured to himself, bolstering his resolve. Subsequently, with a flick of his sleeve, he summoned the Soul banner. The spectral banner fluttered in the wind, rapidly extending to over 10 feet in length. Hovering above the well's mouth, Lin Fan formed intricate hand seals, invoking the innate magic of the soul banner. It emitted a plethora of black radiance, enveloping the well's entrance, accompanied by an imperceptible force of attraction. Moments later, a white figure emerged at the well's edge, revealing the faint visage of a strikingly beautiful woman. I am filled with hatred, an overwhelming desire for vengeance. As the white shadow emerged from the well, its wails turned piercingly shrill. No, I seek retribution. I want him dead. Lin Fan continued his incantations, calling out, enter the soul banner. What grievances do you harbor? If it lies within my power, I shall avenge you. I want him dead. I want him dead. The white figure, seemingly oblivious to Lin Fan's words, had its eyes subtly tinged with red, shedding 2 streams of crimson tears. The spirit, evidently wronged in its past life, had become beyond the reach of communication. Lin Fan ceased his verbal entreaties, accelerating the speed of his hand seals. As his spiritual energy surged into the soul banner with reckless abandon, the black mist surrounding the soul banner thickened, forming chains that ensnared the white figure, gradually pulling it toward the banner. A flicker of hope ignited within Lin Fan. He released his spiritual energy without restraint. According to the banner's description, perhaps the spirit had not existed long enough to fully harness its late-stage refinement abilities. If too much time passed, it would surely become a challenge beyond his capacity. Just as the white figure was on the brink of being entirely drawn into the soul banner, Lin Fan heard the sound of hushed voices outside the courtyard, causing a slight shift in his expression. 3 figures appeared at the entrance, a young man clad in opulent attire, flanked by 2 middle-aged men. Uncle Yun, Uncle Sean. I told you my presence here would not resolve the issue. Why must you insist I come? The young man scoffed. Do not presume I am unaware. This matter originated with you. Indeed, the one who unties the knot must be the one who tied it, Jiming. Though this spirit is fierce, you need not fear with both of us at your side, especially since we have borrowed that item from the Yu family. Yin Jiping. Lin Fan's heart sank as he recognized the voice of the leading youth. It was a curious coincidence that he had arrived at this location, accompanied by none other than Yin Shan and Yin Yun, both of whom were at the 6th level of Qi refinement. For a moment, Lin Fan hesitated. The spirit was on the verge of being captured within the soul banner. Is someone there? If he had not been prepared, he might have already been exposed. The white figure was but a step away from the soul banner, and Lin Fan was ready to summon all his strength. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A piercing shriek erupted from the female specter, its aura intensifying several-fold. The white figure exhibited a strange crimson hue, exerting itself fiercely, and the chains of black mist binding it shattered one by one. This is bad. Lin Fan felt a backlash, a surge of blood erupting from his mouth. The figure of the female ghost bizarrely vanished from sight, reappearing before Yin Jiping in the next instant. I want you dead. The blood-red nails swiftly elongated to several inches. And in her terror, she clawed fiercely. Yin Jiping was frozen in place, pale and speechless. Beside him, Yin Yun and Yin Shan were equally startled. But their reactions were swift. How dare you? Yin Yun retaliated by summoning a long sword, swinging it fiercely, while Yin Shan's right hand gleamed like jade, emitting a faint glow as he hurled it towards the crimson-clad specter. However, their attacks proved to be as futile as striking paper, failing to inflict any harm on the apparition, which instead retaliated with a heavy blow, sending them crashing against the courtyard wall. Taking advantage of the moment, Yin Jiping fled to the courtyard's exterior, bewildered as he surveyed the unfolding chaos. Could this spirit truly be so ferocious? Both Yin Yun and Yin Shan spat blood, suppressing their internal injuries, exchanging glances that revealed their mutual astonishment. You seek death, Yin Shan grimaced, retrieving a small bell the size of a palm. Do you think my Yin family is powerless against you? We merely wish to subdue you, since that is no longer feasible. As he spoke, he gently shook the bell, and an enchanting chime resonated, imbued with an extraordinary power. The female ghost, who was about to pounce, suddenly froze in place as if struck by lightning, trembling uncontrollably moments later. Even her crimson hue began to fade. Observing this, Yin Jiping returned to the courtyard, realizing his earlier flight had been shameful. A woman so ungrateful, even in death, she finds no peace. This soul-subduing bell is specifically designed to vanquish spirits like you. Soon, your soul will be scattered, leaving no chance for reincarnation. Uncle Yun hastened to eliminate her. Chapter 12. A grand gift, how infuriating. So close. Lin Fan tossed a healing pill into his mouth, sensing danger and preparing to flee. His spiritual energy was severely depleted, and with his injuries. If those two managed to subdue the female ghost, he might truly meet his end here. He never anticipated that the Yin family possessed such treasures. To his dismay, Yin Jiping pursued him. Who are you, and why do you skulk about my Yin family? Noticing Lin Fan's current weakness, and recalling how close he had come to subduing the ghost, a fiery glimmer sparked in his eyes. With a chilling laugh, he added, "That artifact of yours is quite impressive. May I take a closer look?" This type of treasure was unfamiliar to him, yet he was certain it held considerable value. When Lin Fan remained silent, Yin Jiping snorted, lightly flicking his fingers to unleash several beams of spiritual energy, sealing Lin Fan's escape route. Left with no choice, Lin Fan was compelled to engage in combat. Soon, he realized that though Yin Jiping possessed cultivation, his combat experience was inferior to his own, and he quickly found himself at a disadvantage under Lin Fan's onslaught. It turned out he was nothing but a paper tiger. In truth, Lin Fan overlooked that after mastering his technique, his spiritual energy was significantly more robust than that of his peers. Yin Jiping seethed with rage, unable to refute under the pressure. "I merely need to hold you off until that ghost is dealt with. Then I shall have you kneel and present your artifact with both hands." However, at that moment, a cry more tragic than before echoed through the air. In the courtyard, the small bell in Yin Yun's hand shattered in response. Following that, two furious roars mingled with screams of despair erupted. How could this be possible? Yin Jiping gazed back in disbelief, his expression a mask of shock. Suddenly, a flash of azure light caught his attention, and he felt a chilling sensation at his neck. A swift wind blade sliced through the air, narrowly missing his throat. Clang! A radiant light flickered at Yin Jiping's chest, deflecting the wind blade. He felt a pang of fear as he retrieved a shattered pendant from his chest, his countenance darkening as he gritted his teeth. "My protective pendant. You shall pay for this." Seeing his attack fail, Lin Fan cursed inwardly and was about to strike again when he noticed a bloodied figure rushing towards him. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. At that moment, Yin Yun was drenched in blood, his arm severed, and the first-tier mid-grade magical tool in his hand had been broken into two pieces, the scene utterly grim. "Uncle Yun, what of Uncle Shan?" Yin Jiping hurriedly inquired. "Humph, Yin Shan is dead. If it weren't for that female ghost seemingly bound to this courtyard, I would not have survived," Yin Yun replied, his face as pale as paper. He pressed a few points to seal the blood flow from his wounds and added, "This incident arose from you, resulting in the loss of another 6th-layer strongman for our family. I shall report this truthfully to the clan leader. Had it not been for Yin Kuen's favor, I would have struck you already. Since their clan lost a 9th-layer chi refining uncle a year ago, only Yin Qin remained among those in the later stages of chi refinement, and the clan's strength had waned significantly. The death of a 6th-layer clan member was undoubtedly a grievous blow. Uncle Yun, this individual harbors secrets. Not to mention that small banner emanating dark energy is a treasure. If we acquire it, we could certainly subdue that female ghost, which would at least bolster our strength in the later stages of chi refinement," Yin Jiping asserted eagerly. Upon hearing his words, Yin Yun fell silent for a moment, his initial anger somewhat dissipating. With a cold snort, he refrained from verbalizing his thoughts but inwardly acknowledged the merit of Yin Jiping's proposition. He turned his considerable bulk and pursued Lin Fan. At that moment, Lin Fan remained silent, occasionally consuming pills to restore his spiritual energy. Given his current state, he had no confidence against the combined might of the two pursuers. However, Yin Hai was undoubtedly injured and could not sustain a prolonged chase. His greatest concern was the possibility of the enemy summoning clan reinforcements, yet so far, he had seen none. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and he altered his course, fleeing towards the west. After a while, he led his two pursuers back to the vicinity of the Green Pool waterfall. At this point, Yin Yun let out a cold laugh. "I understand his intentions now. There resides a first tier by Shui crocodile here. The family has refrained from dealing with it in preparation for cultivating a beast tamer in the future. Does he think our Yin family has lingered here without discerning the territorial conditions?" Ahead, Lin Fan suddenly slowed his pace, cautiously walking along the edge of the pool while keeping a vigilant watch on the water. Indeed, it wasn't long before the Bai Shui crocodile surfaced. Without even a glance at Yin Hai and the others, he unleashed a barrage of water arrows directed at Lin Fan. With a series of clangs, a bone shield emerged before Lin Fan, deflecting the water arrows aside. What a treasure! A fleeting glimmer of greed flashed in Yin Jiping's eyes. To him, this mysterious individual was akin to a veritable trove. Despite the loss of a 6th-layer chi cultivator, capturing him would yield far greater rewards. How intriguing! Yin Yun observed the scene with a cold smirk. Seeing Lin Fan's pallid expression alleviated some of his previous irritation. It appeared that this young man had not anticipated that he would inadvertently bring about his own downfall. With the beast engaging, they were content to watch the spectacle unfold, provided the creature did not consume both Lin Fan and his artifact in one go. After a failed attack, The Bihue crocodile hesitated to advance, its small eyes fixed intently on Lin Fan. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, wielding the bone shield, faced the two men and the beast while slowly retreating. Yun and his companion advanced cautiously, remaining vigilant against the beast. When Lin Fan found himself near the rock face, he realized there was no path left to escape. "I warned you that I would make you kneel and beg," Yun Qingyao said, his expression somewhat sinister. "Quickly surrender all your treasures. Sparing you is out of the question, but I might consider granting you a swift end." Despite his words, he had already resolved to make this individual suffer in retribution for the destruction of his treasure. At that moment, Lin Fan formed a hand seal, sending 3 fireballs soaring forward. 2 of them flew towards either side, easily evaded. A battle of trapped beasts. Yun Qingyao licked his lips. It was foolish to strike simultaneously at both sides in such a situation. However, the third fireball, which they perceived as misdirected, struck the shore between them, where only a few weeds grew. Boom! The flames instantly ignited a large patch of 3-leaf clovers, and a thick white mist rapidly spread outward with the fire. "A splendid gift for you." The white mist swiftly enveloped the unsuspecting 2 men and the beast. Chapter 13. Eliminating threats, preparing for home invasion. Trivial tricks. Jipeng, retreat quickly. Facing the sudden turn of events, Yin Shan was initially startled, fearing the white mist might be toxic. However, he soon realized there was no cause for alarm. Despite this, Yin Shan instinctively urged Yin Jipeng to retreat. At that moment, a flash of yellow light appeared, and a pale yellow barrier enveloped both men and the Bihue crocodile, resembling an inverted bowl. The bone shield Lin Fan had thrown now hovered above the heads of the 2 men and the beast, its protective aura emanating from it. "This is the first time I'm deploying the protective technique of this artifact after deep refinement," Lin Fan murmured. It bore some resemblance to the formation compass used by Yun Qingyao that day. The difference lay in the fact that the shield's barrier would not last more than 10 breaths. Should it be breached by a powerful force beforehand, the shield would develop cracks until it ultimately disintegrated. Within the barrier, the white mist rapidly expanded, soon obscuring the view of the interior. In ordinary circumstances, it would have been effortless for Yin Hai and his companion to delay the inevitable demise of the azure water crocodile, even if they could not vanquish it. However, at this moment, following a brief interlude of calm, the yellow shield suddenly rippled violently, evidently under assault. Lin Fan's lips turned pale. He strained to envelop them within a protective barrier, nearly exhausting the little spiritual energy he had painstakingly regained. After 5 or 6 breaths, the radiance of the shield gradually waned until it dissipated, revealing the scene within. Even though Lin Fan had braced himself for the sight, his brows furrowed upon witnessing the grotesque tableau. It was utterly bizarre. At this juncture, the beast had emerged onto the shore, ensnared by 2 bare figures engaged in indecorous acts. The azure water crocodile, its eyes vacant, rolled over, pinning Yin Hai beneath its massive form, crushing him mercilessly. A series of brief, harrowing screams ensued, and just like that, a cultivator of the 6th layer of qi refinement was crushed to death. Yin Jipeng's gaze flickered momentarily with clarity upon hearing the cries, but soon succumbed to confusion once more. Lin Fan, frowning, stepped forward and beckoned, extracting an item from Yin Jipeng's waist with a wave of his hand. It was astonishing how the Yin family indulged Yin Jipeng. He possessed a storage bag that neither Yin Yun nor Yin Hai had. In his current state, Yin Jipeng was oblivious to his surroundings. It would have been effortless to eliminate him. Yet, such an act would be too merciful. Seated cross-legged above the waterfall, Lin Fan observed as Yin Jipeng was dragged into the depths, punctuated by intermittent cries of agony. Upon examining the contents of the storage bag, he found little beyond 200 spirit stones and a slender, mid-grade sword, seemingly suited for a woman's use. Remarkably, it had yet to be refined, otherwise Yin Jipeng would not have been in such a dire predicament. Unbeknownst to him, this sword was originally intended as a gift for Yun Qingyao, but had been set aside after her rejection. After a brief interval, the azure water crocodile swallowed the 2 men whole and submerged once more. Ding. Utilizing intelligence to eliminate potential threats. Intelligence value, 20. Current intelligence points, 23. Lin Fan's heart leapt with joy. The Yin family had suffered the loss of 3 key members in quick succession, which would undoubtedly have significant repercussions. He pondered whether he might still have the opportunity to reclaim the female ghost. After a moment of reflection, he summoned the system panel and declared, "Exchange intelligence. 1. Su Tianzheng from Ziyang sect is bringing external foundation-building elders to thoroughly investigate the matter concerning Yun Qingyao at the Yin family, expected to arrive within 3 days. 2. By your hand, the azure water crocodile has consumed 2 cultivators, resulting in a decrease in its hatred towards you. 3. The Yin family's medicinal garden, having been meticulously tended, boasts a flourishing crop this season, ripe for harvesting. Stop exchanging." Lin Fan scowled at the panel displaying the remaining 17 intelligence points. Aside from the first entry, the other two pieces of information were of little consequence, confirming that extensive exchanges of intelligence in a short span were indeed futile. Otherwise, these points would be wasted. It was said that Yun Qingyao did not report to the sect and had no intention of further investigation. So why were there still visitors? Lin Fan was perplexed. He secretly mused that the Yin family was truly unbearable. Wait a moment. Lin Fan suddenly paused, pondering an idea. How could Yin Yun and Yin Shan encounter such a calamity without calling for powerful reinforcements? Coupled with the previous information regarding the spiritual vein, could it be that the Yin family had already mobilized their entire force, leaving these two as the last remaining high-level cultivators? If that were the case, the Yin family would be left vulnerable. The thought of this made Lin Fan's heart race with anticipation as he licked his lips. However, if he lost this gamble, the consequences would be dire. After a fierce internal struggle, he resolved to take the risk. Fortune favors the bold. If successful, the Yin family would have no chance to pursue the matter 3 days hence. They would have to consider the survival of their clan. After a brief moment of meditation to fully restore his spiritual energy, he first returned to the location of the female ghost, previously thwarted by Yin Jiping and others. He hoped that this time, undisturbed, he might achieve his goal, significantly increasing his chances of success. Yet, to his disappointment, the female ghost was now inaccessible. Remaining outside the courtyard was manageable, but once he approached, she would enter a frenzied state, rendering his Soul banner ineffective. The courtyard was in disarray. Fortunately, it seemed that an invisible force prevented the ghost from stepping outside, or else the entire mortal town would have suffered. Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings. Aside from a few mortals watching from a distance, no one from the Yin family appeared to investigate. This solidified his conviction. The Yin family was indeed internally weakened. As anticipated, the summit of Fire Spirit Mountain was a massive platform, as if a peak had been forcibly sheared away by some magical power. At this moment, an elderly man clad in Yin family attire paced anxiously in the main hall, surrounded by the core members of the Yin family. Has the news spread? He inquired. Reporting to the elder, the young master and 2 elders' life tokens have shattered. An urgent message has been sent to the family head, but their return will likely take another 2 days, given the distance. One of the middle-aged men replied, panic evident in his voice. How could the 3 of them encounter danger with their cultivation levels within the clan? Could it be that other families have learned of our vulnerabilities and attacked? At present, the highest cultivation within the Yin family consisted of only 2 6th-layer Qi refiners, including the 3 elders, with the rest merely at the 5th layer. Do not panic. The only way to silently infiltrate the family's great formation would require an array master or someone whose cultivation far exceeds the Qi refining stage. Is that possible? I suspect there may have been an issue with the life tokens, perhaps a misunderstanding, the 3rd elder stated solemnly. Though he knew it was improbable for all life tokens to malfunction simultaneously, he felt compelled to calm the crowd. As for the Yin Soul, given their current predicament, it was best not to concern themselves with it. Just to be safe, gather all core family members to the mountain. What about the Yin family town and the alchemists? One individual hesitantly asked. When will you cease to think of them? If you desire, you may depart at this very moment. I shall not impede your exit. The individual displayed a bitter expression, falling silent. By the way, where are the remaining few with the highest cultivation in the Yin family? They are currently tending to the medicinal garden, my lord. Summon them back. I wish to consolidate our strength to prevent being defeated one by one. The medicinal garden is protected by a formation, so there should be no cause for concern. Understood. Chapter 14. The Plunder at Fire Spirit Mountain, within the Alchemy District. No one possessed the inclination to concoct elixirs. Instead, they gathered in small clusters, engaged in fervent discussions. What has transpired with the Yin family that they have barred our exit from this place? Several key figures are unreachable, and all other members of the Yin clan have been summoned to the mountain. I have heard that the malevolent spirit previously contained within Yin town has completely gone mad, breaking free from the Yin family's control. This morning, a commoner witnessed a copious amount of pus and blood in the courtyard. What strength does that malevolent spirit possess? Can even the 8th layer Qi refinement patriarch of the Yin clan not handle it? Are we not in grave danger here? Not at all. I have heard that other cultivation families in the vicinity have united to attack. If that is the case, it is somewhat reassuring. At least our lives are not in jeopardy. Worst case, we shall simply join another family for alchemy. Su Li's complexion darkened as she listened to the surrounding discourse, her heart heavy with anxiety. Since last night, she has been unable to contact Yin Yun. What on earth is happening? He has just risen to prominence within the Yin family. With a promising future ahead, he would naturally wish to avoid any mishap. Although, as a first-tier mid-grade alchemist, she would receive respect elsewhere. All her connections, cultivated over the years through various means, are tied to the Yin family. She does not wish to spend her life merely as an alchemical tool. Cease spreading rumors. Return to your alchemy chambers. If there is news, the Yin family will naturally inform us, Su Li declared coldly. Although many were dissatisfied, none dared to challenge her, for her status had significantly changed. As the crowd dispersed, Su Li resolved to leave the alchemy district alone and venture to the mountaintop. Unlike them, I have a bright future ahead. I cannot afford any misfortune. However, she soon spotted a figure clad in black robes, exuding a formidable aura as they swiftly ascended the mountain. The individual, masked, cast a fleeting glance at Su Li, a flash of menace in their eyes, causing her heart to tremble and her resolve to waver. Why is there only one person attacking? Though their visage was obscured, there was something eerily familiar about their stature. The mountaintop is where the direct descendants of the Yin family reside. Although Lin Fan had not visited often, he was still well acquainted with the path to the medicinal garden. Yet now, standing outside the garden, he felt a sense of confusion. Before arriving, he had prepared to flee from the Yin family at the first sign of trouble. However, he encountered negligible resistance on his way, merely incapacitating a few unskilled servants. At this moment, apart from a brilliantly glowing barrier emanating from the main hall, there were no signs of any cultivators. Nevertheless, he decided not to dwell on it. Lingering here was an increase in peril. Observing the pale blue shield before him, he grasped Yin Jiping's small sword and struck with all his might. Indeed, not even a ripple was stirred before being repelled. This protective formation is evidently beyond my current cultivation to breach. Subsequently, he approached the northwest corner of the intelligence office, scrutinizing the array with meticulous attention. Yet, he discerned no discrepancies, as both color and fluctuations mirrored those of other locations. Lin Fan steadfastly believed in the accuracy of the intelligence. Taking a deep breath, he launched a vigorous assault on the grand array, shifting his focus from one point to another in search of a weakness. Within the main hall of the Yin family, an elder grasped an array disc. His countenance darkened as he observed a red dot upon it. The attack had indeed commenced, now targeting the medicinal garden. Had I not summoned you all, it is likely that several of you would have already met your demise. Beside him, another practitioner at the 6th level of Qi refinement looked on with a sense of relief. Elder, what shall we do? Shall we simply allow them to pillage the medicinal garden? The elder scoffed derisively. That grand array is not so easily breached. Unless there are more than 5 at the late stage of Qi refinement or 1 at the pinnacle, it stands resolute. However, his words trailed off as he stared blankly at the arrayed disc, witnessing a bright point gradually fading. Water sunflower, azure spirit herb, yellow essence. Lin Fan was recklessly tossing herbs into his storage pouch one after another. Under thorough examination, he indeed uncovered a vulnerable point in the formation, striking down with his sword and shattering the entire medicinal garden array. Unexpectedly, in addition to the materials for the gathering essence pill and 2 other types of elixirs, he discovered numerous other herbs, each of considerable value. Before long, Yin Jiping's storage pouch, measuring a square yard, was filled to the brim. Yet only a small portion of the spiritual herbs from the garden had been harvested. Infuriating, he cursed Yin Qingyao for his stinginess, lamenting that even his precious son was not provided with a larger storage pouch. He then meticulously sorted through the herbs once more, selecting only those of high value and great age. After reorganizing, he gathered the remaining herbs and hurled several fireballs at them. Instantly, the entire medicinal garden was engulfed in flames. Having thoroughly offended the Yin family, he felt no fear of further repercussions. Ding! According to intelligence, herb resources obtained. Intelligence points, 15. Current intelligence points, 32. Lin Fan was elated and departed swiftly. Until his exit, within the main hall of the Yin family, dozens of core clan members remained stationed, none daring to venture outside. The ease with which the medicinal garden's grand array was breached indicated that no single force could achieve such a feat. Could it be that they had united to annihilate the Yin family? The third elder and others wore expressions of near despair. Did they not fear repercussions from the Xiang sect? However, the formidable families that instilled dread had yet to arrive. It was not until the following night that Yin Qingyao finally reappeared, prompting tears of relief among the gathered individuals. Patriarch, you have returned at last. They hastily deactivated the main hall's array and surrounded Yin Qingyao. Patriarch, have you repelled the intruding families? Yin Qingyao, already fraught with anxiety, furrowed his brow tighter at the inquiry. Which families have intruded? What is the situation? Are you saying that you all stood idly by while the other party wreaked havoc on the medicinal garden without even discerning who they were? Upon hearing the descriptions from several individuals, Yin Qingyao felt a wave of darkness wash over him. The elder, who considered himself Yin Qingyang's uncle by virtue of their familial hierarchy, expressed his discontent, believing his actions were justified. Master of the house, that is not how it should be articulated. Those who dare to breach our defenses are certainly beyond our capacity to withstand. Inquiring about the few servants who had encountered Lin Fan, Yun Qingyao was infuriated to learn that there was but a single assailant. There must have been a flaw in the array, otherwise. Do you think I would have stationed guards there for no reason? He had been aware of the missing materials required for the array months prior, but had postponed addressing the issue due to the scarcity of those materials. It was reasonable to assume that few were privy to this information. Yun Qingyao immediately turned to a few trusted confidants behind him, pondering if there was a traitor among them. Although news of the Yin family's medicinal garden being pillaged single-handedly was largely contained, it did not escape the attention of the alchemists. It is truly a delightful turn of events. Those vile leeches of the Yin family have finally met their match. Hush! Silence! Never mention this in front of the Yin family. The mysterious intruder evoked little animosity among the people. Rather, they felt a sense of admiration. After all, aside from plundering the Yin family, he had committed no transgressions against them or the townsfolk. The Yin family could only flaunt their power in front of us. They have encountered a formidable adversary this time. I would dearly love to meet this individual. We, as cultivators, ought to aspire to such valor. Suli pondered the familiar feeling from that moment, her curiosity intensifying. Who could this person possibly be? Only Song Hui gazed at the still-closed stone chamber door, a remarkable thought flashing through his mind, which he swiftly dismissed. Chapter 15. Xiao Huan and Meng Yin. 2 days later, the orchestrator of all these events, Lin Fan, strolled through the streets of Yin family town. Remarkably, the individuals within the town, the common folk, were least affected by the incident. They continued their daily lives, blissfully unaware that they had already been forsaken by the Yin family. As Lin Fan searched for something along the street, he muttered to himself, I had initially intended to escape the moment I finished my task, but now Yun Qingyao and the others have returned. I hope they don't play tricks on me. He had no intention of waiting for the arrival of the Ziyang sect. Remaining here would render his chances of being accepted into the sect, as per Song Hui's assertions, virtually non-existent. Conversely, should they discover his involvement in the matter concerning Yun Qingyao, it would spell disaster for him. Just as he was about to depart, he casually exchanged for a piece of intelligence, the contents of which left him utterly astonished. Xiao Huan, the beggar in Yin family town, possesses a heavenly spiritual root. Although he had never encountered one, the mere mention of its illustrious reputation was enough to astound him, given his own 5 elemental roots. It was almost unfathomable to conceive the speed at which a practitioner with a heavenly spiritual root could cultivate. Previously, Song Hui had mentioned that those who made significant contributions to the Ziyang sect could bypass customary entry requirements. If introducing a practitioner with a heavenly spiritual root to the sect did not qualify as a significant contribution, he could hardly fathom what else might. This is also the reason why he risked remaining in the Yin family. Furthermore, upon receiving this intelligence, he instantly recalled the little beggar he had encountered that night. His intuition told him it was that child. However, the system failed to provide the specific location of this small ring. Yin family town was not small, and finding a person was not an easy task. He had searched for quite a while, and a sense of urgency began to gnaw at him. How could the Yin family, which conducted annual spiritual root screenings for these mortals, have overlooked a celestial root? This left Lin Fan perplexed. A newly opened Baozi shop on the street exuded steam, and the alluring aroma wafted throughout the avenue. The little beggar, crouched nearby, displayed a longing in her eyes, yearning to draw closer, yet apprehensive of being chased away. Move along, you ugly wretch. What are you doing here begging again? Did we not tell you to stay away? You're filthy. The shopkeeper's child, accompanied by a group of playful friends, quickly surrounded her. It's you again. My father says it's because you keep wandering over to that female ghost, bringing back unclean things, that his business has been suffering. Be careful, Huzi, she's filthy. Don't touch her, you might get sick. The surrounding vendors issued warnings, but did not intervene. I believe the immortals should issue a decree to prohibit these out-of-towners from entering. There were never any beggars in our Yin family before. The little beggar's tattered clothing was soiled, her hair knotted into strands, rendering her original appearance nearly unrecognizable. Having grown accustomed to her plight, she picked up a broken bowl from the ground and timidly shuffled a few steps toward the corner. However, Huzi and his group relentlessly cornered her into a narrow, dim alleyway, encircling her while shouting incessantly. At this moment, Lin Fan, now clad in a blue robe, glanced at the little beggar in the corner and felt a sense of relief. Approaching the Baozi shop, he said, Boss, I'll take 2 baskets of meat buns. Sir, do not let your sympathy overflow. If you give that beggar something, she might never leave this place, the owner remarked, discerning Lin Fan's intentions. Lin Fan chuckled softly and said nothing, carrying the buns toward the corner. As he merely exuded a hint of aura, the surrounding children were instantly frightened and scattered. Are you hungry, Xiao Huan? Lin Fan smiled, waving the buns in front of her. Xiao Huan's eyes widened in surprise as she called out her name, astonished. Hesitantly glancing between the buns and Lin Fan, she ultimately succumbed to her hunger and accepted them. watching the little beggar devour the food ravenously. Lin Fan was finally certain that this was the person he had been searching for. He wondered what trials this little one had endured while wandering here. Come with me. Once you cultivate into an immortal, you will no longer have to live in fear. To his surprise, Xiao Huan shook her head vigorously. This time, it was Lin Fan who was astonished. You do not wish to become a celestial being who can soar through the skies and traverse the earth? Xiao Huan hesitated, and for the first time spoke. Xiao Huan wants to stay here with the young lady. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications of the conversation. Are you referring to the spirit of the young lady residing in that courtyard? Through their dialogue, he learned that the spirit's name was Meng Yan, a noblewoman from a town several hundred miles away. 2 years prior, due to her family's decline, she had sought refuge with her aunt in Yin Chuang's household in Yin family town, accompanied by her maid, Xiao Huan. Initially, their arrival was met with tranquility. But unbeknownst to them, the couple, Yin Chuang and his wife, conspired to please Yin Jiping. After their attempts to persuade Meng Yan to yield her body were in vain, they resorted to drugging her and offering her to him. Astonishingly, Meng Yan's own aunt colluded in this heinous act. Ultimately, she was subjected to cruel torment leading to her demise, her body cast into a well, which set forth a chain of events thereafter. Lin Fan silently condemned the vile actions of the Yin couple, who had met their end at the hands of Meng Yan's spirit. Yet he felt that Yin Jiping's fate was too lenient. With a sense of urgency, he and Xiao Huan made their way towards the small courtyard. Curiosity piquing his interest, why is it that Miss Meng Yan cannot leave that place? She is the kindest person I have ever known, Xiao Huan replied. She fears losing control and harming innocent mortals. Thus, she has imposed a self-restriction. Lin Fan was deeply moved. Even in her tragic state, she still expressed concern for others. He sighed softly, wondering if Meng Yan would regret her decision upon learning of Xiao Huan's plight. They were not inherently wicked. They were merely terrified of the young lady. My injuries are self-inflicted, Xiao Huan confessed, for I feared being recognized and captured by malevolent individuals. Lin Fan first led Xiao Huan to an inn to wash up and change into a clean set of clothes. From his storage pouch, he retrieved a bottle of restorative elixir. Xiao Huan, please take this. It is a recovery pill. Although it is of low grade, it remains effective for cultivators, and even more so for mortals. Without questioning, Xiao Huan obediently consumed the potion. Before long, the bruises that had marred her body for years began to fade, and the scars on her face sprouted small flesh buds. While complete restoration was unattainable, her appearance improved significantly. The young girl transformed, her delicate features radiating beauty. Even as the remnants of her past injuries could not entirely conceal her charm, Lin Fan realized that Xiao Huan's concerns were not unfounded. Upon discovering she was not merely 12 or 13, but rather 16 years old, he was taken aback, for she appeared exceedingly frail. Brother Lin Fan, can you truly take the young lady away with you? Xiao Huan's eyes sparkled with hope upon hearing the news. I will do my utmost. If you can soothe her spirit, it is indeed quite possible, Lin Fan replied, suddenly feeling a sense of disorientation. Both Xiao Huan and Meng Yan had endured such profound suffering, yet his intention was to use their plight for his own ends, which felt fundamentally wrong. He sensed that both girls were excessively gentle and kind-hearted, and that the path of cultivation may not necessarily be suitable for them. Hurry, Brother Lin Fan. Xiao Huan cheerfully tugged at the increasingly reluctant Lin Fan. Elation filled her heart. This was the happiest day she had experienced in 3 years. As they approached the familiar courtyard, Lin Fan noted that many acquaintances were present. Numerous alchemists have gathered here. Chapter 16, Subjugation. Outside the courtyard, a considerable assembly has formed, consisting mostly of alchemists from the alchemy district, along with a handful of disciples and guards from the Yin family. They appear to be tasked with maintaining vigilance over the small estate. Among them are Song Hui, Su Li, Hu Bin, and others. Hu Bin expressed his discontent, remarking on how the Yin family perceives them, even going so far as to deploy such security measures. Keep your voice down, don't let them hear you. It's merely because most of the personnel have been dispatched to pursue that mysterious cultivator. Do you truly wish to join the hunting party? Hu Bin shuddered at the mention of the enigmatic figure, realizing that being sent after him would be tantamount to courting death. Although the Yin family claimed the incident at the herb garden was a mere coincidence, could they, as early-stage Qi cultivators, possibly deter someone bold enough to infiltrate the Yin family? Indeed, this ghostly figure may have frightful rumors surrounding her, yet as long as she does not enter the courtyard, we should be safe. Moreover, has the Yin family not stated that we are exempt from our alchemical duties for a month? Let us not complain, another remarked. Humph. Even if they do not exempt us, do they still have herbs to refine? Hu Bin muttered. It is amusing that the Yin family claims this intruder hails from within their ranks. I suspect they are simply too ashamed to acknowledge their inadequate formations, allowing an outsider to slip in unnoticed. Among the cultivators within the Yin family, aside from their own, we alchemists are the only ones present. What does this imply? Are they merely mocking us? One quietly complained. Upon hearing this, a figure suddenly crossed Hu Bin's mind. He then spotted a silhouette in green attire, leading a young girl. Emerging from the throng, he instinctively recoiled. Lin Fan stealthily approached Song Hui and spoke candidly. Brother Song, if possible, it would be wise to leave this place of turmoil as soon as you can. Song Hui was taken aback to see Lin Fan, who had vanished for several days, reappear and utter such perplexing words. Yet, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Lin Fan could not possibly be the person he feared, otherwise he would not brazenly show himself. He refrained from answering, instead gesturing toward the young girl beside Lin Fan. Little brother Lin, I haven't seen you in a while. Who is this? Lin Fan shook his head, offering no explanation. Their conversation reached its natural conclusion, and he could not compel others to act in a certain way. He maneuvered with the girl toward the front of the crowd. The gathering of so many people was unexpected, but the matter concerning Meng Yin could no longer be delayed. Lin Fan. Su Li also took note of him. His appearance inexplicably stirred a sense of annoyance within her. She cast a disdainful glance at the little girl he was holding. So, you have this peculiar inclination? No sooner had she spoken than a murderous glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. With a swift motion of his sleeve, a streak of azure light cut through the air. In an instant, Su Li's entire right arm was severed, and few witnessed the event unfold. Su Li stared in disbelief at her gushing wound. Her countenance frozen in terror. Spending 25 points to elevate the wind blade to its pinnacle level had indeed rendered its speed unrivaled. Although the points have dwindled to a mere 5, it is undoubtedly worthwhile. Su Li's repeated provocations, had it not been for my reluctance to kill before Xiao Huan, her head would have already rolled. What is going on? A cultivator from the Yin family rushed over to the blockade ahead, only to be swiftly dispatched by Lin Fan with but a few kicks, crashing heavily against the wall of a nearby house, unable to rise again. Is that not the useless spirit root Lin Fan? How could he possess such strength? To dare commit murder in broad daylight and even assault the Yin family's guards, this is the end for him. At this moment, Su Li felt a sharp pain in her arm, yet she was gripped tightly by the throat, unable to utter a sound, much like a captured duck. Song Hui stood agape, staring at the once cared-for little cultivator, now rendered utterly incomprehensible to him. From this moment forth, anyone who steps through the courtyard gate shall die. Lin Fan cast a cold glance back at the crowd, leading Xiao Huan inside. After all, the events here could not remain concealed. There was no need for him to hide. Hu Bin, who had been closely monitoring the situation, felt cold sweat trickling down his back as he silently shouted in his heart. It is him. It must be him. His cultivation has grown stronger. As Lin Fan entered the courtyard, he was indeed greeted by a familiar chilling aura. Suddenly, the soul of Meng Yin, clad in red, burst forth from the well, enveloped in a swirling mass of crimson mist. I hate him. I want him dead. Miss, it is I, Xiao Huan. Xiao Huan suddenly collapsed to her knees, clutching a hairpin tightly, tears streaming down her face. Miss, it is Xiao Huan's failure. I was watching everything from outside the room, yet I was too frightened to make a sound. I was so terrified that I lacked even the courage to protect you. Please do not harm the big brother. He is a good person. The figure in red paused, and the hollow depths of her eyes regained a flicker of clarity as she slowly approached Xiao Huan. Miss. Xiao Huan began, but was abruptly lifted by an inexplicable force. Dried blood tears still clung to the corners of Meng Yan's eyes. Yet her expression softened as she gently shook her head at Xiao Huan. Miss, the big brother has a way to help you leave this place. Come with us. Xiao Huan looked towards Lin Fan. However, at that moment, Lin Fan felt a pang of concern in his heart. He had not anticipated that Miss Meng Yin could retain her consciousness. If she were to be confined within the soul banner, maintaining her current state of awareness would be impossible. After all, this treasure was designed to contain souls for weaponization. Big brother? Xiao Huan inquired, bewildered. Lin Fan summoned the soul banner, which swiftly expanded in the wind, stating, Miss Meng Yin, those who harmed you have been dealt with, but to be candid, this treasure can indeed contain you, yet maintaining your current clarity of mind may prove difficult. His expression was one of earnestness. Although he could have chosen to conceal this matter, he opted for transparency. Big brother, Xiao Huan exclaimed in distress, wanting to say something, but Meng Yin gently patted her shoulder. In a somewhat hoarse voice, she spoke. I have never regarded Xiao Huan as a mere servant. She is my sister. My only family. If you promise to ensure her safety, then entering your treasure to serve you is of no consequence. Meng Yan's voice was remarkably gentle, devoid of her previous ferocity. Lin Fan replied earnestly, Xiao Huan possesses a celestial spirit root. Should she wish to cultivate, I shall guide her to the Ziyang sect. If she does not desire this path, I will ensure she lives a prosperous mortal life. He spoke with utmost sincerity. Miss Meng Yan, your current power is indeed beneficial to me, but should I ever possess the ability to assist you in reincarnation, I shall exhaust all my efforts. He did not establish a blood contract, as such bonds could be dissolved by those with intention. Just as his words fell, a thunderous sound erupted from the clear sky. "I hope you keep your word," Meng Yan said, gazing toward the horizon with a sudden urgency, urging, "If not now, then when?" Xiao Huan had already dissolved into tears, crying out for her mistress. Lin Fan bowed deeply to Meng Yan before invoking a spell. Meng Yan comforted the weeping Xiao Huan, placing a hairpin into the girl's hair with gentle words. "Xiao Huan, follow him in cultivation. Only with strength can you protect yourself." At that moment, as the soul banner began to resonate, Meng Yan willingly entered it. Within mere breaths, she successfully melded into the soul banner. For someone of Meng Yan's superior cultivation, such rapid assimilation was improbable without considerable cooperation from her. Ding. According to intelligence, the soul of Meng Yan has been subdued. Intelligence points, 15 ding. According to intelligence, guiding the celestial spirit root, Xiao Huan, onto the path of cultivation. Intelligence points, 30. Current intelligence points, 50. A mechanical voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind, adding 45 points to his intelligence value. Yet he felt little joy in his heart. As he activated the soul banner, Meng Yan's soul appeared before them once more. However, her eyes had returned to their previous hollow state, unresponsive even to Xiao Huan's desperate calls. "Mistress," Xiao Huan's voice was hoarse, her eyes swollen from crying. "Xiao Huan has no family left." Lin Fan sighed internally, gently patting her head. "Do not say that. From now on, you are my little sister." In the silence, suddenly, a voice roared like thunder. "Despicable wretch. Dare you show yourself? Prepare to die." The force of this assailant far exceeded any opponent Lin Fan had faced before. A palm imbued with a fierce wind charged towards him. Chapter 17. The might of the peak wind blade in a moment of peril, Meng Yan shrieked and charged forward. An overwhelming aura of ghostly energy, dark as ink, spread forth, forcing Yun Qingyao back with a single claw, though her own energy quivered and diminished slightly. Yun Qingyao's eyes narrowed. "You actually managed to subdue this soul." At this point, Lin Fan had already retreated with Xiao Huan. He was not surprised by Yun Qingyao's appearance. Rather, he was taken aback by the decisiveness of the attack. Had it not been for Meng Yan, he might have faced grave injury or worse. He did not dwell on how the other party concluded that everything was his doing. After all, a deep-seated enmity had already been established between them. At that moment, Meng Yan let out a furious shriek and charged at Yun Qingyao. With a cold snort, Yun Qingyao flicked his fingers, unleashing 5 dazzling beams of scorching light towards Meng Yan. In her hurried attempts to evade, 2 of the beams struck her, causing her to cry out in pain with each hit. Yun Qingyao remarked with a slight surprise that this female specter seemed to have weakened. This was not his first encounter with Meng Yan's ghostly presence. Although the radiant sun finger could somewhat restrain ethereal entities, her spirit had always been fiercely formidable, and he had never noticed such a pronounced effect before. Lin Fan understood that this was due to his insufficient mastery over the soul banner, which had led to a slight decline in Meng Yan's abilities after being refined into the banner. Despite her injuries, Meng Yan had now closed the distance, enveloping him in her energy while her ghostly claws coalesced once more. Simultaneously, her hair stood on end like steel needles, aiming at her opponent. In her haste, Yun Qingyao found himself in quite a predicament. Suddenly, his expression shifted as over a dozen blades of wind appeared, targeting vital points across his body. Although he easily deflected them, this brief moment allowed Meng Yan to launch a frenzied assault, putting him at a disadvantage once again. Yun Qingyao's countenance darkened. This individual's cultivation level could not exceed the 6th layer of qi refinement, yet their mastery over the wind blades was astonishingly adept. Most importantly, he had not seen Lin Fan forming any seals. As a commonly encountered first-tier spell, while the wind blades were generally not powerful, even he could not casually release so many at once. As he pondered this, he noticed Lin Fan secretly channeling his spiritual energy, and once more, over 30 wind blades were unleashed. Having perfected this technique, Lin Fan could wield it with utter ease. The instantaneous release of 30 blades was not his limit, but rather the limit of his spiritual energy. Even with his golden yuan technique cultivated to such a high level, it could not sustain continuous consumption. Moreover, the soul banner was also a significant drain on his spiritual energy. Lin Fan tossed a recovery pill into his mouth, his gaze fixed intently on Yun Qingyao, waiting for the moment he would reveal a flaw. As the battle raged on, the surrounding walls had long since crumbled under the strain, exposing the scene before the onlookers without reservation. The disciples of the Yin family, receiving news from the guards at the same time, but arriving late, were stunned by the sight before them. Who exactly was this person, capable of commanding this female ghost to battle the clan leader? This was something the Yin family had long desired but could never achieve. Could it be that the previous events were orchestrated by this individual? Suli, having already reattached her arm, was receiving treatment from the physician. Initially, upon seeing Yun Qingyao arrive, She had envisioned the scene of Lin Fan being defeated with great satisfaction. Yet now she could hardly believe her own eyes. Was this truly Master Lin Dan? The few alchemists who had previously attended the exchange meeting with Lin Fan were filled with astonishment. They then glanced at Song Hui, who was closest to Lin Fan, only to find him equally incredulous. Humph, this specter is already ensnared by me. Why do you not act swiftly? Yun Qingyao bellowed. The surrounding disciples and guards, as if awakening from a dream, hastily converged upon Lin Fan. A myriad of spells surged forth, nearly engulfing him. Yet, with a flicker of light in his hand, a bone shield materialized out of thin air, deflecting all the assaults. Hu Bin, upon witnessing the bone shield, felt tears welling in his eyes. After vowing to make the thief pay for the missing treasure, he found himself unable to take a single step towards the very person he had cursed day and night. On the battlefield, having successfully repelled the onslaught, Lin Fan's mind stirred, summoning a torrent of razor winds. In an instant, a blood rain erupted amidst the crowd, severing the heads of several individuals, which rolled across the ground. To the low-ranking cultivators before Lin Fan, they were no different from chickens and ducks awaiting slaughter. Although these guards posed no significant threat, he could not afford to exhaust his spiritual energy. He needed to intimidate them with overwhelming force. Indeed, upon witnessing their companions' futile struggles against Lin Fan, the others faltered. They were acutely aware that he could not possibly eliminate them all, yet no one wished to gamble on their own fate. This is impossible, Su Li murmured, her complexion pale. It was not the pain in her arm that distressed her the most, but rather Lin Fan's formidable strength. At that moment, he stood protectively before Xiao Huan, embodying the essence of a lone hero guarding the pass, gradually resembling the figure she had witnessed that day. It truly was him. Each of those guards was undoubtedly stronger than she, yet she had repeatedly provoked Lin Fan. Sigh, Brother Lin is no longer someone we can compare ourselves to. Song Hui shook his head. His strength had become irrelevant. Even the mightiest would perish here today. Contemplating this, Su Li's expression softened considerably. No matter how powerful he was, could he stand against an entire clan? Moreover, glancing towards Yun Qingyao, the situation was visibly shifting, and it was only a matter of time before the female specter was driven back. Return my son's life. Just then, a man and woman raced towards them from the horizon. The elegantly dressed lady bore a striking resemblance to Yin Jiping, while the middle-aged man was drenched in green blood, exuding an ominous aura. Yun Qingyang's spirits lifted at the sight. Madam, Yin Hai, swiftly deal with this rascal. Beware of his wind blades. Having returned from the spirit stone mine, these two had employed secret techniques to hasten to the location of Yin Jiping's demise, which accounted for their tardiness. The elegantly attired woman, upon seeing the storage pouch at Lin Fan's waist, was consumed with rage and joined the assault against him. Their arrival intensified the pressure on Lin Fan, particularly from Yin Hai, who wielded his 6th tier cultivation with remarkable precision. Although the woman was merely at the 5th tier of qi refinement, her reckless attacks were relentless. Lin Fan, while also protecting the vulnerable Xiao Huan behind him, found himself on the brink of peril, barely managing to shield them with the bone shield. In this critical moment, he activated the bone shield to encase Xiao Huan within its protective bounds, vociferously declaring, Yin Clan Master, do you think your green slave is an indulgence? Others cherished their sons as if they were their very hearts. At this proclamation, an uproar ensued among all present. Yun Qingyao initially pondered the meaning of green slave, but in the next moment, his countenance turned ashen. Even when death loomed, he continued to spout nonsense. Yin Hai's voice was cold as he instinctively glanced at his sister-in-law beside him, only to find her expression exceedingly unnatural. What could this mean? Could it be that the young master was not born of the clan leader? Looking at the clan leader's expression, it seemed there was some truth to this matter. No wonder the young master bore no resemblance to the clan leader at all. More slander? I shall tear your mouth apart. The elegantly dressed woman's gaze was icy as she raised her hand to strike Lin Fan. Lin Fan effortlessly evaded the blow, continuing his audacious declarations in a voice loud enough for all present to hear. Madam, why must you be so enraged? Your willingness to submit to a steward from the kitchen speaks volumes of his exceptional qualities. Upon hearing this, her face drained of color. How could this be? How could you? Suddenly, she felt a chill at her neck, and a beautiful head rolled onto the ground. Lin Fan observed the scene with indifference. Since the arrival of the two, he had refrained from using this technique, all for this moment. Ding! Publicizing the Yin family scandal has severely diminished Yun Qingyang's prestige. Intelligence points gained, 5. Current intelligence points, 55. Chapter 18. Arrival of the Ziyang sect. Madam. Yun Qingyang's eyes were bloodshot, madly attempting to rush forward, only to be thwarted by Meng Yan. He could hardly believe that such an incident could occur under Yin Hai's watch. He was not entirely oblivious to the matter of Yin Jiping, but he had been desperately avoiding it due to emotional ties. Many core clan members harbored similar suspicions, but had been suppressed by his thunderous methods. Not only had he lost face, but he had also seen so many perish. Yun Qingyao was on the verge of madness. Get away from me. With a forceful strike, he pushed Meng Yan back. Today, I will ensure that each of you accompanies the dead. With a grim smile, Yun Qingyao retrieved a purple talisman from his storage bag and hurled it at Meng Yan. Upon seeing this, Yin Hai's expression changed. He had not expected the clan leader to resort to the second-tier Zixiao talisman for clan protection. Command. With a thunderous shout, the talisman ignited swiftly, and a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a baby's arm, appeared out of thin air, striking Meng Yan squarely. With a wail, Meng Yan's surrounding sinister energy dissipated as if encountering a natural enemy. Moreover, the lightning did not cease there. It transformed into a purple electric net, ensnaring the shrieking Meng Yan, who sought to escape. Within mere moments, her soul was utterly consumed within the electric web. Miss Xiao Huan, disregarding everything, attempted to rush forward but was halted by Lin Fan. With Meng Yan no longer obstructing him, Yun Qingyao had already reached the two. His visage was somewhat twisted. Fear not. Once I have tormented you enough, I will send you to join her. An unprecedented threat of death enveloped Lin Fan entirely. Shield. The bone shield's inherent protection was instantaneously activated. However, it crumbled under Yun Qingyao full force strike in an instant. The white skeletal shield bore yet another crack. With a thunderous crash, Yun Qingyang's right hand, as heavy as jade, struck down upon the urgently recalled shield summoned by Lin Fan. Despite being a first-tier exceptional grade artifact, the shield was already damaged, emitting a sound of unbearable strain. Just before the powerful shockwave hit, Lin Fan cradled Xiao Huan in his arms. The immense force propelled him backward, and he felt his internal organs jolt violently, forcing a mouthful of blood from his lips. Nevertheless, he leveraged this power to create distance, swiftly fleeing while holding Xiao Huan close. Rest assured, Miss Meng Yan is unharmed, Lin Fan reassured, glancing at the pallid face of Xiao Huan, suppressing a surge of blood. Though Xiao Huan possessed extraordinary spiritual roots, she remained a mere mortal, unable to withstand the force of a cultivator. Most of the impact had been absorbed by him. Xiao Huan, still skeptical, asked, "Really?" Only when she saw Lin Fan's earnest nod did she feel slightly relieved. "Brother Lin Fan, are you all right?" she inquired. To which he shook his head. He had never anticipated that Yun Qingyao wielded a second-tier attack talisman capable of rivaling the might of foundational strikes. Had that thunderous blow landed upon him, survival would have seemed impossible. Just moments ago, he had feared that Meng Yan would be lost forever, yet in her final moments, she transformed into a shadow only he could perceive, retreating into the soul banner. Trying to escape? Yun Qingyao, with bloodshot eyes, pursued them relentlessly, followed closely by Yun Hai and a host of disciples and guards. "Brother Lin, will you survive?" Song Hui wished to help, but felt utterly powerless, silently praying for Lin Fan's safety. Meanwhile, Su Li felt a wave of satisfaction. Only Hu Bin wore a bitter expression, lamenting the loss of his magical artifact to the Yin family. Yun Qingyao was significantly swifter than Lin Fan, repeatedly catching up to strike. Yet each attack was deflected by Lin Fan's shield, albeit at the cost of worsening his injuries. "I wonder how long your tortoise shell can hold out," Yun Qingyao taunted, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he cornered Lin Fan. "You dare carry a burden with you. How much longer can your strength endure? This person is quite important to you, isn't she? I shall make sure to torture her before your very eyes." Xiao Huan bit her lip, pleading, "Brother Lin Fan, let me go. Take the lady and escape. If you carry me, neither of us will make it." Lin Fan wiped the blood from his lips and gently tapped Xiao Huan's forehead. "Don't speak nonsense." He hastily consumed medicinal pills as if pouring beans into his mouth, disregarding any potential side effects. Turning to face Yun Qingyao, he whispered, "Soul, emerge." The soul banner quivered, and Meng Yan's spirit reappeared, lunging towards Yun Qingyao. "How is this possible?" Yun Qingyao exclaimed in shock. To vanquish this soul, he had expended a second-tier talisman comparable to foundational strikes. Was it all in vain? Lin Fan, equally astonished by the prowess of the soul banner, felt a profound conviction. As long as he drew breath, the soul within the banner would endure. However, if his spiritual energy is completely depleted, he will certainly be unable to summon anything. Why is this person so difficult to kill? Yun Hai arrived with his companions, gazing in shock at Lin Fan. Just as they were about to approach, nearly 50 blades of wind appeared densely, causing those with lower cultivation to fall as if harvested like wheat. In a single strike, over 20 cultivators from the Yin family perished. Only those close to Yun Hai were fortunate enough to survive under his protection. Yun Hai cast a nervous glance at Lin Fan, realizing that if those 50 blades had concentrated solely on him, he would have had no chance of survival. How could this individual wield such formidable wind blades? "If you wish to live, do not advance." Lin Fan's voice was icy, though his hands trembled slightly behind his back. At this moment, Lin Fan's spiritual energy had been thoroughly exhausted. Summoning Meng Yan again would deplete him even further, rather than conserving the little energy he had left. It was wiser to terrify his opponents. Indeed, the remaining individuals' fear of him had reached its zenith, and they no longer dared to approach. At this juncture, Yun Qingyao regained some clarity, and seeing the situation, he refrained from further comments. He was now certain that Lin Fan's cultivation was merely at the 5th level of qi refining, yet 10 practitioners at that level should have been easily dispatched by him. The continuous emergence of the opponent's techniques left him hesitant to take any risks. Should all the lower-tier clansmen perish, his cultivation family would be rendered effectively extinct. At this moment, he had once again suppressed the Yin soul, and ending the battle was merely a matter of time. He did not believe that the Yin soul could be summoned indefinitely. Thus, everyone tacitly observed the battle between one person and one soul. Indeed, Meng Yin was likely at the pinnacle of the 7th level of qi refining. Even with the advantage of her soul body, she would likely succumb before the duration of an incense stick. Although his Golden Yuan technique had reached completion and his recovery speed of spiritual energy was not slow, maintaining the activation of the Yin soul banner was already at its limit. At that time, he would not be able to restore his energy to the level required for the next summoning. Lin Fan, holding Xiao Huan's hand, silently calculated in his heart. Time passed, and Yun Qingyao, wielding a bell-shaped magical artifact, struck it repeatedly, causing Meng Yan's soul body to thin with each blow, now nearly half-transparent. Just as Yun Qingyao was about to gather his strength to eliminate his opponent, suddenly, a flying vessel over 10 zhang long arrived swiftly, hovering above their heads. A resounding voice emanated from the vessel. "Where's the head of the Yin family? Immediately bring all clan cultivators to meet me." The voice thundered, carrying a power that was far beyond that of the qi refining stage. Chapter 19. The catastrophe of annihilation at last. The moment had arrived. Lin Fan let out a long breath, for he had awaited the soul solution to this predicament. With a flick of the soul banner, he recalled Meng Yan. The Yin soul banner, spinning round and round, was also put away. Although the Xiang sect might not regard this tier of magical artifact highly, it was prudent to keep it just in case. Tightening his grip on the bone shield, he took a few steps back with Xiao Huan, wary that Yun Qingyao might lose his composure and disregard the Xiang sect's intervention. Yun Qingyao, filled with uncertainty, turned towards the source of the voice. The only other possibility for someone with foundation establishment cultivation to silently infiltrate the Yin family's grand formation was the Xiang sect. The intricate formation of the Yin family was originally devised by the disciples of the Xiang sect, allowing them to enter and exit at will. Although Yun Qingyao felt a surge of dissatisfaction, he had no choice but to endure it. Why, then, did the Xiang sect choose this moment to arrive? Was it related to that incident? He quickly shook his head. It seemed unlikely, as they would have come much earlier if that were the case. However, the Xiang sect had previously made it a point to notify the clan before their arrival, and their current disregard for the formation hinted at a rather ominous intent, filling him with unease. Casting a resentful glance at Lin Fan, he gritted his teeth and retrieved the family token, sending messages to the Yin clan members still outside, including the hired alchemists. He did not dare to provoke the authority of the Xiang sect. Since he had summoned all cultivators, he was unafraid that Lin Fan might flee. In fact, most cultivators had already been gathered and encircled, with only a few stationed at the Fire Spirit Mountain. Soon, a group of nearly 100 cultivators assembled. The alchemists also gathered, their eyes widening in astonishment at the flying vessel suspended above them. Only Su Li focused intently on Lin Fan, pondering why he had not yet perished. Song Hui let out a sigh of relief, offering Lin Fan a friendly glance. Yun Qingyao surveyed the assembled forces, noting that aside from himself, there was only one other formidable warrior, Yin Hai of the 6th level, along with several at the 5th level of qi refinement. Even among the lower-ranked disciples, there had been considerable casualties, and he felt his heart bleed with hatred for Lin Fan, which had reached an unbearable level. As the crowd gathered, the flying vessel gradually descended. Yun Qingyao took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and bowed deeply. "I am Yun Qingyao of the Yin family, here to respectfully welcome the esteemed members of the sect." Welcome, esteemed members of the sect. At such a moment, Lin Fan dared not be the first to speak. He clasped his fists in a salute, carefully observing the situation aboard the flying vessel. The massive craft, capable of accommodating over 100 individuals, housed only a dozen or so people. At the forefront stood a blue-clad youth with striking features, appearing slightly younger than Lin Fan, yet exuding an aura far stronger than Yun Qingyao. He was at the peak of qi refinement. Behind him were several individuals clad in gray robes, each emanating a presence comparable to Meng Yan's at the very least. Without exception, they stood with their arms crossed, looking down arrogantly upon the members of the Yin family. Truly, the Xiang sect was formidable. All these individuals were disciples, each at the late stage of qi refinement. What caught Lin Fan's attention was a middle-aged man leaning against the side of the cabin, his eyes downcast. The man had an unremarkable appearance, Yet he unconsciously radiated a profound aura that was entirely distinct from that of the Qi refinement stage, exerting an invisible pressure on those outside the vessel. Lin Fan keenly detected a hint of medicinal fragrance emanating from him. Silence reigned aboard the vessel, and no one dared to rise outside, maintaining their positions. The atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. Even the dullest of minds sensed something amiss. When had the Yin family incurred the wrath of the Xiang sect? Many whispered among themselves, as few were privy to the events of that night. After a prolonged silence, the blue-clad youth finally spoke, his voice imbued with authority. Yun Qingyao, I ask you, do you have any explanation regarding my sect's disciple, Yun Qingyao? Upon hearing this, Yun Qingyao felt his heart plummet to the depths of despair. Striving to maintain composure, he respectfully addressed, My lord, our clan has inadequately hosted Miss Qingyao, which has led to her premature return to the sect. We, a small clan, are filled with trepidation. We beseech your lordship to show mercy. With that, he fell to his knees with a thud, bowing deeply. In the face of the colossal presence of the Xiang sect, the small clan felt utterly stripped of dignity. Yet, the young man clad in white did not even spare him a glance. Instead, his gaze was fixed intently on the third elder beside him, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The elder's expression had clearly been unnatural moments prior. Wu, the steward, the young man addressed the foundational elder. The elder nodded slightly, and in an instant, he appeared before the third elder of the Yin family, delivering a gentle but firm palm strike to the top of his head. In that moment, spiritual energy erupted, and the third elder trembled as if struck by lightning, his countenance contorted in agony. Soul-searching technique. Yun Qingyang's face paled in horror. That wretched woman had indeed turned the tables. The last shred of his hope shattered within him. Moments later, only when the third elder's 7 orifices flowed with blood did the torment cease. Yun Qingyao, consumed by fear, dared not intervene, praying fervently that nothing incriminating would be discovered. The likelihood of success for the soul-searching technique increased with the disparity in cultivation levels. Even if successful, one would typically only retrieve fragmented memories. With the foundational realm's nascent consciousness, it was impossible to fully assimilate another's memories. However, the elder's expression grew increasingly ashen, his gaze icy as he regarded Yun Qingyao. You possess great audacity to conspire against my sect's disciples. Although he had only glimpsed a small fraction, the elder had clearly witnessed the collusion between this man and Yun Qingyao. Overwhelmed by terror, Yun Qingyang's previous fury dissipated entirely. My lord, forgive my child. He was momentarily bewitched, but now he has realized his grave error. I implore you to be lenient. In that moment, he sought to shift the blame entirely onto Yen Jiping. Yet, he suddenly grasped the true intent behind the elder's call for the assembly of all clan members. A chill running down his spine, the elder shattered the third elder's skull with a single strike and approached the young man in blue, whispering something unknown. The youth's face contorted with rage. Your Yin family deserves annihilation. Attack. Behind him, a dozen disciples clad in gray grinned cruelly, launching themselves at the Yin clan. Like tigers among sheep, within moments, several key family members were decapitated, leaving the onlookers in shock, all fleeing in panic. Yun Qingyao, in desperation, shouted, Hold your attack. I am willing to trade a vein of spiritual stone for the survival of my clan. Oh, now even the foundational elder was intrigued. Why did your Yin family not report the discovery of the spirit mine? Yun Qingyao refrained from a direct answer, gritting his teeth as he spoke. If my lord swears the heart demon oath to spare my Yin family this once, I will reveal the mine's location, which only I am privy to, as all others have consumed the forgetting dust pill. Should you forcefully employ the soul-searching technique on me, I will sever my own heart meridian beforehand. This series of revelations left the Xiang sect members momentarily bewildered, pausing to await the young man's command. After a moment of contemplation, the youth turned to Wu. What is your perspective? The elder, unwavering, approached Yin Hai once more to conduct another soul search. The matter possesses a degree of credibility. The individual indeed mentioned the spiritual mine, though the precise location remains undisclosed. The young man fell into silence. If this assertion holds true, then Yun Qingyao is indeed a remarkable figure, conducting himself with such caution. The annihilation of a mere Yin family may be inconsequential. Yet the spiritual stone vein is of paramount importance to the Xiang sect. Yun Qingyao felt a sense of relief. After suspecting an insider in the matter concerning the medicinal garden, he had compelled all those in the know to consume forgetting dust pills, which now proved unexpectedly advantageous. Nevertheless, this matter could be revisited later. The youth clad in white waved his hand and addressed the elder, Elder Wu. I kindly request you to conduct a soul search on the alchemists present. Chapter 20, Qualifications for joining the sect. What? Lin Fan, who had been observing from the sidelines, was taken aback. Why had the focus suddenly shifted onto them? He did not believe the elder had uncovered anything in his memories. The elder cast a glance at the alchemists clad in their robes, frowning as he remarked, Su Tian, I will not interfere with your intentions to eradicate the Yin family. But this matter does not pertain to them. Given their cultivation levels, they cannot withstand my soul's search. Even with utmost caution, I would inadvertently harm them. Su Tian, the young man in white, smiled faintly. Elder Wu, your compassion has resurfaced upon encountering alchemists. These individuals are far beneath your stature. To label them as alchemists is to greatly flatter them. Moreover, a hint of dominance flickered in Su Tian's eyes. The sect has already declared that this expedition is under my command. Lin Fan felt a jolt of alarm. Who exactly was Su Tian to show such little respect even towards a foundation establishment expert? From the elder's countenance, it was evident that while he was somewhat displeased, he held greater admiration for Su Tian's approach. Yin Qingyao rejoiced, unexpectedly witnessing a turn of events, and pointed at Lin Fan, exclaiming, "My lord, this man surely harbors secrets." At this utterance, the attention of the entire assembly once again converged upon Lin Fan. Elder Wu and Su Tian scrutinized Lin Fan intently, particularly Elder Wu, who had witnessed the scene of the Yin family besieging him during the prior soul search. Fifth layer Qi refinement, is it? At this moment, Lin Fan chose to reveal his cultivation, as concealing it in front of this crowd served no purpose and would likely incite suspicion. Senior, this individual possesses 5 spiritual roots and was merely at the first layer of Qi refinement months ago. He must possess something unspeakable. The object you seek is undoubtedly related to him. I implore you to discern wisely. A sharp voice pierced the air. Lin Fan cast a glance at Su Li, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. It seemed he had indeed been overly merciful. Yet, no one responded to her words. Su Tian and Elder Wu stood transfixed, gazing in Lin Fan's direction as if they had encountered a rare treasure. My lord. In the next moment, Elder Wu hastily approached Xiao Huan, seizing her wrist. And moments later, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. He retrieved a translucent jade stone from his storage bag and said, "Little girl, grasp this." Lin Fan exhaled in relief. He had been contemplating how to articulate the matter concerning Xiao Huan, but it appeared unnecessary now. Xiao Huan, feeling a touch apprehensive, stepped back. But upon seeing Lin Fan nod at her, she placed her small hand upon the spirit testing stone. A dazzling beam of light suddenly transformed into a pillar that soared into the heavens. This celestial spiritual root, how fortunate I am to witness it in my lifetime. Lin Fan felt somewhat speechless. In his recollection, when he tested for his spiritual root, the testing stone only emitted a faint glow, barely sufficient for illumination. The disparity was disheartening. Elder Wu, putting away the testing stone, gently inquired, "Little girl, what is your name?" "Xiao Huan," she replied timidly. "And this is my brother Lin Fan." She gestured towards him, still seemingly unaware of the significance of the moment. "Would you like to join my Xiang sect?" Elder Wu asked, his face glowing with delight, the wrinkles on his visage smoothing out, a stark contrast to his earlier stern demeanor. "I will only follow my brother Lin Fan. Wherever he goes, I shall go," Xiao Huan declared. Lin Fan silently praised her for her timely support, although he recognized that much of it was due to Meng Yan's influence on him. "Ha ha ha, splendid. These two must not be touched," Elder Wu exclaimed joyfully, the last remark evidently directed at Su Tian. Throughout the encounter, he had not once cast a glance at Lin Fan. The ability of this individual to contend with the Yin family despite his low cultivation level might suggest something remarkable, but before the celestial spiritual root, all else became insignificant. Su Tian stepped forward, casting a complex gaze at Xiao Huan. The celestial spiritual root, often referred to as the darling of heaven and earth, was exceedingly rare. He had only vaguely sensed something unusual about her aura, never imagining it to be such an extraordinary talent. It was worth noting that the last recorded celestial spiritual root within the Xiang sect was many years ago. He then glanced at Lin Fan, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. "These two do not appear to be siblings," he remarked. "Elder Wu, perhaps we should employ a soul-searching technique on the young man to uncover any secrets. If necessary, we could administer a forgetting dust pill to the girl afterward." He had remained somewhat perturbed by Su Li's earlier comments. While a cultivation level of the 5th stage was not particularly remarkable, the fact that a 5 spiritual root individual could ascend from the 1st to the 5th stage in such a brief span was indeed astonishing. Lin Fan and Xiao Huan exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they regarded Su Tian with caution. Elder Wu expressed his discontent. "I have already stated that these two must not be disturbed. Did you not hear me? It would be a travesty if such an exceptional talent were to suffer a setback due to your actions. You wouldn't suggest bringing this individual into the sect as well, would you? The sect has stringent requirements for entry. Even the offspring of elders are not exempt." Wu Yunguang frowned, acknowledging the validity of this regulation. Had Lin Fan possessed a 4 spiritual root, he might have made an exception. Suddenly, Lin Fan realized that perhaps Song Hui's understanding of the Xiang sect was not profound. Thinking quickly, he inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, Do alchemists also have spiritual root requirements? Su Tian chuckled lightly. Our Ziyang sect does not accept just any alchemist. Very well, Elder Wu replied after a moment of hesitation. If you can produce a high-quality first-grade elixir on the spot, I will personally ensure your admission to the Pill Peak. He added, should you fail, you may serve as a medicine attendant within the sect. In pursuit of the young girl with celestial roots, Lin Fan was determined to take her away, indifferent to the identity and fate that awaited her within the sect. Upon hearing this, Su Tian ceased his objections. The words of the alchemist, if one were to be blunt, were no different than those of a servant, allowing him to deal with her as he pleased. As for Lin Fan's claim of being a first-tier high-grade alchemist, Su Tian dismissed it as improbable. Although the Ziyang sect boasted many alchemists, finding one in such a remote area was a different matter altogether, especially a youth so young. According to his knowledge, the Yin family did not possess even a respectable first-tier mid-grade alchemist. Lin Fan asserted, I have recently gained some insights into alchemy and would like to give it a try. Such arrogance. If you fail, are you willing to have your soul searched? Su Tian scoffed, but upon noticing the furious glares from Xiao Huan and Wu Yunguang, he fell silent, somewhat abashed. Elder Wu ordered the members of the Yin family nearby. You are to remain here and not leave. Since Yan Kuan and the others were standing at a distance, they had not caught the exchange and were left somewhat bewildered. Just as Lin Fan was about to proceed toward Fire Spirit Mountain, he was stopped by Wu Yunguang, momentarily perplexed. He watched as Wu Yunguang retrieved a tall, greenish-blue alchemy furnace from his storage bag. Judging by its intricate patterns and materials, it far surpassed that of the Yin family. This was not all. With a flick of his hand, a yellow flame emerged from his brow, gracefully dancing in the air. I have relinquished control of the Xinming flame. You may use it temporarily for your refining. Su Tian glanced at Elder Wu, noting that he had lent both his flame and furnace, clearly willing to assist. However, these external aids merely enhanced the success rate of the concoction. The quality of the elixir ultimately depended on one's own skill. Even a golden shovel cannot cultivate the desert. Lin Fan was initially taken aback, then gratefully glanced at Elder Wu, swiftly acclimating to the furnace and flame. It turned out that true masters had long since scorned the use of earthly flames for alchemy, instead refining a specialized flame. Moments later, feeling the Xinming flame responding to his will, he realized it was infinitely superior to earthly fire. Yet, he did not commence immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes to meditate. Having previously attempted without success to refine a high-grade gathering chi pill, he felt no assurance despite the assistance of the flame and furnace. Nevertheless, he was not overly anxious and silently invoked. Alchemy, Ad 30. Chapter 21. The Awakening of Souls. A torrent of alchemical experience surged into Lin Fan's mind, nearly overwhelming him. Yet, he maintained an outward demeanor of nonchalance. After a fragrant incense stick had burned, Lin Fan skillfully manipulated the flames, placing various spiritual herbs into the furnace. Observers marveled at the sight. Had he begun refining? Could it be that the Ziyang sect was testing the alchemical prowess of all alchemists? Did this mean they too had a chance to be recognized by the Ziyang sect? The alchemists gazed enviously at Su Li, for if this were true, she, as a mid-grade alchemist, held the greatest opportunity. Su Li suddenly realized, her heart swelling with immense joy as she contemplated how to demonstrate her alchemical prowess. 2 hours later, Lin Fan collected the pills into a vial. Glancing at the results within, astonishingly, 5 out of 6 pills were of superior quality. This exceeded his expectations. Indeed, Elder Wu stroked his beard, noting that such a success rate in pill creation surpassed that of most first-tier alchemists, indicating that it was no mere stroke of luck. However, Su Tian's expression darkened. Esteemed elders, I too am an alchemist, and the chief alchemist of the Yin family. Surely, my success rate for mid-tier first-grade pill surpasses that of this individual. Might I be permitted to demonstrate? At that moment, Su Li hurried forward, pride evident in her voice. If the Ziyang sect seeks to recruit alchemists, this would be an extraordinary opportunity for me. Although the injury to her arm had not fully healed, it no longer significantly affected her ability to concoct pills. Mid-tier first-grade pills? Are you jesting? Su Tian, already displeased by Lin Fan's success, unleashed his spiritual energy, sending Su Li flying a considerable distance. She coughed up blood, her recently healed arm bleeding anew, gazing at Su Tian in fear and confusion, unable to comprehend how she had offended him. Yet, her attention was swiftly drawn to Elder Wu, who had withdrawn a deep green pill for meticulous examination. The fragrance of the medicinal herb wafted through the air, perceptible even from afar. Superior-grade pills were simply inconceivable. Su Tian, his countenance darkened, returned to Yan Kuan, deeply unsettled by how the day's events had unfolded. He abhorred the sensation of losing control over situations. Regrettably, the sect had dispatched a mere steward from the alchemical lineage, just a simple alchemist, lacking true understanding. To him, The emergence of another gifted disciple with a celestial root merely represented an additional competitor for sect resources, not a boon. Conversely, his curiosity regarding Lin Fan's secrets intensified. Seizing a third-layer qi refining disciple from the Yin family, he snapped the boy's neck with a sickening crack. Yun Qingyao gasped, hastily revealing the location of the spiritual stone mine, desperate not to provoke Su Tian's wrath. Should you remain silent, I shall kill one of your kin for every breath I take, 10 for every 10 breaths. I shall not abide by any empty oaths. If you possess courage, take your own life and see what happens. He recognized Yun Qingyao as a man terrified of death. As long as there was a glimmer of hope for survival, he would never surrender. Hearing this, Yun Qingyang's expression twisted in anguish. One breath, Su Tian snapped his fingers, and another Yin disciple fell, a bloody hole appearing in his forehead. Witnessing this brutal scene, many trembled uncontrollably, some even retching, yet none dared flee, for a dozen gray-robed disciples had already spread out, encircling the 100-odd individuals. Patriarch, a clan member pleaded. Ha ha. Yun Qingyao suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. You do not regard the Yin family as equals. Dream on if you seek the spiritual vein. Without me, you shall never find it. With that, he struck his own chest with a fist, blood pouring from his 7 orifices as he fell lifeless. Patriarch. This scene unfolded in a manner that took Lin Fan somewhat by surprise. Yet he understood that whether spoken or unspoken, the fates of these individuals were already sealed. Lin Fan's younger companion, Xiao Huan, could hardly bear to witness it. With a soft sigh, Lin Fan reflected on the character of Yun Qingyao, which was scarcely superior to that of his son. Nevertheless, the tragic outcome remained somewhat lamentable. His own fortunate escape was indeed owing to Xiao Huan's influence. Had she not been present today, would his destiny not have been similarly dictated by others? This thought made him clench his fists. He shielded Xiao Huan's eyes, wishing to spare her from the impending massacre. Su Tian, in a fit of rage, led a dozen men to charge at the Yin family present. Among them, some fled, others, like Yun Qingyao, chose self-destruction, while a few resisted. Within the span of a mere incense stick burning, aside from the 30 or so alchemists, none survived. Even when casting his gaze upon these individuals, the murderous intent in his eyes remained undiminished. You claim to know the location of the spiritual mine? Wu Zhishe inquired in astonishment. Lin Fan nodded. Allow me to handle these individuals. I will guide you to the location of the spiritual vein. He harbored concerns that the others might become overly bloodthirsty. While he was indifferent to the rest, he could not ignore Song Hui. However, Su Tian was far from convinced. If you speak falsely, I shall. He initially intended to issue a threat, but swallowed his words upon recalling the presence of Xiao Huan and Wu Zhishe. Then we shall leave them in your hands. I hope you do not deceive me. Subsequently, Wu Zhishe and the others dispersed to search for any remaining survivors. Although they regarded the Yin family with disdain, the fundamental principle of eradicating threats had to be observed. Only Lin Fan, Xiao Huan, and the alchemists remained. Thank you. Lin Daoyu, they expressed gratefully. Unexpectedly, as the alchemists repeatedly expressed their gratitude for Lin Fan's life-saving intervention, Su Li decisively knelt first. I was blind to my ignorance. I have offended you greatly in the past. I implore you, Lin Xiong, grant me a chance for redemption. I am willing to serve you for life. The acerbic man nearby stared blankly at Su Li, then promptly knelt beside her. My lord, I have elderly parents and young children to care for. I beg. Before he could finish, a blade of wind struck like lightning. Thud, thud. 2 splendid heads fell to the ground. The hearts of the alchemists trembled in unison. To complete the task, Lin Fan turned towards Song Hui and, with a hint of regret, remarked, Brother Song, I know your greatest wish has always been to join a prestigious alchemical sect, yet the Xiang sect, Song Hui, initially gazing at the corpses of Su Li and her companion with a complex expression, waved his hand to interrupt. At my age, I no longer aspire to enter any grand sect. Merely surviving is a stroke of fortune. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a jade slip from his breast pocket and stated, The favor you have shown me, Lin Xiao brother, must not go unrequited. This is a recipe passed down from my ancestors, the efficacy of which is now unknown to me. I lack the knowledge of even a third of the ingredients listed in this recipe, and I accept that I am fated never to refine it. You may take it. Lin Fan, not wishing to appear overly sentimental, accepted the jade slip and examined it briefly. It was indeed a medicinal pill known as the concentration elixir. He was inferior to Song Hui, as more than half of the ingredients were unfamiliar to him, aside from the common ones. Lin Fan clasped his fists and said, To prevent any change of heart, Brother Song, you should depart as soon as possible. He proceeded to lift the restrictive runes from everyone's wrists. The group bowed, casting a final glance at the corpses of Su Li and her companion, secretly relieved that they had not offended Lin Fan, and then departed. At this moment, only Lin Fan and Xiao Huan remained. Step back, Lin Fan instructed, releasing Xiao Huan and slowly walking to the body of Yun Qingyao, his expression solemn. He formed a complex series of hand seals, raising the soul banner above his head. The intricacies of the seals became increasingly elaborate, and his speed quickened. He intoned, "Soul, arise." In an instant, a spirit exuding a chilling aura slowly ascended from Yun Qingyang's corpse. Indeed, Lin Fan felt a surge of exhilaration. At the moment of Yun Qingyang's demise, he had sensed a subtle shift from the soul banner, and he could vaguely observe wisps of dark energy swirling around the corpse. In this regard, even the Foundation establishment expert, Elder Wu, remained oblivious. Without hesitation, he summoned the soul banner, his hand seals shifting, as chains of darkness gradually drew Yun Qingyang's soul into the banner. However, this time was far less smooth than when he had subdued Meng Yan. He could distinctly feel a fierce resistance emanating from Yun Qingyang's soul. Yet, this was not the moment for refinement, as Su Tian and the others could return at any moment. It was puzzling. The corpses he had encountered previously had not exhibited such sensations. Was it necessary for one's cultivation level to reach a certain threshold, or perhaps Yun Qingyang's death was steeped in profound resentment? Not wishing to dwell on this, he noticed that the disciples of the Xiang sect had already returned. The Qi mountain range, straddling the territories of the Yin and Yu families, required 2 full days of travel for Yun Qingyang and his companions. Yet the Xiang sect's flying vessel had arrived in just half a day. This was a result of Lin Fan's careful navigation, as he had never been here before. "Kid, you're not jesting, are you? You've never been here?" Su Tian inquired. His brow furrowed. Lin Fan remained silent, gazing down from the edge of the flying vessel, observing nothing but vast expanses of sand and desolate land. Aside from a few half-dead, drought-resistant ironwood trees, there were no signs of life, let alone mineral veins. The areas rich in spiritual, or typically boasted more abundant spiritual energy than others, yet this place felt utterly ordinary, leading him to doubt whether they had arrived at the correct location. Among the group of gray-robed disciples, a lanky man with slightly bloodshot eyes licked his lips mockingly and remarked, "Heh, I reckon he is saying that just to save his few alchemist friends." Lin Fan glanced at him. This man was the most bloodthirsty among the group, responsible for the majority of the Yin family's casualties. He was already quite displeased with Lin Fan for letting those individuals escape. Elder Wu cast a brief look at the lanky man, prompting him to fall silent. "If this entity truly has no connection to our sect, then let us return. There is no rush. May we land so that I might examine it?" Lin Fan pondered. Wu Yunguang regarded him and, with a slight nod, commanded the vessel to descend. The distance to the 2 prominent families is not considerable, had it been easy to discover. It would have been unearthed long ago. The spirit stone vein spans a vast area, so how could there be no trace whatsoever? Suddenly, Lin Fan's expression shifted as he recalled Yun Qingyang's last remarks. This individual was so confident that others could not find it. Could it be an illusion array? He promptly examined several ironwood trees, all of which were barren, devoid of even a single leaf. After observing a few more, he finally spotted an exceptionally diminutive ironwood tree, on which rested a leaf identical to that found at the Yin family's waterfall. Lin Fan chuckled softly. This was rather conspicuous. However, he pondered who might have arranged these arrays. Reaching out to touch the leaf, a humming sound erupted, and suddenly, the desolate expanse transformed drastically, with spiritual energy surging forth as if it had been suppressed for ages. Beneath his feet, there was no longer yellow sand and hard pebbles, but rather an open pit spanning several tens of meters, with only the lifeless ironwood remaining in sight. Gazing downwards, he found it difficult to discern the bottom. This was merely an entrance. Su Tian and the others maintained their impatient expressions, staring blankly at the ground below. "What kind of array is this, that even I could not perceive it?" Wu Yunguang murmured. Upon touching the leaf once more, the world reverted to its original state. "This is a significant achievement. I shall report it to the sect. You shall receive a 10% share of this vein," Wu Yunguang declared solemnly. There was one thing Wu Yunguang did not mention. Compared to this vein, the ability to decipher the intricacies of this illusion array might hold even greater value. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Lin Fan respectfully clasped his fists together and said, "Thank you, Senior." Ding. According to the Intel, jointly mining the Spirit Stone vein with the Xiang sect grants 25 Intel points. Current Intel points, 50. The journey back to the Xiang sect aboard the flying vessel was remarkably smooth. The banner of the Xiang sect hung prominently, ensuring that no one dared to act recklessly. The vessel housed several rooms, allowing Lin Fan to successfully refine Yun Qingyang's soul within the soul flag. The refining process took somewhat longer than anticipated. If it could be completed instantaneously, it would surely be a formidable artifact on the battlefield, growing stronger with each encounter. Lin Fan gently caressed the flagpole of the soul flag, which bore a resemblance to both wood and iron, astonished by its nature. Stepping onto the deck, Lin Fan noticed a significant transformation in the scenery, having traveled an unknown distance. He glanced towards a small array at the bow, which was drawing spiritual energy from the surrounding recesses. Lin Fan felt a twinge of envy. This vessel required no crew to operate and allowed for cultivation during travel. He resolved to acquire one if given the chance. How do you find this vessel? Wu Lao inquired, his spirits high as he approached Lin Fan for conversation. This second-tier flying vessel is merely the most basic model. Although its speed is decent, its built-in defenses can only withstand attacks from those at the peak of Qi refinement. A sect warship, however, is an entirely different matter. Our Xiang sect once conquered numerous territories with hundreds of warships. Lin Fan was left speechless. The peak of Qi refinement? Was it really only that? Observing Elder Wu's proud demeanor, one could easily discern his profound appreciation for the sect. Initially, Wu Yunguang, an elder of the outer sect of the Xiang sect, had been perceived as a rather aloof individual. However, upon becoming slightly acquainted, he proved to be quite loquacious, even taking the initiative to engage in conversation with Lin Fan. It is not surprising, as Xiao Huan seldom communicated with anyone other than him. Thus, Elder Wu sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with a future luminary of the Xiang sect. The spirit testing stone was unable to ascertain the specific root attributes of the young lady, necessitating the intervention of the sect's esteemed members, a situation that had never occurred before. Lin Fan nodded, acknowledging the rarity of individuals possessing celestial roots, which, while peculiar, was not entirely unfathomable. Due to this lack of understanding, he had refrained from recklessly administering the Golden Yuan technique for the young lady's cultivation during this period. As Elder Wu continued to speak with fervor, his thoughts abruptly returned to the flying vessel. Although the vessel was not renowned for its protective capabilities, Lin Fan need not worry. They were already within the Xiang sect's territory. Not even the most insignificant of foes would dare to approach. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed through the air as a brilliant light flashed in the distance, appearing from beyond the line of sight to near proximity in an instant. It was a colossal dragon of flame, conjured through sorcery, which roared and shattered the protective barrier of the flying vessel as if it were mere parchment, leaving a gaping hole in its side. Amidst violent tremors, the vessel tilted dangerously, threatening to plummet to the ground. Elder Wu's expression shifted dramatically. An ambush. The unexpected assault had severely damaged the vessel, with several mid-grade spirit stones in the control array exploding into dust. Xiao Huan, Lin Fan exclaimed in distress. Rushing towards her quarters, Elder Wu hurriedly retrieved a formation compass from his storage bag. After a resonant hum, the compass emanated a resplendent yellow light, quivering slightly before transforming into a protective barrier enveloping the vessel. Simultaneously, he swiftly placed several mid-grade spirit stones back into their designated slots, halting the vessel's descent. Though it remained unsteady, Elder Wu's face turned a shade of iron, and he bellowed, "Who possesses such audacity to assault the flying vessel of the Xiang sect? Do they not fear annihilation? What is happening?" At this moment, others hastily arrived on deck, their expressions fraught with alarm. From the direction of the attack, several figures cloaked in black raced forward, swiftly surrounding the vessel. Flying through the air was a fundamental skill of the Foundation establishment stage, and there were an astonishing 7 Foundation establishment cultivators. How could there be such a multitude lying in ambush? The gray-robed disciples were the first to panic. Su Tian remained considerably more composed than the others, stating solemnly, "I have sent a message to the sect, with the speed of our sect's experts. They shall arrive within the span of a tea's brewing." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others did not improve significantly. Would the adversary grant them such time? 7 Foundation establishment cultivators were not something they could withstand, especially considering 2 of them exuded a presence that eclipsed even Wu Yunguang. Lin Fan clutched a bone shield, seeking a corner to protect Xiao Huan in his embrace. The heavens have collapsed, yet there stands a lofty peak. Initially, he suspected that the adversarial forces of the Xiang sect had obtained news of Xiao Huan and had come to ambush them. To dare to target such a colossal entity as the Xiang sect, one must possess comparable power. A sigh of relief escaped him as he observed that the 7 individuals paid no heed to the 2 of them. Truly, an undeserved calamity. Surrounded by the members of the Xiang sect, he believed himself to be secure and had been engrossed in his cultivation, neglecting to exchange intelligence, which led to this unforeseen occurrence. Henceforth, he vowed never to be so careless in the future. His expression turned solemn. Should anything go awry, he was prepared to summon the Yin spirits, although Meng Yin and the others would likely prove no match against those at the Foundation establishment stage. Humph. Those furtive little rodents. Elder Wu was not inclined to remain passive. With a glint of cold light, he summoned a diminutive sword, his hand seals transforming, conjuring dozens of identical blades. The sword lights fragmented. Instantly, a multitude of sword shadows wove together in the air, forming a vast net that surged towards the 3 individuals at the bow of the ship. Clang, clang, clang. However, After a series of crisp clashes, the sword light vanished, leaving the three standing unscathed, each wielding an ancient-style longsword. An aura of defiance emanated from them, piercing through heaven and earth, causing both Wu Yun and Su Tian to change countenance simultaneously. Sword cultivators, are you from the 10,000 Sword sect? The figure in the black robe showed no inclination to respond, and the four others similarly summoned their longsword artifacts, unleashing surges of spiritual power as they struck heavily down upon the protective shield. The shield rippled violently, emitting creaking sounds, evidently surpassing its capacity. After merely a few breaths, the shield bore cracks resembling a spider's web. Just as it seemed on the verge of collapse, a flicker of pain crossed Elder Wu's face as he bellowed, "Explode." Boom. The entire shield erupted in a brilliant flash of light, and before it could be completely shattered, it detonated violently. The three nearest to it were caught off guard, engulfed in the explosion, showering the air with droplets of blood. The array compass fractured into several pieces. Indeed, relying solely on Elder Wu was insufficient. Lin Fan's gaze flickered as he contemplated the possibility of leaving with Xiao Huan. Now, they were all exposed before the 7 Foundation establishment experts, and Lin Fan had no doubt that any one of them could eliminate him in an instant. Yet, he observed no signs of panic or despair on Elder Wu's face. Could there still be a hidden card? At that moment, the remaining 4 opted not to charge directly, but instead formed hand seals. Whoosh! 4 flying swords shot forth, exuding a terrifying sharpness. Among them, the 2 strongest individuals directed their swords straight at Elder Wu, momentarily diverting his attention from rescuing, while the other 2 aimed directly at Su Tian. Indeed, his previous suspicions about this person's extraordinary identity were confirmed. These individuals were targeting Su Tian. As the sword lights faded, the gruesome scene Lin Fan had envisioned of Su Tian being cleaved into pieces did not materialize. Instead, he beheld Su Tian clad in archaic battle attire, his aura surging exponentially. Though he was sent flying several meters by the sword energy, his breath quickened. Remarkably, he suffered almost no injury. What kind of battle attire is this? Lin Fan was utterly astonished. The chasm between an energy refinement cultivator and a foundation establishment practitioner is akin to an insurmountable gulf. Moreover, this was a combined assault from 2 foundation establishment experts. Indeed, the depth of the Ziyang sect should not be underestimated. However, he did not attribute his survival solely to the battle attire. He distinctly perceived the eagerness in Su Tian's eyes. This individual truly harbored the desire to confront a foundation establishment opponent. Is this the Jinlin battle attire of senior brother Su Tian? It is indeed extraordinary, capable of withstanding the assaults of formidable foundation establishment cultivators. Yet, despite this, Lin Fan remained skeptical about their chances of victory, given the overwhelming numbers on the opposing side. Nevertheless, he instinctively glanced outside the flying vessel. At that moment, 7 cloaked figures had gathered, their backs turned to one another, their forms trembling slightly, as if resisting some terrifying pressure. "They're coming," Elder Wu whispered. Even Lin Fan could sense the turbulent and violent fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding the cloaked figures. In the next moment, a colossal spiritual energy hand materialized, its power surpassing that of a foundation establishment cultivator by countless magnitudes, forcefully descending upon the 7. Roar! The previously silent cloaked figures emitted a primal sound, akin to wild beasts. With a thunderous crash, the 7 figures unexpectedly chose to self-destruct in unison. Yet, rather than flesh and blood flying, they transformed into a cloud of black smoke, dissipating into the air. Lin Fan's eyes widened in shock. What kind of cultivation could compel 7 foundation establishment practitioners to self-destruct in a single move? Is this the realm of core formation? Xiao Huan, too, gazed at the sky with astonishment. "Brother Lin Fan, will we be able to become this formidable in the future?" Returning to his senses, Lin Fan smiled and replied, "As for others, I cannot say, but you certainly can." As the battlefield came to a close, several figures emerged from the sky. Foremost among them a man and a woman. The middle-aged man, exuding an aura of authority, donned a flowing black robe that billowed in the wind. Though he revealed no trace of his cultivation, Lin Fan's instincts incessantly conveyed the immense strength of this individual, an unprecedented might. He stood as the very center of attention, impossible to overlook. Trailing half a step behind him was a young woman in blue attire, strikingly beautiful, yet radiating an aura of aloofness that kept others at bay. Upon seeing the figures in the sky, Elder Wu, Su Tian, and the others displayed fervent reverence. "We pay our respects to the sect master and esteemed elders." Lin Fan's heart raced as he realized that this was indeed Yang Tian, the sect master of Ziyang sect, whom Wu Yunguang had previously introduced to him. Chapter 24. Xiao Huan's affiliation and joining the sect. It is said that Yang Tian had reached the late stages of core formation decades ago, positioning him among the pinnacle of power in the rarefied realm of Yuanying. Although he had suspected reinforcements would arrive, he never anticipated that the very sect master would come in person. This was undoubtedly all for Xiao Huan. Although the numerous figures behind Yang Lingtian emanated an aura of formidable terror, they evidently fell short in comparison to him. With a decisive step, Yang Lingtian appeared directly atop the flying vessel. In an instant, the vessel, which had been trembling incessantly, inexplicably steadied itself. He nodded slightly at Wu Yunguang and Su Tian, assuring them, "I shall have someone compensate you for your formation plate." He then approached Lin Fan and his companion. "Young friend Lin Fan, young friend Xiao Huan, it is a relief to see you unharmed." Elder Wu has already communicated the specifics through a message. Given the significance of Xiao Huan's spiritual root, may I conduct a thorough examination? Lin Fan and his companion had no objections. To his surprise, Yang Lingtian was far more amiable than he had anticipated, exhibiting no airs of superiority. After a meticulous inspection, Yang Lingtian could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, the heavens have not been unkind to my Xing sect. Junior sister, this young lady possesses a rare ice spiritual root, just like you. As you cultivate ice-related techniques, I entrust the future of our sect to your capable hands. You must guide her well." At that moment, the other elders gathered around, voicing their objections. "Sect master, you cannot show such favoritism. We too are capable of teaching ice techniques." The junior sister referred to by Yang Lingtian, the cold woman, let out a disdainful snort, scanning the crowd and challenging, "Who dares to compete with me?" The other elders immediately recoiled, silenced by her presence. Wu Yunguang observed the unfolding scene, somewhat bewildered. He feared he had underestimated the significance of this heavenly spiritual root. After the matter with the Yin family, he had promptly relayed news back to the sect, receiving word that they would be met with a warm welcome. Thus, he had remained composed, even suspecting that the sect master and others had arrived early, discreetly observing the situation of the intruders. Only Su Tian glanced at Xiao Huan with a tinge of jealousy. Unlike Yang Lingtian, the cold woman did not conceal her aura. As she approached, Lin Fan felt an uncomfortable chill, akin to being scraped by icy blades. However, Xiao Huan seemed to revel in the sensation, wearing a look of delight. "Thank you, sect master." Despite her indifferent demeanor towards Yang Lingtian, upon seeing Xiao Huan, the cold woman exhibited genuine affection. After inspecting her, she let out another cold snort and presented an extraordinary pill for Xiao Huan to consume. In mere moments, the scars on Xiao Huan's face vanished, revealing her smooth and charming visage. Yet, the instant the woman snorted, Lin Fan felt as if he were exposed to an Arctic wasteland, his very organs freezing. "Junior sister Gu, he is Xiao Huan's brother." Yang Lingtian swiftly positioned himself between Lin Fan and the cold woman, channeling spiritual energy to dissipate the chill within Lin Fan. If he truly is her brother, how could he allow Xiao Huan to be in such a state? Elder Gu retorted bluntly. Lin Fan silently cursed the woman repeatedly, pondering whether she was experiencing a midlife crisis. Ignoring him throughout, she had the audacity to act so ruthlessly. Just her aura nearly sent him spiraling into the depths of despair. However, with the alleviation provided by Yang Lingtian's spiritual energy, he discovered that his long-neglected cultivation had become somewhat unsteady, now merely a hair's breadth away from reaching the 6th level of qi refinement. "You must not bully brother Lin Fan." At this moment, Xiao Huan grew anxious and shook off the woman's attempt to grasp her hand. "I am your master," Elder Gu declared with a stern expression. Numerous outstanding individuals within the sect had sought her acceptance as a disciple, yet she had declined them all. How dare this young girl defy her? Xiao Huan stubbornly retorted, "If you do not apologize to brother Lin Fan, I shall not acknowledge you as my master." Upon hearing this, the elders were taken aback. In terms of strength, Gu Binghan was undoubtedly among the elite. Even the typically dominant figure found herself in such a predicament today. "Haha, Gu Shimi, you two have met your match." Yang Lingtian could hardly suppress his amusement. The group reconvened to discuss the origins of the mysterious figure in the black robe. As they prepared to depart, Yang Lingtian took it upon himself to erase all memories pertaining to Xiao Huan's spiritual root from the minds of the disciples of the Yin family. If not for Xiao Huan's protection, that woman of the Gu clan would have even encouraged the sect leader to erase her own related memories. Clearly, only the most core members of the sect were privy to such matters. Lin Fan felt somewhat helpless. He had not anticipated that upon arriving at the Xiang sect, he would repeatedly rely on a young girl. Yet, for reasons unknown, Su Tian had refrained from taking such actions. However, since even Yang Lingtian trusted this individual, he felt it unwise to voice any objections. Subsequently, under the escort of the elders, the group hastened towards the Xiang sect. As the sect came into view, a breathtaking figure flashed through Lin Fan's mind, causing an inexplicable sense of anxiety to well up within him. He certainly could not forget the arduous journey that had led him here, nor his original purpose. He was now aware that disciples of the Ziyang sect remained outer disciples until they reached the foundation establishment stage, at which point they automatically transitioned into the inner sect. This meant that some outer disciples, due to their innate talent, held a higher status within the sect than certain inner disciples. Su Tian was one such individual, as was Yun Qingyao. If he were to approach her impulsively, disregarding her attitude towards him, he would inevitably raise suspicions of overstepping his bounds. He intended to seek her out, but not under the circumstances of looking up to her. What are your thoughts on the assailants? The technique undoubtedly belongs to the 10,000 Swords sect, which has historically maintained a tenuous relationship with our Ziyang sect. They indeed possess a motive to eliminate potential geniuses, especially with their impending opening, yet this seems rather brazen. I sensed it as well. These individuals do not resemble puppets, but rather exhibit the techniques of ghost cultivators. This matter likely runs deeper than it appears. Further discussions will be necessary. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the scale of the Ziyang sect still exceeded Lin Fan's expectations. The sect sprawled across a vast expanse, housing 6 colossal peaks, each one far surpassing the Yin family's Fire Spirit Mountain. 5 of these peaks encircled the largest central peak in a circular formation. Among these 5, at the waist of the Pill Peak, Lin Fan had just received his assigned residence from the Outer Affairs Hall, along with a sect token and a gray disciple's robe. The young girl insisted on joining me in cultivating at Danfeng, which left Lin Fan feeling helpless. Given Xiao Huan's talent, it was only natural for her to remain by Elder Gu's side, as that would be the most suitable arrangement for her promising future. However, this only served to intensify the woman's animosity towards him. Shaking his head to cast aside such thoughts, he focused on his immediate desire to return to his residence and exchange information. Before departing, Master Yang had indicated that he had detected a severe accumulation of Dan poison within Lin Fan's body, which needed to be addressed promptly. It was no wonder that, despite his relentless training, his progress had stagnated. During his battle with Yan Kuan, he had ingested an excessive amount of inferior Dan pills. He had even come to realize that consuming mid-grade Dan pills of the first tier had become nearly futile, while the efficacy of upper-grade pills had also diminished significantly. Nevertheless, purging the Dan poison necessitated the expulsion of impurities from his body, which seemed to lead him into a dead end. Currently, he had 3 potential courses of action. First, to elevate his mastery of the cultivation technique to its pinnacle. Second, to seek alternative techniques. Or lastly, to consume the rumored supreme Dan pills that were said to be free of Dan poison. Amidst these thoughts, he finally arrived at his secluded courtyard located halfway up the mountain. It must be said that this courtyard was not only tranquil, but also exuded a richer aura of spiritual energy compared to the other courtyards along the way. Reflecting on the fact that he had just witnessed Wu Yunguang whispering something into the ear of the affairs hall steward, he mused that having connections was indeed advantageous. Upon entering the abode, he found it equipped with a dedicated alchemy room, a bedroom, a cultivation chamber, and a living room, everything one could desire. The accommodations afforded to even a mere outer disciple were far superior to those of the Yin family. Moreover, each courtyard was fortified with a rudimentary array. Although the protective effect of the array could only be described as marginal, the sect's regulations prohibited any forceful destruction of the array, and no one dared to challenge the authority of the sect. In the study, he discovered numerous blank or partially drawn talisman papers. Had the previous occupant of this courtyard been a talisman master? With no time to ponder such matters, Lin Fan summoned the long and used system panel. Observing the remaining 50 information points, he resolutely declared, "Exchange for information." A buzzing sound resonated, and a series of texts materialized on the panel. Chapter 25, Absorbing Soul Energy. Fu Shuang arrives. 1. Gu Binghan has accepted Xiao Huan as her disciple and has decided to impart the ice clear technique. Mastering this technique to a profound level emphasizes coldness and ruthlessness, and she feels quite satisfied with the gradual thinning of Xiao Huan's relationship with you. Lin Fan gritted his teeth at the thought of the cold-hearted Elder Gu. Despite her youthful appearance, the strength of someone who had cultivated to such an extent could not be judged merely by their outward age. He severely doubted whether this woman had been wronged by a man in the past, given her evident disdain for them. It would indeed be difficult to accept if Xiao Huan were to become like her. However, with no other course of action available, he could only make an effort to visit Xiao Huan more frequently. The shadowy puppet that attacked the flying vessel of the Ziyang sect today was summoned by the Wazhangjin from the Hundred Flowers Valley, aiming to frame the Wanjian sect. Although the puppet was vanquished by Yang Lingtian, the residual soul energy lingers at the scene of the incident. This malevolent aura serves as a potent supplement to the souls within the soul banner. If left unclaimed, it will dissipate entirely in 3 days. A surge of joy filled his heart upon realizing why he sensed a hint of emotion emanating from the soul banner during the deaths of several Foundation establishment cultivators today. He had initially dismissed it as mere illusion. However, He had no opportunity to release the souls during the ensuing turmoil. The Ziyang sect's stance toward this artifact remains ambiguous, as it undeniably bears the taint of sinister practices. Should he recklessly reveal it, he might face severe reprimand or even have it confiscated. He had long resolved that he would only disclose this object in dire circumstances. Nonetheless, he found himself intrigued by the nature of the shadowy puppet, as its aura distinctly differed from that of the souls, yet seemed to share a common origin. He vowed to investigate the true nature of the soul refinement sect when time permitted. In the vicinity of the Ziyang sect, a first-tier silver-patterned fox, nurtured by the disciple Su Mei, has gone missing. A reward of 300 low-grade spirit stones and 1 contribution point to the sect has been offered for its return. The silver-patterned fox is currently foraging within a radius of several dozen miles around your estate and can be attracted by special artifacts. This matter can wait until I retrieve the soul energy, with the bone shield, a first-tier supreme artifact. Attracting it should not pose a challenge. The previous owner of the estate, Ning Yuanji, has been missing for a year while on a sect mission, leading to the reclamation of the property by the sect. However, Ning Yuanji's partner, Fu Shuang, firmly believes her husband is still alive and forbids any other cultivators from residing there, having already driven away several intruders. He dismissed this piece of information entirely. He was quite content with this location. Even if Ning Yuanji were to return, he would have to find another place. Within the flower spirit secret realm, adjacent to the Ziyang sect, there exists a nearly ripe Bodhi gold fruit. This fruit is a principal ingredient in the formula for the spirit gathering pill, which aids individuals in condensing their consciousness ahead of time, thus mastering their spiritual awareness. Lin Fan was astonished upon discovering the wondrous effects of the spirit gathering pill. It is well known that the ability to traverse the air and possess spiritual awareness are 2 hallmarks of Foundation establishment cultivators. The prospect of condensing one's consciousness in advance presents numerous advantages. He silently resolved to commence gathering the materials necessary for the spirit gathering pill. Having exchanged for 8 pieces of intelligence, Lin Fan finally paused. Although 3 of the pieces contained trivial information, the remaining 5 were of considerable value. Time was of the essence. He decided to retrieve the soul energy first. The site of the incident was several hundred miles from the Ziyang sect, a distance that could be traversed in a moment by strong Foundation establishment or core formation cultivators. Yet it took Lin Fan several hours to reach. As night fell, he found himself groping about for quite some time. Approaching a nearby hill, he distinctly sensed a disturbance from the soul banner, indicating its proximity. Just as he prepared to release the souls of Meng Yin and Yin Qingyao, he suddenly heard the faint sound of distant voices engaged in conversation. Lin Fan was taken aback, his immediate reaction being that the members of the soul refining sect had come for him, prompting him to hastily conceal his presence. Brother, the gains we reap now are simply incomparable to the past. How dare you say that if it weren't for that incident, we would be in this predicament? Weren't we supposed to refrain from mentioning it? Nothing significant happened anyway. Humph, return to the sect to complete our tasks. Although Lin Fan could not hear them clearly from a distance, he was relieved that the group lingered only briefly before departing in the direction he had come from. It seemed these individuals were also at the qi refining stage. Otherwise, even with concealment techniques, it would be difficult to mask their presence. Judging by the direction they left, they were likely disciples of the Ziyang sect. Although he was unaware of their intentions, he chose not to complicate matters. After confirming that no one else was around, he formed a hand seal and released Meng Yin and Meng Qingyao. With a mighty roar, Yin Qingyao, upon first emerging from the soul banner, appeared exceedingly exhilarated. Quiet, Lin Fan chastised. Yin Qingyao scratched his head and offered an awkward grin. Although this ghost had lost its memories after being refined, it retained a trace of wisdom, allowing for simple communication. Before long, the 2 souls located the so-called soul energy and eagerly absorbed it, leaving nothing behind. In just half an hour, both souls experienced significant advancement. To Lin Fan's astonishment, Meng Yin directly reached the 9th level of qi refining, while Yin Qingyao, slightly weaker, attained the pinnacle of the 8th level. Ding! According to the information, the ghost's strength has increased, earning 8 intelligence points. Current intelligence points, 42. Roar. With their cultivation rising, Yin Qingyao began to howl once more. Lin Fan, exasperated, shook the soul banner, recalling them. Had the soul energy not dissipated so rapidly, Meng Yin might have directly ascended to the Foundation establishment stage. He felt a pang of regret, contemplating how remarkable it was that a mere 5th-layer qi refining cultivator could wield the power of Foundation establishment. Alas, human greed knows no bounds, and moreover, this soul banner was merely a first-tier magical artifact, not necessarily capable of controlling a Foundation establishment soul. Subsequently, Lin Fan set off in the direction of the Ziyang sect. Less than half a day after his departure, a peculiar figure clad in black robes appeared at the location where he had absorbed the soul energy, shrouded in shadows. A mere qi refining junior, What could possibly attract the attention of a core formation cultivator? This venture truly lacks merit, the black-robed figure murmured, their voice raspy and unpleasant. Why is there not a trace of soul energy left? It dissipated so swiftly? At that moment, Lin Fan had returned to his residence. However, in stark contrast to the tidiness he had left behind, the courtyard was now in disarray. Not only had his neatly arranged bedding and personal items been carelessly tossed about, but the nameplate bearing his name on the courtyard door lay shattered in pieces on the ground. Outside the courtyard, a woman's figure leaned against the wall, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Fan as he approached. Lin Fan's expression remained calm. He needed not to think, for this woman was undoubtedly Fu Shuang. Are you the newly initiated Lin Fan? Fu Shuang, striking in appearance, bore a fierce expression. You cannot reside here. Lin Fan gazed at her, saying, this is the residence assigned by the sect. Why should I not reside here? I said you cannot, therefore you must not. Lin Fan fell silent, wordlessly entering the courtyard to tidy up the items scattered on the ground. At that moment, the commotion attracted 4 or 5 disciples living nearby. I told you, this newcomer won't last a day. Look, Fu Shuang is back again. Not necessarily. I've heard that this new disciple Lin has quite a close relationship with Elder Wu. Isn't Fu Shuang's father also an elder of Lingfeng? Do you think that is why she dares to act so recklessly in driving people away? No matter how close their ties are, can they compare to a father-daughter relationship? Just wait. Things may not be as simple as they seem. Lin Fan brushed off the dust from his bedding and said, my settlement here is a decision made by the Foreign Affairs Hall, as one of the sect's authoritative departments. Their decision represents the sect's will. Do you consider your status to be higher than that of the Foreign Affairs Hall? Or do you believe that your elder father can supersede them, transcending the sect itself? Chapter 26. Silver-striped fox. Xiao Ming. Lin Fan's words were like pearls of wisdom, striking with the force of a mighty hammer. Fu Shuang's face turned pale, and she retreated repeatedly. Do not unjustly accuse me. I cannot bear such a crime. Newly arrived, Lin Fan did not wish to create enemies recklessly, yet he was equally unprepared to bow his head. If anyone dared to trample upon him, he would ensure they tasted the consequences first. This Lin disciple possesses remarkable eloquence. It is indeed true. Yes, the previous few disciples who moved out simply wished to avoid conflict. To speak plainly, even his father lacked such authority. It is trivial. You few should refrain from meddling in such matters. Noticing Fu Shuang's reluctance to depart, Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Observing her aura, it appeared comparable to Yun Qingyao in life, indicating she too was at the 8th level of qi refining. He was still not her match at present. Although the Invincible banner was powerful, unless he intended to silence everyone in the vicinity, he need not resort to it just yet. At that moment, a robust voice rang out. You lot, why are you loitering here instead of diligently cultivating? It was none other than Manager Li from the Foreign Affairs Hall, who had previously assigned him his residence. Shoo, disperse at once. Fu Shuang bit her lip, unwillingly departing, while the others hurried back to their own quarters. Young disciple Lin, this matter is my oversight. I completely forgot that Fu Shuang had her eyes on this courtyard. What if I arrange another room for you? Lin Fan shook his head. He was quite satisfied with this place, for there were few locations that could rival its spiritual energy. Seeing his determination, Manager Li ceased further discussion and produced a storage bag, handing it to Lin Fan. Here are your monthly stipends of 100 low-grade spirit stones, along with the additional rewards for your contribution in uncovering spiritual veins for the sect. Please take good care of it. Upon receiving the bag, Lin Fan discovered it contained 600 spirit stones. In essence, the rewards from the spiritual vein are dispersed monthly, amounting to a substantial 500 spiritual stones each month. This represents a considerable resource. The specifics of the spiritual vein size are still under investigation, and the extraction work has yet to commence. Receiving such an amount in the first month bodes well for the future, as the quantity can only increase. You are indeed fortunate, remarked Manager Li with envy. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt a surge of joy and unhesitatingly presented 100 spiritual stones to him, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Manager. Typically, one collects their monthly stipend directly from the sect, but with this gesture, which also indirectly alleviated his predicament, it was only fitting to show appreciation. Manager Li was exceedingly pleased and handed him a jade talisman, stating, I heard you lack a messaging talisman. I happen to have an extra one for you. My spiritual imprint is already inscribed upon it, so you may contact me if needed. Lin Fan examined the talisman, realizing it resembled a satellite phone that required no charging. He had been contemplating acquiring one. The monthly stipend for even the most ordinary gray-robed disciple amounts to 100 stones, which speaks volumes of the grandeur of this major sect. While 100 low-grade spiritual stones may not seem significant, with at least several thousand gray-robed disciples in the Ziyang sect, the cumulative expenditure is indeed staggering. Upon returning to his chamber, Lin Fan retrieved his bone shield and, while awaiting the silver-patterned fox's arrival, organized his current capabilities, excluding the Invincible banner. Under the empowerment of his perfected Golden Yuan skill and utilizing his mastery of Windblade, he felt confident that no one in the mid-stage of Qi refinement could rival him. Although he had not yet tested his strength against those in the 7th layer of Qi refinement, he presumed that self-preservation would be easily achievable. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that his cultivation level still fell short. Entering the alchemy chamber, he quickly adapted to the use of the pill furnace. While remaining vigilant of any movements outside, he began to concoct elixirs. After completing 2 furnaces, he successfully produced 4 high-grade recovery pills and 4 high-grade restoration pills. Yet he sensed no signs of the fox demon's approach. Could it be that a first-tier superior magical artifact lacks sufficient allure? Frowning, he retrieved the Invincible banner and placed it atop the bone shield. In the 3rd furnace, despite the absence of Elder Wu's spiritual flame and the assistance of the furnace, he managed to produce 5 high-grade gathering Qi pills, yet his spirits were dampened. At this point, I have become exceedingly familiar with the crafting of gathering Qi pills. I am confident that a few more attempts could yield a full batch of high-grade products. However, an unsettling feeling lingered, as if he had reached a certain limit, beyond which the creation of so-called superior pills seemed implausible. Furthermore, this limitation could not be overcome merely by additional efforts. Remarkably, he had never even seen what a superior pill looked like, rendering it difficult to imagine how a pill could exist without any toxicity. With a soft sigh, he gathered the remaining herbs. Suddenly, he detected an exceedingly faint sound emanating from the courtyard outside, akin to something having fallen to the ground. They have arrived. Lin Fan snapped back to attention and glanced towards the open door. Indeed, he beheld a spirit fox, no more than a foot in length, its fur a pristine white, save for a silver stripe adorning its neck, curiously peering into the room. It is no wonder that the female disciples hold the little creature in such affection. Its entire body is covered in soft fur, making it undeniably adorable. This spirit fox possesses remarkable speed, necessitating a decisive strike, should it attempt to flee. I may not be able to catch up. Lin Fan held his breath, prepared to act as soon as the spiritual fox entered within a 10-foot radius. The silver-patterned fox, noticing the presence of someone in the room, found it impossible to resist the allure of the 2 magical artifacts and stealthily approached. Just as it was within a distance of less than 20 feet, a sudden series of knocks echoed from the courtyard door. Startled, the silver-patterned fox transformed into a flash of silver light, disappearing from the rooftop in mere moments. Lin Fan was immediately incensed. Upon opening the door and glimpsing a youthful, round face, he brusquely asked, "What do you want?" Learning that the visitor was also a newly initiated disciple coming to greet him, Lin Fan could not help but twitch his face in annoyance. A greeting? Of all times. This individual was familiar to him, having previously observed Lin Fan's interaction with Fu Xuan. The vivid memory was due to the sword strapped to the newcomer's back, which radiated an aura rivaling that of Lin Fan's bone shield. Additionally, a delicate jade bracelet dangled conspicuously from his wrist, brazenly showcasing a 2nd-tier magical artifact. "Come in." Lin Fan reluctantly ushered the visitor inside, harboring some resentment. "Lin Qingyao, I should not have come at this time," Xiao Ming said with an awkward smile, sensing the tension in the air. "However, if you wish for solitude, why not activate a minor formation?" Lin Fan snorted softly but remained silent. If he activated the formation, how would the silver-patterned fox gain entry? Moreover, it was rather peculiar that this individual, clearly at the 7th level of Qi refining, would refer to him as Xiao. After a brief exchange, Lin Fan discovered that Xiao Ming was indeed a new disciple, who had been inspired to befriend him after witnessing Lin Fan's earlier display. Internally, Xiao Ming was quite astonished. He had sensed Lin Fan's extraordinary nature earlier in the day, and the anger displayed upon opening the door had left him feeling a sense of danger. Furthermore, he was certain that Lin Fan's cultivation was as it appeared, and that he was not concealing anything, which was rather unsettling. Lin Fan, intrigued, remarked, "Your attire does not resemble that of a novice disciple. Is your family newly wealthy?" "Newly wealthy?" Xiao Ming replied, somewhat perplexed. "Attire? Are you referring to these 2 items?" With that, Xiao Ming surprisingly removed the jade bracelet and long sword, offering them to Lin Fan. "I apologize, Lin Qingyao, but I cannot disclose my family background. These 2 items were given to me by my father, and while I cannot part with them, I can lend them to you." Chapter 27. Spending money like water. Lin Fan observed Xiao Ming's clear but somewhat naive eyes, confirming multiple times that the young man was not jesting but genuinely believed this way. "Has your father never taught you the wisdom of keeping wealth discreet?" Xiao Ming chuckled innocently. "I feel that Lin Qingyao does not seem like a bad person to say such things." Lin Fan's interest was piqued. He accepted the items, saying, "Your words are indeed of some use to me. How many days does Lin Qingyao require them? I shall return to retrieve them then." Lin Fan silently cast a glance at him, leading him indoors and placing the 2 magical artifacts alongside the bone shield. Hush, do not make another sound. Although Xiao Ming was perplexed, he obediently nodded. His gaze lingered curiously on the Yin Soul banner for a moment, while he completely disregarded the bone shield. Despite the silver-patterned fox having experienced a fright, Lin Fan doubted its ability to resist the allure of these from magical artifacts, each of which was of at least first-tier excellence. As expected, within less than half an hour, the silver-patterned fox cautiously returned. However, upon approaching the door, it dared not venture any closer. Seeing this, Lin Fan decided not to wait any longer and abruptly activated the bone shield's protective barrier, enveloping the creature securely. All right, it's safe now. You may take your belongings back. Xiao Ming stared in astonishment at the struggling beast in Lin Fan's grasp, but refrained from further inquiries. He heeded the advice and returned his long sword to his storage bag, concealing the bracelet as well. After exchanging communication talismans with Lin Fan, he took his leave. Lin Fan glanced at his departing figure, a curious individual indeed. He stepped forward, grasping the neck of the fox demon, sealing its spiritual power. At this moment, the system did not provide any notifications. It seemed he would have to return it to the disciple named Su Mei. Although Lin Fan was unfamiliar with Su Mei, he nonetheless informed Steward Li about the silver-patterned fox now in his possession. Upon returning to his cultivation chamber and meditating for half a day, a rather youthful and attractive female disciple hurriedly sought him out. Her ample bosom was particularly eye-catching. Lin Fan courteously offered a brief bow of acknowledgement. Upon spotting Su Mei, the silver-patterned fox wailed and leaped into her arms as if it had suffered a great injustice, affectionately rubbing its cheek against her chest. Lin Fan felt a tinge of embarrassment. I did not mistreat it. Su Mei smiled brightly and replied, I know, Xiao Bai is simply of such temperament. May I inquire your name, junior brother? She asked while promptly producing 300 low-grade spirit stones to offer him. Lin Fan, junior brother Lin Fan. May I borrow your sect token for a moment? It was then that he recalled the information indicating that, in addition to spirit stones, the rewards also included something referred to as sect contribution points. Su Mei took Lin Fan's token, retrieved her own from her waist, and inscribed a character upon it. In a flash of light, a small character appeared in the previously blank space on Lin Fan's token. May I ask, senior sister Su Mei, what is the purpose of these sect contribution points? Su Mei looked surprised. Are you new to the sect, junior brother? These contribution points are quite valuable. They serve as currency for purchasing advanced cultivation techniques, spells, and the like from the sect. They can only be acquired by completing sect tasks or trading with others. If one wishes to exchange spirit stones for them, the usual rate ranges from 200 to 500 spirit stones. Had it not been for my urgent search for Xiao Bai, I would not have offered up my contribution points. After this, Su Mei played with the fox for a moment longer before gently tapping the spirit beast pouch and drawing it inside. Ding! According to the intelligence, assist Su Mei in recalling her beast companion. Intelligence points required, 6. Current intelligence points, 40. This was the first time Lin Fan encountered such a storage bag capable of containing living creatures, and he curiously examined it. Su Mei smiled and said, Are you interested in this spirit beast bag, Junior Lin? I happen to be heading to the sect's market. Why not accompany me? Grateful, he replied. Thank you, senior sister. With someone to guide him through the sect, he was more than willing. The sect's market and the internal affairs hall were both situated on the flat ground at the foot of the mountain. Particularly the market, resembling a vast plaza, was bustling with activity, filled with disciples setting up stalls. Naturally, the predominant color was gray robes. Although both the market and the internal affairs hall facilitated transactions, each had its distinct advantages. The market was ideal for those wishing to sell at a premium or those seeking sect contribution points. If one believed they had a discerning eye and wished to seize a bargain, this was the place to try, though it was typically only open during the day. The internal affairs hall allowed transactions at any time. If one desired a more discreet sale, this was advised, though prices were determined by the overseeing elder. Additionally, the items sold at the internal affairs hall were usually provided by disciples, hence the selection was generally not as rich as that of the market. It must be said that Su Mei, aside from her appearance and figure, was remarkably chatty, patiently explaining everything to Lin Fan along the way. Such a person naturally enjoyed excellent rapport, as she frequently greeted by fellow disciples. However, the internal affairs hall's primary function was the internal release of sect missions. To prevent disciples from becoming overly engrossed in their cultivation, the sect mandated that each disciple must complete at least one sect mission every 6 months. Lin Fan nodded in agreement, believing that Xiao Ming likely belonged to the category of those who devoted their early lives solely to arduous cultivation. Lin Fan then inquired about the flower spirit secret realm, but unfortunately, Su Mei was not well versed in that matter. However, she suggested that he visit the sect's mission pavilion for more information. Setting this matter aside for the moment, he proceeded to the market to purchase a spirit beast bag and a detailed book on medicinal herbs. The recipe for the condensing spirit pill made him realize the limitations of his previous world. As an alchemist, how could he be unfamiliar with medicinal herbs, let alone their properties? The Ziyang sect indeed possessed abundant resources. The materials listed in the recipe were complete, with the exception of the Bodhi gold fruit. However, the exorbitant prices of certain materials exceeded his expectations, and this procurement consumed more than half of his spirit stones. His expenditure was indeed flowing like water. Many stall owners were quite curious as to why a disciple at the 5th layer of Qi refinement would purchase such expensive medicinal materials. He also perused the elixirs available for sale. Although they were all high-quality gathering Qi pills, the prices varied significantly among different vendors. Generally, they were priced at several spirit stones, while some were nearly double that, which puzzled him. Su Mei, on the other hand, showed greater interest in various women's accessories. The two eventually arrived at a stall selling magical artifacts, where Su Mei picked up a particularly exquisite ring-shaped artifact, unable to put it down. Shopkeeper, this is merely a low-grade first-tier artifact, and you are asking for 150 spirit stones. That is rather exorbitant, is it not? Just moments ago, Lin Fan had bestowed upon Lin Fan 300 spirit stones. Although it did not completely deplete her resources, she felt a reluctance to squander them carelessly. The stall owner, a middle-aged disciple in his 30s, chuckled, "My dear junior sister, one cannot speak so lightly. This item may indeed be of low-grade first tier, but it has suffered some erosion of its runes. Just observe the craftsmanship. It is incomparable to ordinary artifacts. Without the meticulous refinement of a top-tier craftsman over many years, such an outcome would be unattainable. Look at the patterns, feel the texture." Lin Fan listened to the stall owner's increasingly exaggerated claims, rendered speechless. It was clear that he had noticed Su Mei's interest and was seizing the opportunity to inflate the price. No matter how one looked at it, it was still just a low-grade first-tier item, yet the price was comparable to that of a mid-grade artifact. However, the stall owner was not entirely deceitful. The item's original quality was undoubtedly higher. Su Mei bit her lip, caught in a dilemma, as purchasing this object would mean sacrificing the spirit stones she had intended for her cultivation. Just as she was about to leave, feeling a twinge of regret, Lin Fan produced his storage bag and placed a neat stack of 150 spirit stones on the stall. He then handed a ring to Su Mei, saying, "Thank you, senior sister Su, for enlightening your junior brother. This item is but a token of my appreciation." Such was his character. When others treated him with sincerity, he preferred to reciprocate with equal fervor. Besides, he had just observed that a superior Qi gathering pill could fetch a price of over 10 spirit stones. Merely a matter of refining a couple of batches of pills. Su Mei was taken aback. She noticed that Lin Fan had already spent far more spirit stones on medicinal herbs than she had given him, and she was astonished by his generosity. After a moment of hesitation, she accepted the ring, saying, "Junior brother Lin, consider this alone. Senior sister Su, are you not willing to be friends with your junior brother?" Seeing her insistence, Su Mei ultimately refrained from further protest. However, as she gazed at the ring he had handed her, a thought crossed her mind, and her cheeks flushed. After all, it was rather unusual to receive a ring from someone she had only just met. At that moment, a long-faced youth clad in a gray robe from the Pill Peak entered the market and caught sight of this scene. With a dark expression, he approached and questioned, "Su Mei, who is this person? Is this really happening?" Lin Fan thought to himself, bemused by the melodramatic turn of events. Su Mei looked at the long-faced youth, her brows furrowing slightly. Before she could speak, the youth snatched the ring from her hand. "Is this why you have repeatedly rejected me? What is it about this fellow that I lack?" Su Mei's chest heaved with indignation as she retorted, "Li Zitao, let me be clear. Even if there were something between me and junior brother Lin, what business is it of yours? Do you regard me as your possession? Return my belongings." Li Zitao, a disciple from Pill Peak who had pursued her for some time, was indeed a capable individual, and she did not harbor a complete lack of fondness for him. However, the one thing she could not tolerate was his attempts to restrict her interactions with any male disciples before their relationship was even established. At that moment, her disappointment was profound. Jealousy flickered in Li Zitao's eyes as he replied, "I will return it, but only if this fellow admits his mistake and vows not to approach you again." However, in the next moment, he felt a flicker before his eyes, and the ring in his hand vanished. Simultaneously, his wrist was firmly grasped by another. "This item has already been purchased by me. Do you intend to snatch it in broad daylight?" Lin Fan stated calmly, applying a bit more pressure. Li Zitai, who was at the same level of Qi refinement as him, found himself with little capacity for resistance and exclaimed, "You are also a disciple of the Alchemy Peak. How dare you? Do you know who I am? I couldn't care less who you are." If this incident were merely a misunderstanding, Lin Fan would have explained had the other approached him with a more reasonable demeanor, but he would not indulge such insolence. Isn't that Li Zitai, ranked 10th on the alchemy list? How could someone dare to lay hands on him? "Look, isn't Su Mei also over there? Haha, no wonder." The person opposite is also from the alchemy peak. This is getting interesting. Lin Fan listened to the surrounding murmurs. It seemed this fellow with the horse face was indeed someone noteworthy. 10th on the alchemy list? At that moment, Sumei approached with concern etched on her face, saying, "Junior brother Lin, let him go. This matter is my oversight. I did not expect to encounter him." Only then did Lin Fan loosen his grip, though he paid it little mind. If it came to alchemy, with his 40 years of arduous practice, he truly had no fear of anyone. Li Zitai rubbed his painfully squeezed right hand, his expression a mix of astonishment and fury. Despite being of equal cultivation, he found himself utterly unable to resist. He hadn't even seen how the other had struck. However, believing Lin Fan had recognized his status, he huffed in anger. "Now you know fear. It's too late." As a disciple of the alchemy peak, the competition is never solely about strength. It was well known that disciples of the alchemy peak profited handsomely from selling their concocted elixirs. But should his elixirs fail to sell, that would indeed choke this person's lifeline. He immediately pointed at Lin Fan and shouted to those around, "Anyone who purchases this person's elixirs, I shall not sell my own." With that, he swept away in a flurry. Lin Fan found the situation amusing. Did this man truly believe he sold celestial elixirs? Indeed, Master Li need not stoop to quarreling with such individuals. "Master Li, I, Hu Tianming, vow never to purchase a single elixir from this person. Might I be able to enjoy a discount with you? 10% off. Master Li, count me in." Numerous disciples chimed in, while some regarded Lin Fan with sympathetic eyes. Yet, Lin Fan remained unfazed. Gazing at Su Mei's somewhat apologetic expression, he inquired, "Sister Su, what is the alchemy list?" Su Mei sighed internally. Indeed, ignorance breeds audacity, and she explained, "Junior brother Lin should understand that the outer sect holds a higher status than the gray-robed disciples of the blue-robed ones, correct? Each year, the sect holds a grand competition, with the top 10 receiving blue robes, and the top 3 being bestowed the title of prodigy disciples. However, this is rather unjust for you alchemists, as the sect employs an entirely different evaluation standard for you, which is the alchemy steel test. There exists a colossal stone tablet within the sect where each disciple may enter for testing. The specific criteria for the test are not something I am well versed in. However, the only 2 blue-robed disciples of Danfeng are precisely the top 2 on the Dan list." Lin Fan suddenly realized that Su Tian and Yun Qingyao had indeed secured spots in the top 10 of the previous competition. Li Zitai was certainly not boasting. Observing Lin Fan's contemplative expression, Su Mei felt even more apologetic, as this matter had arisen due to her. Biting her lip gently, she reassured him, "Junior brother Lin, there's no need to worry. At worst, I could plead for assistance." Yet, before she could finish, Lin Fan interrupted, "Su sister? Take me to the Dan Tower." From a distance, Lin Fan beheld a towering black stone monument, reminiscent of a giant, standing several dozen feet high. Upon reaching the plaza where the monument stood, he found a multitude of Danfeng disciples gathered. Lin Fan gazed at the stone, which was densely inscribed with numerous names and symbols, arranged in ascending order from 1 to 100. At the top was a cauldron-shaped emblem, followed by a series of numbers, 17,500 for the first place. Dream, 17,200 for the second place. Wu Li, 13,700 for the third place, and the 10th, Li Zitai, at 1,100. Lin Fan revealed a contemplative expression. It appeared that the monument did not require true names, and the numbers likely represented scores. Truly, the blue-robed disciples were formidable, establishing such a vast gap from the third place. "Look, senior brother Xiao Ding has reclaimed the first position. I always said that senior brother Xiao is the foremost among us in Danfeng. No wonder, today in the market, the prices of senior brother Zhao's elixirs were nearly double those of ordinary ones. Humph, the quality and efficacy of senior brother Zhao's elixirs are unparalleled. Even at 5 or 10 times the price, there would still be buyers." Yet, a female cultivator interjected, "It's merely that senior sister Nan Ming doesn't care for such superficial fame. Senior brother Xiao is indeed impressive, yet he has challenged her record no less than 10 times before surpassing it. If senior sister Nan were to challenge now, her score would undoubtedly be higher." Su Mei whispered to Lin Fan, "The reputations of Xiao Ding and Nan Ming resonate beyond Danfeng. Many blue-robed disciples, as well as foundational elders, seek their assistance." Lin Fan nodded, carefully scrutinizing the monument. He noticed that at the base of the stone, 4 sides resembled portals, with figures continuously entering and exiting, suggesting the presence of a spatial array. "Junior brother Lin, do your best," Su Mei encouraged, though she did not believe that Lin Fan could achieve remarkable results on his first attempt. Nodding, Lin Fan approached the nearest side of the monument and waited. Upon seeing a disciple exit with a dejected demeanor, he stepped inside without hesitation. However, unlike other disciples who spent an incense stick's time within, he emerged in merely 10 breaths. Wasn't he this person just admitted? Why is he out so soon?" The others mused. even with mediocre alchemical skills. It shouldn't be so swift. Sumei looked at Lin Fan, somewhat awkwardly at a loss for words. Yet, Lin Fan simply sat on the ground and began to study the medicinal materials he had just purchased. Seriously, there are those who resort to last-minute cramming? The two individuals nearby found this amusing. If one could master pharmacology merely by perusing this book on site, the esteemed alchemist would not be so rare. The stone tablet presents two assessments, pharmacology and alchemy, each valued at 10,000 points. Failing the pharmacology test 3 times results in failure, regrettably. My knowledge of medicinal herbs is limited, yielding me only 450 points, hence I refrained from attempting the alchemy portion. Although the system's attribute points are extraordinarily advantageous, they merely allow for arduous cultivation based on the pharmacology I have already grasped. Contemplating this, Lin Fan rapidly reviewed the pharmacological properties of the thousands of spiritual herbs contained within the tome. He then declared inwardly, alchemy, add 10 points. Seeing Lin Fan seated in meditation for a brief moment, Sumei proceeded directly toward the stone tablet, quietly lamenting that her junior brother seemed reluctant to abandon his pride. She felt it inappropriate to voice her concerns and resolved to later explain the situation to Li Zitai, requesting him to cease his targeting of Lin Fan. Although Lin Fan's trial extended longer than before, it had only consumed half a stick of incense. Let us go, Sister Su. Might you accompany your junior brother to the Techniques Pavilion? Sumei noticed Lin Fan's demeanor remained composed, allowing her to exhale slightly in relief. He left a favorable impression upon her. Aside from their initial encounter where his gaze appeared somewhat frivolous, their subsequent interactions had been pleasant, instilling in her a sense of ease. Thus, she wished for Lin Fan not to be disheartened by this situation. This way, the Techniques Pavilion is over here. I was originally ranked 100. How have I been displaced? Someone exclaimed. Has a newcomer made the list? Sumei was taken aback, glancing back at the stone tablet. Could it be? However, as she scanned from the bottom up, she was unable to locate Lin Fan's name. Though she found it hard to believe he could suddenly ascend to the forefront, she instinctively continued to search upward. Upon reaching the top, her body jolted slightly, and she gasped in astonishment. Alchemy ranking 10th, Li Zitai, 11,100. Alchemy ranking 11th, Fan, 9,850. Chapter 29, A Trust from Fushuang. A breakthrough. I could recite the names on the tablet from memory, and I was certain that this one had never appeared before. To make the list almost immediately and break into the top 10, who could this individual be? Quickly find him. We must ensure this person is brought into our fold. Lin Fan's visit to the Techniques Pavilion was brief. He bid farewell to Sumei after a mere glance around. There were no other reasons for his departure. The techniques within were far beyond his current purchasing power. Not to mention the spirit stones, the sect contribution points required were at least 5 or more. Moreover, the enhancement for his golden yuan techniques was minimal. The prices escalated significantly thereafter. Additionally, the pavilion housed a second floor accessible only to disciples in blue robes, which piqued his interest even further. Currently, the only way to obtain a blue robe title was through the stone tablet test. The over 9,000 points I acquired stemmed solely from the pharmacology test before I exited. However, even if I added alchemy, I could achieve at most 3rd place. Surpassing those two was implausible, Lin Fan murmured to himself. The limit for first-tier superior elixirs is merely 6,000 points. This indicates that the top 2 individuals on the list likely possess the capability to produce exceptional elixirs. Indeed, he is a prodigy of the Ziyang sect. Lin Fan sighed softly, pondering how these two had achieved such feats, for he had devoted 50 years to the path of alchemy, a testament to his relentless toil. Inspired by their accomplishments, upon returning to his abode, he activated the formation and immersed himself in the art of alchemy. In one furnace, he produced 6 superior-grade pills. In another, 6 more, and in a third, yet another 6. Each time he consulted the Dan Monument, he experienced no hindrance in crafting superior-grade elixirs. However, this was evidently not his ultimate goal. Lin Fan lost track of time as he continued his alchemical endeavors, only pausing to meditate and recuperate once his spiritual energy was depleted, resuming his work as soon as he regained his strength. Eventually, he exhausted not only his energy, but also nearly all the medicinal materials in his storage bag. At last, in a moment of inspiration during his final refinement, he beamed with joy as 2 exquisitely verdant pills fell into the vial. He gathered the scattered vials, feeling elated at the prospect of advancing his cultivation with these elixirs. Excited by this thought, Lin Fan resolved to enter seclusion and prepare for a breakthrough as soon as he regained his vitality. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of others outside the courtyard. Fushuang and Xiao Ming had arrived. Xiao Ming appeared to be offering some counsel to Fushuang, who remained unmoved, gazing intently into the courtyard. This woman, so tenacious in her presence? Upon seeing Lin Fan emerge, Xiao Ming exhaled with relief, saying, "Senior brother Lin. Fushuang's senior sister is untroubled." Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, inquiring, "What means do you possess? If this woman truly cannot discern her situation, I would not mind teaching her a lesson." Unexpectedly, Fu Shuang's face was etched with sorrow as she withdrew nearly 1,000 spirit stones from her storage bag. "Please, junior brother, choose another residence. This place holds memories of my husband, and I wish for it to remain unchanged upon his return." She concluded with a respectful bow, her sincerity palpable. Taken aback by Fu Shuang's sudden shift in demeanor, both Lin Fan and Xiao Ming exchanged glances of surprise. Xiao Ming felt a peculiar sense of confusion. He had initially perceived her as confrontational and had anticipated trouble. Why not say so earlier? I wasted so much breath, he thought. Lin Fan, realizing the significance of the courtyard's enduring presence despite the passage of time, understood that Fu Shuang must have frequently visited to maintain it. He sighed softly and remarked, "Had you been this reasonable from the start, we might not have reached this point." "Did junior brother Lin agree?" Fu Shuang asked, her eyes lighting up, only to see Lin Fan shake his head. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Is your husband missing on a sect mission?" Fu Shuang froze, then excitedly grasped his wrist. "Do you know the whereabouts of my husband?" "I am not entirely aware of Yuan Ji's movements that day, but I do harbor suspicions." Following this exchange, they shared further insights. It turned out that Ning Yuanji was indeed a tragic figure, lacking in innate talent. He had entered the Ziyang sect through the ascension decree granted due to his ancestors' past contributions. After sustaining an injury during a mission that hindered his cultivation, he had made no further progress. Nevertheless, he had established himself within the sect through his exceptional skills in weapon forging and talisman crafting. However, due to her father's reservations regarding this individual, Fu Shuang faced numerous obstacles from him. In her perspective, this reluctance stemmed from her father's unwillingness to seek assistance from the sect, thus expending considerable effort to investigate. Yuan Ji was a proud man. He insisted on persuading my father through his own endeavors, refusing even my assistance. When reminiscing about her past with Ning Yuanji, Fu Shuang was overcome with tears. Her previous assertiveness vanished entirely. Thus, her participation in the sect's tasks without consulting Lin Fan prompted a silent sigh from him. This woman was not truly malevolent, and her current vulnerability made it difficult for him to remain indifferent. If she had been obstinate, no amount of information would have compelled him to intervene. "Very well. If time permits, I shall assist you in investigating this matter," Lin Fan remarked. Were others present, they might find this peculiar, even amusing. Such words would seem unremarkable if uttered by a senior expert. Yet here was Lin Fan, merely a cultivator at the 5th level of qi refinement, speaking with an air of calm confidence. Fu Shuang harbored the thought that he must know something. Disappointment filled her heart as she realized he would not yield the small courtyard. "Do not worry, senior brother Lin Fan must have a solution," Xiao Ming chimed in. Fu Shuang wiped her tears and glanced at Xiao Ming. A disciple of the 7th level of qi refinement showed such respect towards him, even addressing him as senior brother. Perhaps he truly possessed remarkable qualities? After Fu Shuang departed, Lin Fan exchanged a glance with Xiao Ming and said, "It's unusual for someone to seek me out without cause. You aren't here solely to fend off this person on my behalf, are you?" Xiao Ming chuckled, "Senior brother Lin, you understand me well. I came to invite you to join me in completing the sect's task. I lack confidence on my own, and I do not trust the others." Lin Fan thought to himself, having known him for merely 2 days, what could he possibly understand? Let's not rush into this. I need to enter seclusion for a while. Should I wish to pursue this later, I will contact you. All right then, I shall await your message. And I wish you success in breaking through to the later stage of qi refinement, Xiao Ming replied, cupping his hands in farewell before departing. What exactly could this individual discern? Lin Fan mused in astonishment. Upon returning to his training room, he felt utterly fatigued from extensive alchemical practices. After resting for a day and night to replenish his energy, he spent another half an hour adjusting his state to its optimal condition. Only then did he retrieve a jade vial containing 2 exquisite gathering qi pills, pouring them out to inspect for a moment. These superior pills indeed concealed the scent of toxicity, yet their creation had been a stroke of luck. Attempting to refine them 10 more times would likely yield no success. If given the chance, he truly wished to converse with Xiao Ding and Nan Ming'er. Resolving to act, he consumed both pills simultaneously and began to circulate his golden yuan technique with full vigor. Within merely 3 breaths, a warm current surged through him, carrying the potent effects of the pills throughout his body. Moreover, a funnel-shaped vortex appeared above his head, eagerly drawing in spiritual energy from all directions. With a resounding crack, Lin Fan felt an excruciating pain radiate through his veins, a clear indication of the Dan poison affecting him. Gritting his teeth, he persevered. A month later, a thunderous sound erupted from within his body, signifying the shattering of the barrier formed by the Dan poison. A foul-smelling, ash-gray sludge gushed forth from every pore of his skin. Since the incident at the Yin family's waterfall cave, he had finally managed to break through once more. Yet, He had no intention of pausing. It was still insufficient. Lin Fan retrieved another bottle of premium gathering qi pills, consuming one after another. In the prestigious Xiang sect, merely being at the 6th level of qi refinement was hardly impressive. The Insoul banner was ultimately a form of external force. Missing this opportunity meant he would be left wondering when his next breakthrough might occur. As the pills entered his system, the dormant medicinal power began to coalesce anew. Simultaneously, he refined another peculiar force within his meridians. This was a remnant of spiritual energy left behind by Yang Lingtian, who had attempted to dispel his cold energy on one occasion. Although the Dan poison had hindered his advancement, it had also served to trap this thread of golden spiritual energy, allowing it to linger. The spiritual power of a late-stage core formation practitioner was incredibly formidable. Even if this strand of energy was but a fraction of their might, Lin Fan had to proceed with utmost caution. As he refined the energy, he guided it to circulate within his body. Remarkably, sounds akin to waves crashing echoed through him. Time slipped away as he immersed himself in this process. And when Lin Fan finally opened his eyes again, a surge of power, far exceeding his previous capabilities, welled up within him. Astonishingly, he had transcended 2 levels in one fell swoop, reaching the late stage of qi refinement. Ding! Congratulations on breaking through to the 7th level of qi refinement. Current intelligence points. 60, Chapter 30. The secrets of the Golden Yuan technique and sect cohesion. With a sigh of relief, Lin Fan acknowledged the immense gains from this period of seclusion. Rising, he cleansed himself of the accumulated grime. He was unsure how much time had passed. Surely, Xiao Ming had grown impatient and departed to fulfill his own tasks. However, when he produced a communication talisman, he was met with a barrage of messages from Xiao Ming, causing him to feel a wave of frustration. The messages all inquired about his return from seclusion, and upon checking the timestamps, he realized he had been in isolation for over 2 months. In addition, Su Mei and Fu Shuang had also sent messages. Su Mei was inquiring about his well-being, while Fu Shuang sought information regarding Ning Yuanji. After providing brief responses, Lin Fan pondered for a moment before summoning the system panel. Exchange information. Ding. 1. Upon witnessing your prowess in alchemy, Su Mei has resolved to minimize her contact with Li Zitai, seeking to befriend you, and has shared your circumstances with her companion, Yun Qingyao. Seeing Yun Qingyao's name in the system once more caused Lin Fan's heart to race. He had not anticipated such a small world. However, Yun Qingyao was unaware of his true identity. The news of his arrival from the Yin family should have been sealed, and she could not possibly know that he was the one in question. Contemplating this, Lin Fan considered whether it would be prudent to limit his interactions with Su Mei for the time being. Due to your prolonged absence, Fu Shuang believed your previous statements were merely excuses to avoid relocating. In an effort to hasten his daughter's transition, Fu Shuang's father intended to introduce her to other male disciples. After some investigation, he deemed Li Zitai to be a commendable choice. Meanwhile, Li Zitai, harboring resentment towards you due to Su Mei's indifference, shifted his attention towards 2 new targets, Fu Shuang and Qingyao. It came as no surprise that Li Zitai bore a grudge against him. However, the speed with which he changed his focus to 2 individuals was rather astonishing. This individual was indeed a glutton for romantic pursuits, preoccupied with matters of the heart. Within the internal affairs hall, a cold marrow jade fruit had inadvertently mingled with a cluster of blue spirit fruits due to their similar appearances. Had he not studied the detailed analysis of medicinal materials, he would not have recognized the cold marrow jade fruit, which holds immense benefits for practitioners of the ice spirit root, making it an ideal gift for Xiao Huan. It had been a long time since he had seen the young girl, and it would serve perfectly as a present. Xiao Ming possessed a natural spiritual eye, capable of perceiving illusions, and hailed from the esteemed Xiao family, a first-tier cultivation clan, just like Xiao Ding. This validated some of Lin Fan's suspicions regarding Xiao Ming's unique abilities. However, his brother's standing within the sect was far superior to that of Li Zitai. Yet he chose not to seek refuge there, possibly due to undisclosed circumstances. As long as this individual harbored no malice towards him, Lin Fan was indifferent to the matter. Elevating his mastery of the golden elemental technique to its zenith would allow him to resonate with weapons and complete the refined golden blade. Moreover, the 9 calamities residual technique, housed on the 2nd floor of the technique pavilion, could only be executed at the pinnacle level of the golden elemental technique. Stop the exchanges. Lin Fan exclaimed with elation upon reaching this point. The question of whether to upgrade the golden elemental technique had been a source of turmoil for him, primarily due to concerns about losing so much information. This technique was indeed more complex than he had initially perceived. It was reasonable, considering the golden elemental technique, while accessible, was also the most primitive of the gold-based techniques, with many advanced techniques built upon its foundation. The 9 calamities technique was undoubtedly extraordinary, and he was determined to acquire it. After processing 5 pieces of intelligence, He found himself with precisely 50 remaining points, leaving no room for further exchanges. Without hesitation, he declared, "Technique, confirm upgrade." As the system panel radiated brilliance, a cacophony filled the air, and a deluge of technique experience surged within him. This marked the most substantial experience gained since the system's upgrade. Despite his considerable experience, it was an agonizing ordeal. Lin Fan found himself on the brink of collapse, beads of sweat cascading to the ground. After a lengthy pause, he gasped for air, organizing the newfound knowledge in his mind. Without any command, the golden elemental technique began to operate autonomously, cycling through its pathways, each revolution granting him a profound sense of fulfillment. Oh, the refined golden blade turned out to be a means of enhancing weapons. Ironically, he had initially intended to exchange for intelligence related to Ning Yuanji, but had been unable to fulfill that desire. The system has always been precise in its operations. Could it be that the clues are sufficiently abundant? Brother Lin Fan, you have finally emerged from your seclusion. I always knew you would achieve a breakthrough. No one finds it strange to call you brother now, remarked Xiao Ming with a grin. This time, Lin Fan scrutinized his eyes carefully, yet he discerned nothing particularly unusual. Brother? Lin Fan replied earnestly, "It's nothing, but you ought not to gaze at me so intently with those eyes of yours." He genuinely feared that the other might uncover something, especially regarding the Yin Soul banner. Xiao Ming's smile abruptly faltered, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. It should be noted that if he intentionally concealed his spiritual eye, even a Foundation establishment cultivator would be unable to perceive any clues. Indeed, Brother Lin Fan is extraordinary. Xiao Ming sighed with a wry smile. Since you have disowned it, I understand. Were we not supposed to complete the sect's task? Let us proceed. Oh right. By the way, how much do you know about that sect task? Lin Fan inquired casually, knowing that Xiao Ming would undoubtedly be more informed. Brother Lin, you need not ask. I was just about to introduce this matter to you. The sect mandates that every disciple must complete at least one sect task every 6 months, which you should already be aware of. The tasks vary significantly, categorized into 5 levels, A, B, C, D, and E, based on their difficulty and the corresponding sect contribution points awarded. E-level tasks typically impose no stringent requirements on disciples and can be undertaken individually by any disciple of our sect. Usually, it is the lower-tier disciples who take on these tasks merely to fulfill their obligations, though the reward is generally just a single contribution point. Undertaken individually? Does that imply that some tasks require multiple participants? Lin Fan quickly grasped the implications. Xiao Ming replied earnestly, precisely. The A and B levels are reserved for inner-sect disciples at the Foundation establishment stage, so we shall not discuss those. Our focus lies on the C and D levels. D-level tasks can only be undertaken individually by those at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Those who have not reached this level must form a group of at least 5. C-level tasks are even more exclusive, only available to peak Qi refinement disciples. Or else a team led by a 9th layer disciple with a minimum of 5 members is necessary. It is said that the sect's intention behind this is twofold: to reduce casualty rates and to enhance the cohesion within the sect. Lin Fan's expression shifted. Cohesion within the sect? He could not deny that he was quite satisfied with the overall cultivation atmosphere at the Xiang sect. Although there were individuals like Li Zitai, they were ultimately not heinous criminals, which was a significant improvement compared to the Yin family. He wondered if this was somehow related. As they conversed, the two had already arrived at the administrative hall. Brother Lin, look, this is... Xiao Ming began to speak, but noticed that Lin Fan had not followed him. Instead, he hurriedly made his way towards the area for trading items in the administrative hall. There, 2 figures were engaged in a heated discussion with the steward over the price of several blue spirit fruits, which had seemingly doubled this month from the previous month's price of 50 spirit stones each. Steward Yang, these blue spirit fruits sold for 50 spirit stones last month. How could the price have doubled this month? The administrative hall cannot possibly conduct business in such a manner, can it? Last month, the final mature blue spirit fruit tree of my clan withered away. The newly planted ones will take several months to bear fruit, and I spent a considerable sum acquiring these from other sections. If you wish to buy them at a lower price, come back in a few months. If not, do not disturb my rest. Lin Fan glanced at the man and woman at the counter, secretly lamenting the fate of adversaries crossing paths. The man was none other than Li Zitai, and the woman beside him possessed a beauty that surpassed Su Mei, alongside an impressive cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Brotherly, you promised to procure all the blue spirit fruits for your junior sister. You wouldn't break your word, would you? This item is of utmost importance to her, Qingyao implored, her voice sweet and her doe-like eyes blinking innocently, evoking deep sympathy. Who could resist such a request from a woman of high cultivation and striking beauty? Certainly not Li Zitai, who felt an overwhelming urge to satisfy her desires, even if it meant pawning his protective artifact. ISNT that the renowned Qingyao and Master Li Dan, Two of the beauties from the outer sect? Their closeness raised suspicions. Hey, junior brother, you've just joined. Do you not know that Qingyao is known as the storage bag killer? The storage bag killer? What is that about? Lin Fan, fearing he might miss out, hurried forward. Senior, I shall take all the blue spirit fruits. Do you have any more? He couldn't help but steal a few glances at Qingyao, who surprisingly returned his gaze with a gentle smile. It must be said that Li Zitai had a discerning eye among Lin Fan's acquaintances. Only Yun Qingyao could rival this woman's beauty. Elder Yang did not even lift his eyelids, stating, "They are all here, 100 each, no credit." "It's you again. Are you blind? Didn't you see that I've purchased them?" Li Zitai glared at Lin Fan, recalling how he had slightly punished him before. He had indeed heard that Lin Fan never returned to the market since. Yet today, he dared to intrude once more. "You've bought them? Have you paid?" Li Zitai's expression darkened further, his heart filled with unspoken anguish. Over a month ago, having given up on Su Mei, he turned his attention to Qingyao. Previously preoccupied with alchemy, he had little knowledge of her. What captivated him was that the acclaimed beauty of the outer sect, renowned for her 9th layer of qi refinement, was not at all as proud as he had imagined. She was a formidable contender for the top 20 in the upcoming grand competition. Yet she responded positively to his advances. In comparison, apart from being slightly slender, she surpassed Su Mei in nearly every aspect. However, the sole drawback was that spending time with her was financially draining. Though he was a well-known alchemist with ample spirit stones, over a month of companionship had nearly emptied his coffers, and still, he had not even held her hand. "Who says I haven't spent any money?" Li Zitai exclaimed, tearing off the protective mirror hanging around his neck and placing it on the counter. "Is this sufficient for collateral?" The onlookers were taken aback by the spectacle. "Now I understand how the storage bag killer earned her title." "Shoo, keep your voice down." Observing Li Zitai's demeanor, Qingyao felt no surprise. She possessed an unwavering confidence in her allure, believing that no male cultivator could ever deny her wishes. In her eyes, the glance Lin Fan had cast upon her suggested that he might be inclined to acquire the fruit as a gift for her. It was a commonplace occurrence for men to vie for her favor through offerings. Elder Yang picked up the heart-protecting mirror and scrutinized it for a moment before nodding in satisfaction. "Since you arrived first, it is yours." Li Zitai swiftly gathered the small pile of blue spirit fruits and eagerly presented them to Qingyao, casting a provocative glance at Lin Fan. "Do you really think a third-rate alchemist like yourself can compete with me?" A surge of satisfaction coursed through him, somewhat alleviating the pain of his financial loss. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. He had merely glanced at the fruits and could not discern which was the coveted Han Sui Yugua, prompting his desire to purchase them all. However, it was understandable. If the fruit were easily identifiable, even those in the foundation establishment stage would not have been misled. A sense of reluctance stirred within him, contemplating whether to reclaim the fruit. As he pondered, Xiaoming suddenly approached, glancing at the tray that had previously held the blue spirit fruits. Leaning in close, he whispered, "Lin, that fruit seems rather peculiar." Intrigued, Lin Fan looked toward the tray and indeed spotted another fruit obscured from view, although it bore the same appearance as the blue spirit fruit. This one was notably shriveled and significantly smaller. "Senior, is this one not for sale?" Lin Fan inquired, pointing at the fruit. "Our internal affairs pavilion may not offer cheap items," the elder replied, "but we do prioritize quality. This inferior fruit likely possesses little to no efficacy, and thus it will not be sold to deceive anyone. If you wish to take it, feel free. Just do not come looking for me if issues arise." Seemingly accommodating Lin Fan for missing out earlier, he directly handed the fruit over. Li Zitai burst into laughter. "Ah, so this is what you seek. It is quite befitting for a third-rate alchemist like you. Do not think I am neglecting my junior. I could bring you leftover fruit peels from the academy if you desire." Lin Fan chose to ignore him. Even though he could not ascertain the fruit's true nature in his hand, he trusted Xiaoming's keen eye. Indeed, upon squeezing it, the dried fruit surface remained utterly unyielding. Ding! Acquired Han Sui Yugua, information points, 12, current information points, 12, it was indeed this item. Without spending a single spirit stone, he had obtained it. Lifting his spirits significantly, he expressed his gratitude to the elder and promptly turned to leave. Observing their retreating figures, Li Zitai smirked inwardly. "Miaoi, keep your treasures safe. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to seek out your senior. However, my recent expenditures have been substantial, so I must devote myself to refining alchemy." As he attempted to embrace Qingyao, he was taken aback to find her chasing after Lin Fan instead. "Junior, may I borrow that spirit fruit for a closer look?" Lin Fan's brow slightly furrowed, wondering if this woman had discerned something. Seeing Lin Fan continue without pause, Qingyao gritted her teeth and positioned herself in front of them. "Junior brother, this item is of great significance to Miaoi. If you are willing to part with it, I would be reluctant." Lin Fan merely tossed aside a remark and walked past her, leaving Qingyao standing there with a grim expression. lacking Xiao Ming's spiritual perception. She felt the turbulence of her ice attribute's spiritual energy dissipate the moment Lin Fan departed. A vague sense of lost opportunity arose within her, prompting her to pursue him. Could anyone truly refuse her? A mixture of reluctance and determination crossed Qingyao Yi's face as she resolved, if junior brother is willing to part with it, I could agree to a reasonable condition. Her words elicited gasps of astonishment from those around. Qingyao Yi was known for never being at a disadvantage, let alone in such a manner. Li Zitai could scarcely believe his ears. Despite her numerous efforts during this time, she had never received such treatment. What was this? Lin Fan, naturally uninterested in her so-called condition, continued onward with Xiao Ming towards the task pavilion, leaving behind a crowd of astonished onlookers. So, Qingyao Yi too could falter one day. Indeed, what kind of disciple was he to endure such a thing? If it were me, with such a promise, I wouldn't hesitate to part with anything. Lin Fan truly regarded beauty as inconsequential. Xiao Ming caught up, jesting. Lin Fan shot him a glance, but still produced 2 bottles of elixirs as a token of gratitude, leaving Xiao Ming pleasantly surprised. Walking through the inner hall led them to the task pavilion, which was bustling with people, all pointing at the tasks posted on the wall. Just as Lin Fan and Xiao Ming entered, intending to approach for a closer look, a commotion erupted from the crowd, as if something sensational had occurred. Following their gazes, 2 figures clad in blue emerged. Upon seeing one of the veiled women, Lin Fan's heart raced violently. Chapter 32, Grade C Task After Such a Long Time. Encountering Yun Qingyao again felt like a reunion after ages. He was no longer the novice at the qi refining stage, yet in observing her now, he could more keenly sense her formidable strength. Her spiritual energy was restrained, concealed yet palpably exuding a terrifying power. I am still no match for her. Even with the Yin Soul banner, it wouldn't suffice, Lin Fan murmured, though his expression bore little despondency. Yun Qingyao seemed to sense something, her keen gaze shifting in his direction, yet all she found were the excited faces in the crowd. I wondered why Lin Shixiang didn't even glance at the immortal Miao Yi. It turns out his thoughts reside here, Xiao Ming chuckled, observing Lin Fan, who was attempting to hide in the throng. Lin Fan shot him a glare, but felt a strange curiosity within himself, having come to Xiang's sect primarily for her. Why was he instinctively seeking to evade? Resolutely, he ceased his concealment and gazed anew. Yet, Lin Fan discovered that beside Yun Qingyao stood another person. One he recognized all too well, Su Tian. He could never forget this man who had sought to extract his soul. How surprising it was to see both senior sister Yun Qingyao and senior brother Su Tian, 2 of the 3 prodigious disciples from the outer sect. Truly, they were a match made in heaven. One could not help but wonder if they were secretly together. It certainly seemed plausible. Their demeanor suggested they were preparing to team up for a mission. If they were not closely acquainted, given their formidable abilities, what task could they not undertake alone? As Lin Fan listened to the surrounding chatter, a tumult of emotions stirred within him. Were they indeed close? He clenched his fists in silence. Yet, some voices countered. Not so. Look, they have taken on a B-rank mission. It was no surprise. Only they were permitted to accept such tasks at the outer sect. At this, Lin Fan exhaled a breath he did not know he had been holding. It struck him as somewhat amusing. Had he inadvertently come to think of her as his own? His feelings for Yun Qingyao had always been complicated. Had that incident not occurred, their paths would likely never have crossed. Yet, in this moment, he finally grasped the truth of his feelings. To approach her and acknowledge their connection was daunting. As merely an ordinary disciple, what could he possibly do? Perhaps she had a distinguished master, much like Xiao Huan. Therefore, it was not the right time. One day, he would stand before her with pride. The commotion gradually subsided only after the 2 had retrieved their mission scroll and registered with the elder. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. With Xiao Ming, he began to peruse the mission board. E rank, eliminate the first-tier early-stage demonic beasts ravaging the mortal town. Reward, 1 contribution point to the sect. D rank, hunt down 3 traitorous cultivators from the Wang family, 1 at the 7th level of Qi refinement, 2 at the 6th. Reward, 5 contribution points to the sect. D rank, assault the den of a first-tier late-stage tiger demon attacking the Meng family. Reward, 6 contribution points to the sect. C rank, eliminate the malevolent Ouyang brothers. These 2 have brutally slain dozens of rogue cultivators, feasting on their flesh. Their cultivation is at least the 8th level of Qi refinement. Reward, 8 contribution points to the sect. The mission board was a veritable treasure trove, bustling with individuals accepting tasks and forming teams. Even Xiao Ming had received several invitations. Since Su Tian's arrival, Lin Fan had kept his cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refinement, lest Su Tian notice his rapid advancements and react. Consequently, he had received no invitations himself. Brother Lin, what do you think of this D-rank mission? Xiao Ming inquired repeatedly, but Lin Fan neither agreed nor disagreed. He merely scanned the board swiftly, searching for something. Why was there no mention of the rumored Flower Spirit Secret Realm mission? Lin Fan furrowed his brow. He knew little about the so-called Secret Realm, and Xiao Ming had scant knowledge as well. Just as he contemplated asking someone for information, a trio approached Lin Fan and Xiao Ming, politely inviting them to form a team. The stout and affable young man at the forefront introduced himself as Zhao Xing, exhibiting a notably sincere demeanor. Before Lin Fan could utter a word, Xiao Ming interjected with a question. How will the contributions be distributed upon the task's completion? Among the three, only Zhao Xing had reached the 9th level of qi refinement, while the other two were surprisingly at the 8th level, which seemed incongruous for an equal division of rewards. Lin Fan, however, observed with intrigue, for these three had approached him directly. Although his cultivation level was not the lowest among those present, there were numerous practitioners in the late stages of qi refinement. Why would they choose him, a potential liability? My junior brother misinterpreted, Zhao Xing clarified. Though we are undertaking a C-level task, it is among the least challenging. In truth, the three of us are more than capable, but due to regulations, we must invite 2 fellow disciples. We are indeed in urgent need of contribution points, yet we assure you that neither of you will suffer any loss. All you need to do is accompany us for a brief excursion, merely as spectators, without any obligation to engage in the task. Upon completion, we will provide each of you with 200 spirit stones as a token of gratitude. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming shook his head, for neither of them had come in pursuit of spirit stones, and they were inclined to decline. However, Lin Fan promptly agreed. Such a splendid opportunity, how could we refuse? When shall we depart? Xiao Ming looked perplexed, but seeing Lin Fan's resolute attitude, he refrained from further objections. Zhao Xing found it somewhat peculiar that the more senior member among the two had the lower cultivation level, yet he dismissed such thoughts and exclaimed jovially, "Excellent. This endeavor is indeed mutually beneficial. Allow me to introduce my companions, Wang Liang and Xiao Song. Without further ado, let us set off. I shall brief you on the particulars of the Flower Spirit Secret Realm along the way." As they traveled, Wang Liang and Xiao Song were rather taciturn, while Zhao Xing was exceedingly amiable. Dear junior brothers, the objective of this task is to slay a first-tier late-stage beast comparable to a 9th level qi refiner, which poses little challenge for us. You need only ensure your own safety from a distance. He then learned that the two had only recently joined the sect and eagerly shared various details about the sect's affairs. According to him, due to the sect's regulations on task grouping, many disciples had formed their own guilds. The sect had not prohibited such practices, as some sought protection during tasks while others aimed to forge connections with the powerful. For myriad reasons, it had become common for disciples to seek out a guild that appealed to them, especially those associated with the blue-robed disciples, which were highly sought after. It makes sense now. I noticed many arriving in groups, taking on tasks and departing swiftly, Xiao Ming remarked, enlightened. Lin Fan smiled and inquired, Brother Zhao, why haven't you joined or established your own guild? I am accustomed to a carefree existence, disinclined towards rigid structures. Some guilds even impose fees on their members, which I cannot abide, Zhao Xing replied. In their conversation, after merely a few hours of travel, the quintet arrived at the designated location of the Flower Spirit Secret Realm. Zhao Xing produced the task document and, with a gesture of his hand, conjured a portal that materialized before them, emanating waves of spiritual energy. The perilous nature of the secret realm can be inferred from the fluctuations at its entrance. This small-scale secret realm has been verified by the elders of the sect, so there is no need for concern. As soon as this was spoken, in a bid to reassure the two, Wang Liang and Xiao Song stepped forward and entered first. However, Lin Fan suddenly surveyed his surroundings, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes before he nodded. By the way, Senior Zhao, I noticed that the task acquisition time suggests you did not just accept it. Is it permissible to delay its completion? Zhao Xing scratched his head and replied. That is because the two of them were in seclusion for a while, which caused a delay. Moreover, theoretically, it is not allowed. But since I am acquainted with a senior from the task pavilion, I trust you two enough to be candid. Just don't report me, okay? Lin Fan nodded without further comment. After a brief sensation of dizziness, the three stepped into the secret realm, contrary to the imagined scene of a flower sea. The terrain resembled a cavern. The entrance measured approximately 3 meters in diameter, surrounded by dark gray rock walls, yet adorned with numerous luminous stones embedded within. Scattered on the ground were several carcasses of bat-like beasts, evidently slain by the two who entered earlier. Lin Fan glanced back at the still visible portal and understood why Zhao Xing deemed the task not overly dangerous, even if it proved challenging. They could simply retreat unless they were utterly incapacitated. Should any insurmountable danger arise, they must immediately report back to the sect, as allowing the beasts within to escape would indeed pose significant troubles. As Zhao Xing was explaining, a series of terrifying roars echoed from deep within the cavern. Chapter 33. How did you cultivate this windblade? The journey ahead was fraught with numerous beasts, true to Zhao Xing and the others' promises. Lin Fan and his companion did not expend any spiritual energy, gradually following the trio deeper into the cave. Observing their combat techniques revealed the distinction between rogue cultivators and sect disciples. These three not only possessed a plethora of methods, but also wielded an array of magical artifacts. Ordinary beasts were no match for them. Both Wang Liang and his companion surpassed the earlier Yan Kuan, despite being at the same qi refining 8th level. After half an hour of continued exploration, the cavern began to widen, and the beasts encountered grew increasingly formidable. Where could all these beasts have come from? Lin Fan pondered in confusion. Venturing further, he noticed plants beginning to sprout from the ground, prompting a sigh of relief. He had been concerned that this barren cave would not yield any spiritual materials such as the golden Bodhi fruit, although he was unaware of its appearance, as even detailed records of herbs did not include it. At last, after the three combined their efforts to slay 2 late-stage first-order rat demons, the entrance ahead suddenly expanded. A wave of demonic energy emanated forth. This was the ultimate objective of the task, the lair of the ghost mist spider. And its aura was indeed incomparable to the previous creatures. Junior Lin Fan, Junior Xiao Ming, please stand back for a moment. Once we have jointly vanquished this demon, I will call for you to join us, Zhao Xing instructed as he produced a vial, pouring out 2 pills to distribute to the 2 juniors. The terror of this demon lies in its ghostly mist, as lethal as poison. Here are 2 avoidance pills. The 2 junior brothers should consume them promptly, lest their safety be compromised. Lin Fan picked up the pills and examined them for a moment. Although he did not recognize them, he could ascertain they were not poisonous. He chuckled, no worries, we shall simply retreat a bit further. Xiao Ming, initially poised to take the pills, halted upon hearing his words. Junior brother Lin, it's fine if you do not trust me, he began, but before he could finish, Wang Liang and another assailant, who had stealthily approached from behind, struck with sudden ferocity. Their hands aimed directly at the Dantian, intending to incapacitate the 2. Alchemists can be quite troublesome. However, as if foreseeing the attack, Lin Fan swiftly evaded and countered with a palm strike that forced Xiao Song back. Unfortunately, Xiao Ming fared much worse. He was struck and sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. Had Lin Fan's warning not prompted him to guard against vital points, his foundation would have surely been obliterated. Zhao Xing raised an eyebrow, astonished by Lin Fan's ability to remain unscathed despite being the target of a sneak attack. Did you anticipate my move? Lin Fan did not respond directly, but took a few steps forward to offer Xiao Ming a recovery pill, speaking calmly. Do you not fear retribution from the sect for your actions? Xiao Song, displeased by his failed strike, was irritated. Had it not been for the fear of attracting the beast with excessive noise, he would have continued his assault. He sneered at Lin Fan's words, if you die here, no one will know. We merely bear the guilt of not protecting our junior brother from the beast. At this moment, Zhao Xing's earlier enthusiasm had vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor. Enough with the idle chatter. The fact that these 2 did not consume the lure pills adds numerous variables. With that, he directed a surge of energy deep into the ghostly mist. A roar erupted as the beast was roused, and the ghostly mist thickened. Simultaneously, Zhao Xing summoned a large blade artifact and struck at the cave ceiling. The ground trembled as massive stones fell, isolating the 3 of them. This young man is rather peculiar. A mere 6th-layer qi cultivator managed to evade my ambush and counterattack. Xiao Song rubbed his chest, still stinging from the force of the blow. Being countered during a sneak attack would surely invite ridicule. That fellow must be concealing his true strength. Nonetheless, such considerations were trivial. The ghostly mist spider's presence had intensified, and even I lack absolute confidence in subduing it. The only uncertainty now is how long this individual can endure. Before he could finish speaking, a tremendous crash resonated, accompanied by the beast's savage roar. The 3 exchanged knowing smirks, retreating slightly, ensuring that the 2 would not have an opportunity to escape. I hope this fellow proves stronger, exhausting more of the ghostly mist spider's energy. After all, that would yield 8 contribution points. Heh, I'll take half, and the 2 of us will share the rest. On the other side of the cave, Xiao Ming, with blood trickling from his lips, seemed oblivious to his pain, staring blankly at the unfolding scene before him. Before the imposing and menacing beast that towered over him, Lin Fan appeared transformed, enveloped in a resplendent golden light. Most terrifying of all were the countless blades of wind, cascading like raindrops, relentlessly bombarding the ghost mist spider. With his cultivation elevated and the golden yuan technique reaching new heights, unleashing these pinnacle wind blades was no longer an insurmountable challenge. Lin Fan, embodying the essence of a war god, brandished his long sword, striking passionately amidst the gaps between the wind blades. There was no semblance of formal swordplay. It was merely a tempest of spiritual energy unleashed. With a howl, the ghost mist spider, racked with pain, found itself unable to evade this carpet-like assault. Each wind blade inflicted minimal damage, yet their sheer numbers were terrifying. Is this truly the power of senior brother Lin? Xiaoming thought, astonished. Is he genuinely an alchemist? The potency of the earth-grade elixir that Lin Fan refined surpasses even that of the esteemed alchemists I paid a hefty sum for. It seemed implausible that someone could hone their magical abilities to such an extent without dedicating time to alchemy. This pill was likely one senior brother Lin purchased. On Lin Fan's side, despite the intimidating spectacle, he was acutely aware that the beast, due to its formidable physique, had sustained little significant injury. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant, wary of the three individuals possibly returning to the fray. The ghost mist spider, feeling utterly thwarted, let out a piercing shriek, revealing grotesque patterns resembling ghastly faces across its back, from which a torrent of black mist erupted. Ghost mist spider? Lin Fan murmured, raising his hand to summon the soul banner for the first time. However, instead of releasing Meng Yin and the others, he activated the banner to attempt absorption. Indeed, a powerful suction emanated from the banner, drawing in a substantial volume of the black mist before it could disperse. With his sword firmly in hand, Lin Fan moved swiftly, positioning himself atop the beast, and plunged his blade into its compound eye. The spider, driven to madness, unleashed a frenzied assault with its 8 legs, akin to sharp blades, forcing him back. Although most of the onslaught was deflected by Lin Fan's bone shield, some attacks were intercepted with the sword's body. Nevertheless, the first-tier mid-grade spirit sword began to crack and showed numerous chips, a testament to its inadequate rank. Metal cleaving blade. Lin Fan decided to employ this newly comprehended technique for the first time. He infused his entire being with golden spiritual energy, causing the sword in his hand to resonate with power. In an instant, an extreme sharpness was released. He swung his sword downward, severing several of the spider's legs. Yet, the sword could only withstand this force for a fleeting moment before shattering into countless fragments. In light of this, Lin Fan leapt high into the air, and behind him, hundreds of wind blades re-emerged. Merge for me. A complex series of hand seals caused the wind blades in the air to converge, coalescing into a single massive wind blade. What kind of wind blade is this? Xiao Ming whispered, having witnessed his family's elders wielding wind blades with greater destructive power under foundational strength. Yet none possessed such overwhelming might. The ghost mist spider, witnessing this spectacle, revealed a semblance of human-like fear in its multifaceted eyes. Desiring to flee, one discovers that the eerie black banner, drawn by the essence of the ghostly mist, firmly ensnares them. With a piercing shriek that rends the very marrow, the ghostly mist spider struggles in vain, its colossal form cleaved in two. Simultaneously, its abdomen bursts open, revealing a multitude of tightly packed egg sacs within. Yet, nearly all the egg sacs have been ruptured, exposing remnants of the spider's form. These palm-sized offspring, their exoskeletons still tender, are missing limbs, some even devoid of heads. Countless egg sacs tumble forth, unveiling 2 half-human-sized spiders, though one has already succumbed to the slicing winds and has been severed in twain. Only one remains. Its body a ghostly white, resembling a diminutive version of the ghostly mist spider, hesitating momentarily before emerging. Lin Fan, suppressing the prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, confines this sole survivor within his spirit beast pouch. Even if he does not utilize it, the creature should fetch a handsome price. Xiao Ming, witnessing this scene, momentarily forgets his own healing, his face alight with excitement. Senior brother Lin, how have you cultivated so profoundly? Your strength is remarkable. And that wind blade, how did you master such a technique? I have never seen it employed in this manner. I simply practice this technique diligently each day. Lin Fan replies nonchalantly. So simple? How long have you toiled? Approximately 25 years. Chapter 34. Overwhelming the few with the many? I was reckless. Such a method should not be easily imparted. My apologies, senior brother Lin. Xiao Ming, momentarily taken aback, then clasped his fists in reverence. Lin Fan remained silent. He spoke no falsehood. Yet, he was certain that even if someone truly practiced for 25 years, such results would be unlikely. Just then, following a thunderous crash, Zhao Xing and his companions returned, having broken through the rubble, seemingly concluding their battle. How is this possible? Xiao Song and Wang Liang stood astonished, gazing at the massive carcass of the spider. These two had managed to slay the ghostly mist spider, which even their elder brother had deemed uncertain to defeat. However, Zhao Xing regarded Xiao Ming, seated upon the ground, then glanced at the spider's abdomen, as if discerning something, and confidently declared, "It's not surprising. I didn't anticipate that this spider was in its spawning phase. Though formidable, its strength must be constrained. Additionally, I sensed the aura of a high-tier talisman from this individual earlier. Given the size of the wound and the lingering essence, it could very well be a second-tier wind blade talisman." As Zhao Xing continued his analysis, his confidence grew, ultimately leading him to a definitive conclusion. Truly, the aura of a significant wind blade is evident. At this moment, The others discerned Lin Fan's true cultivation level, which he had inadvertently failed to conceal. Indeed, he had hidden his prowess, yet it amounted to merely the 7th layer of qi refinement, coupled with the conspicuous Danfeng insignia upon his robe. They had not even considered Lin Fan. Xiao Ming, bemused, remarked, "Are you referring to me?" Lin Fan, unfazed by their discourse, scanned the trio before suddenly inquiring, "Ning Yuanji, was it you who killed him?" As soon as the words left his lips, Zhao Xing and his companion's expressions shifted, revealing a fierce intensity. "Kid, where did you hear that?" Lin Fan sighed inwardly, realizing the truth of the matter, uncertain if Fu Shuang could accept this reality. "You are quite clever, young man. Pray tell, how did you come to this conclusion? Perhaps I might spare your life if I am in a generous mood." Lin Fan nodded, responding calmly. "I was uncertain before, but it seems clear now that what I witnessed that night was indeed you all. You are not newcomers to this secret realm. Perhaps we are not the first victims you have lured here to be slaughtered. Just because you have seen us does not mean we are murderers. If this secret realm is indeed so simple for you, why have you returned multiple times? Furthermore, I tend to observe others closely. You had sought out several individuals before us, and they all shared a common trait: low cultivation and disciples of Danfeng. Such targets are ideal for plunder." Zhao Xing's expression shifted between uncertainty and contemplation before he finally nodded and remarked, "I must admit I overlooked that detail. However, you are mistaken about one point. The criteria of those 2 labels were not devised by the 3 of us." Lin Fan was taken aback, his mind racing. Could it be that someone else was orchestrating this? Yet, among those within the sect who knew him, there were only 2 whom he could claim enmity, Li Zitai or Su Tian. Zhao Xing, however, did not elaborate further and stated earnestly, "Enough. I have heard what I needed to. It is time to send you on your way. I do not believe there is a second copy of the 2nd-tier Wind Blade Talisman. I will keep my promise and spare your life. I am aware you may possess certain abilities, and I will not underestimate you. Although this may seem like a case of many against few, this matter shall not reach the outside world." Unexpectedly, Lin Fan gazed at him oddly. Many against few? He then summoned the Yin Soul banner, his hand seals shifting. "Soul, arise." A chilling cry echoed, and 2 ethereal figures materialized behind Lin Fan. "These are vengeful spirits? You are a practitioner of the ghost path?" Zhao Xing's expression changed. In response, Meng Yin let out a piercing shriek while Yan Kuan charged towards another opponent. In the blink of an eye, Meng Yin and Yan Kuan intercepted the formidable Zhao Xing and Wang Liang respectively. Meng Yin's hair abruptly transformed into a deep crimson, each strand shooting towards her adversary like steel needles. Zhao Xing hastily summoned a brass cauldron to defend himself, though he managed to block the barrage. He was nonetheless sent tumbling away, his breath unsteady. On the other side, Wang Liang raised his hand to summon a flying dagger, shimmering with a blue glow, clearly laced with poison. The dagger, imbued with lethal energy, sliced through the air, aimed at Lin Fan. Yet, it was swiftly intercepted by Yan Kuan, who bravely took the blow and retaliated with a fierce punch, leaving Wang Liang flustered. Yen Song observed his 2 brothers embroiled in a fierce struggle. Unable to gain the slightest advantage, his face turning ashen, he glanced at Lin Fan before gritting his teeth. "It seems you have underestimated me as a soft target. No matter, once I swiftly deal with you, those 2 vengeful souls will be rendered powerless." Swiftly summoning 2 artifacts, one a tortoise shield and the other a pitch-black bloodlight spear, he infused a copious amount of spiritual energy into the spear, causing it to radiate a sanguine glow as it cleaved downward. "Be careful, Brother Lin," Xiao Ming shouted. Although he had witnessed Lin Fan's prowess, he had just emerged from a fierce battle, now facing 3 adversaries alone. He struggled to rise and assist, but his spiritual energy was sluggish. In desperation, he hurled his 1st-tier exquisite water cloud sword. Lin Fan did not refuse. He evaded the spear's edge and seized the water cloud sword. "I do not underestimate you. On the contrary, my personal engagement is the highest form of respect." The gung metal-quenching blade erupted instantaneously. Although it had not been refined and could not unleash its full potential, it still shone with brilliant golden light, a testament to its unparalleled sharpness. Following the jarring sound of metal clashing, Xiao Song stared in shock as the light emanating from his black spear visibly dimmed. Difficult to contend with. Had he not timely shielded himself with the tortoise shield, defeat would have been imminent. "Xiao Song, what are you doing? A mere 7th-layer qi cultivator. Why have you not resolved him yet?" Zhao Xing bellowed. The female specter's tactics were indeed strange, leaving him only in a defensive position, desperately wishing to eliminate the one wielding such formidable spells. Without needing to be told, Xiao Song grew increasingly alarmed, struggling to accept his precarious position. After using the tortoise shield to deflect the water cloud sword, he contemplated a solution to break the deadlock. This young man is truly enigmatic, yet fighting against 3 of us must surely deplete his energy thrice as fast. Suddenly, a wave of crisis surged within him, a chilling sensation creeping down his back. Without looking, he positioned the tortoise shield behind him, managing to block a barrage of wind blades. However, the protective capacity of the tortoise shield was ultimately limited. A storm of wind blades descended from all directions, slicing through his body amidst a chorus of sharp whistling. Xiao Song, Zhao Xing, and the others gasped in horror. Witnessing Xiao Song rendered a bloody mess by the wind blades. Had it not been for Lin Fan's deliberate avoidance of vital areas, he would have long since perished. Severing the tendons and veins of this man without hesitation, Lin Fan advanced towards the fray involving Yan Kuan and Wang Liang. Wang Liang was already on the brink of collapse. The vengeful spirit before him appeared almost corporeal, possessing not only immense physical strength, but also an unyielding ferocity, trading injury for death with every strike. His defeat was merely a matter of time, and upon witnessing Xiao Song's gruesome fate, he felt his heart rend in despair. Turning to flee. Impossible. This man is too abnormal. We cannot win. Zhao Xing cried desperately, don't run. Yet the wind blades fell like rain once more. Seeing his two brothers gravely injured, Zhao Xing recognized the tide had turned. After forcing Meng Yan back with all his might, he declared solemnly, your brutal slaughter of our fellow disciples will surely lead the sect to revoke your cultivation. Now you acknowledge we are of the same sect? Lin Fan chuckled lightly. Was it not laughable to utter such words at this moment? If you perish here, no one will ever know what transpired. Chapter 35. A bountiful harvest spare us. And the wealth accumulated by my brothers and me over the years shall be yours, Zhao Xing implored, striving to maintain his composure. He had never anticipated that such a day would come for him. At this moment, there was no point in contemplating any tricks. If I were to kill you, your storage bags would also belong to me. Answer my question, and I may consider granting you a swift end. Now, tell me, where lies the corpse of Ning Yuanji? Zhao Xing's expression shifted, and he ultimately let out a deep sigh. It turned out that these three individuals had engaged in such acts of plunder for several years, targeting only those disciples who were feeble and lacked backing. A year ago, they set their sights on Ning Yuanji. Once they discovered the connection with Fu Shuang afterward, it was already too late. Consequently, the group had remained in hiding for over half a year, believing that the storm had passed, before recently resuming their old ways. According to Zhao Xing's description, although Ning Yuanji's cultivation was low, he possessed a plethora of magical artifacts, nearly leading to their downfall. In fact, many of the items they currently wielded were obtained from him. Truly, he was a man of misfortune, Lin Fan mused. However, just as he was lost in thought, Zhao Xing's expression hardened. He suddenly drew forth a stack of talismans from his storage bag, numbering 7 or 8, the least of which were of superior first-tier quality. He bellowed at Lin Fan, command. With a sinister grin, he added, I have patiently refrained from using these until this moment. Instantly, 8 formidable spells manifested, intertwining like splendid fireworks, carrying an unstoppable force of the chi refinement stage straight towards Lin Fan. Yet, Lin Fan's countenance remained unperturbed, as Meng Yan and Yan Kuan shielded him with their bodies. After a violent explosion, the two shades could not withstand the onslaught and dissipated. Fu Shuang had once remarked that Ning Yuanji's talent in talisman crafting was not inferior to that of artifact forging. Thus, what had been plundered included talismans as well. How could he not be prepared? You think you are prepared? But little do you know that my true target is these two vengeful spirits. Without them, what do you amount to? In a single strike, Zhao Xing began contemplating how to torment Lin Fan to exact his vengeance. However, just as his words fell, a victorious smirk still lingered on his face. Yet, the soul banner hovering above Lin Fan trembled, and Meng Yan and Yan Kuan were released once more. Instantly, their eyes widened in terror as if they had seen a ghost. You cannot kill me. Do you not know that my brother is? Before he could finish, Lin Fan seized the moment of Zhao Xing's disarray, directing a nearby spider leg to pierce his heart. Meanwhile, Wang Liang and Xiao Song met a similar fate. Observing Lin Fan resolve everything, Xiao Ming stood by, utterly astonished and rendered speechless. Lin Fan then tossed the Shuiyun sword back to him, his gaze serious and contemplative. This look sent shivers down Xiao Ming's spine, prompting him to immediately bite his tongue and solemnly declare, I, Xiao Ming, swear by the heart demon and bind myself with blood, that I shall reveal not a single detail of today's events. Should I breach this oath, my foundation shall crumble, and the heart demon shall consume my body, condemning me to eternal suffering. At this moment, Lin Fan merely chuckled lightly and replied, Brother Xiao Ming, I trust you, why say such things? That oath is indeed quite severe. Xiao Ming silently deemed it hypocritical, sensing an almost palpable intent to kill. Senior brother Lin, he inquired with a tinge of concern. Zhao Xing's final words seemed to carry some weight. What do you think? He distinctly noted that Lin Fan had reacted swiftly upon hearing those words. I truly worry that he might name a significant figure. What if that hinders our ability to eliminate him? He had previously pondered why the sect had shown no awareness of the repeated misfortunes befalling those who teamed up with these three. Now, however, clarity dawned upon him. While Xiao Ming was recuperating, Lin Fan approached the lifeless bodies of Zhao Xing and his companions with a solemn demeanor, his hands weaving intricate seals. Soul, arise. Yet, to his dismay, the souls of Wang Liang and Xiao Song could not be successfully captured and instead dissipated into nothingness. This was a first for him. Considering that he had only 2 previous experiences of soul capture, it offered little in terms of reference. After a brief moment of meditation to fully restore his state, he prepared for a 3rd attempt. After all, Zhao Xing possessed the highest cultivation. Failure would be a significant loss. Fortunately, this time, no further complications arose, and Zhao Xing's soul was successfully ensnared within the soul banner. However, as customary, his cultivation had diminished to the 8th layer of qi refining. What manner of artifact is this? Xiao Ming's heart jolted once more as he beheld Zhao Xing rise anew. He had heard of wicked cultivators who could refine souls, yet this seemed rather effortless. With this accomplished, Lin Fan finally resumed his quest for the original objective, the golden Bodhi fruit. He ventured deeper into the cave of the ghost mist spider, where an expansive space awaited him. However, it was ensnared with numerous spider webs, leaving little room for movement. Employing wind blades to carve a path, he pressed onward for quite some time. Eventually, he discovered a peculiar little tree in the depths of the cave, a rare spot devoid of webs, spanning a circle of 3 zhang. Yet, as he gazed at the barren branches, a wave of disappointment washed over him. The intel had indicated the presence of nearly ripened golden Bodhi fruits here, but it seemed they had already been claimed by this beast, which had even made its nest in the vicinity. Moreover, the information was over 2 months old. Surely the beast would not leave the fruit for others once it ripened. Lin Fan felt a deep sense of regret for arriving too late. However, had he not spent the past 2 months in seclusion, the outcome of his encounter with Zhao Xing and his companions might have been uncertain. Nonetheless, this journey had not been without its rewards. He had acquired Zhao Xing's soul, a significant number of spirit stones and elixirs from the trio's storage pouches, as well as a young spider beast. The trio's artifacts would need to be returned to Fu Shuang. He hoped she could bear the weight. Just as he was about to turn back, a realization struck him. The golden Bodhi fruit was known to aid in the consolidation of the sea of consciousness, which would undoubtedly benefit the beast as well, likely enhancing its perception significantly. Yet, the ghost mist spider conveyed a sense of clumsiness to him. Even if it were about to lay eggs, it shouldn't exhibit such behavior. He pondered thoughtfully. Could it be that the fruit had matured but the creature had not consumed it, intending to reserve it for its offspring? Upon this reflection, he surveyed his surroundings, where countless strands of spider silk obscured any trace of the golden fruit. To recklessly slice through with a wind blade might shatter the ethereal fruit. Xiao Ming, may I borrow your spiritual eye? Indeed, with Xiao Ming's assistance, Lin Fan cautiously extracted a golden fruit, its surface adorned with intricate patterns of pale yellow. From a thick mass of silk, Xiao Ming felt a sense of joy at being of help. Ding! According to intelligence, golden fruit obtained. Intelligence points 15. Current intelligence points 27. The system's voice resonated, filling Lin Fan with elation. Before departing, the two carved the ghostly face patterns from the ghost mist spider's back as proof of their completed task, retaining some valuable beast materials. Lin Fan kept 8 spider legs and generously offered the rest to Xiao Ming. After accomplishing this, Lin Fan cast a final glance at the beast's carcass, his expression shifting. Xiao Ming, step aside. Chapter 36. Divine Consciousness Manifest. Talented ones severely injured 1,000 miles from the Xiang sect, within a deep cave. A pungent scent of blood pervaded the air. A man and a woman stood side by side. The woman, clad in a light blue robe that billowed without wind, wielded a sword of azure light, its cold gleam reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. Beside her, the man donned golden-scaled armor, his brows furrowed with lingering battle intent, exuding an air of arrogance amidst the surging malevolence that enveloped him. Their garments, stained with blood, accentuated an aura of chilling ruthlessness. It was none other than Yun Qingyao and Su Tian. Behind them lay over 20 slain cultivators, their bodies sprawled in disarray. Among them, an elderly man, just having breathed his last, still bore an expression of shock in his eyes, emanating a faint aura of foundational cultivation that had yet to dissipate. Together, they had slain a foundational cultivator. After dispatching the last foe, Su Tian, entranced by the fragrance emanating from the woman beside him, was about to speak when he noticed Yun Qingyao sheath her sword and withdraw a distance of 10 feet. With a resigned shake of his head, he retrieved a yellow jade slip from the elder's storage pouch. Upon examining it briefly, his face lit up with delight. Qingyao, this is indeed a secret technique of the soul. He then extended the jade slip towards Yun Qingyao. Since you contributed more effort this time, you should be the first to comprehend it. Su Tian appeared quite magnanimous, showing no reluctance. Yun Qingyao hesitated for a moment before summoning the jade slip towards her. And as she examined it, a flicker of joy momentarily crossed her indifferent visage. Then I thank you, senior brother. Su Tian smiled gently, his handsome features creating an impression akin to a refreshing spring breeze. There's no need for thanks between us. Focus on your comprehension while I guard you. However, as his words fell, he observed Yun Qingyao retrieving the formation plate used earlier in the Shi family, activating the formation to shield herself within. The smile on Su Tian's face faltered, his eyes flashing with a glint of coldness. Time passed, and soon Yun Qingyao formed seals with her hands, coalescing a peculiar sphere of light that ultimately entered her brow. Her aura subtly shifted as she completed her cultivation. Su Tian swiftly approached to congratulate, with your innate talent. Junior sister, you must have completed the first layer of the jade slip. Yun Qingyao nodded slightly, preparing to leave the cave. However, she was unexpectedly blocked by Su Tian, who asked, do you truly despise spending time with me so much? After all these years, can you not perceive even a trace of my feelings for you? Yun Qingyao furrowed her brows momentarily before relaxing them, replying, I apologize, senior brother, but my heart is solely devoted to my cultivation, and I have no intention of considering such matters. With that, she gracefully moved, appearing behind Su Tian. But what of the Yin family affair? Hearing this, Yun Qingyao paused slightly. She merely responded coolly, I do not understand your meaning, senior brother. Perhaps it is better that you do not know, to spare you heartache. He retorted, by the way, I have eradicated the Yin family along with all their cultivators and alchemists. Those who dare to scheme against the disciples of our sect truly do not know their own mortality. I hope you do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. He smirked. You should have seen the desperate pleas of those alchemists just before their demise. It was quite amusing. As his words hung in the air, silence enveloped the cave, so palpable one could hear a pin drop, and a chilling aura seeped in, as if the temperature had dropped several degrees. In the task pavilion, an elder with a long beard slammed his palm against the table. What? Only 2 of you returned alive from your team of 5? Indeed, came the reply. The elder picked up a pair of scrolls to peruse. Those 3 possessed far superior cultivation than you. How is it that you returned unscathed? In a moment of peril, the 3 senior brothers allowed the 2 of us, who had lost our combat capabilities, to retreat while they fought valiantly against the beasts. By the time we returned, they had perished alongside the ghostly mist spiders. Lin Fan recounted the premeditated story with an unwavering demeanor, ensuring he preserved the dignity of the 3. Should the sect insist on an investigation, he had the recorded image pearl hidden away, though he had erased the details of the battle. The elder regarded Xiao Ming. Indeed, elder, this is precisely the case. Xiao Ming promptly affirmed. After a moment of contemplation, the elder replied, very well. However, the contributions will only be granted once this matter has been verified. Once Lin Fan and his companion departed, the elder gazed at the names inscribed on the scroll, murmuring, Xiaoxing? This could prove troublesome. After parting ways with Xiao Ming, Lin Fan first contacted Fu Shuang, only to learn she was not within the sect. He would have to wait for her return. Uncertain whether it was due to improper preservation or inherent qualities, he sensed the medicinal properties of the golden Bodhi fruit slowly dissipating. He needed to refine the elixir without delay. Upon returning to the alchemy chamber, Lin Fan adjusted his focus once more. Following the recipe provided by Song Hui, he commenced the meticulous process of concoction. While the other materials were relatively easy to procure, albeit not inexpensive, the primary ingredient was singular, allowing for only one attempt. Reintroducing the earth fire, he reminisced about Elder Wu's profound flame, which indeed proved far superior to ordinary earth fire. Despite his prior inquiries, he had been unable to locate any source for such flames. Next time he encountered Elder Wu, he would be sure to ask thoroughly. Half a day passed, and finally, Lin Fan exhaled a sigh of relief as he gazed at the milky white elixir in his hand. Initially, he had intended to share some with Xiao Huan and Xiao Ming. But alas, only one pill had materialized. He understood that this was not due to a failure in alchemy, but rather because this particular furnace yielded only a single pill. Without further hesitation, he consumed it. The moment the elixir entered his stomach, a deafening explosion resonated within him. Subsequently, a massive force, distinct from spiritual energy, surged from his abdomen, ascending directly to the sea of consciousness in his brain. In an instant, his mind felt as though it were being cleaved by a blade, engulfed in excruciating pain. Fortunately, Lin Fan had experienced such sensations before, preventing him from losing consciousness immediately. However, this ordeal evidently lasted much longer than the duration of system enhancements. As time passed, dizziness enveloped his mind, akin to someone stirring within it with a stick. After what felt like an eternity, his awareness gradually sharpened. He found himself drenched in sweat, the ground beneath him a puddle. Yet, his senses were astonishingly acute. The flickering flames beneath the cauldron, the insects fluttering in the courtyard, each detail, previously imperceptible, now imprinted vividly in his mind. Was this the sensation of possessing divine consciousness? He estimated that his current range of perception extended only 5 or 6 meters, but he surmised that with a breakthrough in cultivation, this consciousness would undoubtedly strengthen. With such awareness, whether in combat or alchemy, the benefits would likely be ineffable. Contemplating this, he felt an eager desire to commence another round of alchemy. Suddenly, he felt a tremor from his communication talisman. Upon inspection, he discovered several messages from Xiao Ming. Senior Lin, I have located the cave dwelling of Elder Gu as you instructed. Furthermore, I have heard that senior sister Yun Qingyao and senior brother Su Tian have returned from their mission, albeit gravely injured. Upon receiving this news, Lin Fan sprang to his feet. Was this B-grade mission truly so arduous, even for prodigious disciples? Concern gnawed at him, and he contemplated sending some elixirs their way. However, considering their status, it was likely they possessed ample high-quality elixirs, unless they were of the utmost grade. Yet, he realized that his own stock of medicinal materials and spirit stones had dwindled considerably. With this thought in mind, Lin Fan promptly exited the courtyard. Before heading to the marketplace, he made a detour to the Foreign Affairs Hall to collect his accumulated monthly stipend, which amounted to nearly 2,000 spirit stones. As previously mentioned, the subsequent division of the mine's yield had indeed proven to be substantial, indicating that the excavation had progressed smoothly. With the addition of the over 1,000 spirit stones obtained from Zhao Xing and his companions, he had amassed a modest fortune. The sight of Lin Fan withdrawing such a considerable sum of spirit stones drew astonished glances from other disciples. Had this individual not collected his stipend in 2 years? After securing the spirit stones, Lin Fan cast his gaze toward a distant peak beyond the 5 peaks. Though it lacked the grandeur of the 5 peaks, its summit was adorned with a pristine layer of white snow. It was indeed the solitary presence of Gu Binghan on the Hanshua Peak that Xiao Ming had investigated, a situation that perfectly aligned with the old woman's character. Upon reaching the footpath of the mountain, he encountered 2 women clad in the garb of menial disciples. Although these disciples bore the title of disciples, they were essentially akin to servants. Given the multitude of mundane affairs within the sect that were unsuitable for disciples to manage, and the inability of mortals to handle them effectively, many such individuals of lesser talent had been recruited. One of them was the alchemist apprentice promised by Wu Yunguang. Nevertheless, there were still numerous low-tier cultivators vying for these positions. After briefly stating his intentions, one of the women clasped her fists and went up to report. It was only after the incense stick burned for a while that she returned. With an apologetic demeanor, the senior disciple informed him that Elder Gu and Sister Xiao Huan were in seclusion and unavailable to receive guests. Lin Fan could not help but inwardly scoff. If they were truly in seclusion, they would have informed those below in advance. It was clear that the old woman was unwilling to allow him to meet Xiao Huan. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a wooden box and said, "In that case, please convey this item to me once Xiao Huan emerges from seclusion." However, at the very moment he took out the box, he felt a fleeting sensation of being watched. This feeling vanished almost instantly, prompting him to glance instinctively toward the mountain peak. Somewhere atop the summit, Gu Binghan's expression changed in surprise. Is this person truly so perceptive? Although I released my spiritual awareness rather casually from such a distance, it should not be detectable by a mere chi refining stage novice. It seemed unlikely that it was anything but coincidence. Yet, this individual had remarkably advanced 2 levels in just 2 months. With a contemplative gesture, she rested her chin on her hand and sighed softly. Ultimately, this person is still too far removed from Xiao Huan. Allowing them to interact would only hinder her. After a while, the wooden box was delivered into her hands. The item within could even influence my core formation stage spiritual energy. What on earth could it be? Upon opening the box, a rather unassuming spiritual fruit lay quietly inside, yet it caused her own spiritual energy to begin to circulate autonomously. This is the Han Sui jade fruit, Gu Binghan exclaimed softly. It was evident that the old woman had been secretly observing, without awakening her spiritual awareness. She could never have detected it. Yet, even so, the disparity in their spiritual senses was vast. Could it be that the sight of the Han Sui jade fruit had elicited an emotional response? Contemplating this, Lin Fan felt a pang of regret for so readily relinquishing the Han Sui jade fruit. Its effects were likely to surpass his expectations. Once transferred, it would undoubtedly pass through Gu Binghan's hands. What if she intercepted it? However, there was little he could do at this point, so he resolved to set those thoughts aside. Lost in contemplation, he found himself within the administrative hall. As he had anticipated, aside from medicinal herbs, his own spells and magical artifacts were rather scarce. He had intended to purchase a top-tier first-grade magical artifact as a side note. Yet, upon surveying the items in the hall, he was taken aback to find that they generally started at over 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Such an expense would deplete his resources entirely. The set of sword array artifacts he had his eye on commanded a staggering price of 5,000. It seemed that he was still quite impoverished. Returning to the market, he procured the necessary spiritual herbs, and suddenly remembered the dozens of bottles of elixirs lying within his storage bag. Indeed, how could an alchemist be short on funds? He promptly sought a secluded corner, seated himself upon the ground, and set forth his modest stall. Displayed were the following elixirs: Superior Qi Gathering Pill, 15 low-grade spirit stones each, 80 low-grade spirit stones per vial. Superior Healing Pill, 12 low-grade spirit stones each, 70 low-grade spirit stones per vial. Superior Restoration Pill, 13 low-grade spirit stones each, 75 low-grade spirit stones per vial. Though he contemplated selling his entire stock directly to the Internal Affairs Hall, the offered prices were markedly inferior to the prevailing market rates. He held firm confidence in the efficacy of his potions, believing that aside from Xiao Ding and Nan Ming'er, no one could rival his skill. Several vendors nearby boasted of having concocted potions from these two renowned alchemists, yet their prices were considerably higher. As he laid out his wares, he immediately garnered considerable attention. Ah, this individual exclusively sells superior potions. Could he possibly be a renowned alchemist? Murmured one intrigued onlooker. These prices are rather reasonable. I might just purchase some to test their quality, thought another. Wait, I recognize him. He is the disciple of the alchemy peak who previously clashed with Master Li, exclaimed a voice. Indeed, I recall that Li Zitai mentioned one could only choose between the potions of the two. Another chimed in, causing the initial speaker to hesitate. Lin Fan silently listened, refraining from comment. He remained skeptical that one individual could dictate the market. As anticipated, a disciple quickly retorted, what of it? As long as this individual's potions are of high quality, I shall buy them. I have never purchased potions from Li Zitai. Li Zitai's reputation was formidable, yet it did not intimidate everyone. Have you forgotten which guild Li Zitai hails from? Another questioned. Are you referring to the Tianyun Guild founded by Senior Brother Su, which monopolizes numerous exceptional alchemists? Indeed, I heard that Li Zitai persuaded guild members with a formula for a breaking barrier pill yesterday, and they have now announced a coalition to boycott this person. Is that true? Upon hearing this, even Lin Fan furrowed his brow. There is truth in this. I can attest to it, a disciple clad in the alchemy peak attire interjected, casting a sympathetic glance toward Lin Fan. I know this individual. He ranks among the top 50 alchemists and recently joined the Tianyun Guild. The crowd, upon hearing this, revealed expressions of envy, as if joining the Tianyun Guild were a substantial achievement. This must indeed be true. What grievance could this individual possibly have with Li Zitai? That is certainly his trump card. Lin Fan remained speechless, realizing that he had indeed incensed Li Zitai greatly that day. Yet, should not the blame lie with Qingyao? What was his connection to the matter? However, what troubled him more was the mention of the Tianyun Guild. The Tian undoubtedly referred to Su Tian. But the Yun immediately conjured the image of Yun Qingyao. Had she also joined this guild? Amidst his swirling thoughts, the once curious crowd had begun to disperse. Who would dare to oppose the Tianyun Guild? That would be courting disaster. Consequently, amidst the whispers of one spreading to 10 and 10 to 100, his stall was left entirely unattended. Not a single guest had arrived. Young man, perhaps you should consider selling to the Internal Affairs Hall instead. Remaining here is merely a waste of time, suggested a kind-hearted vendor. Lin Fan shook his head, contemplating whether to disclose his ranking on the alchemist list or to strive for a higher position once more. He was confident he could secure a third place. At that moment, a disciple clad in gray robes, possessing only a mere cultivation of the fourth layer of qi refinement and adorned with a fragment of broken bone on his wrist, entered the market. He lingered at various stalls selling elixirs, engaging in conversation, yet purchasing not a single pill. The effects of the mid-grade recovery pill are no longer significant for my internal injuries, especially given the substantial pill poison within me. I must refrain from indiscriminate consumption. He mused. After some deliberation, he ultimately approached Lin Fan's stall. Esteemed senior, may I inquire if the price of this superior recovery pill could be reduced? Chapter 38. The twin stars of the Nan family. He had indeed heard of Lin Fan being targeted, yet his injuries were now impeding his cultivation, leaving little room for concern about other matters. Lin Fan scrutinized the individual before him, his consciousness swiftly discerning the dire state of the disciple. In your condition, a mere 1 or 2 pills will not suffice. The disciple's complexion paled. Junior understands, but my spirit stones are scant. Lin Fan sighed inwardly. Although disciples of the Ziyang sect generally possessed commendable talent, many, like the one before him, struggled with low cultivation due to various circumstances. The monthly stipend of 100 spirit stones was inconsequential to many, yet for them, it might represent their sole resource. Furthermore, as previously mentioned by Zhao Xing, such disciples often found themselves compelled to join a guild to fulfill sect tasks, thereby receiving even fewer spirit stones each month after deducting fees. Lin Fan's gaze lingered momentarily on the fragment of bone adorning the disciple's wrist. Exchange this item for 5 bottles of elixirs. You may consume only 1 per day. With proper meditation, your condition should be manageable within a month. The disciple was momentarily taken aback, then elatedly removed the bone fragment and presented it to Lin Fan. Thank you, esteemed senior. This bone fragment was merely a relic he had stumbled upon during a task in a mortal town, while it bore an ancient charm. It served no other purpose. Trading it for 450 spirit stones was a tremendous bargain. Surprisingly, the disciple displayed a degree of kindness, unwittingly relinquishing such valuable elixirs without a successful transaction. What use is kindness if it does not elevate one's cultivation? Such trifles ought to be left unattended. One might believe it was a windfall, yet should any issues arise from consumption, they would surely seek you out for recompense. Upon hearing the surrounding comments, the disciple's expression shifted. As long as this elixir is not a poison, even if it proves ineffective, I, Qi, shall not utter a word of complaint. He promptly took the 5 bottles, stashing 4 in his storage pouch, and from the remaining 1, extracted a pill to refine on the spot. Within mere moments of ingesting the elixir, an ethereal aura began to emanate from his crown. The previously muddled essence of his spiritual energy became remarkably pure. Observing this spectacle, an increasing number of disciples gravitated toward the scene. What kind of elixir is this? Why does it show effects so swiftly? Could it be? Is this individual a hired actor? After a stick of incense had burned down, the man of the Qi clan concluded his practice and stood, his face alight with astonishment. Although the previous superficiality had not entirely dissipated, it had improved significantly compared to before. He unleashed a powerful punch into the air, no longer feeling the previous stagnation of spiritual energy. Most crucially, he sensed that his cultivation seemed to have loosened, nearly brushing against the 5th-layer bottleneck. Bowing deeply, he sincerely declared, I am deeply indebted to you, senior brother Qi. I have no means to repay your kindness. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to command me. He was astonished to discover the vast difference between top-grade and mid-grade elixirs. He thought to himself that had he known this earlier, he would not have been so frugal. Perhaps if he had taken it months ago, he would have already advanced. Seemingly perceiving his thoughts, Lin Fan remarked, You are indeed fortunate to have encountered me today. However, not all top-grade elixirs possess such efficacy. Follow my instructions, and in a month, a breakthrough in your cultivation should be anticipated. His generosity stemmed not only from the bone fragment, but also from his insight that this individual was an exceptional showcase of his product. Upon sensing the change in Qi's aura, someone exclaimed in astonishment, What sort of restoration elixir is this? It can actually aid in breakthroughs? Not at all. This person is merely burdened by latent injuries, and this is simply a natural progression. Nevertheless, the elixir did possess unique qualities. Others, like the alchemist from Yun Qingyao, scoffed and said, Isn't it obvious? This person is undoubtedly a plant. Even the top 10 elixirs on the list do not exhibit such exaggeration. Yet, many were inclined to believe in the evidence of their own eyes. Whether it was a ruse could be determined through trial. Boss, I would like a restoration elixir. I shall have a Qi gathering pill. I desire a spirit recovery pill. Lin Fan smiled slightly, aware that even the finest wine fears the depths of the alley. Yet with such marketing, how could he fret over sales? Noticing that few heeded his words, the alchemist from Yun Tian's expression soured, and he sternly proclaimed, Are you certain you wish to oppose all the alchemists of the Yun Tian guild? To oppose the alchemist of Yun Tian is to oppose the entire guild. At these words, several disciples who had already retrieved their spirit stones trembled, hesitating before retracting their hands. Always mentioning Yun Tian. Are you a dog of Yun Tian? Or perhaps a dog of Li Zitai? The mere mention of that name irked him, especially as this person sought to obstruct his path to wealth. Severing one's means of livelihood is akin to killing their parents. Lin Fan could no longer hold his tongue. Upon his utterance, the crowd erupted in commotion. In the entire outer sect, no one dared to disregard Yun Tian or Su Tian. This name had become almost a golden emblem. There was even a saying, Joining Yun Tian entails 3 assurances. Elixirs are plentiful, tasks are abundant, and breakthroughs are manageable. However, due to Yun Tian's dominance, other guilds and disciples not affiliated with any guild harbored grievances. This person possessed remarkable audacity. Yet the alchemist from Yun Tian was infuriated by his words, for he had always taken pride in this, and would not tolerate any slander. It is no wonder that Brotherly referred to you as a third-rate alchemist. Ignorance breeds audacity. I must inform you that from this moment onward, your path within the sect will be fraught with challenges. However, before the words could fully escape his lips, a resounding applause erupted, echoing through the air. Well said. What is Yun Tian, after all? At that moment, a throng of curious onlookers had gathered, forming a dense crowd that parted to create a pathway. Lin Fan gazed in astonishment as 2 figures clad in azure robes emerged, a man and a woman. The young man, in his 20s, was strikingly handsome. exuding a calm demeanor that felt like a refreshing spring breeze. Yet, the exaggerated crimson spear strapped to his back seemed somewhat incongruous. Beside him stood a girl, much younger and barely older than Xiao Huan, her hair styled in twisted braids. She bore a striking resemblance to the young man, and the emblem of the Dan peak on her attire compelled Lin Fan to take a closer look. There was no mistaking her identity. She was Nin Ming'er, the second-ranked alchemist on the Dan board. What astonished Lin Fan was not merely their azure garb but the fact that the words spoken moments ago had come from this seemingly innocuous young girl. However, he could not dismiss her presence lightly, for her profound aura matched that of the young man. They were both at the pinnacle of qi refinement. Indeed, they were the siblings Nan Feng and Nan Ming'er, and it seemed a captivating spectacle was about to unfold. This pair had long been at odds with Su Tian, and it was rumored that they had established the Twin Star Guild in opposition to Yun Tian's conduct. As the Nan siblings approached, Nan Feng playfully tapped his sister's smooth forehead and remarked, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Not far away, the alchemist Yun Tian, who had been seething with rage at the affronts to his dignity, was about to unleash a torrent of curses. However, upon seeing these two, he swallowed his words, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. The sight of them ignoring him further deepened his humiliation. Furrowing her brow, Nan Ming'er rubbed her forehead and muttered a few complaints before boldly seizing the elixir from the hands of the disciple with the surname Qi. After inhaling its scent, her face lit up with surprise as she exclaimed, "What an excellent elixir." Even the second-ranked alchemist on the Dan board deemed it exceptional. This was the first time Nan Feng had witnessed his sister so astonished by another's concoction, and he silently nodded in approval. He then approached Lin Fan and inquired, "Esteemed junior brother, would you be interested in joining our Twin Star Guild?" What initially began as mere curiosity had now transformed into a genuine invitation. Indeed, while some had speculated this outcome upon hearing Nan Ming'er's exclamation, their astonishment remained palpable. It was only the Nan siblings who dared to challenge the Yun Tian Guild so boldly. This junior brother had indeed discovered a way to break the impasse. If he were to join the Twin Star Guild, even Yun Tian would find himself at a loss. Lin Fan met Nan Feng's earnest and appreciative gaze, pausing in contemplation. Yet, despite the gravity of his offer, Nan Feng appeared momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that his gesture of goodwill would be declined. What? Did I hear correctly? This person actually declined senior brother Nan's invitation? It seems rather ungrateful, considering that the Twin Stars Guild seldom extends invitations. We, who aspire to join, find ourselves at a loss, yet this individual behaves so arrogantly. Someone remarked with a hint of bitterness. Does he truly believe he can act so boldly before the Cloud Sky Guild all on his own? Even a few, like the disciples with the surname Qi, who stood by Lin Fan, felt perplexed, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind his actions. Only the alchemist from the Cloud Sky Guild, who felt quite uncomfortable in this situation, secretly sighed with relief. "Hey, kid, we rarely extend invitations. Could you perhaps show us a bit of courtesy?" Lin Fan, amused by the childish demeanor of the girl before him, still shook his head in refusal. "I'm sorry," Nan Feng sighed, "since junior brother is resolute. I shall not press further. By the way, I have yet to inquire about your name." Calmly introducing himself, Lin Fan immediately sparked contemplation among the crowd. "Lin Fan. Why does that name sound familiar?" Someone mused. Wasn't the newly appointed 11th on the Alchemist rankings just a simple character, Fan? The crowd erupted in excitement. So it is he. Before the news of the two prodigies' injuries broke, this had been the most talked-about event in the outer sect. A newcomer, previously unranked, had suddenly surged into the top 10. Dozens of guilds had reached out to this newcomer, yet struggled to locate him. Nan Ming'er, feeling somewhat indignant, was aware that this person's abilities undoubtedly exceeded that ranking. Though junior brother Lin has no intention of joining, I would still like to cultivate a good relationship. I shall take all the elixirs here. All of them. Lin Fan's eyes brightened at her words, extracting a large number of elixir vials from his storage pouch. Even Nan Feng, with his gentle disposition, felt a few beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After collecting the elixirs, with transactions settled, he was prepared to leave with Nan Ming'er. Observing their retreating figures, Lin Fan nodded to himself. Although they did not accept everything offered, it was unlikely they lacked elixirs with someone like Nan Ming'er as a sister. This individual could indeed be a valuable acquaintance. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a familiar feeling of being scrutinized. Someone was probing him with their spiritual perception. Lin Fan was startled but maintained his composure. How despicable, to hide behind a facade while being only at the 7th level of qi refinement. He detested such individuals who pretended to be innocuous. "Xiaoming, are you using your perception to spy on others again? I've told you that it's not right. If you get caught, he has already noticed." "What? Didn't you say he is only at the 7th level of qi refinement? How could that be?" After the two departed, many disciples could no longer contain their excitement. Given the standing of a top-ranked alchemist, the elixirs were far too inexpensive. Moreover, amidst the chaos, with so many buyers, How could Cloud Sky possibly keep track of everything? You, and you. If you wish to buy, the price doubles. Lin Fan pointed at several figures within the crowd. These were the very individuals who had just been so vocally derisive. Under his spiritual perception, he had heard their every word clearly. Although he is not one to seek revenge for every slight, he firmly believes that those who repay kindness with malice should distance themselves as far as possible. The individuals named in public felt somewhat embarrassed, and a wave of regret washed over them. Junior brother Lin. Just as the precious elixirs were about to be sold out, a gentle feminine voice resonated. Sister Sumei, it has been a long time. Lin Fan managed a forced chuckle, feeling slightly awkward. I have invited you several times, yet you seem to be avoiding me. I thought perhaps you no longer recognized me as your elder sister, she remarked. Upon hearing that you were being targeted in the market, I intended to come by and lend a hand with your business. But it seems you no longer require my assistance. Seeing a hint of melancholy in Su Mei's eyes, Lin Fan felt an overwhelming discomfort. Observing his reaction, Su Mei smiled brightly. I was merely teasing you. Lin Fan, however, spoke earnestly. By the way, Sister Su Mei, if you have a moment, could you accompany me? Junior brother, are you hoping to take me back to your dwelling? Su Mei was momentarily taken aback, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Please, sister, have a seat for a moment, Lin Fan said, turning to enter the alchemy chamber. Without a doubt, that fleeting sense of consciousness earlier had originated from Nan Menger. Though she had yet to reach foundation establishment, her spiritual awareness was evident. It appeared my previous conjecture was correct. Spiritual awareness is indeed the key to concocting superior elixirs. In Lin Fan's eyes, it was not entirely unbelievable that she possessed such awareness. He himself had awakened his sea of consciousness ahead of time through and others might also have similar opportunities. Nevertheless, her level of spiritual awareness seemed slightly weaker than his own. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he resolutely began to control the flames and refine the medicine. This was his first attempt at alchemy since mastering his spiritual awareness. Indeed, the transformation of the flames, the melting of the herbs, and the intricate details leading to the final elixir were clearer to him than in any previous attempt. Of course, this clarity stemmed from his profound knowledge of alchemy and extensive experience. Otherwise, any foundation establishment practitioner would be a master alchemist. Several hours later, Su Mei, who had been meditating in place, finally awaited the completion of Lin Fan's alchemy. Apologies for the wait, sister, he said. I acknowledge my previous negligence. Please accept these 2 bottles of elixirs. Surprised yet sweetly pleased, Su Mei looked at the 2 bottles Lin Fan offered. Pausing for a moment, Lin Fan continued. Might I trouble you with another favor? With a playful laugh, Su Mei replied, Speak freely, junior brother. However, at the rate you are advancing, it won't be long before I have to address you as elder brother. Lin Fan produced another vial. I would be grateful if you could deliver this to Sister Yun Qingyao on my behalf. Su Mei's expression momentarily faltered, a glimmer of disappointment flashing in her eyes. But she quickly regained her composure. Ah, so you have your sights set on Qingyao as well. I wonder where you heard of our connection, she mused. I can assist you with this, but do not blame me for dousing your enthusiasm. Do you know how many individuals have come to offer various spiritual herbs? They are virtually queuing at her doorstep, so be prepared for intense competition. Lin Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that there were so many individuals with such heartfelt intentions. However, considering the identity and charisma of the other party, it was indeed understandable. He expressed his gratitude once more, acknowledging that he had received the benefits and could not shirk his responsibilities, and thus took his leave with a graceful demeanor. As he watched her retreating figure, Lin Fan sighed inwardly. He was not a fool. How could he fail to perceive the subtle shift in Su Mei's feelings towards him? Seizing this opportunity to clarify his own stance was imperative, lest he mislead her. After bidding farewell to Su Mei, Lin Fan took a deep breath and activated the formation. Eagerly entering the cultivation chamber, he retrieved the ancient bone shard and extended his consciousness to examine it closely. To his astonishment, he detected a faint ripple of divine thought emanating from the object. Had he not mastered his spiritual awareness, he would have overlooked its intricacies. Indeed, upon closer inspection, he discerned an enigmatic barrier surrounding the bone shard. After a moment of contemplation, he concentrated all his spiritual energy and directed it forcefully towards the shard. Within mere moments, a sharp crack echoed through the air, akin to something shattering. His spiritual probing encountered no further obstruction, and a torrent of information flooded into Lin Fan's mind. Chapter 40. The Inheritance of Sword Cultivation. Fu Shuang's Gratitude. The De Yin Sword Array. The Sword Escape Technique. Lin Fan was initially taken aback upon seeing the 2 spells recorded within the bone shard, but upon reading the descriptions, he felt a surge of exhilaration. The art of sword arrays and the unique evasion techniques were not commonly encountered, and the fact that this shard contained both indicated that its previous owner was undoubtedly a renowned sword cultivator. In truth, the method of sword arrays is one that many sword practitioners seldom undertake, primarily due to the immense difficulty of comprehension and the exorbitant consumption of spirit stones. Manipulating dozens of flying swords at once is no trivial endeavor. If the swords are of lower grade, their power is generally inadequate, and if of higher grade, the storage bags cannot withstand the strain. However, the advantages are significant. Once mastered, the power is truly astounding. The Da Yin sword array boasts an impressive claim, stating that it does not discriminate against spiritual roots, allowing the practitioner to unleash their spiritual energy of any attribute to its fullest potential. Furthermore, the first page astonishingly declared that only those with exceptionally high comprehension could practice it. Yet, for Lin Fan, this posed no issue. Should his innate understanding fall short, he could always compensate with system points. A few dozen, or even 100 points would surely suffice to grasp any spell. It was merely that the first tier required 12 flying swords, necessitating careful attention to the acquisition of such artifacts. Additionally, the sword escape technique promised that upon completion, one could transform into a beam of sword light, swift as lightning. Each of these spells was unparalleled, far surpassing the wind blade techniques he had previously encountered. Without hesitation, he summoned the system panel and selected the Da Yin sword array from the spell subpage, boldly declaring attribute points allocation. This Da Yin sword array was exceedingly formidable. Merely reaching the introductory level consumed 20 information points. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he could not help but be taken aback. It was evident that this was not a path for the average individual. Even a foundation building or golden core practitioner, after decades of seclusion, would not solely study a single spell. This once again cast doubt on his own comprehension. As he prepared to resume his cultivation, a sudden tremor emanated from the communication talisman at his waist, signaling the return of Fu Shuang, who had completed her task and stood at his doorstep. The joyous anticipation he initially felt was swiftly overshadowed by a weighty melancholy, for he had previously mentioned that he could not elaborate in his letter, merely inviting her for a conversation. Taking a deep breath, he indeed found Fu Shuang waiting outside the courtyard, her expression a mixture of anxiety and hope. "Lin Shidi, where is Yuan Ji?" she inquired urgently, but upon seeing Lin Fan's expression, a jolt of dread coursed through her. Lin Fan retrieved a calming elixir, hesitatingly suggesting, "Perhaps you should take this calming pill first?" At that moment, Fu Shuang understood his implication, and the world around her seemed to dim. Her eyes brimmed with tears. "I don't believe it. Present your evidence." Lin Fan, feeling a pang of reluctance, produced the Xian Gui shield and the He Xian spear among other artifacts. Upon seeing these items, her tears cascaded uncontrollably. "These are Yuan Ji's artifacts. Where did you acquire them?" Lin Fan sighed softly. "Come with me." He then led Fu Shuang to the resting place of Ning Yuan Ji, as described by Zhao Xing. Indeed, at the designated location, they unearthed a skeletal remains fragmented into several pieces, and beside it lay a sect token inscribed with the name Ning Yuan Ji. At this juncture, she still clung to disbelief until Lin Fan revealed the recording pearl. As Zhao Xing recounted the details of the event, she collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Though she had mentally prepared herself for such a fate over the past year, confronting the reality proved unbearable. Lin Fan stood silently at her side, unsure of how to offer solace. "Death cannot be reversed, Sister Fu Shuang. May you find peace in your grief." After weeping for over an hour, Fu Shuang gradually regained her composure and, with a hoarse voice, asked, "What about the 3 perpetrators?" "They have been vanquished by me," Lin Fan replied. Fu Shuang nodded, retrieving a plethora of items from her storage bag. "You are a good person. I could have secretly kept those artifacts for myself, yet I did not. I have accepted the personal artifacts of Ji Yuan. These are treasures I have amassed over the years. Take what you need." Initially inclined to decline, Lin Fan hesitated upon discovering 9 elegantly crafted red flying swords of identical design among the items. Sensing his thoughts, Fu Shuang retrieved the 9 swords, caressing them with a reminiscent gaze. "These were gifted to me by the sect's elders on the day of my marriage to Yuan Ji. They symbolize everlasting companionship. Yet I never once wielded them and do not wish to anymore. I hope you will not let them gather dust." With that, she handed the flying swords to Lin Fan. Although he intended to refuse, he accepted them with solemn gratitude, recognizing Fu Shuang's insistence. Though these 9 swords were merely of first-tier excellence, their uniformity rendered them exceptionally convenient for forming sword arrays. Moreover, under the tempering of Gung Jin, their strength would surely suffice. He chose not to accept other items, even though they included first-tier exceptional artifacts. However, as they were about to part, Fu Shuang presented him with 2 jade slips and a palm-sized stone riddled with pits. "I recognize that you are an alchemist, and may lack the strength to delve into other fields. This is the culmination of my years of insights regarding talisman crafting and weapon forging. If it proves of no use to you, I urge you to pass it on to someone fated to receive it." As these thoughts crossed her mind, a nostalgic expression graced Fu Shuang's face, murmuring, "Brother Yuan, You wished for me to reflect upon you by studying these matters more diligently. Yet I fear I am not suited for such endeavors. Upon finishing her words, Fu Shuang carefully gathered the remnants upon the ground, wrapping them in cloth and holding them close to her chest, departing gracefully without a mention of the stone. Ding! Return the truth to Fu Shuang. Earning a bounty of magical artifacts and materials. Intelligence points, 25. Current intelligence points, 32. The system notification echoed, and Lin Fan's expression hardened with resolve. At this moment, his conviction to enhance his strength soared to unprecedented heights. Having witnessed the tragedies of Meng Yin and Fu Shuang, he understood that all stemmed from insufficient power. He would not permit such occurrences to befall him. Xiang's sect. Yun Qingyao's residence, unlike the ordinary outer disciples, Yun Qingyao's dwelling mirrored that of the inner disciples. A cave carved from the mountain itself. These caverns were situated atop spiritual veins, each equipped with artificially open springs that continuously channeled the ethereal energy from beneath the earth into the chambers. The concentration of spiritual energy here far surpassed that of the outside world. Among the outer disciples, only she and Su Tian enjoyed such privileges. Yet no one deemed this arrangement unjust. At this moment, a throng of outer disciples gathered outside her cave, among them several clad in blue robes. Sister Yun, I possess healing elixirs, blood rejuvenation pills, that will surely aid your injuries. Do not heed him. His concoction is unpalatable, another chimed in. Sister Yun, I have risked my life to gather vitality grass for you. I have several vials of superior restoration pills. Please accept them, sister. Yun Qingyao, still veiled, appeared. Aside from a slight pallor on her face, she bore no visible signs of severe injury. I appreciate your kind intentions, but please take your leave, she replied. Her voice melodious, yet imbued with an imperceptible distance. With that single remark, she retreated into her cave, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Within the cave, another graceful figure sat cross-legged on a mat, resting her chin on her hands, smiling as she remarked, I truly wonder what sort of man could capture your fancy. If even Su Tian is not to your liking, it will be quite the challenge to find one worthy within the sect. This was Su Mei. However, upon mentioning Su Tian, she noticed a shift in Yun Qingyao's demeanor and inquired with curiosity, what is between you two? Yun Qingyao shook her head gently, responding softly. When you leave later, tell them not to come. Ordinary elixirs are of no use to me. Ah, so you wish to send me away the moment I've arrived? Very well, I shall take my leave now. You know that is not my intention. Su Mei chuckled softly, finding amusement in Yun Qingyao's increasingly aloof nature, which prompted her playful teasing. The two had shared a close bond long before Yun Qingyao's rise to prominence, and the disparity in their statuses had not diminished their affection for one another. Let us address the matter at hand. Someone has approached me through our connection, intending to present you with elixirs. Regrettably, I am at a loss. One cannot easily refuse a favor. You must accept them. This connection of yours? Surely. It cannot be that Lin disciple you often mention? How amusing that you jest at my expense, yet it is you who captivates their attention. I must admit, it is somewhat disheartening. You possess a demeanor that is warm on the outside yet cold within. What is it that makes you appealing? Yun Qingyao smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. However, upon witnessing Su Mei produce the elixir vial, a rare look of astonishment crossed her face. What I held was the vial containing 6 perfectly round, emerald-hued elixirs, exuding a potent fragrance. Exceptional elixirs. You claim this is an exceptional elixir? Su Mei exclaimed, her voice rising an octave. Although she could discern that this elixir differed from ordinary ones, her cultivation and perception were still somewhat lacking. Is it not only the top 2 on the elixir ranking who can refine such creations? Moreover, I have heard the success rate is rather low. After a brief moment of surprise, Yun Qingyao returned to her usual composure. The disciple you mentioned, Su Mei, has only recently joined the sect, has he not? Perhaps he purchased these at a high price from those two. Su Mei paused, perhaps, but I saw him enter the alchemy chamber and then emerge to present this to me. Yet soon, she dismissed her concerns, joyfully declaring, regardless of the elixir's origin, we should not delay in consuming and refining it. The effects of exceptional elixirs are undoubtedly remarkable. However, Yun Qingyao shook her head. This substance is of no use to me. My physical injuries have long since healed, yet my spirit is wounded. Before she could finish her sentence, a trickle of crimson escaped her lips, and her breath faltered slightly. Meanwhile, not far away, in a secluded cave, Su Tian had just emerged from a meditative state, appearing in a worse condition than before, with faint bruises adorning his face. It seems this is indeed related to that young man, who disregarded past loyalties for his sake. He retrieved a luminescent jade from his storage bag, stroking it thoughtfully, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. To act at such a crucial juncture in secret arts cultivation would undeniably leave a lasting affliction on the spirit. The only remedy for this injury is the 3rd-tier soul, nourishing elixir refined by that old coot at Danfeng. Should you wish to court death, feel free to try. If you were to return to the Foundation establishment realm immediately, it might be possible to endure, though whether you can achieve it in your current state is debatable. Even if you succeed, that path will forever be closed to you. I have stated that I would compel you to seek my assistance, and now, aside from this warm jade, you possess no other recourse. Suddenly, he grasped the vibrating communication talisman at his waist to check its message. Lin Fan, ranked 11th on the elixir list? His brow furrowed, pondering what opportunity this might present. Yet, upon reading the next message, his expression relaxed. Sume? Zhaoxing? How intriguing. A ruthless smile appeared on his face as he took the talisman and began to speak, the content unknown. Following the incident with Fu Shuang, Lin Fan had refined an ample supply of exceptional elixirs and entered a prolonged seclusion, reaching the latter stage of qi refinement, though his cultivation speed had slowed once more. Had it not been for the pinnacle mastery of the Golden Yuan technique, Lin Fan could scarcely imagine the sluggishness of his progress. During his arduous cultivation, he consumed one exquisite qi-gathering pill after another. Thus, more than half a year passed. This was indeed the longest seclusion he had ever endured. Yet, his cultivation remained stagnant, ensnared at the 8th layer's bottleneck. The sword evasion technique had, by a stroke of luck, been cultivated successfully after expending 25 attribute points, which Lin Fan suspected was likely due to his lack of identity as a sword cultivator. Were it not for the impending obligation to fulfill sect duties, he intended to strive for a seamless breakthrough to the 8th layer. In such a scenario, extending his seclusion for yet another half would have been entirely feasible. Had he known, he would have completed several more tasks before retreating. Lin Fan stretched lazily, as was his custom, and first took out a communication talisman to peruse its contents. As expected, the majority of messages were from Xiao Ming. However, upon reading two particular pieces, his heart jolted. One indicated that Yun Qingyao's condition had worsened significantly. She had now secluded herself for an extended period. Even several elders, proficient in alchemy at the 2nd and 3rd tiers from the Dan Peak, had visited to assess her situation, yet returned empty-handed. What manner of injury had befallen Yun Qingyao? He had believed that the exquisite restoration pill would suffice, yet even the elders were at a loss. Moreover, why was Su Tian, who accompanied her, unharmed? Such thoughts sent his mind into a tempest. Turning to the second message, he discovered that approximately a month prior, an inner disciple of the Ziyang sect had suddenly appeared at the outer sect, proclaiming that he and Xiao Ming must pay with their lives. With foundational cultivation as the mainstay of the sect, his status and authority were incomparable to that of the outer disciples. The emergence of this individual stirred a considerable uproar. During that period, Xiao Ming did not dare to step outside his courtyard. Furthermore, Su Meruo, linked to him, would have faced grave repercussions had it not been for Yun Qingyao's intervention. Ultimately, 2 stewards were dispatched, which escalated to the law enforcement hall's involvement. And even a core formation elder emerged to quell the situation. The troublemaker was named Zhao Qua, instantly recalling Lin Fan to Zhao Xing's final words. Notably, the stewards who first arrived to mediate the situation included not only Wu Yingguang, but also the father of Fu Shuang. It was evident that Fu Shuang had interceded. A dangerous glint flickered in Lin Fan's eyes at the mention of Zhao Qua. The circumstances surrounding this incident were perplexing. The law enforcement hall was not the first to arrive, suggesting they wished to remain uninvolved. The eventual involvement of a core formation elder hinted that this individual was no ordinary inner disciple. Reflecting on Zhao Xing and others, who had evaded justice despite their repeated offenses, one even being the son-in-law of a foundational steward, he lamented, "I had intended to cultivate discreetly, yet calamity has still sought me out." Despite this, he felt no regret for slaying Zhao Xing. That act was a matter of self-defense. Had he spared this individual, one could not say whether they would have let him off the hook afterward. Even if they did, the absence of current troubles would inevitably obstruct his path. With such thoughts, he summoned the long-unused system panel and surveyed the remaining 7 intelligence points. Without hesitation, the command echoed, "Exchange intelligence." Buzzing sounds filled the air, and lines of text materialized on the panel. Ding. 1. During the battle between Yun Qingyao and Su Tian, her soul suffered injury due to the critical stage of her secret cultivation method. The sect lacks suitable elixirs for the qi refining stage to mend her soul. Now, due to the delay in treatment, her condition has worsened. If not treated within a month, her foundation may be damaged, and in severe cases, she could perish on the spot. Su Tian. It turns out that Qingyao's injury is entirely the fault of that scoundrel. Lin Fan's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Yet, he was perplexed as to the cause of their conflict. He had heard rumors that this man was one of Yun Qingyao's suitors. 2. Elder Su Rong of the Ziyang sect, having long recognized Yun Qingyao's unique physique, encouraged his descendant Su Tian to pursue her. He had previously gifted Su Tian a warm spirit jade, capable of slowly nurturing the soul, which Su Tian intended to use to coerce Yun Qingyao into marrying him. Upon reading this, Lin Fan abruptly stood, his aura surging as his clenched fists turned his arms into a network of bulging veins. How could Elder Su roam, as the Grand Elder, sit idly by while a prodigious disciple fell? This nest of vermin. Seeing the mention of her unique physique, he finally understood why he had advanced 3 tiers in such a short span. This physique is renowned in the cultivation world as an alchemical body, fervently sought after by countless cultivators. I suppose acquiring the warm spirit jade is out of the question. Is there truly no other way to save Qingyao? With a tinge of anxiety, he turned his attention to the last piece of intelligence. 3. The Lu family, a subordinate clan of the Xiang sect, suffered an assault from numerous vengeful spirits 10 days ago after obtaining a soul essence fruit, and they have since sent a distress signal to the sect. As long as the essence remains intact, the soul essence fruit has a profound effect on spiritual entities, capable of healing soul injuries and strengthening the spirit. Chapter 42. The Lu Family Mission. Upon reading the final piece of intelligence, Lin Fan's heart soared with joy. Indeed, there is no path so dire that it cannot be traversed. Since the Lu family has sought assistance from the sect, they will likely be assigned a mission. Beyond the information regarding the soul essence fruit, the mention of vengeful spirits invigorated him further. Such a crisis, one that could overwhelm an entire family, was daunting. Yet if it involved vengeful spirits, the stakes were markedly different. This might significantly enhance the potency of the soul banner. This mission seems tailor-made for him. Lin Fan glanced at the remaining intelligence points on the panel, no longer hesitating, and strode out the door. He intended to summon Xiao Ming, but discovered that the formation in his courtyard was wide open. He too was in seclusion. Surely, the incident involving Zhao Qua had spurred him into action. Regrettably, his intelligence points were insufficient, and he remained unaware of Zhao Qua's situation. He did not believe that the opponent would let him off so easily. If the adversary was resolute in seeking revenge, even revealing the footage from the Shadow Pearl would likely prove futile. However, since the elders had intervened, they would at least refrain from overt actions. Lost in thought, he arrived at the mission hall. He was no longer the obscure figure he once was. Conversely, since the day the rankings were announced, coupled with the incident involving Zhao Qua, he had become the most discussed figure within the sect. Isn't that Lin Fan? Someone exclaimed. I saw him at the market the other day. He has finally made an appearance. It seems he was indeed hiding for a while, and now he reemerges as the storm has passed. Quite astute of him. Of course, if inner sect disciples are openly declaring their intent to kill you, would you not take cover? Yet, I perceive no remarkable traits in him. His cultivation is even inferior to mine. Under the scrutiny of his spirit sense, the murmured conversations around Lin Fan reached his ears with clarity. He secretly exhaled in relief. It appeared Zhao Qua had truly departed. He had been somewhat concerned that this individual might confront him here, although he did not believe the other would dare to act directly. His time with Yun Qingyao was limited to just a month, and time was of the essence. He promptly began to scan the tasks affixed to the wall. A crisis that even a cultivation family could not manage would undoubtedly warrant at least a C-grade task. As it stood, he did not yet qualify to undertake C-grade tasks independently. Just as he was nearing the completion of his review of all C-grade tasks in the mission hall, he finally stumbled upon a task concerning the Lu family on a wall in the corner. C-grade task. Proceed to rescue the Lu family, besieged by numerous vengeful spirits. Within the spirits exists one comparable to a 10th layer Qi refinement practitioner. Reward, 15 sect contribution points. Note, the danger level of this task is assessed based on the transmitted content. If the actual danger level is deemed excessively high, immediately abandon execution and inform the elder of the mission hall. A 10th layer Qi refinement practitioner? Upon reading the details, he felt a surge of excitement. During his recent seclusion, he had gained profound insights regarding the soul banner. To his pleasant surprise, he discovered that, with the emergence of his spirit sense, his mastery of the soul summoning technique had advanced significantly. Now, only practical experience remained. He was 70% confident that he would not see a decline in the cultivation level of the next spirit he subdued. If all went well, he would acquire another soul at the 10th layer of Qi refinement. However, the pressing issue was whom to recruit for this formidable task, as such a challenge was beyond the capacity of ordinary disciples. This thought intensified his desire to establish a guild. His earlier rejection of Nan Feng's invitation stemmed from this consideration. He was reluctant to expose his methods to strangers. Just as Lin Fan hesitated over whom to team up with, a 5-member group approached him directly, their sleeves adorned with the same insignia, clearly indicating they hailed from a single guild. To his surprise, 4 of the 5 were at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, while the leader was a disciple clad in blue robes. The blue-robed disciple did not even glance at Lin Fan, unhesitatingly taking down the task regarding the Lu family before turning to leave. Seeing this, Lin Fan hurriedly called out, "Excuse me, senior brother. May I inquire?" Before he could finish, one of the tall, gaunt men among the 5, with slightly bloodshot eyes, interrupted, "Oh, it's you? You've actually broken through to the 7th layer." He then let out a derisive laugh. "With your level of cultivation, you wouldn't be thinking of participating, would you? We certainly do not wish to carry an additional burden." Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. He indeed recognized this individual. He was one of the disciples who had come with Su Tian to the Yin family that day. "Master Wang, are you not leaving yet?" The blue-robed disciple cast a glance at Lin Fan and urged him, evidently sharing the same sentiment as Wang Tuesday. Lin Fan suddenly noticed that the patterns engraved on the sleeves of the 5 individuals bore a striking resemblance to those of the Nan siblings he had encountered previously, indicating a connection to the Twin Star Guild. However, such knowledge proved futile, for he had already turned down others' offers. His brow furrowed as the mission scroll indicated that the Liu family's location was quite a distance away. Typically, for such tasks, sects would lend flying vessels. If he were to travel on foot, he would fall significantly behind. By the time he arrived, it would likely be too late. The Soul Yuan fruit was too precious to risk losing. Should he now contact Nin Feng for a backdoor opportunity? Just as he anxiously pondered his options, a familiar voice called out, "Lin Fan?" Turning towards the sound, he was surprised to see Su Mei, who was now standing with the 5 individuals, seemingly engaged in discussion. Her call attracted the attention of most people within the task pavilion. Although many had heard his name, few had actually seen him. Even the blue-robed disciple displayed a look of astonishment. "You are that Lin Fan?" A flicker of intrigue passed through his eyes. Wang Tu, on the other hand, appeared utterly flabbergasted, his jaw nearly dropping. He had only vaguely heard Xiao Huan call his name and had never connected him to the highly talked-about alchemist Lin Fan. How could this be possible? To Lin Fan's astonishment, the blue-robed disciple named Pei Yunshan extended an invitation for him to join their team for the mission. "Since junior brother Lin is acquainted with our guild leader and knows junior sister Su Mei, it would be no trouble to bring you along," Pei Yunshan said, patting him on the shoulder. Lin Fan was taken aback, wondering when his name had become so influential. As they exchanged a few words, it became clear that Su Mei was also included due to her good relations with many members of the Twin Star Guild. "I know my strength is lacking, so I can only shamelessly tag along for the mission," she said with a wry smile. Pei Yunshan indeed borrowed a first-tier premium flying vessel from the elder at the task pavilion. Aside from its grade, it was nearly identical to the one they had taken when coming from the Yin family. The group swiftly made their way towards the Liu family. Along the way, Su Mei could not help but whisper, "Junior brother Lin, was that premium elixir truly crafted by you? It seems others have greatly underestimated your alchemical prowess." Lin Fan sighed softly, "Yet it cannot heal Sister Yun's injuries." Seeing that he did not deny it, Su Mei's heart stirred with excitement. Indeed, their journey was quite smooth. Yet it took 5 days to finally arrive at the Liu family's estate. A vast mansion came into view, revealing itself to be in ruins, with tattered lanterns hanging from the eaves and numerous corpses strewn about the ground, indicative of a fierce battle. However, while an oppressive aura lingered in the air, there was not a trace of vengeful spirits to be found. Instead, a few practitioners dressed in mourning attire were seen clearing the debris. Amidst the collective confusion, the crowd circled the entire family several times, yet no irregularities were detected, prompting them to prepare for descent. Just as their flying vessel was about to land, an elderly man clad in a mourning hat, possessing a cultivation level of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, hurriedly approached with several companions. Bowing deeply, the insignificant Liu clan humbly welcomes the esteemed elder of the sect. Chapter 43. Thread. Observing the scene before him, Lin Fan found himself momentarily lost in thought. Not long ago, he had been like these individuals, trembling before the Ziyang sect. Yet now, the roles had reversed. Pei Yunshan surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowing as he inquired, "Where's Liu Yuanqing? Bring him forth to meet me." And what of the vengeful spirits mentioned in the message? Upon hearing this, several young clan members behind the elder began to weep uncontrollably. The elder's expression turned sorrowful as he replied, "Esteemed elder, the clan leader sacrificed himself in a desperate moment, using a 2nd-tier clan artifact to perish alongside the vengeful spirits." With a bitter smile, he continued, "I am Liu Yuanli, the 34th clan leader of the Liu family, expressing our gratitude for the sect's assistance. However, it is no longer required." Amidst the sounds of weeping, the air was thick with despair. "Heavens, how tragic!" Su Mei exclaimed, visibly moved, her eyes reddening. Wang Tu, however, disregarded these sentiments and rebuked, "Are you implying that our efforts were in vain? Do you comprehend the value of our training time? If that is the case, why were we not informed sooner? The great battle concluded merely hours ago. It was my oversight. I beseech the esteemed elder to impose punishment upon me." Liu Yuanli bowed once more, prostrating himself on the ground. Ultimately, it was through Su Mei's persuasion that Wang Tu refrained from further remarks. Liu Yuanli, trembling as he lay prostrate, cast a furtive glance at Pei Yunshan. Fully aware of what the blue robe represented within the Ziyang sect, The leader of this group was undoubtedly this individual. After a moment of silence, Pei Yunshan spoke. Are you suggesting that the second-tier artifact is also lost? Yes, the artifact was destroyed in the clan leader's self-detonation, Lu Yuanli affirmed. Pei Yunshan's expression remained impassive. Yet his heart was engulfed in frustration. Were it not for the presence of others, he might have erupted in anger. As a disciple adorned in blue, a mere handful of contribution points held no allure for him. The sect's regulations dictated that all rewards earned during missions belonged to the individual disciples. It was clear that he had come solely for that second-tier artifact. The fate of the Lu family was of no concern to him. In his eyes, the lives of all remaining individuals combined were less valuable than that artifact, and now it was gone. At that moment, a defiant young boy standing at the back suddenly lifted his head, glaring at the group. Third granduncle, I knew they never intended to save us. They are merely after our clan's treasures. Our message was sent over 10 days ago. If they truly wished to help, why the delay? How could the clan leader silence? Seeing the increasingly displeased expressions of Pei Yunshan and the others, Lu Yuanli shouted, striking the boy across the face with such force that he was sent flying several meters away. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Wang Tu's eyes as he turned his gaze toward Pei Yunshan. After all, he was the leader of this expedition. And with merely a glance, he was prepared to eliminate this reckless youth who unwittingly courted disaster. However, he observed that Pei Yunshan had instead grown calm, quietly regarding the members of the Lu family. Please refrain from taking action for the moment, esteemed sir. This youth is still quite young and cannot grasp the profound intentions of the sect. Lu Yuanli hastily interjected, my Lu family possesses a newly bearing human spirit fruit tree, and I am willing to present both the fruit and the tree to you, in hopes of your mercy. Upon uttering his first plea, he noticed the indifference of several individuals, prompting Lu Yuanli to quickly add, the human spirit fruit. At this proclamation, the eyes of the disciples from Xiang's sect were alight with eagerness. The human spirit fruit is a rare elixir that can directly enhance one's cultivation without the need for refinement, yielding remarkable effects simply by ingestion. With a bitter expression, Lu Yuanli continued, this tree was fortuitously transplanted by the former family head, yet the day it bore fruit coincided with the arrival of vengeful spirits. I have come to terms with this. We cannot safeguard this item, and I implore you to show leniency. To everyone's astonishment, he produced a fruit, the size of a fist, exuding a rich fragrance. Pei Yunshan's expression shifted, and he gestured to take it. Indeed, it was the human spirit fruit. His face brightened, and he discreetly concealed it. The remaining treasures are within the repository. I kindly invite you all to follow me. Upon hearing there were more treasures, Wang Tu and the others were consumed by desire, eager to rush into the repository and seize what they could. Sumei was about to follow suit, but cast a puzzled glance at Lin Fan, who remained motionless. Junior brother Lin? Another who hesitated was Pei Yunshan, who regarded Lin Fan with mild surprise. What do you perceive? At this inquiry, the few individuals in front halted, their expressions clouded with confusion. Lin Fan did not respond. After surveying his surroundings, he spoke gravely. Sister Su, remain here with me. What do you mean? Is there something amiss here? Sumei questioned, scanning her surroundings, yet failing to discern any issue. Suddenly, however, she realized that the dozen or so Lu family disciples who had been standing nearby had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Lu Yuanli was similarly nowhere to be found. Before the vast estate's entrance, only the 7 of them remained. A chilling wind swept through, penetrating to the bone. The tattered red lantern that hung by the door ignited with an eerie crimson glow. At that moment, even the dullest of minds would sense that something was amiss. This unsettling scene sent shivers down Su Mei's spine. Mere moments ago, the Lu family members had evoked her sympathy, yet now they filled her with dread. This sensation was unprecedented since her initiation into the Xiang sect. Junior brother, are they human or spectral beings? Before Lin Fan could respond, Pei Yunshan appeared unfazed, even applauding. You indeed possess some skill. Even I only discerned the truth moments ago. Initially, I intended to cleanse the matter thoroughly, ensuring you met your demise at the hands of vengeful spirits. However, as soon as the words left my lips, I suddenly summoned 2 flying swords that intertwined, emanating a chilling radiance that radiated a formidable aura, aimed directly at Lin Fan's head. Will you enter willingly, or shall I sever your limbs and cast you in? His tone was unperturbed, as though such menacing words did not originate from him. The situation shifted too rapidly, leaving everyone astonished. Sumei, in a state of alarm, exclaimed, Senior brother Pei, junior brother Lin possesses little strength. What is your intent? No one present was foolish, and it was clear that the Lu family was no longer a concern. Rather, it appeared all was orchestrated by the vengeful spirits. A cold sweat trickled down the backs of Wang Tu and the others as they recalled their recent encounter, oblivious to the lurking danger. They had been mere steps away from entering that fate. Fortunately, they had Pei Yunshan, the blue-robed disciple, on their side. The vengeful spirits resorted to such tricks only out of fear of him. Otherwise, they would have acted directly, without this charade. The remaining members outside felt a pang of reluctance, yet recognizing their dependence on Pei Yunshan, they hesitated to voice their concerns. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, fixating on the swords suspended above him. This was not his first encounter with vengeful spirits. He had already discerned the faint aura of malevolence emanating from those individuals. He was also well prepared for Pei Yunshan, rendering him unshaken by the unfolding scene. Curiosity piqued within him. Was it Nanfeng or Su Tian? Or perhaps it was Xiao Huan behind this. Amidst his silence, the atmosphere grew tense, charged with an unspoken threat. After a brief moment, he chuckled softly. Let it be as you wish, senior brother. With that, Lin Fan stepped resolutely through the gates. Junior brother Lin. Su Mei, clutching a message talisman, was in the midst of sending a message when she witnessed this scene. Gritting her silver teeth, she followed closely behind. As the two entered the gates, they left behind ripples that swiftly dissipated into nothingness. Indeed, they had laid a trap. These vengeful spirits had been waiting. To dare strike at disciples of the Xiang sect was a fool's errand. Pei Yunshan let out a cold laugh. How sentimental. Senior brother, the situation has changed. Should we inform the elders now? One among them hesitated to ask. Pei Yunshan cast a glance at him and replied. Notify the sect that whatever transpires here is entirely beyond our concern. Though he too had perceived the underlying issues, the spirit fruit they had encountered was no illusion. Furthermore, he sensed a potent spiritual energy emanating from the depths of the estate. What does that mean? Do not rush. Half a day later, Pei Yunshan estimated that the two must surely have perished and, without further hesitation, stepped through the grand doors. The remaining individuals, led by Wang Tu, entered the scene, followed hesitantly by the other three. Chapter 44. Encounter. Xiao Huan emerges. At the residence of Nanfeng within the Xiang sect, Nanfeng solemnly examined the message conveyed by the communication talisman, his expression growing increasingly grim. Pei Yunshan, while I cannot interfere with your assistance to Xiao Hua, your actions threaten to embroil me in injustice. Enough. Brother Lin, hold on. He immediately dashed out of the room, departing at great speed. At that moment, thousands of miles away, Lu's household witnessed Pei Yunshan and his companions entering the estate, only to find no trace of Lin Fan and his companion. The anticipated onslaught of vengeful spirits failed to materialize. Suddenly, the massive door behind them slammed shut with a resounding bang. Simultaneously, an ominous darkness enveloped the surroundings, as a black veil swiftly ascended, shrouding the entire estate. Soon, the only illumination came from the eerie glow of shattered lanterns. It seems we cannot escape until one side is entirely annihilated, Pei Yunshan murmured. Brother Pei, we shall heed your guidance, Wang Tu declared, thumping his chest in loyalty. The circumstances before them had surpassed their capacity to manage. Moments earlier, had the vengeful spirits attacked, their chances of retreating unscathed would have been nearly zero. Yet, Pei Yunshan exhibited no signs of fear, for he believed that as long as the vengeful spirits had not reached the foundation establishment stage, they posed no threat. Given the prior encounters, such a possibility seemed unlikely. In the Qi refinement stage, he considered himself unparalleled, save for a few anomalies. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant, which explained his reluctance to prevent Su Mei from following Lin Fan, as she would only be a liability in this perilous situation. With a glance toward the decaying structures and scattered remnants, he ultimately focused on the main hall, where radiant spiritual light shimmered. Is this an invitation to battle? Very well. It will save us time. Without further hesitation, he led the group directly toward the main hall. Along the way, they encountered few obstructing vengeful spirits, and those of lesser cultivation required no intervention from Pei Yunshan, as they were effortlessly dispatched by Wang Tu and the others. However, they noted a peculiar detail. The vengeful spirits they encountered were clad in Lu family garments. It appears that the culprit possesses a significant capacity for transforming spirits. Pei Yunshan mused. Yet, this contemplation deepened his confusion. There should have been a multitude of spirits present, so why were there so few? After about an incense stick's time, the five finally arrived before a grand palace, where a formidable aura of Yin energy intertwined with the essence of spiritual entities emanated forth. There was no possibility of error. Now, experiencing it up close, Wang Tu and his companions felt increasingly anxious, but they found some solace in Pei Yunshan's unwavering composure. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the palace doors swung wide open, and a torrent of thick, oppressive Yin energy surged forth. Upon witnessing the scene within, their eyes widened in disbelief, as an uncontrollable wave of terror spread throughout their beings. In the grand hall, the light remained dim, with shadows resembling two massive dark hills on either side. Contrary to the anticipated scene filled with wandering souls, only 3 figures were present, 1 individual and 2 spirits. A venerable figure, resting his chin upon his hand, lounged languidly in the patriarch's seat at the hall's depths. Those familiar with the Liu family would undoubtedly recognize him as Liu Yuanqing, the clan patriarch. Around his neck hung a fruit adorned with intricate patterns, from which streams of ethereal essence wafted towards his mouth and nose. Beneath his feet lay the severed heads of an elder and a youth, Liu Yuanli and a young boy. Flanking him were two formidable spirits, their expressions twisted in rage. Glaring at the onlookers, "Those are not hills," one of the spirits trembled, pointing at the grotesque pile. Following his gesture, it became evident that the mounds were formed from countless terrified faces. These vengeful spirits had cruelly severed the heads of all Liu family cultivators and placed them here. Even Wang Tu, a seasoned killer, felt his complexion pale at this gruesome sight. These two have not been properly entertained. Are you all satisfied with this apology? A voice, cold and seemingly inhuman, resonated from the elder's lips. Brother Pei felt a dryness in his throat and turned to inquire. However, he found Pei Yunshan devoid of his previous confidence, his face contorted in horror. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. It's impossible. How could this be? He thought, realizing that the two spirits behind the elder were at the 10th level of qi refinement. While the elder himself radiated the aura of a foundation establishment cultivator, victory was unattainable. Yet, he had scarcely fled a short distance when a massive black mist appeared, engulfing him, rendering him blind and uncontrollably forced backward. Are you leaving so soon? Pei Yunshan's expression changed drastically as he struck his storage bag, summoning a soul-restraining talisman. The talisman ignited rapidly, and indeed, the black mist dissipated. However, the first sight that greeted him was two arrows, wreathed in black energy, striking with lightning speed into the foreheads of two 9th-level disciples. Their faces reflected disbelief as they cast one last desperate glance at Pei Yunshan before collapsing lifelessly. Meanwhile, in another part of the Liu estate, Su Mei found herself astounded yet again in the presence of Lin Fan. Initially, upon entering and witnessing the multitude of vengeful spirits, she instantly regretted her reckless decision. What followed was an unbelievable scene. Those spirits not only lacked any capacity for resistance before Lin Fan, but were also drawn into a peculiar small banner. At that moment, both she and Lin Fan were mounted upon a colossal spider demon beast, circling the Liu estate, darting towards the densest clusters of spirits. Su Mei glanced at the spider beneath her, and then at the soul-ensnaring banner overhead, yearning to ask something. Yet, observing Lin Fan lost in contemplation, she forcibly restrained her inquiries. The soul banner received 10 spectral souls, signaling an inability to continue the refining process. It appeared that this represented the current limit of the first-tier quality. With a sigh, he realized that his ambition to forge a legion of spectral souls would have to be temporarily set aside. However, he soon found himself invigorated upon discovering that Meng Yin and her companions were not merely slaughtering the vengeful spirits, but also consuming them. Although the low level of these spirits meant that the enhancement from consumption was not particularly significant, the sheer quantity compensated for it. Thus, he turned his focus away from the direction of the Grand Hall and instead indulged in rampant consumption around him. This was also the reason behind Pei Yunshan and the others moving about without obstruction. At this juncture, Meng Yin had advanced to a level comparable to the peak of qi refinement, while Yan Kuan, Zhao Xing, and Spider were on the verge of the 10th layer of qi refinement. Furthermore, they had acquired 6 spectral souls equivalent to the 7th layer of qi refinement. The thought of subduing the 10th layer souls brought a faint smile to his face. He sensed the presence of the soul essence fruit emanating from within the Grand Hall. After investigating this item, he found that, while it offered considerable benefits to the vengeful spirits, its lack of a physical form meant it could only be absorbed slowly, lest it risk exploding the body. Consequently, he felt no urgency to rush over. After another round, he noticed that the vengeful spirits were indeed scarce, and he finally prepared to move towards the Grand Hall, where loud noises had been emanating, indicating a clash between his companions and the spirits. With this in mind, he turned to Su Mei and said, "Sister Su, please remain here. I have left 2 7th-layer qi refinement souls to protect you, so there should be no danger. I will make a brief visit to the Grand Hall. I will return your 3 flying swords later. Just be careful, junior brother," she replied. At the cold snow peak of the Xiang sect, a figure clad in a flowing white dress, with braided hair, was seated in a meditative state. Her palms facing the heavens, breathing rhythmically and steadily. Circles of ice-blue spiritual energy swirled around her, and with each exhalation, the temperature within the cave seemed to drop a few degrees. After a lengthy period, she finally emerged from her deep meditation, opening her large eyes, where a fleeting glimmer of ice blue flashed. If Lin Fan had been present, he might have struggled to recognize this woman as Xiao Huan, due to her significant transformation that made it difficult to associate her with the frail little beggar from a year ago. Now, Xiao Huan was not only tall and graceful. Her previously scarred face was clear, making her quite pleasant to behold, if not breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, upon opening her eyes, a cold and ethereal quality reminiscent of Gu Binghan emerged, somewhat marring her youthful aura. After a moment, Xiao Huan stepped out of the cave, glanced up towards the mountain peak, and then at the pathway leading down the mountain. Just as she was about to take a step, a chilling female voice interrupted. "Where are you going?" With a resigned sigh, Xiao Huan respectfully bowed to the suddenly appearing Gu Binghan, saying, "Disciple has recently realized that something essential is lacking in my cultivation and is preparing to visit the market at the foot of the mountain." Gu Binghan shot her a stern look. "Did I not instruct you that you are not to descend the mountain until you achieve perfection in the Qi refinement stage? All that you require for your training has been delivered by a dedicated individual. Is it not your desire to seek out that young man? Have you even learned to weave falsehoods in the presence of your master?" Xiao Huan playfully stuck out her tongue, and in an instant, her frosty demeanor dissipated. "It is precisely because you, master, have consistently barred me from meeting brother Lin Fan. You may keep a watchful eye on your disciple for the moment, but can you truly do so for a lifetime?" Upon hearing this name, Gu Binghan felt a wave of exasperation. This disciple was commendable in every aspect, progressing swiftly in her cultivation, yet upon the mere mention of this name, she transformed entirely. "Very well. When did I ever assert that I would forbid you from seeing him?" Xiao Huan's face lit up with joy. "Does that mean master has granted permission?" Gu Binghan remained non-committal, suddenly adopting a serious tone. "Let me inquire, what is your plan for cultivation?" However, before she could finish, Xiao Huan eagerly interjected. "As you have advised, master, one should not rush in their practice, but rather solidify their foundation. I have chosen to revert my cultivation from the 8th to the 7th layer, and, after 3 months of strengthening my base, I shall make my breakthrough. I am also on the verge of comprehending the 2nd layer of the Han Ling Qing Ju, just waiting for my cultivation to catch up." Observing Xiao Huan recounting her current studies with great enthusiasm, Gu Binghan could not help but smile inwardly. "Very well, take this," she said, as if having prepared it in advance, handing over a token and a storage pouch. The token gleamed a pale gold, adorned with ancient patterns. Inscribed above with Han Shui's personal transmission, and below it, the characters Lin Xiao Huan were etched prominently. "Listen, as my disciple, do not feel the need to endure. Follow your heart in all matters." Gu Binghan's voice turned solemn, an overwhelming aura emanating from her. "If any injustice arises, do not hesitate to eradicate it. With your master at your back, none shall dare to harm you." Xiao Huan cast a surprised glance at her master, then nodded earnestly, bowing deeply. "I shall take my leave now, master. Do not fret," she said, turning to descend the mountain. Chapter 45, Traders of the Soul Refining Sect? A fierce battle in the grand hall of the Lu residence. It seemed as though a fierce battle had transpired. The hall lay in ruins, having collapsed entirely, and the severed heads that were once piled together now lay scattered. Wang Tu was a sight of devastation, with not a single unscathed patch of flesh on his body. Drenched in blood, a spear entwined with dark mist piercing through his chest. Compared to his physical wounds, his spirit and heart had already succumbed to despair. His body was slowly lifted by the spear, as he turned to cast a resentful glance at the long rainbow that faded into the distance. Among the 5, only Pei Yunshan had exhausted every means to severely injure a ghostly figure wielding a longbow, managing to escape heavily wounded, while 3 had perished and 1 was gravely injured. The only reason he remained alive was that the elder had chosen to spare him, which he perceived as nothing short of a mockery. Enough of this game. Do not kill him. I still have questions for him. Truly, the disciples of the Ziyang sect possess a multitude of hidden skills. Lu Yuanqing shook his charred right hand, watching Pei Yunshan's retreating figure. In his final moments, Pei Yunshan, already at the brink of exhaustion, had surged forth one last time, casting several talismans to restrain the ghostly entities, allowing him to escape. Yet, within this grand formation, where could he possibly flee? It was merely a prolongation of his demise. Suddenly, he froze, glancing around. Why did the presence of vengeful spirits feel so diminished? Wang Tu's heart was overwhelmed with dread. He could scarcely fathom what the other party might do to him. However, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly spotted a figure clad in gray robes appearing not far away. Lin Fan's demeanor was composed, his eyes gleaming, and his robes were untouched by even a speck of dust, standing in stark contrast to their disheveled and wounded state. Wang Tu was astonished. How could this be? This person had entered half a day after them, yet remained unscathed. Why? Lin Fan stood at a distance, his gaze flickering. The strength of these vengeful spirits far surpassed the intelligence provided. The elder was merely a vessel possessed, yet the spirit within was not only formidable, but possessed autonomous intelligence, capable of controlling the other spirits. I almost forgot about the 2 rats. Upon seeing Lin Fan's arrival, Lu Yuanqing hesitated not for a moment, gripping the air with his right hand. In an instant, a thick miasma of ghostly energy enveloped Lin Fan, rapidly closing in on him. Here it comes, this trick again. A sinister grin appeared on Wang Tu's face. The three of them had been ensnared by this very tactic before, only to be struck down by the bow-wielding spirit. Without means to counteract the specters, escape seemed impossible. Why must we face death again while you remain unscathed? Yet, Lin Fan furrowed his brow, producing a small black banner approximately a yard long. With a gentle shake, the ghostly energy trembled and was absorbed into the banner. How is this possible? Wang Tu's eyes widened in disbelief. The method they had struggled against with all their might was so easily neutralized. Yet, even more astonished was the elder. The soul refining banner. Are you from the soul refining sect? The elder's expression shifted dramatically for the first time. The soul refining sect has come to capture me? No, I will never return. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. The name of the soul refining sect was quite familiar. Wasn't it their shadow puppets that had attacked the Xiang sect's airship? He had even used that incident to elevate his own spectral prowess. This spirit has ties to the soul refining sect? Observing the elder's fearful demeanor, he felt a surge of inspiration and declared, "Do you think hiding here will allow you to evade the pursuit of the soul refining sect? Surrender at once." With that, he continued to channel the soul banner, releasing its energy without reservation. This spirit's cultivation was far from ordinary. It was not merely at the peak of chi refinement, but slightly weaker than the foundation-building cultivators he had previously encountered. Noticing the soul essence fruit around the elder's neck being continually drained, he found his answer. He lacked absolute confidence in defeating this person, thus, achieving victory without conflict would be ideal. Suddenly, the elder trembled violently, and from his heavenly spirit location emerged a powerful, ethereal shadow. I, Su San, recognize my mistakes and acknowledge the crime of betrayal against the sect. I ought to be executed, but I have my reasons. I implore you, my lord, to show mercy. Wang Tu, entangled by the spear, was at that moment so stunned that he nearly forgot the excruciating pain coursing through his body. What on earth is happening? Lin Fan displayed a look of displeasure and snorted in anger, demanding, "Speak. How is it that your soul can manipulate these vengeful spirits? Furthermore, disclose the specifics of your betrayal of the sect. What are your true motives?" He aimed to extract more information. However, upon hearing this, Su San revealed a peculiar expression. Surely, the soul refining sect would not be ignorant of such matters. And why would the enforcement team dispatch someone of your meager cultivation level? You dare to deceive me. He immediately commanded 2 souls at the 10th level of chi refinement. Seize him. Bring him alive. This is bad. Lin Fan's expression changed, and he activated the soul banner. Giving it a gentle shake, souls, arise. With a resounding cry, 4 formidable vengeful spirits emerged from the banner. Meng Yan's blood-red hair surged behind her, transforming into countless blood needles that swiftly approached the bow-wielding vengeful spirit. It was imperative to strike the enemy's weakest point with their strongest force, taking one down first. The vengeful spirit, with its longbow, suddenly concentrated glimmers of light, and an arrow whistled through the air. The arrow was too swift. Meng Yan could not evade, and her shoulder erupted in a burst of blood. Yet, she paid it no heed and became even more ferocious. Closing the distance, her myriad blood strands pierced through the spirit. Although its soul quickly healed, its aura weakened. Coupled with the fact that this spirit had previously suffered severe injuries from Pei Yunshan, it soon found itself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Zhao Xing, Spider, and Yin Kuan encircled the vengeful spirit possessing Li Yuanqing, launching a fierce assault. The ghost house spider wielded its 8 legs like sharp blades, while Zhao Xing and Yin Kuan intertwined their spells to wear it down. Lin Fan stood alone before the spear-wielding vengeful spirit, with another shake of the soul banner. The remaining 4 vengeful spirits charged forward recklessly. Su San sneered, "With your paltry 10-soul banner, though it surpasses your own strength, it is still nothing but a trivial affair." He snapped his fingers at the spider, and the once madly attacking giant figure was pierced through, staggering before it suddenly erupted. On the other side, the spear-wielding vengeful spirit forcefully swung, sending Wang Tu crashing to the ground. Wang Tu coughed up blood, unable to hold on any longer, and fainted. Subsequently, the spear gathered a terrifying momentum, sweeping through with the speed of thunder, causing the 4 vengeful spirits to disintegrate like paper in the air. Su San wore a disdainful expression. "How dare you act so brazenly with just a few 9th and 7th level souls? You truly know nothing." However, before he could finish his words, the vengeful spirits, which should have vanished, once again surged forth from the soul banner. Chapter 46. A shocking turn of events. How can this be possible? This is not a technique of the soul refining sect. Who are you truly? Su San's face was filled with disbelief. Lin Fan glanced at the dominant Meng Yan and her combat group, a slight smile gracing his lips. Oh? It seems the soul refining sect is unfamiliar with this maneuver. He retrieved a perfect recovery elixir and consumed it, although his internal spiritual energy was still abundant. This adversary was exceedingly formidable. He had prepared himself for a protracted battle, needing to maintain his peak condition at all times. Su San's gaze sharpened as it fixated on the Yin Soul banner, his pupils contracting. This was no ordinary soul-refining banner. Instantly, an intense fire ignited within his eyes. To have delivered such an item to me, you have indeed met your fate. Without hesitation, he launched another series of attacks. Each time he struck. Given the strength of Yin Qingyao and his companions, they crumbled within 3 exchanges. This cannot continue. Though they can recover, such a meaningless expenditure is unacceptable. Lin Fan narrowly evaded the sweeping spear of the vengeful spirit, raising his hand to summon a bone shield, which he hurled towards Yin Qingyao. Indeed, with the protection of the exquisite bone shield, the trio, despite still being overwhelmed, managed to endure longer. However, Lin Fan found himself in increasingly perilous circumstances. Despite dodging multiple times, he sustained thin, bloody gashes from the sharp aura emitted by the spear. With a cold snort, Lin Fan commanded, "Great Yin Sword Array, arise." Instantly, 12 flying swords shot forth, intertwining in the air. As they accelerated, they formed a majestic array shimmering with golden light, enveloping the vengeful spirit. For a moment, they truly held their ground against the adversary. Lin Fan felt a surge of joy. The power of this great Yin sword array was indeed formidable. And this was merely the first layer of 12 swords. Su San, witnessing this, was infuriated. He summoned a long sword, entirely black and curvaceous in an eerie manner, and slashed fiercely at the 3 souls. Although Yin Qingyao managed to block it with the bone shield, a deep scar marred its surface, nearly cleaving it in 2. A second-tier magical artifact. Lin Fan was taken aback, recognizing the emblem of the Lu family on the sword. This was likely their clan's treasured artifact. It was truly tragic that, after their annihilation, even their artifacts had fallen into the hands of others. Lin Fan shouted, "Meng Yan, use all your strength." He then directed 2 7th-tier Yin souls to charge towards Su San, resolutely commanding, "Soul, explode." Boom, boom. 2 resounding detonations echoed. Equivalent to the self-detonation of a 7th-tier Qi refining cultivator, yet it scarcely affected Su San. "Humph, have you exhausted your skills so soon?" Once the soul explosion technique is unleashed, no matter how peculiar that banner may be, it cannot recover. However, Lin Fan had no intention of recovery. He urged another Yin soul to rush towards the spear-wielding vengeful spirit for self-detonation, combined with the assault of the great Yin sword array. Leaving it unable to attend to him, he quietly approached Wang Tu, who lay on the ground, injured and unconscious, only to be roused by the tremendous explosions. As he awoke, he beheld Lin Fan before him. "Junior brother Lin, save me, I beg you," he implored, yet these words would become his final plea. A blade of wind flashed, severing his head from his body. "Soul, arise." Lin Fan's expression brightened as he watched the soul of Wang Tu, a 9th-tier Qi refining cultivator, emerge from the banner. He quickly integrated him into the fray against the spear-wielding vengeful spirit. This item. Su San's greed reached its zenith at this sight. The process to refine vengeful spirits was intricate. Even a great cultivator could not achieve such swiftness. This artifact was a grand opportunity for Su San. With resolute determination, he unleashed a strike, and the sound of cracking resonated repeatedly. This object, already in a state of disrepair, could no longer withstand the onslaught. It persisted for merely 2 breaths before shattering into fragments, a prized first-tier artifact that had accompanied Lin Fan for so long. Subsequently, Su San, disregarding the 3 9th-layer Yin souls before him, braved the assault and, with a single sword stroke directed towards Lin Fan from afar, invoked a profound sense of peril deep within Lin Fan's heart. He could not withstand this blow. However, with a piercing shriek, Meng Yan appeared from an unknown location, her blood-red hair and ghostly claws enveloping her entire form, and she forcefully intercepted the attack. Lin Fan, witnessing this, hesitated not for a moment, brandishing the Yin Soul banner. He approached the nearly extinguished, bow-wielding vengeful spirit and activated the soul banner. Several black chains emerged from the banner, poised to drag the spirit into its depths. It was at this moment that Su San's expression first revealed urgency. "You shall not succeed." Despite his ignorance of how this was possible, for this vengeful spirit had been refined by him, he would not permit such a situation of mutual decline to unfold, lest he find himself ensnared in this predicament today. The ensnared vengeful spirit emitted a peculiar cry, transforming into wisps of black mist that dissipated entirely. Infuriating, Lin Fan seethed with rage. "You dare to destroy my soul? You lot, strike with all your might." With a swift motion, he retrieved several perfect spirit recovery pills from his storage bag and consumed them. Although his method of combat was brutal, the drain on spiritual energy was excessively severe. After all, his true cultivation was only at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Were it another individual, even one who had mastered the Yin Soul banner, they could not hope to achieve such an effect. After all, individuals like him, who had honed their skills to perfection and possessed an abundance of perfect elixirs, were exceedingly rare. Your soul? Huh? Su Sen laughed bitterly in his fury. Casting a glance at the spear-wielding vengeful spirit, unable to break free beneath the great yin sword formation, his gaze hardened. You shall explode as well. A thunderous explosion ensued, far surpassing that of the previous 7th layer Yin Soul's self-detonation. He felt a pang of bitterness. This was entirely a last resort. With Meng Yan's involvement and the reckless bravery of the 4 souls, his side found it equally challenging to break through. Even if he retained this spirit, it posed little threat to Lin Fan. Rather, one misstep could lead to its defection. Thus, it was better to obliterate one of the opponent's means. Indeed, the violent explosion caused Lin Fan, at a distance, to stagger unsteadily. At the explosion's epicenter, the soul of Wang Tu transformed into a gray light and swiftly re-entered the Yin Soul banner. The great yin sword formation was instantly shattered, and the 9 flying swords recoiled, 3 of which were mid-grade swords obtained from Su Mei, ultimately shattering due to their inferior rank. The remaining swords, though dimmed in spiritual radiance, were retrieved as 9 streaks of light. Had it not been for the final moment's infusion of gung metal to strengthen the sword's body, this single blow could have rendered all 12 swords utterly useless. Had that occurred, Lin Fan would have faced dire consequences with Fu Xuan. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging the opponent's decisiveness. His initial reluctance to refine the sword formation stemmed from the immense burden it would impose on his spiritual energy, especially in the current reliance on the Yin Soul banner. Haha, I shall give my all. In comparison to the fortunes you possess, what do the rest matter? With a fierce swing of his sword, Su San once again obliterated Yan Kuan, the spider, and Zhao Xing Meng Yan, heavily wounded, was forced to retreat. She then picked up the soul origin fruit hanging from her neck, gazing at it with a sense of enchantment. Lin Fan, witnessing this, felt an ominous premonition. Stop. Do you seek death? Yet Su San merely chuckled, inhaling deeply as vast amounts of spiritual fruit essence transformed into white smoke and entered his mouth and nose, causing the soul origin fruit to wither. Lin Fan's eyes reddened at this sight, but he found himself powerless to intervene. Are you not afraid of being overwhelmed? However, Su Sen could no longer respond. The shell of Lu Yuanqing he possessed shattered explosively within moments. Yet this was not the end. Su San's true soul form continued to expand rapidly, his aura surging dramatically. Eventually, it stabilized completely at the foundation establishment stage. In this moment, his soul body had become grotesque due to its inflation, seemingly losing its intellect, with nothing but boundless killing intent left in his eyes. A palm imbued with the essence of annihilation surged towards Lin Fan. Meng Yan and the resurrected souls, undaunted by death, exerted every means to resist, yet were swiftly overwhelmed. Lin Fan gasped for breath, swallowing a pill to sustain the massive depletion of his spiritual energy, while releasing Wang Tu to join the defensive ranks. His gaze flickered rapidly, contemplating strategies. Just then, 2 beams of sword light silently sliced through the air from behind. Hey, Yun, Shan. A surge of murderous intent flooded Lin Fan's heart. Yet a lightning-fast strike was already upon him. Chapter 47. The finale. The timing chosen by the opponent was impeccable, clearly a well-conceived plan. Without the aid of divine consciousness, it would have been nearly impossible to detect. At such a distance, there was no time for any countermeasure. Just as Lin Fan's figure was about to be pierced, a crisp sound of a sword rang out, and he managed to shift his body 3 zhong away. Nevertheless, the sharp sword aura left 2 deep gashes on his body. This lethal strike required divine consciousness and evasion techniques. A mere fraction more would have resulted in grievous injury or death. Ultimately, the divine consciousness was slightly lacking in range and failed to notice this beast lurking nearby. Lin Fan's eyes blazed with fury. In such a situation, this individual, instead of seeking to ally with him, had the audacity to launch a surprise attack. At this moment, Pei Yunshan was also in a dire state. His tattered clothing stained with blood, his right arm marred with blackness and bearing the marks of an arrow wound, far removed from his earlier confident and invincible demeanor. Upon seeing Lin Fan emerge from the strike unscathed, he was utterly astonished. Quickly regaining his composure, he said, Lin Fan, I witnessed everything that transpired earlier. Our only chance of victory now lies in you handing over that magical artifact to me. With my superior cultivation, I can surely wield its power more effectively. Rest assured, I shall return it to you afterward. Here, we must join forces to fend off our enemies. This individual had the audacity to be shameless. Not even mentioning the previous ambush, Lin Fan discerned a fleeting glimmer of greed in the depths of his eyes. I shall curse your lineage. Lin Fan's murderous intent surged as he summoned 9 flying swords, forming a grand sword array that enveloped Pei Yun atop the mountain. You a wretched stray. can only add insult to injury. Do you truly believe you are worthy of collaborating with your father? Although his arsenal of flying swords was currently insufficient, diminishing their might, it was evident that his adversary was not at full strength either. Pei Yun's complexion darkened at these words. Within the outer sect, who dared to speak to him in such a manner? Even the other disciples in blue robes treated him with utmost courtesy. Did he truly think himself significant simply because of a little favor? He raised his hand, conjuring 2 flying swords to counterattack. However, the anticipated scene of shattering his opponent's sword array did not unfold. Instead, his 2 exquisite long swords found themselves at a disadvantage. At this moment, Lin Fan's animosity towards him exceeded that of Su San, and under the explosive force of the hardened metal blade, those 2 flying swords were no match. Moreover, Lin Fan unhesitatingly commanded the last remaining 7th-level specter to approach Pei Yun, who was currently forming a spell. Soul explode. This caused a sudden reversal in the situation. Pei Yun, already unstable, had his concentration shattered and could no longer suppress his aura, blood spewing forth. Fear reflected in his eyes. Junior brother Lin. There is a great enemy before us. Consider the bigger picture. Yet, the only response he received was a tempest of wind blades. Though he possessed numerous defensive artifacts, all had been destroyed in the earlier confrontation with the vengeful spirits. His face was filled with reluctance as the wind blades swept through, rendering him utterly defenseless. On Su San's side, the assault grew increasingly frenzied, his reason lost as he eschewed any spells or techniques, resorting instead to wildly flailing his fists. However, backed by formidable cultivation, Meng Yin and the other specters still proved no match for him. In less than 10 breaths, they were completely annihilated. At this moment, the black mist released by the ghostly spider enveloped the area, obscuring the surroundings. Su San's manic gaze momentarily cleared as he sensed the aura of the soul banner, and he lunged toward the mist. Bang! A sudden surge of immense power emanated from his palm, pushing him back for the first time. As the fog dissipated, Pei Yun's shadowy form, wrapped in dark energy, was revealed. Simultaneously, Meng Yin and the others, having burst forth from the soul banner once more, charged at him. Lin Fan, meanwhile, was frantically ingesting pills while gasping for breath. Yet, he did not join the fray. Instead, he began refining Pei Yun's 2 exquisite flying swords. Screech! Meng Yin let out a wretched howl, her bloodied hair ensnaring Su San, while the ghostly spider spewed forth a torrent of silk, effectively binding him in place. The remaining 3 unleashed a barrage of spells upon his massive soul form, finally gaining the upper hand for the first time. However, even so, Su San's soul form merely dimmed slightly. He was still far from sustaining any serious injury. With a furious roar, he broke free, once again engaging in a frenzied struggle with the 5 specters. After a stick of incense had burned, the 5 specters began to show signs of faltering, ultimately falling short against the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. Suddenly, a sword array, more potent than before, surged forth, accompanied by a dazzling display of golden sword light, exuding an unparalleled sharpness. A sudden chill enveloped Su San's neck, prompting him to evade in alarm. In the next moment, the soul yuan fruit hanging from his chest found itself in Lin Fan's grasp. Ding! Based on the intelligence, obtained soul yuan fruit. Intelligence points 10, the system's voice echoed. Gazing at the shriveled fruit, now more than half depleted, Lin Fan felt no joy. Instead, his countenance darkened like a stormy sky. The gung metal blade ignited, and the sword formation glimmered with golden radiance, suppressing Su San like a miniature sun. The 5 great Yin spirits seized the opportune moment to launch a relentless assault, transforming the front into a sea of spells. At this juncture, stung by pain, Su San regained some clarity, summoning forth a second-tier magical long sword, yet he could only manage a feeble defense. With such relentless consumption, how long could your spirit energy endure? 5 breaths, or perhaps 10. All I need is to hold on for a moment, and you shall face your demise, Su San declared with a ferocious expression. However, he beheld Lin Fan, who was holding a fragrant spirit fruit, his face gradually turning ashen. Lin Fan remained silent as he consumed the spirit fruit, his complexion swiftly blossoming with vitality, emanating an even more potent aura of cultivation. The De Yin sword formation's might surged dramatically, and he cast a determined glance toward the ocean of spells ahead. With swift gestures, he altered his hand seals and bellowed. Countless wind blades merge. Upon the utterance, a multitude of wind blades emerged from thin air, converging into a terrifying blade nearly 10 zhong long. I cannot afford to sit idly by. Su San's expression shifted once more, as he truly sensed the looming threat of death. Just as he prepared to ignite his soul energy to flee, he noticed the Yin spirit banners stirring in the air, as numerous chains of black mist lunged forth, ensnaring his soul. Although it was impossible to pull him in directly, he could escape within a breath's time. Yet, it was precisely this fleeting moment that, "Hold on, young friend. I shall reveal the secrets of the soul-refining sect. Lin Fan wasted no time. A sharp sound sliced through the air. Whoosh. With a single strike, Su San could no longer endure, and his soul body shattered abruptly, though it quickly reformed. Its essence had diminished significantly. Soul gather. An influx of spirit energy surged into the Yin spirit banner, and dozens of chains of Yin energy reconstituted, hurtling towards Su San's essence. To capture me? In your dreams. If so, we shall perish together. Su San, appearing deranged, began to cultivate a terrifying self-detonation force. You wish to employ that trick again? Lin Fan scoffed, once more urging the Yin spirit banner to release a torrent of Yin energy that enveloped Su San, causing the self-detonation power to wane. Having learned from past lessons, he would not fall for the same trap twice. With the Yin spirit banner, a bane to such sinister forces, self-detonation was simply unfeasible. Nevertheless, he observed Su San's immense soul energy swiftly dissipating. I shall claim your power. Lin Fan remained undeterred. Addressing the gathered spirits, why do you not consume him? Meng Yan and the others surged forward, eagerly opening their mouths as if savoring a delectable feast, ultimately devouring Su San entirely amidst his despair. Chapter 48. The killing intent. After the fierce battle, Lin Fan felt an unprecedented weariness wash over him. A wave of dizziness, brought on by the overexertion of spiritual energy, suddenly overwhelmed him, causing him to collapse onto the ground. In this battle, not only did he exhaust all his means, but he was also graced with a modicum of fortune. Had Pei Yunshan not arrived, it would have been utterly impossible for him to vanquish Su San. He raised his hand to collect the 5 storage bags from the ground. At the site where Su San perished, there were no storage bags, only a second-tier flying sword, a formation plate, and a worn wooden token that clattered to the ground. The spoils of this expedition were undeniably significant. Although his aura was unstable and he urgently needed to enter seclusion to consolidate his gains, he had reached the 8th layer of qi refinement. Meng Yan and Pei Yunshan had also made remarkable progress, their cultivation now surpassing that of the typical peak qi refinement practitioner, nearly matching Su San before his descent into madness. Yan Kuan, Zhao Xing, and the spider had successfully ascended to the 10th layer of qi refinement. However, gazing at the Hunyuan fruit in his hand, he found no joy. The intelligence indicated that to heal divine soul injuries, one required ample essence from the soul origin fruit. Yet now Su Mei had also been brought over by the Yin spirits. She joyfully called out to him, but upon seeing the gruesome scene surrounding them, she instinctively covered her mouth with a soft gasp. She wished to inquire about something, but seeing Lin Fan's somber expression, she swallowed the question back down. With no time to meticulously assess the spoils, Lin Fan gathered everything and picked up the formation plate, shattering it with a crisp snap. The black curtain sealing the sky dissipated in an instant, revealing the resplendent sunlight beyond the formation. He estimated that he had been inside for at least 2 or 3 days. Standing where the entrance had been was a blue-robed man, anxiously brandishing a serpent spear, Lin Fan. Upon witnessing the inexplicably opened formation that he had been unable to breach, he paused momentarily before hastening toward the main hall, which still resonated with residual spiritual energy. Lin Fan merely cast a distant glance at him, preparing to depart with Su Mei. Brother Lin, what on earth has transpired here? Lin Fan inquired, his mind struggling to process the sight of the devastation and the bodies of 5 members of the Twin Stars Guild, including Pei Yunshan. Lin Fan remained silent, retrieving a flying vessel from Pei Yunshan's storage bag, refining it slightly before attempting to board. Seeing Lin Fan's intent to leave without uttering a word, Nan Feng felt a surge of unnameable anger rise within him. He flashed behind Lin Fan, placing a hand on his shoulder, unleashing an aura even more potent than Pei Yunshan's. Brother Lin, all 5 disciples of my Twin Stars Guild have perished, and you intend to depart without offering me an explanation? Yet Lin Fan seemed utterly unfazed by his imposing presence, merely turning his head slightly to cast a cold glance in his direction. What explanation do you require from me? As his words fell, Lin Feng's expression shifted, and a profound sense of crisis welled up within him. This feeling was not unfamiliar, yet the intensity he sensed from the man before him was astonishingly disbelief-inducing. The atmosphere thickened, as if a conflict was on the verge of eruption once more. Finally, unable to contain herself, Su Mei stepped forward to mediate, succinctly recounting the preceding events. She surmised that Lin Fan and the 5 had united to slay the vengeful spirits, articulating it as such. Of course, the matter of the vengeful spirits was never mentioned. So, these 5 met their demise along with the restless souls, yet you remain unscathed? How am I to believe this? Your belief, or lack thereof, holds no significance for me. At this moment, Lin Fan's mood had plummeted to an all-time low. The failure to subdue the foundational vengeful spirits cast doubt on Yun Qingyao's fate, and his own suspicions remained unresolved. Yet here he was, wasting his time. Within 3 breaths. Should you impede my return to the sect again, Do not blame me for taking action against you. Nan Feng instantly glared, thinking to himself how arrogant. Senior brother Nan, are you truly indifferent to Lin Junior brother's plight? Su Mei observed, feeling an acute sense of difficulty, fearing that the two might engage in a fierce confrontation. After a moment's contemplation, Nan Feng suppressed his emotions. After all, this matter was somewhat related to him. He promptly withdrew his hand and said, I was indeed impudent. Lin Fan remained non-committal and stepped onto the flying vessel. Just as he was about to call out to Su Mei, suddenly, an overwhelming, terrifying pressure coalesced upon him. In an instant, he found himself utterly immobilized. Simultaneously, the flying vessel emitted a series of distressing cracking sounds. A foundational cultivator. A foundational cultivator far surpassing Su San was making his move. Lin Fan's heart screamed, yet he could not utter a word. If Su San had forcibly absorbed an abundance of soul essence, merely having just stepped into the threshold of foundational cultivation, the source of this pressure seemed to have nearly traversed the entirety of the foundational path. At the very least, it was a late-stage foundational cultivator. Lin Fan, Lin Junior brother? Witnessing Lin Fan's stillness, even beginning to tremble slightly, the two exchanged puzzled glances. But soon, a figure in a purple robe descended from the sky, providing them with an answer. This was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, seemingly around 30, whose eyes conveyed an air of superiority. Yet, when he gazed upon Lin Fan, an unmistakable intent to kill was evident. You are Lin Fan. The man spoke in a calm voice. Nan Feng had encountered senior brother Xiao Huan before. It had been a while since their last meeting, and he noted that his brother's cultivation had surpassed that of the past. Nan Feng clasped his fists, feeling a bittersweet pang, realizing that this man had indeed pursued him to this place. Xiao Huan nodded slightly at Nan Feng. I was uneasy and came to see for myself. It seems that Pei Yunshan, that fool, has indeed failed. How many in the entire Xiang sect could be deemed a fool by a disciple in a blue robe? You can still stand? I do not favor speaking with those on the brink of death. Kneel and speak instead. Xiao Huan cast a dispassionate glance at Lin Fan, his aura erupting as he casually raised a hand towards him. In that instant, an immense force bore down, and Lin Fan felt as if a small mountain had been placed upon him. His bones creaked in protest, and the flying vessel began to develop fissures. Lin Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, yet a small banner materialized from thin air, supporting him so he did not kneel. Senior brother Xiao Huan, please refrain from striking. This individual is on the alchemy ranking. Nan Feng hesitated but finally spoke up, only to be interrupted mid-sentence by Xiao Huan. Just an outer sect disciple. Killing him would merely result in a few days of confinement. After saying this, he dismissively shook his head, and in the next moment, without the slightest hesitation, he launched a fist with tremendous force. The shadow of his fist moved with astonishing speed, arriving before Lin Fan in the blink of an eye. With a furious roar, Lin Fan unleashed the great yin sword array, which shimmered in golden light. However, the sword array merely provided a momentary defense before dimming and retracting. In a critical moment, with no other means to cast his spells, he could only hope that the soul banner would prove resilient enough. With a thunderous crash, Lin Fan, who had shielded himself with the soul banner, spat out another mouthful of blood, propelling both himself and the banner several dozen feet away. Intrigued by Lin Fan's unexpected survival from his previous strike, Xiao Huan raised an eyebrow. Even he had felt a slight sting in his fist from that golden light. Furthermore, the artifact had not shattered as he had anticipated. Lin Fan, suppressing another surge of reverse blood, wore a grim expression, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent as he spoke. Do you dare to defy the sect's regulations and slay a disciple of the sect, as if the law enforcement hall and the sect master do not exist? At this moment, even releasing the Yin soul would be futile. However, to refrain from doing so would likely lead to swifter demise. Lin Shitty. Su Mei cried out in alarm, attempting to rush over, only to be stopped by Nan Feng, who shook his head in despair. Provoking me is of no use. Xiao Huan chuckled lightly, appearing unconcerned. The sect's rules merely serve to restrain weaklings like you. Do you think the elders would overly trouble themselves over a deceased outer disciple? He suddenly drew out a sect token inscribed with the insignia of the inner sect from his waist, daring to exhibit murderous intent towards me. You are the first in many years. Do you see this? With this token, should you kill me, it would be a grave offense. Yet if I were to kill you, it would be a mere trifling matter, easily dismissed. Lin Fan let out a few dry laughs, ready to disregard everything and unleash the Yin soul in an explosive manner. If I am to die, you shall also suffer. However, just as he began to cast the technique, a resounding crack echoed through the air, accompanied by a deafening roar. A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a barrel, crashed down. The point of impact was directly above Xiao Huan's head. Chapter 49. All madmen, everyone present was taken aback. This sudden turn of events was far too swift and unexpected. The purple lightning appeared as if it were divine retribution, striking without warning. Even someone as formidable as Zhao Kuo could not react in time, and he was struck squarely, his body charred, his garments in tatters, and the hair on his body now sleek and shiny. Had he truly invoked the wrath of the heavens? Su Mei was profoundly shocked. Yet a flicker of joy ignited within her heart. Nan Feng, equally astonished, noticed a wisp of ash floating down from the spot where the purple lightning had originated. Lin Fan stood in a daze, this scene striking a chord of familiarity within him. The purple lightning bore a striking resemblance to the purple sky talisman once wielded by Yan Kuan, albeit with far greater potency. Who is it? Zhao Kuo seethed with rage, hastily donning a robe. Yet, there was a trace of trepidation within him. He could ascertain that this lightning was the result of talismanic power, yet he had sensed no one approaching. At that moment, the space in the nearby clearing suddenly warped, revealing a strangely shaped triangular flying shuttle. Waves of restrictive runes emanated from the shuttle, which was a flying artifact imbued with a concealment formation, its rank vastly superior to anything Lin Fan had previously encountered. Suddenly, a figure clad in a plain white dress, her hair styled in braided pigtails, appeared. It was Xiao Huan, with a charming yet fierce countenance. She emanated an aura of icy coldness and produced 3 purple lightning talismans from her storage pouch. Command, she uttered, and 3 bolts of purple lightning, identical to the previous ones, gathered with alarming speed. At this moment, Zhao Kuo, witnessing her refusal to engage in conversation, felt an overwhelming sense of despair as he faced yet another barrage of talismans. He promptly summoned a 7-treasure umbrella as its canopy unfurled. It shielded him from the majority of the lightning. Though a small portion still penetrated, it no longer wielded the devastating impact it once had. However, he could not escape the inevitable numbness and trembling that ensued. Why do you attack? I am Xiao Kuo of the inner sect of the Ziyang sect. Zhao Kuo, usually proud, found himself momentarily humbled. He discerned that this girl's cultivation was merely at the late stage of qi refinement. Yet, how could an ordinary practitioner possess such an abundance of second-tier purple lightning talismans? Not to mention that flying shuttle artifact, the rank of which he could not perceive. Could she be the descendant of some formidable golden core, or even nascent soul elder? When had he offended her? Both Nan Feng and his companion were struck dumb, their minds in turmoil. Only Lin Fan's expression shifted as he recognized the familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar figure, his demeanor marked by hesitation. No need to introduce yourself. I have no interest in those who are about to meet their demise, Xiao Huan spoke coldly, producing a pale golden token. I overheard your earlier bravado. Do you see this? Today, killing you will merely result in a few days of confinement. As he heard his own words returned to him verbatim, Zhao Kuo's fury surged. Yet upon closer inspection of the token, his expression transformed drastically. A personal token, you are Gu Binghan's newly accepted disciple. He had heard of her previously, but this was the first time he had encountered her in person. Xiao Huan, Lin Fan tentatively inquired. Xiao Huan turned her gaze toward him, her icy demeanor melting away like spring snow, replaced by a gentle smile. Brother Lin Fan, allow me to deal with him first. We shall catch up shortly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuo's pupils constricted, his heart sinking. He had never imagined that this insignificant being in his eyes had such connections to Lin Fan. Su Mei, taken aback, felt a genuine sense of happiness for Lin Fan. Nan Feng, meanwhile, shook his head with a bitter smile, reflecting that had Lin Fan revealed such affiliations earlier, he would not have spoken so unnecessarily. You wish to deal with me? Zhao Kuo struggled to suppress the fury boiling within him. He was not particularly wary of other elders or disciples within the sect, but Gu Binghan was a different matter altogether. He had no desire to offend her. I act because this person killed my younger brother. How can I not seek vengeance? This declaration left him feeling a sense of frustration. He had never imagined a day would come when he would be compelled to reason with someone. Yet, before he could finish, he was interrupted once more. Upon noticing Lin Fan's injuries, Xiao Huan's gaze turned icy again. I care not for your reasons. If you dare to harm him today, you shall perish. Ha ha ha. You wish for my death. Zhao Kuo, filled with rage, was known for his domineering nature within the sect, and such words were typically his own. To have them thrown back at him was a novel experience. However, the situation brought a sense of relief to Su Mei and Nan Feng, who felt an immense frustration from the earlier events. This matter could not be resolved amicably today. Zhao Kuo's mind raced as he solemnly declared, I have 3 valid reasons today. As long as I do not take your life, I am certain that Gu Binghan will not protest. He then prepared to swiftly eliminate Lin Fan. Yet, Xiao Huan seemed to have anticipated his intentions, approaching Lin Fan and producing a handful of colorful talismans. To their astonishment, all of them emanated a second-tier aura. With a fierce shout, a dozen second-tier talismans turned to ashes. Simultaneously, the air around Zhao Kuo erupted with intense fluctuations of spiritual energy. Sword qi, poisonous vines, and ice spikes intertwined, forming a formidable net of spells that ensnared Zhao Kuo. Alarmed, he once again raised his 7-treasure umbrella in defense, yet he still cried out in pain. Despite his distress, Lin Fan's expression remained grave. He was certain that Su San could not withstand such an assault for even a breath, yet Zhao Kuo, though in a dire state, appeared merely slightly injured, suffering only superficial wounds. To think that a few talismans could bring about my demise, Zhao Kuo grimaced, baring his teeth. As long as your talismans are not infinite. Once I escape, I will ensure that you, Lin Fan, are torn to shreds. Xiao Huan furrowed her brows, recognizing his resilience. Yet, unbeknownst to him, she quietly retrieved a pitch-black talisman. Just a glance at it sent a shiver down Lin Fan's spine. Wait, brother Lin Fan, my master has provided many potent treasures. Let us see if he can withstand this. Upon seeing the black talisman, Zhao Kuo's expression shifted drastically, fear finally creeping in. A third-tier talisman. That madwoman, Gu Binghan, actually gifted such a formidable item to a Qi refinement practitioner. A third-tier talisman? Lin Fan was momentarily stunned, feeling parched and anxious. With the power of a third-tier talisman, comparable to a strike from a core formation practitioner, one could dominate all first and second-tier cultivators. It was undeniable that the old woman had no reproach against Xiao Huan. It was impossible. Such a treasure was far too precious for her to use casually. However, Zhao Kuo consoled himself, thinking it was merely a bluff. Just then, he saw Xiao Huan, seemingly unfazed, preparing to throw it at him. Madmen are indeed madmen. Though he had no fear of the dozen spells before him, he found himself unable to escape. If that third-tier talisman were unleashed, he would surely perish. In the midst of his mounting terror, Lin Fan pondered and halted Xiao Huan's action. Brother Lin Fan? Xiao Huan questioned, her face marked with confusion. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan, with a glimmer of murderous intent directed at the beleaguered Zhao Kuo, stated, Xiao Huan, cease your actions. While I share your profound hatred for this man, to dispose of him so easily would be too lenient. I will deal with him personally. He refrained from mentioning another reason. Zhao Kuo was indeed of significant standing within the sect. Eliminating him would undoubtedly invite trouble for Xiao Huan. Xiao Huan was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a sweet smile. I will listen to brother Lin Fan. At that moment, Zhao Kuo exerted every ounce of strength, finally breaking free. Without a hint of hesitation, he fled in a panic. Only after confirming he had exited the talisman's range did he cast a resentful glance at Lin Fan, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Nanfeng's gaze had long since grown vacant. What did I just witness? An inner sect disciple nearly dispatched so casually? Chapter 50. The Marriage Proposal. Xiao Huan, how did you find your way here? Did Elder Gu send you down from the mountain? Lin Fan inquired curiously during their return to the sect aboard Xiao Huan's flying shuttle. Although the sect's flying vessel had been damaged by Zhao Kuo, Xiao Huan's shuttle was significantly swifter. Sumei chose not to interrupt their conversation and opted to return to the sect with Nanfeng using the artifact he had arrived with. I couldn't find brother Lin Fan anywhere, but I heard someone mention that you came to Lu's house on a mission, so I followed, Xiao Huan explained. I originally wanted to surprise you, but instead, I encountered that detestable fellow. She grimaced at the thought of Zhao Kuo. My master initially intended for me to reach the peak of Qi refinement before descending, and had it not been for the restrictions on my rapid advancement, I would have achieved it. Lin Fan was rendered speechless. He had been astounded by Xiao Huan reaching the 7th level of Qi refinement in just a year, only to learn that it was a result of her being held back. He sighed inwardly at the unfairness of fate, as he had relied on countless opportunities to reach his current level of cultivation. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Fan suddenly had a thought and summoned the Yin Soul banner to release Meng Yan. Miss. Upon seeing Meng Yan, a wave of sorrow washed over Xiao Huan, and her eyes quickly reddened. This girl has truly grown quite a bit in just a year. Even though Meng Yan had lost her memories and previous consciousness, Lin Fan stepped aside, allowing the two to have some privacy. He also noticed that Xiao Huan's nameplate bore the same surname as his own. Though he had never requested this, a warm feeling blossomed in his heart. The space of the shuttle, while not as expansive as the flying vessel, still contained private rooms. In one of them, Lin Fan took out the soul essence fruit and examined it for a moment, his expression turning grave. He promptly summoned the system panel and declared without hesitation, exchange for information. Buzzing sounds filled the air. 1. The Grand Elder Su Rong has had numerous disagreements with the sect master Yang Ling Tian. To ease tensions, Su Rong proposed a marriage between his grandson Su Tian and Yang Ling Tian's named disciple Yun Qingyao. This proposal has received the support of 3 elders from Ling Peak, and preparations for the wedding have commenced. Upon reading this, Lin Fan felt a surge of anxiety. This was the first he had heard of Yun Qingyao being a named disciple of Yang Ling Tian. Yet he was perplexed as to why the sect master had not stepped forward to advocate for his disciple. Had he ceased to consider Yun Qingyao's opinions? As for how to persuade Yun Qingyao to comply, he recalled a type of pill known as the puppet pill. 2. The Danbei tests the alchemical skills of disciples while randomly rewarding those who enter the top 10 with pill formulas. Among them is the formula for the soul-nourishing pill, which uses the soul essence fruit as its primary material, maximizing its effects. Seeing that there was still room for negotiation, Lin Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was unaware that the Dan Monument had such implications. However, since he first broke into the 11th place, he had not paid attention to this matter, so it was understandable that he was uninformed. No wonder the top 10 alchemists were so exceptional. He had previously heard that Li Zitai used the barrier-breaking pill formula as leverage to persuade the Yun Qingyao alchemist to join forces against him, which likely stemmed from this very Dan Monument. Upon noticing that the third piece of information was utterly useless, he swiftly halted the exchange. After accounting for the 20 points gained from his breakthrough, only 14 remained. Currently, there were far too many areas requiring points, making it unwise to waste them freely. The flying shuttle, being a third-tier flying artifact, boasted astonishing speed, yet its consumption of spirit stones was equally alarming. Lin Fan watched helplessly as several mid-grade spirit stones within the control array rapidly turned to ash. Judging by the shape of the groove, mid-grade spirit stones merely sufficed to barely drive it. Ideally, high-grade spirit stones should be employed. He had never once used mid-grade spirit stones for cultivation. Noticing Lin Fan's dazed expression, Xiao Huan cheerfully approached him, insisting on placing 30 mid-grade spirit stones into his hands. "Brother Lin Fan, take these. If I give you more, I fear Master will be angry," she said. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, staring at what was equivalent to at least 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Unable to utter a word of refusal, gratefully, he ruffled Xiao Huan's hair. In just over a day's time, the two returned to their sect. Xiao Huan stowed away the flying vessel and, as if receiving a message from a communication talisman, she stuck out her tongue and said, "Brother Lin Fan, it seems Master knows I went out. I'll report my safety first and come find you later before departing." Lin Fan then made his way to the task hall, both to briefly hand over his tasks and to gather recent news, as Xiao Ming was still in seclusion, making this the best opportunity to learn more. However, before he even reached the task hall, he noticed that festive red lanterns adorned the sect, with the character, happiness, plastered everywhere. The task hall was unusually sparse, with few disciples present. Yet, upon entering, the first piece of news he heard left him shaken. To his astonishment, the elder was in such a hurry. Was his beloved Qingyao truly to become someone's bride? The two prominent talents were a match made in heaven, and it seemed they were finally to become a couple. "In my view, this matter is not so simple. Don't you think the timing is rather rushed?" One person countered. "Moreover, why choose a day when the sect is in a state of seclusion? Are you suggesting that if senior sister Yun had feelings for senior brother Su, she would continuously reject his invitations to join Yun Tian? Although senior brother Su is exceptional, this situation feels somewhat coercive," another replied. "What does it matter what we think? Even if we have objections, can we change anything?" These two rodents. Lin Fan's heart seethed with barely contained fury. Su Rong was clearly attempting to take advantage of the sect leader's seclusion to solidify his plans. The sect leader is currently in seclusion, and the opinions of a few elders suffice to represent the sect's stance. It seems that Yun Qingyao's own thoughts have become inconsequential. "May I inquire, esteemed brother, when is the wedding day set?" Lin Fan could no longer concern himself with any tasks. He grasped the arm of the individual he had just been discussing with. "What are you doing? Wait, you are Lin Fan." The person, initially impatient at being pulled, swallowed his words upon recognizing Lin Fan's appearance. With a peculiar expression, he remarked, "Does junior brother Lin not know? It is today, by now. The wedding procession should have already departed. Everyone has gone to Sister Yun to revel in the festivities. We prefer tranquility." However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Fan had already vanished from sight. "No, I shall not allow this." A sense of urgency, unprecedented in Lin Fan's heart, surged within him. "Even if I hurry now, I may not be able to prevent anything, and I might even face punishment. The only ones who can speak on this matter are the other elders of the sect. It is said that 3 elders are present at Dan Peak, yet I know nothing of them. The only 2 others I can think of are unreachable, as the sect leader is in seclusion." Suddenly, his eyes sharpened, and he changed direction, heading towards Hanchua Peak. Chapter 51. Seeking help. Yun Qingyao's cave dwelling was aglow with vibrant red candles, lavishly adorned with crimson silk, exuding an atmosphere of jubilation. Dressed in a resplendent phoenix-patterned wedding gown, she sat rigidly upon a wooden stool, surrounded by a dozen bustling servant disciples attending to her. Yet, her fingers were tightly entwined, her beautiful eyes reflecting disbelief as she gazed at an elderly woman clad in the garb of an elder. The old woman smiled gently, returning her gaze. "Qingyao, since the passing of your master, today marks one of the happiest days for your grandaunt. Do not hold it against me. I know your disposition well enough that even if your foundation were utterly destroyed, you would never consent to this. But dear, I assure you, it is for your own good. Furthermore, you are aware that I have been trapped outside the golden core threshold for decades. This arrangement is mutually beneficial. and I trust your master's spirit would find solace in it. She instinctively brushed her hand against her storage pouch, which contained a plethora of materials provided by Su Rong to aid in her alchemical endeavors. Yun Qingyao sat there like a marionette. The only action she could muster was to close her eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. She could scarcely believe that the person she respected most after her master would use the pretense of acquiring spirit herbs to deceive her into consuming a puppet pill. This pill served no other purpose than to render her body rigid for 12 hours, during which she would solely obey her grandaunt's commands. After 12 hours, it would be too late. At that moment, Lin Fan was racing towards Hanxue Peak with all his strength. The only individuals capable of intervening in this matter were the sect elders, and the only one he had dealings with was Gu Binghan. Reluctantly, he realized this was his only recourse. As he hurried along, he found the entire sect festooned in celebratory decorations, yet disciples were scarcely visible. Clearly, as the individual had mentioned, everyone had gone to the scene to celebrate. The only place devoid of the bothersome decorations was Hanxue Peak. The atmosphere remained as desolate as ever. Upon noticing his arrival, 2 guards, disciples of this place, clasped their fists and spoke, "Esteemed brother, Elder Gu is currently in seclusion and cannot receive visitors." Yet, before they could finish their words, Lin Fan continued unabated, brushing past them and ascending the mountain. The 2 female disciples, alarmed, turned to pursue him. Within the sect, Gu Binghan was a name known to all. Yet none dared to intrude upon this peak without prior summons. However, with their cultivation levels at merely the 4th or 5th stage of qi refinement, they were no match for him. In mere moments, Lin Fan's figure vanished into the depths of the path. Unfamiliar with the layout of this place, Lin Fan could only hasten his steps towards the summit, calling out, "Disciple Lin Fan dares to visit. I have urgent matters to discuss with the elder. I implore you to appear." Silence enveloped him, with no response from the surroundings. His anxiety grew as he realized that even his attempts to contact Xiao Huan had gone unanswered. To his dismay, after exerting himself for a full incense stick's duration, he felt not closer to the peak, but rather as if he were moving further away. Understanding this, he halted his advance, fearing that the elder wished to avoid him. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Gu Binghan, you old crone, have you absconded with my cold essence jade fruit, and now dare not face me?" The instant he uttered these words, he felt a blur before his eyes, as if he were forcibly pulled, landing in an open space on the mountainside. Before him stood Gu Binghan, her delicate face adorned with frost. A glint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes, piercing him like a steel blade. "Repeat that." Lin Fan's heart quivered, and he immediately bowed deeply. This disciple spoke recklessly, merely anxious that the elder would refuse to meet. The elder is undoubtedly graceful and would never stoop to such actions. Having sensed the aura of the cold essence jade fruit from Xiao Huan, he never truly believed it. As soon as he spoke, he felt the pressure around him lessen somewhat, though it remained formidable. "What do you want from me?" Lin Fan bowed once more, his expression resolute. "I beseech the elder to prevent today's marriage. If it poses a challenge, could you perhaps relay a message for the sect leader to come?" Gu Binghan chuckled lightly, regarding him as one might a fool. "You dare to offend me? Anyone else would have been slain by now, and you still expect my assistance? Do you truly believe that because you are Xiao Huan's elder brother, I would hesitate to act against you?" Inwardly, she felt fortunate to have lured Xiao Huan into a secret chamber. Otherwise, her predicament would have been far more complex. An even greater pressure than before descended upon Lin Fan, forcing him to bow low, nearly causing him to collapse. The elder's current predicament stemmed from an accumulation of cold poison within her body due to excessive consumption of ice-type spiritual substances. Under such oppressive force, Lin Fan struggled to articulate his words. Gu Binghan was taken aback. This conclusion had only been reached after multiple investigations by the elders of the Pill Peak. How could this person possibly know? Despite his calm demeanor, he disdainfully remarked, "I am unaware of how you came by this information, but what does it matter? Even Elder Danfeng finds it challenging to eradicate this issue. Surely, you do not claim to have a solution?" Lin Fan, nearly exhausting all his strength, responded, "While I may lack the means, if granted time, I can overcome this poison." This intelligence had, of course, been obtained from a previous exchange, and now he had no choice but to gamble on it. Growth? Gu Binghan scrutinized him, having noted the evident change in Lin Fan since his last visit. Though she did not fully accept his words, she refrained from further ridicule. After a moment of silence, just as he seemed on the verge of cracking under pressure, she finally relented. Lin Fan, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, stood there, as if contemplating deeply for the first time. After a brief pause, he shook his head and said, "Though I do not admire Su Rong's cunning nature, his current momentum makes opposing him tantamount to challenging the entire sect." Lin Fan eagerly pressed on. "Is there no way for the sect master to intervene?" This time, she remained silent for an even longer duration, her expression growing increasingly peculiar. Do you truly believe he is still preoccupied with seclusion at such a time? It is not your fault. You have only met him once and do not understand him. Lin Fan was taken aback, as Yang Lingtian had left him with a favorable impression. Gu Binghan sighed softly. My senior brother possesses many commendable qualities, and his title of sect master is well-deserved. However, it is precisely because of this that he prioritizes the greater good. This easing of relations, though merely an excuse from Su Rong, may indeed align with his desires. Lin Fan fell silent, recognizing that she was not deceiving him. Was there truly no recourse? Would they merely stand by and watch this unfold? This thought flickered in his mind for but a moment before he forcefully dismissed it. No, even if I must confront the entire sect alone, so be it. He understood that if matters did not align with his will, clarity of thought would elude him, and his cultivation would inevitably falter. After bowing once more to Gu Binghan, he turned to leave when he heard her speak indifferently behind him. 2 conditions. First, within 5 years, you must cure my cold poison, or else, regardless of any resentment from Xiao Huan, I shall extinguish you. Do not presume that offending me is easily overlooked. Second, should I find that your presence disrupts Xiao Huan's cultivation, I will erase her memories of you and expel you from the sect. Thank you, senior. Lin Fan expressed his gratitude, glancing back. However, she merely warned him not to overstep and vanished from sight. Promptly, he turned to depart. He was unaware of Yun Qingyao's whereabouts, yet at this moment, there was a particular place within Xiang's sect that had been bustling with activity ever since his return, filled with the sounds of drums and cheers. Chapter 52. The Bride Snatching. On the other side, the spiritual peak housing Yun Qingyao's cave abode had already attracted thousands of disciples from various sections. Not only the gray-robed, but also numerous inner disciples clad in blue and purple robes had arrived, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. A multitude eagerly awaited the arrival of the bridal procession. Suddenly, numerous dark specks appeared in the distant sky. Moments later, they grew larger, revealing their true form. It was a fleet of flying vessels adorned with red cloth, with several at the forefront exuding an aura rivaling that of the previous small flying shuttle. 3-tiered flying artifacts. Behold, is that not the sect's battleship? It has been years since the conflicts between sects subsided, and it is indeed the first time so many have mobilized together. Truly, those vessels are the formidable treasures that laid the foundation for our Xiang sect, magnificent in their presence, evoking a sense of despair in our adversaries at the sight of such a formation. A disciple, brimming with pride, remarked, coupled with the words of the Grand Elder. It seems at least 4 elders are in attendance. This wedding ceremony is indeed grand. What do you think? This union involves 2 prodigies, a scion of the Grand Elder and a disciple of the sect master. It is no surprise that the occasion is so lavish. Good heavens! If my future partner could provide a wedding of this caliber, it would be worth it even if I were to perish. Why am I not the bride? Dream on. For everything exists in dreams. On the leading vessel, Su Rong, with his graying hair and a pronounced hawkish nose, was engaged in light-hearted conversation with a beautiful woman holding a floral basket. Typically somber, Su Rong today radiated a rare glow of joy. The woman, intrigued, surveyed the surroundings. I did not expect to encounter such a joyous occasion upon my visit to your esteemed sect after a long absence. Had I known, I would have prepared congratulatory gifts for 100 Flowers Valley, she remarked. Su Rong chuckled. Elder Nangong, given the relationship between our 2 families, there is no need for formality. If not for the time constraints, I would have formally invited all the elders of your sect. I hope you can forgive me. With a hint of regret, he continued. Alas, my other grandsons do not possess such qualities. Otherwise, I would have brought him to meet the gem of 100 Flowers Valley. Should our 2 sects strengthen this bond, it would indeed be a splendid affair. He waved his hand grandly. If there are any other disciples here that catch your eye, do not hesitate to inform me. The elder Nangong chuckled softly and summoned a strikingly beautiful young woman with a hint of allure. Wanner, did you hear what Elder Su said? The Xiang sect is replete with exceptional talents. Surely, even with your lofty standards, you can find a suitable match here. The young woman, named Wanner, obediently responded, casting a glance around, her eyes briefly flashing with disdain. As their conversation unfolded, the vessels gracefully descended to the designated area. On another nearby vessel, Su Tian, clad in red, gazed fervently at the festooned entrance of the cave dwelling. He murmured, I told you that you ultimately belong to me. Should I bring that lad before you and show you how I shall claim you? Then he recalled Zhao Qua, lamenting, I nearly forgot about that fellow. You may not get the chance to meet him. At that moment, the auspicious hour arrived. The bride is coming, a resounding voice announced, and the grand doors of the cave dwelling swung open. Clad in a wedding gown embroidered with golden phoenixes, Yun Qingyao, veiled, stepped out gracefully under the guidance of an elderly matron. The onlookers were filled with immense excitement, and the atmosphere at the scene reached yet another pinnacle. They were witnesses to one of the most grandiose weddings in the history of the sect. However, there was something peculiar about Sister Yun's actions. Some astute individuals noticed the anomaly, but their observations were drowned out by the cacophony of cheers. Elder Nangong's eyes sparkled with an unusual intensity as he gazed at Yun Qingyao, casting a discreet glance at Su Tian, maintaining a smile without uttering a word. Interesting. This puppet pill, murmured a woman named Wanner in a voice only audible to herself. May Sister Yun and Brother Su be forever united, enduring through the ages. The surrounding voices of congratulations were incessant. At that moment, amidst the throng of disciples on both sides, the bridal procession had swiftly traversed half the distance. Just as they were about to hand over the bride to the welcoming party, a thunderous shout erupted like a bolt from the blue. Wait! The utterance silenced the raucous atmosphere momentarily. Countless eyes turned towards a seemingly unremarkable figure in gray robes emerging from the crowd. Lin Fan stepped forward with unwavering determination, locking eyes with the figure he had long yearned for. In the ensuing silence, the uproar and clamor amplified several-fold compared to before. Did I hear that correctly? With so many esteemed figures present, what does this person intend to do? He is merely a disciple in gray robes. Is he courting death? Did he not see how many blue and even purple-robed disciples were merely observing quietly from the sidelines? Could it be that he is a fervent admirer of Sister Yun who has lost his mind? I recognize him. He seems to be Lin Fan, the one ranked 11th on the pill list. Once again, it is he. What is it about him that stirs such commotion? I must see how he incurs the wrath of the Grand Elder. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Yun Qingyao's body quivered violently, her delicate face hidden beneath the veil reflecting shock. How could he be here? Su Tian's complexion darkened ominously, a flicker of unease passing through his eyes. According to the information he had received, this person was supposed to have perished outside. Was it possible he never even left to carry out the mission? Nevertheless, today was a day he could not let this matter slide. Had he not been the protagonist of the day, he would have personally eliminated this individual. Where are the guarding disciples? Instantly, a dozen guard disciples, who had been standing by, snapped back to reality, brimming with aggression, ready to apprehend Lin Fan. Su Rong, meanwhile, strained to maintain a smile, though it appeared rather stiff, turning to the beautiful woman beside him. Elder Nangong, please forgive me. It seems our sect's discipline of disciples requires lessons from your esteemed sect. The woman chuckled lightly. Nonsense. Perhaps he is merely seeking attention from the sect. Though it is indeed rather foolish. Before she could finish her thought, several guard disciples were sent flying, and her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. At this point, it seems this is not merely a bid for attention. I have a question, Lin Fan stated, his tone neither servile nor arrogant, as golden light flashed above his head. Summoning the great yin sword array. Has the bride's opinion on this marriage been consulted? The individuals rushing forward behind him were filled with trepidation. Chapter 53. Support. Madness. This person is truly insane. A multitude of disciples were shaken to their core. He actually dared to resort to violence. Amidst their astonishment, few paid heed to the question posed by Lin Fan. Did they not see that the bride had already emerged? Whether they were unwilling or not was their choice. Only a handful of disciples in blue robes felt a chill as they gazed upon the sword formation above Lin Fan's head. Enough. At that moment, the elderly woman supporting Yun Qingyao wore a furious expression. She would not permit any missteps today. Simultaneously, she received a mental transmission from Su Rong. Hurry and resolve this. Without needing to be reminded, she was already preparing to act. She cast a glance at the Dan Peak insignia on Lin Fan's chest. How could the old fools of Dan Peak have educated their disciples to produce such a disrespectful wretch? With her right hand, she gestured towards Lin Fan, and he instantly felt an unbreakable force of confinement enveloping him. Simultaneously, a hand of spiritual energy materialized, intent on seizing him. Many shook their heads, provoking an elder to act. This individual would likely have his cultivation abolished, and that would be a light punishment. However, just as that hand of spiritual energy was about to grasp him, it abruptly halted in midair, then transformed into a striking ice blue hue, ultimately shattering into icy shards. What transpired left everyone present momentarily stunned. Only Su Rong and a few other elders narrowed their eyes, fixating on a certain point in the air. A cold, elegant figure, exuding an aura of chill, quietly appeared. It was none other than Gu Binghan. Isn't that Elder Gu, known as the Ice Fairy? Did she just intervene? Such a piercing ice attribute spiritual energy could only belong to Elder Gu. But did this imply she was here to support Lin Fan? What on earth is his identity? Is he the illegitimate son of Elder Gu? Shoo, keep your voice down. Spreading idle gossip could lead to trouble for us. Su Rong frowned, a shadow of gloom crossing his face. He spoke for the first time. I am delighted that Elder Gu could attend the wedding ceremony. I assumed you preferred to avoid such occasions, which is why no invitation was sent. This oversight is mine, yet there are guests from the outer sect present. What is your intention? To him, the previous incident was merely a trivial matter, and he certainly would not lower himself to intervene. Yet, this woman, who typically abstained from sect activities, had arrived with an unfriendly demeanor. Thus, he had no choice but to step forward. Nevertheless, Gu Binghan maintained her icy demeanor, glancing at the group before lingering for a moment on Elder Nangong, who smiled and nodded in her direction. She returned a slight nod, her gaze ultimately fixating on Lin Fan. Typically indifferent to Su Rong, she now seemed wholly disinterested in his words, showing no inclination to respond. Even knowing this individual's peculiar and aloof nature, Su Rong could not suppress a flicker of anger. The individual in question, apart from the sect leader, disregards the opinions of nearly everyone else and acts with utter impunity within the sect. Yet, he finds himself compelled to endure the situation. For should this person unleash his wrath, there would be little recourse available to him. Lin Fan bowed respectfully to the figure in the sky and reiterated his earlier inquiry. Is this marriage truly the desire of Qingyao? For the first time, the others began to ponder this question with earnestness. Could there indeed be an underlying issue? The elderly woman's expression shifted, and she scolded, "Ignorant child, are you blind? If Qingyao were unwilling, would it have progressed to this point? Step aside swiftly. If you delay this process, how could a mere disciple like you bear the consequences?" Yun Qingyao trembled once more, as if wishing to speak, yet found herself unable. Then why did I sense the aura of the puppet pill? Upon Lin's utterance, the atmosphere erupted, akin to water splashing into hot oil. The puppet pill. Now I understand why senior sister Yun suddenly agreed to this marriage. Moreover, do you not find her prior actions somewhat peculiar? If this were true, it is indeed quite malicious. Su Rong's countenance darkened, while the elderly woman's expression shifted dramatically. She cast Lin Fan a venomous glare before hastily advancing towards him, intent on subduing him. You foolish child, spouting nonsense. This was merely Lin Fan's conjecture. He had never encountered the puppet pill. How could he truly know its essence? Yet, Yun Qingyao's demeanor perfectly aligned with that of someone who had ingested such a pill. The elderly woman, her spiritual energy just beginning to mobilize, suddenly felt an icy aura lock onto her, rendering her motionless. Elder Ji, I have no desire to act against you, but it is prudent to allow others to finish their discourse. Gu Binghan's frigid voice caused Elder Ji's complexion to oscillate between green and white. We are both elders. Do you dare to act against me? Upon hearing this, Gu Binghan merely chuckled lightly. For Ji Qing was merely clinging to the legacy of her numerous ancestors who had valiantly perished in sect battles to cling to this position. Otherwise, how could she, with her mere foundational cultivation, have attained the status of elder? Even in this role, she held the weakest voice and was vastly overshadowed by Gu Binghan. At this juncture, Su Rong could no longer remain seated. Seeing the situation spiraling beyond concealment, he cast a dark glance at Lin Fan and solemnly declared, "This matter is complex and cannot be succinctly explained in just a few words. However, feelings can be cultivated. You must know that if Qingyao does not possess Tian's warm divine jade, her foundation will soon be obliterated." This statement confirmed Lin Fan's assertions, igniting discontent among many. So, does this mean senior sister Yun is indeed being coerced? Gu Binghan cast a scornful glance at Su Tian. So you threaten others into marrying you with this? As the whispers surrounded him and he faced public scrutiny, Su Tian's face flushed a deep crimson. Reluctantly, I spoke. Such a precious item. Elder Gu would not expect me to part with it gratuitously, would she? This object serves as a token of engagement, a reluctant necessity. What is wrong with offering it freely? As an elder's descendant, one ought to possess such awareness. Not to mention the abundant resources that the sect has allocated to you. Gu Binghan spoke without reservation. It is no wonder, when the upper beams are not straight, the lower beams will be crooked. Lin Fan silently gave her a thumbs up in his heart. This woman's temperament may be somewhat irritable, yet her boldness is undeniably pronounced. Although her final remark was uttered softly, the perceptive nature of the core formation realm ensured that Su Rong and several other elders heard it clearly. Su Rong nearly detected the slight curve at the corner of the beautiful woman's mouth, and his aged visage could no longer maintain its composure. Elder Gu, what precisely do you intend to do? This matter was decided after deliberation among the elders. It is the sect's resolution. Do you wish to contravene the sect's wishes? Given his position as the Grand Elder, he typically disregarded the opinions of ordinary disciples, but this individual was an exception. At this juncture, he could only invoke the authority of the sect. At that moment, aside from himself and the elderly woman with the surname Ji, the other two elders who had initially stood aside to avoid involvement felt compelled to intervene. One of them, dressed as a middle-aged scholar, urged, "Indeed, Elder Gu, these two young ones are a suitable match. Would you truly wish to see a talent like Yun Qingyao falter?" The other elder, with white hair yet a youthful countenance, concurred. What Elder One has said is quite right. Qingyao is still young and unaware of the burdens borne by her elders. It is our duty to guide her. Gu Binghan furrowed her brows. Both of these men had achieved core formation, and she could not dismiss them as the elderly woman did. This was precisely her concern prior to her arrival. She had only promised Lin Fan to protect his life, but it was impossible for her to oppose the sect. The white-haired elderly chuckled. The last time this resolution was passed at the elder meeting, it was a unanimous 4-0. However, several other elders were absent for various reasons. If you can persuade those few others, we shall certainly have no objections. Humph, those old codgers. Aside from tinkering with their elixirs, when have they ever concerned themselves with sect matters? Knowing this was merely the other's evasion, she felt somewhat powerless. With a sigh, she contemplated the necessity of persuading Lin Fan when she noticed his eyes shining with determination as he spoke first. Elder Gu, how many elders are there in the Pill Peak? 3. Chapter 54. The sect truly values me. Can you assist me in securing more time? Hearing his words, Gu Binghan could easily discern his intentions. Those 3 elders are exceedingly obstinate. The last time they collectively appeared was when Nan Menger struck the 8 bells at the Pill Steel. Being from the Pill Peak, you ought to understand the difficulties inherent in this. In the past, whenever someone obtained a pill formula from the Pill Steel, one of the 3 elders would make an appearance. However, merely obtaining a pill formula and expecting their assistance is somewhat challenging. Lin Fan pondered briefly. 8 bells? That should not be difficult to accomplish. He truly did not comprehend the significance of this, yet it must pertain to the associated test. Now that he has awakened his spiritual awareness, he is confident that his alchemical skills are on par with anyone else's. Not difficult? Ji Qing scoffed, her face filled with derision. An inexperienced junior, unaware of the vastness of the world. Su Tian's pent-up frustration finally found an outlet as he burst into laughter, mocking, "You, a mere waste who relies on others to enter the sect, dare to speak such nonsense. If you can achieve that, I shall offer you my head as a chamber pot." It is worth noting that since acquiring the Dan steel from the sect, only a handful have been capable of such a feat. Lin Fan, seemingly oblivious, chose to ignore the 2. Fearing Gu Binghan might decline, he bowed once more, casting a final glance at Yun Qingyao before darting toward the Dan steel with haste, leaving Gu Binghan standing there, her mind clouded with confusion. Her intentions had merely been to dissuade Lin Fan, yet he had unexpectedly taken her words as encouragement. The surrounding disciples were perplexed. After such a commotion, he simply left? Wasn't it obvious from Elder Gu's demeanor? How could he have formed such a connection? No, I support him in halting the wedding, senior sister Yun, my goddess. Su Rong gazed at Lin Fan's retreating figure, tempted to intervene, but ultimately refrained upon meeting Gu Binghan's gaze. He declared, "Enough. This man's transgressions shall be addressed another day. For now, let us attend to the matter at hand." Su Tian, understanding, prepared to continue the ceremony, when Gu Binghan coldly interjected. "I propose we change the venue of the wedding to the Dan steel. What say you?" Her tone, though seemingly a question, bore an air of authority that brooked no dissent. "Absolutely not. The location has long been determined. It cannot simply be altered," Su Rong retorted firmly. Despite his profound disbelief in Lin Fan's ability to alter the situation, he was unwilling to court unpredictability. Yet, Gu Binghan let out a disdainful snort, her aura of late-stage foundation establishment quietly radiating. "In that case, it seems today is not an auspicious day. Let us postpone the wedding for another time." Her expression was stern, suggesting that silence could swiftly escalate to violence. At that moment, the area around the Dan steel, though not as crowded as during Lin Fan's previous visit, still hosted a significant number of disciples, many of whom had chosen to remain rather than attend the wedding. They murmured among themselves, "Do you think senior brother Li Zitai will manage to ring the bell more than twice in this test? The bell tolls once for every 1,000 points achieved beyond 10,000, and although advancing scores becomes increasingly challenging, Li Zitai had appeared quite confident earlier, suggesting he had some assurance. It seems Li Zitai has been quite provoked by that Lin Fan lately," remarked another. "What piques my curiosity most is whether senior sister Nan Menger possesses the capability to ring the bell 9 times. If she can, she would be unrivaled in our sect's history." Another countered with skepticism. "Ringing the bell 9 times is exceedingly difficult. I heard even Elder Yin from the Pill Peak managed only 8 at most during his challenge. That is different. This steel recognizes cultivation levels. If one reaches the foundation establishment test, it signifies second-tier elixirs, while Elder Yan's foundation establishment level allows him to refine only third-tier elixirs. Thus, he holds no advantage." At that moment, a few of them noticed Lin Fan's arrival. "Oh, is that not Lin Fan himself? Has he chosen not to witness the wedding? He arrived here, perhaps to challenge the Dan ranking?" Indeed, as Lin Fan boldly plunged into an entrance without hesitation, discussions among the crowd intensified. "I had once purchased pills from Brother Lin. With his alchemical prowess, he undoubtedly deserved a place among the top 10. The enmity between Li Zitai and Lin Fan was well known, and now, there would surely be a spectacle to witness." Returning to this familiar space, Lin Fan took a deep breath as a wealth of pharmacological knowledge surged within him. This time, he aimed not only to astonish, but also to obtain the formula for the soul-nourishing pill, with higher scores being preferable. With these thoughts in mind, a mechanical voice resonated through the surroundings. Question: what variations occur when bone-cleansing flower is combined with vitality grass at various temperatures? Before long, the incense stick had burned down. Outside the Dan monument, the disciples of Dan Peak, who had been engaged in lively discussions, stood dumbfounded as a dense crowd rapidly approached from the distance. What was happening? Could the clash between these two have attracted such a multitude? Su Rong cast a displeased glance at Gu Binghan, feeling humiliated as the Grand Elder had repeatedly compromised today, especially with outsiders present. It was a loss of face before Elder Nangong. The beautiful woman smiled lightly, exchanging pleasantries while glancing towards the cold figure ahead. It was said that Gu Binghan was domineering, and today's encounter only confirmed those rumors. Soon, her gaze shifted back to the Dan monument. Was this the Dan monument of the Xiang sect? Moments later, numerous flying vessels descended onto the square. As soon as they landed, Su Rong urged, "All right. Since we have arrived, let us hasten the ceremony. Today, regardless of what occurs, we must first complete the wedding and solidify their relationship." Gu Binghan frowned but refrained from further comment, feeling she had done all she could. Should Su Rong push further, he might truly erupt. Just then, a resonant and ancient chime echoed, imbued with weight and antiquity. Ding! Everyone was momentarily stunned. Someone had achieved a score of 10,000. The disciples of Dan Peak, already present, were particularly curious. Was it Li Zitai or Lin Fan? However, this was not the end. The chime sounded 2 more times consecutively. Ding ding. Su Tian and Ji Qing felt a heaviness in their hearts, but fortunately, the ringing concluded, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, Li Zitai appeared at the entrance of the Dan monument, initially instinctively checking above him. To his astonishment, he saw his ranking surge to 5th place, filling him with immense satisfaction. Yet, upon noticing thousands of eyes fixed upon him, he was taken aback. Did this sect truly regard him with such importance? Chapter 55. Is the Dan monument broken? Although the sound of the Dan monument was seldom heard, those present were not unfamiliar with it. Each chime represented the emergence of a genius disciple in the realm of alchemy. Even though Li Zitai had fantasized about the grandeur awaiting him upon his return, he could scarcely have imagined the present spectacle. Gazing at the dense throng before him, Li Zitai's eyes were drawn to Su Tian's festive attire not far away. Was it truly for my sake that Brother Su chose to relocate the wedding ceremony here? Tears welled in Li Zitai's eyes as his sense of belonging to the sect and the Yuntian guild reached an unparalleled zenith. Overwhelmed by joy, he scarcely pondered why they had arrived so promptly. Lin Fan, in my current standing, what do you possess to compare? His enmity toward Lin Fan was profound. Since their fateful encounter, misfortune had dogged his every step. Yet, it was all coming to an end. At that moment, the gloom that had shadowed his heart seemed to dissipate entirely. Gratefully, Li Zitai approached Su Tian. Brother Su, I sincerely thank you for your presence. I am at a loss for words. However, a sharp sound interrupted him as Su Tian's hand struck him away with force. Who permitted you to conduct an experiment at this time? Just moments ago, he had genuinely been startled. Why did Li Zitai choose this precise moment to test? Typically, he would feign congratulations, but today, such sentiments were utterly absent. Li Zitai stared in disbelief at the usually gentle Su Tian. What had come over him today? He suddenly noticed several elders around them casting disapproving glances his way. Am I not allowed to test? Whom have I offended? Countless questions swirled in his mind, as even the other disciples saw nothing amiss. Indeed, such achievements would typically warrant celebration. Yet they had heard whispers of Lin Fan aiming for the resonating chimes of the 9th bell. What were they anticipating? Did they genuinely believe that Lin Fan, who had not even reached a 10th of that score, could accomplish it? He was merely a jester. The followers of Yuntian naturally rallied behind Su Tian, disparaging Lin Fan. Nonetheless, many agreed that their words held truth. They had merely come to witness the spectacle. Li Zitai gleaned from the murmurs around him that Lin Fan was also undergoing testing. But why was he struck? Why was there such intense scrutiny upon this individual? Unable to harbor resentment towards Su Tian, he redirected his anger toward Lin Fan. I, Li Zitai, will never forgive you. Suddenly, the recently quiet Dan Bei emitted a resounding, prolonged chime, its resonance far stronger than before. The bell tolled again. Li Zitai, feeling both frustrated and incredulous, covered one side of his face and stared at the stone tablet behind him. It was Lin Fan. A few disciples who had just witnessed Lin Fan's entry could not contain their astonishment. Su Tian was taken aback. The lad truly was inside. Chime, chime, chime. 3 consecutive bell sounds rang out, each with a shorter interval than the last. He had surpassed 13,000 points, eclipsing Brotherly. Observing Su Tian's increasingly grim expression, Su Rong let out a dissatisfied huff. For bell sounds, and you are so impatient? Su Tian suddenly realized that he had been continuously disturbed today. causing his mind to become somewhat chaotic. While such a level of disturbance might be considered acceptable within the sect, he was still far from swaying the elder's opinions. He immediately steadied his thoughts and regained his composure. However, reality seemed to mock him, as the bell tolled once more, clang, 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 resounding 5 times in succession. Was this merely a figment of my imagination? 9 bell tolls. Even Gu Binghan, who had maintained a calm demeanor, showed signs of disturbance. Could this lad truly possess such extraordinary alchemical skills? Under these circumstances, Su Tian found it impossible to remain composed. Even Su Rong could no longer maintain his usual tranquility, his expression darkening. The 3 elders of the Pill Peak appeared to have never opposed the sect's resolutions, yet, much like Gu Binghan, they had consistently ignored matters outside the Pill Peak. If Lin Fan truly possessed a prodigious talent for alchemy, today's events might indeed lead to significant changes. How could this little rascal possibly achieve such feats? The one most unable to accept this situation, aside from Su Tian, was Elder Ji. At this moment, a hint of malice flickered across her aged face, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Should this marriage not come to fruition, the items she had acquired would undoubtedly need to be returned. Although, given her waning vitality, her chances of success were rather slim. Nonetheless, she had at least gained a glimmer of hope for forming a Dan, and she would never accept anyone extinguishing that hope. 9 consecutive bell tolls, a grand occasion the Pill Peak had never witnessed. Quickly, inform Elder Hua and the others. A Pill Peak disciple exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. However, there was no need for notifications, as 2 figures clad in alchemical robes had already transformed into streaks of light, swiftly descending from the Pill Peak. They were Elders Hui Yao and Dan Heng, and with their arrival, it seemed that 7 out of the 8 elders of the Xiang sect had gathered. A disciple gazed towards the horizon, astonished. Today's events had indeed escalated tremendously. The lead figure among the 2 was a middle-aged man with long, fiery red hair, whose hearty laughter resonated from afar like a resounding bell. Upon closer inspection, one could see that his robe bore scorch marks. The other figure was an elderly man with graying hair, and both shared a distinctive aura rich in alchemical energy. "Ha! Which disciple of our Pill Peak has accomplished such a remarkable feat?" he boomed. "Oh, old Su, you're all here? Elder Gu is present as well." Upon reaching the stone tablet, Elder Hua Yao looked at them with a puzzled expression. "I abandoned a batch of elixirs and rushed over. How could you arrive even quicker? Since when have you all been so concerned with matters of our Pill Peak?" Su Rong was in a foul mood and had no desire to respond. "This matter is rather complicated," another scholarly elder remarked, his expression somewhat peculiar. "Today's events have indeed been quite extraordinary." At this moment, Dan Heng had approached Li Zitai, joyfully surveying him. "You, young one, are truly full of hidden depths. It is no wonder he mistook you for someone else. In truth, you are the only one here with even the slightest possibility of achieving this remarkable feat." Li Zitai was staring blankly at the top of the stone tablet, where the names had remained unchanged. It was inconceivable that the rankings on the Danbei had not altered at all. Surely, there must be a flaw in the tablet. His voice began softly, but as he spoke, it grew more resolute, until he declared with unwavering certainty. Upon hearing his words, the crowd scrutinized the stone tablet, and indeed noticed the anomaly. As he had asserted, the rankings were identical to when Li Zitai had emerged, with Lin Fan still occupying the 11th position. Yes, 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 Ji Qing exclaimed, as if clutching at a lifeline. This little scoundrel. How could he possibly achieve such a feat? There must be some kind of error. What do you mean, not you? Upon learning that Lin Fan was inside, Hui Yao and Dan Heng were both astonished. They had heard of Lin Fan, but had he not only joined the sect less than a year ago? If the test had concluded normally, he should have emerged swiftly. Why was there no movement at the entrance? More and more individuals began to sense something amiss. This situation had never occurred before. Hui Yao and Dan Heng exchanged glances, both reflecting the confusion in each other's eyes. After a moment's contemplation, Hui Yao said, "This tablet is an artifact of unknown rank obtained from that place. It should not malfunction." Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, the familiar chime of bells rang out again. Ding 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 ding. This time, it rang out a total of 9 times. Chapter 56, Gaining an Inch. Taking a mile, the crowd fell silent once more. Su Rong looked at Hui Yao with a peculiar expression, as if to say, "Is this still considered functioning?" At this moment, even Hui Yao and Dan Heng were uncertain and asked, "Are you sure Lin Fan is inside?" The few disciples from the Dan Peak hesitated before nodding. "We witnessed Lin Fan entering with our own eyes." "Then that is indeed strange." At this moment, Lin Fan found himself in a realm of darkness, staring at dozens of luminous orbs before him, perplexed. Each orb contained a different recipe for a pill, and none of them were common. With each toll of the bell, additional orbs would appear. Lin Fan summoned one at random and focused intently. The words "breaking barrier pill" surfaced vividly in his mind. This pill was remarkably effective for breaking through the bottleneck of the qi refinement stage. Far superior to the gathering qi pill, no wonder Li Zitai had been able to persuade the other disciples with it. However, it was not the item he sought. Just as Lin Fan reached for another orb to examine, the orb containing the recipe for the breaking barrier pill inexplicably vanished from his grasp and reappeared among the cluster of orbs. Clearly, he was permitted to select only one. How frustrating. Even if Lin Fan wished to seize them all, he could only sigh in resignation. The sensation of being surrounded by treasures yet unable to claim them was quite disheartening. After inspecting all the orbs, he still found no trace of the soul-nourishing pill, and his expression grew grim. The message from the Danbei indicated that this selection could only be made once, meaning that even if he were to break today's record or toll the bells more times, he would not receive any recipes as a reward. With this thought, he resolutely made his choice to conduct the experiment once more. For others, the consecutive high-intensity alchemical trials would impose a significant burden on both body and mind. Yet he had grown accustomed to it. He owed this resilience to his days as a pill servant. Soon, a second chime echoed. This time, he had nearly reached his current limit, producing 6 pills, 5 of which were of exceptional quality. He estimated that his score would undoubtedly surpass the first attempt, for the number of luminous orbs drawn to him was even greater than before. However, the elusive soul-nourishing pill remained absent. Unable to contain his frustration, he shouted, "You cursed stone tablet, can you cease tormenting me?" In response, he was met with an oppressive silence. Since the number of appearing orbs correlated with the score, he resolved to summon them all into existence. He refused to believe he could not find it. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he commanded, "Alchemy, enhance for me." In an instant, all remaining intelligence points transformed into a torrent of alchemical experience, flooding his mind. Without hesitation, he opted for another test. This time, he finally refined a first-tier pill to perfection. Before him, the number of luminous orbs was no longer a mere dozens, but exactly 100. Ding! For the first time, a chime resonated from within the stone tablet, deafening in its clarity. He had passed the alchemical trial. He was awarded the title of formal disciple and granted a pass. The sound emanating from the tablet seemed less mechanical this time, imbued with a hint of emotional resonance. Passing the trial? A formal disciple? Lin Fan was momentarily perplexed. Did this imply that his previous attempts had not even met the standard? He had reached the pinnacle of his abilities. Though he had never witnessed the alchemical feats of the Elder of Pill Peak, he believed no one could surpass his skill in first-tier alchemy. For whom was this trial truly designed? The significance of being a formal disciple eluded him. Where was this disciple from? Suddenly, with a soft thud, a square jade token fell into his hand, its texture smooth and warm as jade. Was this the so-called pass? Before Lin Fan could examine it closely, the voice resounded again, urging him, "Select your recipe and depart from this place." The tone had returned to its previous icy demeanor. Lin Fan wasted no time. He swiftly stowed away the jade token and began to explore the luminous orbs one by one. He found it. Indeed, within a corner, he discovered the recipe for the soul-nourishing pill, emanating a deep, profound aura. Grasping it, he crushed it, allowing a wealth of information to flood his mind. At that moment, the entire space began to tremble violently. He recognized it as a signal indicating imminent transportation. However, he cast a covetous glance at the remaining orbs. Surely, taking one more wouldn't he hurt? After a moment of internal struggle, he reached for the previously observed barrier-breaking pill orb and swiftly crushed it. This item was crucial for his breakthrough. He had to obtain it. Only when he saw the relevant information about the barrier-breaking pill flooding his mind did he finally feel at ease. However, the fluctuations in the space intensified, reaching an alarming degree. Simultaneously, a surge of potent energy emanated from above, igniting a profound sense of danger within him, as if he were on the brink of death. The stone tablet was enraged. Lin Fan's expression shifted dramatically as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Since I am a formal disciple, requesting one more is not unreasonable." Indeed, upon uttering these words, the energy wave hesitated momentarily. After a brief pause, it seemed as though the stone tablet acknowledged him, and the sensation of impending doom gradually dissipated. Just as a luminous radiance appeared before him, ready to transport him away, he seized the nearest fiery red orb of light. In that instant, the ominous feeling surged back, more intense than before. "I am a formal disciple, a formal disciple." As Lin Fan shouted, the power of teleportation finally emerged. Yet he felt as if he had been forcefully expelled. "Get out." Upon exiting the stone tablet, Lin Fan tumbled awkwardly to the ground, murmuring a few disgruntled words. This entity was indeed sentient. Why be so miserly? It would be better to give it all to me than to let it gather dust inside. As he rose, he was met with the astonished faces of thousands around him. The crowd glanced at him, then at the top of the stone tablet, where a line of glittering golden characters remained. First place, Fan, 20,000 points. 20,000 points. Was this the maximum score? Even Hui Yao and Dan Heng exchanged bewildered glances. How many times had the bell rung just moments ago? 10 times? Or 11? The number of rings seemed insignificant now. Did you not see? 20,000 points. This was a monumental achievement. Could it be that this young man might truly heal my injuries? Gu Binghan's expression shifted, typically indifferent to worldly matters. She recognized the extraordinary nature of this accomplishment. Even Elder Nangong from the 100 Flowers Valley regarded him with a peculiar gaze. For the first time, Lu Wan's eyes reflected genuine interest in him. Of course, there were those present who refused to accept reality. Ji Qing and her companions chuckled lightly. Elder Hua, it appears the Dan tablet has malfunctioned completely. Perhaps we should consult some high-ranking artifact refiners among our comrades in the 100 Flowers Valley. A malfunction? Hui Yao was momentarily uncertain. Young friend Lin Fan, did you acquire a recipe from the Dan tablet? Dan Heng stepped forward first, his demeanor gentle. Lin Fan surveyed the crowd and nodded. Indeed, I have obtained a recipe not recorded by the sect. As long as the elders agree to my request, I shall gladly present the recipe. He then turned to glance at Su Tian, whose expression fluctuated between dark and light, and smiled faintly. Su Shixiao, how would you know that your junior brother is in dire need of a night pot? Chapter 57. Finally standing before you, the surrounding disciples were momentarily taken aback, but soon, smiles crept onto their faces, which they struggled to suppress. Many had overheard Su Tian's earlier remark, and now they were all left red-faced and uncomfortable. Su Tian felt a flush of heat on his face, but quickly managed a cold sneer. It was merely a matter of the Dan tablet encountering an issue. And by fortunate chance, one had acquired a formula. How can you still speak of conditions? Su Tian scoffed immediately. An issue has arisen? Lin Fan furrowed his brow, turning to glance at his name inscribed on the Dan tablet, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. With a light chuckle, he remarked, since a problem has occurred, why not seize this opportunity to acquire a formula? No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Zitai, who had been standing nearby with clenched fists and bulging veins, rushed forward, muttering incantations under his breath. Impossible, impossible, he thought, finding it more unbearable to accept this scene than to face death itself. With a leader in place, others quickly followed suit. Several disciples, realizing the situation, dashed toward the other three entrances. Those who were somewhat slower pounded their chests in frustration. However, Hui Yao noticed a sinister curve at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. Kid, why do I feel like you're setting a trap? Lin Fan chuckled. How could that be, senior? You overestimate me. Su Rong and Ji Qing also perceived his confident demeanor, a hint of unease rising within them. As a stick of incense burned down, Li Zitai and his companions, much like Lin Fan had moments before, tumbled out in disarray, their bodies charred and their breaths unstable, clearly injured. What happened? Hui Yao exclaimed, hastily inquiring. Injuries sustained within the Dan tablet were unprecedented. A disciple, wearing a mournful expression, replied, this Dan tablet, for reasons unknown, has established a new rule stating that if one's score does not exceed the previous record, penalties will be incurred. Penalties? But the stone tablet? Surely. The test should be without issue, another disciple hesitantly recounted. Instantly, the crowd erupted in an uproar, gazing at Lin Fan as if he were a curiosity. Did this not imply that Lin Fan's achievements were indeed genuine? Su Rong observed Hui Yao's increasingly excited expression and, with a grim countenance, cautioned, Elder Hua, this matter requires thorough investigation. Do not hastily draw conclusions. Yet, Hui Yao disregarded him entirely, eagerly approaching Lin Fan. Lin Fan felt uncomfortable under his gaze, reminiscent of one admiring a beautiful woman stripped of her attire. Kid, would you be willing to become my disciple? Before Lin Fan could respond, Dan Heng shot him a glare. Last time, Nanming'er was given to you. This time, it cannot possibly be your turn. Hui Yao let out a dry laugh and pulled Dan Heng aside to whisper something. A moment later, the two returned to Lin Fan's side. Kid, since these two are unwilling to yield, speak up. Under which of us do you wish to take your apprenticeship? Dan Heng approached with a jovial demeanor, introducing himself. I am Dan Heng. Though my cultivation may not rival that of Elder Hua, I believe my alchemical skills surpass his. The other individual is currently absent from the sect, but I doubt he has any interest in taking on disciples. Hui Yao bristled at this remark, his expression turning indignant. Surpass? My mastery over flames is not something you can compare to. Is alchemical skill solely about fire? In an instant, the two began to engage in a sharp verbal sparring match. The onlookers were astounded. Was it truly the case that the elders of the sect were vying to take this individual as their disciple? Lin Fan's eyes darted as he hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. Esteemed elders, I have a solution that benefits all parties. Let the three elders jointly guide me. You are all my masters, so there is no need for contention. Fire Yao and Dan Heng exchanged glances. You are quite greedy, young man. Others seek to have me as their master, and I am not inclined, yet you wish to claim us all. Despite their words, neither voiced any objections. Very well. From now on, you shall be my direct disciple at Dan Peak. Should you encounter any troubles, feel free to approach us. After speaking, Fire Yao cast a wary glance at Su Rong. With his intellect, he could easily perceive the group's targeting of Lin Fan. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind it, he remained indifferent. Finally hearing those words, Lin Fan promptly retrieved a blank jade slip from his storage bag, pressed it to his forehead, and inscribed the soul-nourishing pill formula onto it. He then bowed deeply to both Fire Yao and Elder Dan Heng before presenting the jade slip. Sister Qingyao has been forcibly betrothed. I implore you, esteemed masters, to halt today's wedding. How dare you? Ji Qing, who had been listening nearby, was already growing increasingly displeased and could no longer remain seated. Very well, Fire Yao said, his brow furrowing. Without inquiring into the specifics, he understood that this was his disciple's first request and felt compelled to fulfill it. Are you certain you wish to act for this boy? Su Rong's face darkened as he looked at Fire Yao and the others. Although one member of Dan Peak was absent, the three were always united in their endeavors. This situation indeed resulted in a tie. Contemplating this, he cast a discontented glance at Elder One, who had prompted this outcome. With his objective achieved, Lin Fan did not hesitate to step forward. Approaching the flying vessel where Yun Qingyao stood, ignoring the protests from the disciples beside her, he lifted her veil and gazed upon the one he had yearned for day and night, feeling his heart tremble. He then wrapped his arms around her slender waist and led her away from the crowd. The unexpected scene ignited a fire of fury within Su Tian. Had he known this would transpire, he should have disregarded Wu Yunguang and slain the boy on the spot. Aside from him, the other male disciples glared at Lin Fan with murderous intent. How did he manage to get so close? I thought he was an upright person. How could he take advantage of the situation? However, what they found even more intolerable was the sight of Yun Qingyao, her eyes shimmering and cheeks flushed, displaying an expression of bashful delight. Why does Sister Yun not appear unwilling? This puppet pill must be truly insidious. Lin Fan felt her waist, delicate and seemingly boneless. An exquisite sensation. Finally, I can stand before you openly, he thought, having awaited this day for far too long. The puppet pill had no known antidote. All he could do was patiently await its effects to wane. Yun Qingyao could not respond, merely gazing at him with her watery eyes, lost in thought. Oh, how romantic. Why has no man ever treated me so? Mused a female disciple, deeply moved by the scene. In today's world, it is evident to all that there must be something significant between these two individuals. Senior sister, I am capable of this. Depart. At that moment, Elders Ji Qing and Wan, along with Elder Li, directed their gazes towards Su Rong. Given the circumstances, should the wedding ceremony be called off, the one who would suffer the most embarrassment would undoubtedly be the Grand Elder. Yet, to everyone's surprise, his expression grew calm. Grand Elder Ji Qing, perplexed, remarked that he seemed even more eager than Su Rong to see this marriage take place. Suddenly, a figure clad in a purple robe with a shaved head emerged from the crowd of onlookers. I propose the ceremony continues. Chapter 58. The Secret Realm and the Grand Competition. Is that senior brother Zhao Qua? Why has he shaved his head? One of the disciples recognized him, though uncertainty lingered. Upon hearing the word shaved, a shadow flickered in Zhao Qua's eyes. He gazed at Lin Fan, the very person who had sought his life not long ago, with unmasked hostility. It was understandable for Zhao Qua to hold a grudge against Lin Fan, but now the matter had escalated to a contest among the elders. His opposition would be futile. However, another inner disciple recalled something. This may not be the case, his identity. Su Rong observed Zhao Qua with calmness. Pray, present your reasoning. Zhao Qua bowed slightly towards Su Rong. Firstly, this individual harbors ill intentions and has previously plotted against the disciples of our sect. On this basis alone, I implore the elders of the Dan Peak to be discerning in their selection of disciples. One with a corrupted heart, no matter how extraordinary their talent, is unlikely to prove anything but a treacherous wolf in sheep-esque clothing. Secondly, I was recently placed on the list of candidate elders, and I believe I have some valid points to contribute. Let us consider my perspective as half a vote. Even if we were to reconsider, the outcome would remain unchanged. He cast a disdainful glance at Lin Fan. Undoubtedly, his intent was to provoke Lin Fan. The notion of a candidate elder was unfamiliar to many of the disciples, leading to a wave of confusion. Yet, at that moment, none of the elders voiced any opposition to Zhao Qua's statements. Lin Fan felt a stirring within. He could dismiss Zhao Qua's earlier remarks, for he possessed the recording orb and had no fear of confrontation. However, this mention of a candidate elder was something he had also never heard before. Reflecting on previous speculations, it seemed entirely plausible. Hua Yao quietly informed him, previously, in order to support the younger generation, the sect indeed included Zhao Qua in the first batch of candidates for elder training. He possesses both talent and strength. Lin Fan's heart sank. He He was about to disclose Zhao Kuo's previous attack against him when, suddenly, a figure clad in blue materialized in front of Zhao Kuo with a swift motion. With a resounding kick, he sent Zhao Kuo flying, so swiftly that even several elders were caught off guard. It was not until Zhao Kuo coughed up blood and crashed heavily against a flying vessel, causing the massive ship to tremble, that the crowd erupted in astonishment. Su Rong and the others were taken aback. Elder Gu, what are you doing? However, Gu Binghan clapped her hands, her imposing presence still lingering. This man harbors malicious intentions and has struck at Xiao Huan, nearly causing a significant loss to our sect. I have shown mercy by not executing him on the spot. As for the position of the substitute elder, he is unworthy. We shall select another. Lin Fan, witnessing this, felt a surge of exhilaration after his initial surprise. He had momentarily forgotten about Xiao Huan. His regard for Gu Binghan elevated once more. To settle a grudge on the spot is indeed a display of remarkable dominance. Of course, this confidence is predicated upon absolute strength. Gu Elder is truly fearless. The disciples stood agape, astonished. Just moments ago, he had publicly declared his identity, and the next second, he lay incapacitated. The impact was overwhelming. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, struggling to rise, and was about to utter something. Deny it if you dare, and I will execute you immediately. You may test it. Her tone was calm, as if discussing trivial matters. Yet, those words compelled Zhao Kuo to lower his head, silencing him. Beneath his bowed gaze lay a tempest of resentment and humiliation, tinged with a hint of madness. His intent was to thwart Lin Fan's wishes, yet he found himself humiliated beyond measure. You dare harbor murderous intent against me? Over the years, you are the first among the disciples, Gu Binghan mused. It seems I have indeed been too lenient. Her mental acuity was unparalleled, and she sensed his hostility instantly. In an instant, her spiritual energy surged, coalescing into an overwhelming force. Gu Binghan, you dare? Su Rong and the two other elders turned pale. If what had been said were true, Zhao Kuo had indeed committed a grave error, which had initially prevented them from intervening. Yet the murderous intent emanating from Gu Binghan was palpable. She genuinely sought to execute him before the many disciples. Dare I not? Gu Binghan's eyes narrowed, and she offered Su Rong a light smile. With a flick of her left hand, a fierce surge of spiritual power manifested into an ice wall, barring the three from advancing. Simultaneously, an enormous ice blade, exuding an aura of extreme cold, materialized above Zhao Kuo's head. Gu Elder, that is not my intention. Zhao Kuo's face drained of color, his madness receding, replaced by fear and regret. He hastily summoned several defensive artifacts, including the 7 Treasures umbrella. This woman was truly formidable. Hui Yao and the others watched in astonishment. Yet they had no intention of intervening. Even Lin Fan, who also wished for Zhao Kuo's demise, was profoundly shaken. He had underestimated this individual's capabilities. Had it not been for Xiao Huan, he might have already become a corpse. Meanwhile, the ice blade descended with an unstoppable momentum, rendering the artifacts as fragile as paper, unable to provide even the slightest resistance. In the blink of an eye, it loomed before Zhao Kuo, who was nearly shrouded in the pallor of death. Just then, a sigh echoed, and the ice blade halted mere inches above Zhao Kuo's head. Sister, let us conclude this matter here. A figure clad in azure, radiating an imposing aura even more formidable than Gu Binghan, appeared above the crowd, none other than Yang Ling Tian himself. The sect master, exclaimed the disciples in astonishment. Major affairs of the sect typically fell to Su Rong, and many disciples, despite years of dedication, had never laid eyes on him in person. Sectmaster, save me. Upon witnessing Yang Ling Tian's arrival, Su Rong and the others breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that at the very least, Zhao Kuo's life was spared. Yang Ling Tian gestured in the air, and with each pointed finger, the terrifying ice blades rapidly melted away. With a second gesture, the ice wall that obstructed the three also dissipated. Have you reached that level? Gu Binghan showed no surprise at Yang Ling Tian's emergence or his intervention. It was entirely within her expectations. Yet, the ease with which he dismantled her ice purity technique astonished her. Yang Ling Tian shook his head slightly, casting an apologetic glance at Yun Qingyao, before turning to Su Rong with gravity. The marriage contract is hereby annulled. Let this matter be as if it never occurred. However, Su Rong was not satisfied. Are we to allow Gu Binghan to act with such impunity? There are elders from the outer sect present today. With that, the beautiful woman stepped forward with Lu Wan, performing a slight bow, her heart equally astonished by Yang Ling Tian's recent display of power, privately acknowledging its unfathomable depth. I am Nangongya, disciple Lu Wan, and I have come to pay my respects to sect master Yang. Yang Ling Tian merely nodded indifferently, casting a glance at Gu Binghan. In that case, let Elder Gu be confined to the cold snow peak for a month. Su Rong was taken aback. This woman rarely descended the mountain. What sort of punishment was this? It was evident that no real accountability for this incident was intended. Yang Ling Tian, typically decisive, recognized that further words from him would be futile. He coldly snorted, retracting several flying boats, prepared to leave. Yet, he spoke once more. The pressure within the Heavenly Soldier's secret realm diminishes increasingly. It is predicted that its next opening will occur sooner, within a year and a half at most. Thus, the Outer Sect's grand competition will be scheduled for a year from now. I expect all disciples to diligently cultivate and remember this. What? The grand competition, held once every 5 years, is being moved up? The secret realm is opening? The disciples present erupted in a flurry of excitement. Observing their reactions, it seemed they were more concerned about the Heavenly Soldier's secret realm than the Outer Sect competition, particularly a few disciples in blue robes. Lin Fan even noticed some Inner Sect disciples displaying expressions of regret. This Heavenly Soldier's secret realm appeared to hold great significance. He murmured to himself. Su Rong, upon hearing this, was equally astonished and quickly turned to Nangongya, who nodded, affirming, "Indeed. I have come on behalf of the 100 Flowers Valley, hoping to continue our previous cooperation with your esteemed sect." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan realized for the first time that these two hailed from the 100 Flowers Valley, one of the 4 major sects renowned alongside the Xiang sect. Officially, this sect had always maintained a favorable relationship with the Xiang sect, yet he could not help but scoff inwardly at the thought. It remains uncertain whether the higher echelons of the sect are aware of the previous assault connected to their faction. Upon receiving this news, the disciples ceased to dwell on the wedding ceremony. Their spirits rekindled as they eagerly dispersed. As Su Tian departed, a glimmer of hatred flashed in his eyes, coupled with a hint of disdain directed at Lin Fan. Do not bask in your triumph too much. The path of alchemy is but a peripheral art. Only true strength embodies the essence of this world. With your feeble spiritual root, no matter how you thrash about, you remain nothing more than an ant beneath my hand. Upon uttering these words, he noticed the discontented expressions of Hua Yao and Dan Heng, and hastily offered an apology, not daring to linger. As he hurried away with Su Rong, Ji Qing, harboring resentment, still sought to approach and take Yun Qingyao away. At this moment, the efficacy of the puppet pill within Yun Qingyao began to wane, as she struggled to push away the old woman's grasp. "Qingyao you!" Ji Qing exclaimed. Her teeth clenched in fury. Lin Fan, already weary of the old hag, had learned from Hua Yao that this woman was Yun Qingyao's master. Yet, if there were genuine feelings, would she truly force her to act in such a manner? He promptly positioned himself in front of her. "Begone!" Ji Qing nearly fainted at the words. Fine, fine, fine. You disrespectful wretches, do you truly think so highly of this person?" Ultimately, she departed, her sleeves rustling under the cold gazes of Hua Yao and the others. "Qingyao, can you move?" Lin Fan inquired urgently, once the crowd had left. Yun Qingyao's cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly shrugged off Lin Fan's arm, encircling her waist. However, as soon as he loosened his grip, she wobbled, almost losing her balance. Lin Fan swiftly caught her again, his heart steady. He remarked, "We are already like an old married couple. Why still be shy?" At his words, Yun Qingyao's delicate visage blushed even more, and she retorted playfully, "Who is in a relationship with you?" Hua Yao and Dan Heng exchanged a few coughs nearby. "Since you both have matters to attend to, we shall not intrude any longer." Simultaneously, they conveyed secretly, "Kid, not bad. When will you win over Su Rong, the one chosen as a granddaughter-in-law? You certainly possess the flair reminiscent of my youth." Lin Fan had begun to grasp Hua Yao's boisterous, yet somewhat unrefined character, and he could only smile sheepishly. Meanwhile, Gu Binghan, standing at a distance, rolled her eyes. "Do not forget your promise to me, otherwise, these 3 old fellows will not be able to protect you." With that, she departed with graceful poise. "I shall never forget, Senior." Lin Fan expressed heartfelt gratitude within. The favor bestowed upon him today was indeed significant. Through this event, he had gained a profound understanding of the formidable nature of this woman and had silently resolved to prioritize this matter henceforth. As he prepared to escort Yun Qingyao away, he noticed a young woman from the 100 Flowers Valley, who had been standing alongside Nangongya, approaching him with evident interest. "Lin brother," she began. Yet Lin Fan interjected before she could finish, "I apologize, but I have urgent matters to attend to." He was reluctant to entangle himself with this group. Without turning back, he swiftly took Yun Qingyao by the arm and departed, leaving Lu Wan in a state of bewilderment and disbelief. Subsequently, the two ventured to the market and the Ministry of Internal Affairs to procure a plethora of materials essential for alchemy, before returning to his small courtyard. This spectacle stirred quite a commotion. What remarkable audacity from Brother Lin, first a marriage abduction, and now he brings her home. Although Yun Qingyao initially resisted, the moment she caught a whiff of the soul origin fruit he presented, a wave of comfort washed over her spirit. She found herself compelled to believe his assurances of healing. "Qingyao, come with me." Upon entering the house, she indeed witnessed Lin Fan earnestly stepping into the alchemy chamber. unabashedly beginning his craft before her. Observing his fluid mastery of fire control and technique, a glimmer of admiration sparked in her eyes. Could his alchemical skills truly be this exceptional? Initially, her feelings for Lin Fan may have been merely a result of the Xiao Huan powder. But this incident stirred genuine emotions within her heart. An hour later, Lin Fan gently tapped the alchemical furnace and caught a pearlescent pill, exhaling a sigh of relief. This time, he had focused even more intently than during his time with the pill steel, for the primary material was singular. If he ruined it, he would have no time for lamentation. Qingyao, come here. Lin Fan held the pill to Yun Qingyao's lips. Observing her slightly embarrassed expression, he chuckled. What is there to be shy about? It's not the first time I've fed you a pill. His words seemed to ignite a memory within her, as a rosy hue crept from her neck, enveloping her delicate face. With a playful glare, she extended her fair hand to take the pill, whispering her thanks. She unhesitatingly consumed it and began the process of refining it. Lin Fan watched her quietly, utterly captivated by her enchanting visage. Another hour passed, and a golden light flickered between Yun Qingyao's brows. Her previously chaotic aura rapidly stabilized. Surprise flickered in her beautiful eyes as she marveled at the miraculous nature of the pill, which not only eradicated her spiritual injuries, but also facilitated a breakthrough in her soul secrets. Ding! According to the intelligence, acquired the recipe for the soul-nourishing pill. Healed Yun Qingyao's spiritual injuries. Intelligence points 40. Lin Fan felt a surge of joy. Thank you, thank you. Yun Qingyao, filled with gratitude, found herself at a loss on how to interact with Lin Fan. So how do you intend to express your gratitude? Lin Fan, gazing at the charming young lady, felt a playful urge to tease her. She appeared to ponder seriously for a moment before producing a yellow jade slip. This contains a secret method for the soul. I was injured while practicing it. You may attempt to comprehend it once you possess spiritual awareness. I'm not interested in that. Lin Fan barely glanced at the jade slip, instead assessing her festive attire with a grin. It looks splendid. It suits us perfectly. Yun Qingyao was momentarily taken aback. Now, facing Lin Fan, the initial tension had dissipated. She cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, the last time I saw you, you resembled a wronged little husband. I never realized you possessed such a sharp tongue. Time changes one's demeanor, indeed. Lin Fan understood that perhaps it was witnessing the tragedy of Fu Shuang and Ning Yuanji that stirred a transformation within him, prompting him to no longer suppress his feelings. However, he had no intention of taking any drastic actions, for he could discern that although Yun Qingyao's spiritual injuries had healed, she had been plagued by afflictions for an extended period, and her cultivation was not as solid as it once had been. Yet, as he pondered, Yun Qingyao seemed to resolve herself, leaning forward and lightly pressing her delicate lips against his in a fleeting kiss, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. That ephemeral warmth, imbued with a subtle fragrance, sent ripples of emotion surging through his heart. When Lin Fan finally regained his composure, he found her blushing and standing several paces away. Realizing that his feelings were not unreciprocated, he smiled sheepishly. The two stood awkwardly in silence for a moment until Lin Fan broke it, asking, Qingyao, what is the significance of the celestial soldier's secret realm? Your reactions suggest it holds great importance. Do you not know? Yun Qingyao exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. But she quickly recalled his proficiency in alchemy, and her concern eased. He must be like me, she thought, someone who immerses himself in seclusion, oblivious to the happenings beyond his door. Pausing, she returned to her mat beside Lin Fan and seated herself. Junior brother Lin, are you aware of the 3 pathways to breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage? Hesitating on how to address him, she ultimately opted for junior brother. 3 pathways. Lin Fan pondered, but couldn't he help but blurt out, the foundation establishment pill? He had heard of this elixir in both his past life and the present. I see, he continued. Isn't the material for the foundation establishment pill only found within the celestial soldier's secret realm? He was quite familiar with this topic. However, Yun Qingyao nodded slightly, then shook her head. Foundation establishment for cultivators occurs when the meridians are saturated with spiritual energy, allowing the construction of a spiritual platform in the Dantian, meant to connect with the heavens and the earth. There are 3 methods to create this spiritual platform. Consuming the foundation establishment pill is merely one approach, and the foundation established through this means is the weakest and most common. Moreover, while the materials for the foundation establishment pill are precious, they are not exceedingly rare given the strength of the Xiang sect. With sufficient contributions to the sect, one can obtain them. Lin Fan nodded. And what are the other 2 methods? Yun Qingyao continued. The earthly path of foundation establishment emphasizes harnessing the energies of the earth's veins to solidify the spiritual platform, resulting in a foundation far more robust than that achieved through human means. However, this resource is exceedingly scarce. It is known that the only places where one can reliably access the earth's vein energy are the 4 sects that jointly oversee the celestial soldier's secret realm. which opens once every 30 years. Each time it opens, only cultivators below the foundation establishment stage are permitted entry, and the quantity of earth vein energy within is not constant. The least amount recorded has been 3 veins. Moreover, within it lies an incalculable array of opportunities. Thus, each time it is unveiled, the 4 sects agree to send forth no more than 50 disciples each, relying solely on their own abilities to acquire what they seek. There is a prevailing belief that those who can successfully establish their foundation will gain a passport to the realm of core formation. In contemporary times, the most formidable practitioners of the 4 major sects are none other than the exceptional individuals who, in their youth, acquired the essence of the earth within this secret realm. Even Xiao Huan, who has recently emerged, has garnered the elders' attention precisely because he was the sole disciple of our sect to have obtained the earth's vital energy during the last opening of the secret realm. Lin Fan nodded, understanding why even the inner disciples who had already established their foundations displayed such expressions. Yun Qingyao continued, stating that most of the blue-robed disciples currently possess the cultivation and resources necessary for advancing to foundation establishment. Yet they have deliberately suppressed their cultivation to seize the chance of obtaining the Earth's vital energy. As for her feelings towards Su Tian, a profound disdain flickered in her eyes. The two of them had already broken through to foundation establishment several years ago, yet they were willing to take the risk of regressing to the qi refining stage to not miss this opportunity. For this, her master even sacrificed the remainder of his dwindling lifespan. Lin Fan's heart suddenly enlightened. It made sense why these two stood out so distinctly among the outer disciples. Sensing the melancholy within Yun Qingyao, he hurriedly offered some words of comfort. After a moment, he inquired, "Qingyao, when discussing the 3 types of foundation establishment, does that imply there exists a heavenly Dao foundation establishment as well?" Yun Qingyao, having steadied her emotions, nodded affirmatively. According to ancient texts, there exists a method of foundation establishment utilizing the essence of the heavenly Dao. Once accomplished, it renders one invincible among peers. However, this essence is exceedingly elusive, and there have been no recorded successes of anyone achieving heavenly Dao foundation establishment, leading many to believe it is merely a fanciful rumor. Yet, after a moment of hesitation, she added, "Before my master passed, he utilized the art of divining to search for clues about the heavenly Dao foundation establishment and ultimately left behind the words heavenly soldiers before departing. Thus, it seems that the opportunity for heavenly Dao foundation establishment also resides within the heavenly soldier secret realm." Lin Fan pondered for a moment, speculating. Could it be that one must gather multiple strands of Earth's vital energy to synthesize it? Upon hearing this, Yun Qingyao shook her head once more. Over 200 years ago, during the last opening of the secret realm, a disciple from the 10,000 Swords sect, wielding formidable power, singularly acquired 10 strands of Earth's vital energy, yet ultimately only achieved the Earth foundation establishment. Lin Fan was taken aback. To have obtained 10 strands alone, how could the other sects have remained passive? Yun Qingyao's expression suddenly grew somewhat unnatural. That individual had annihilated all disciples from the other 3 sects who had entered the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was filled with astonishment. The disciples permitted to enter the heavenly soldier secret realm were all elite practitioners. How could they be eradicated by a single person? Although he had long since ceased to regard practitioners of the same realm with trepidation, he would never dare to claim he could accomplish such a feat. This act would sever the younger generation of the other 3 sects entirely. Once they emerged from the secret realm, could the 3 sects possibly swallow their pride? The precise details of that day remain unclear to me, but I have heard that it nearly sparked a sect war. However, for various reasons, it ultimately did not come to pass. Reflecting upon the present, it becomes evident that the equilibrium among the 4 sects began to unravel with the emergence of that individual. Lin Fan, with his keen insight, could surmise that as long as such a person remained alive, he would undoubtedly shine with unparalleled brilliance. Yun Qingyao's subsequent words further corroborated this notion, revealing that this individual, known as Jian Xun, is the current leader of the 10,000 Swords sect. Under his guidance, the 10,000 Swords sect has progressively distanced itself from the other 3 sects, with the Heavenly Talisman sect being the first to extend an olive branch. The remaining 2 sects have found themselves compelled to band together for warmth. Were it not for the emergence of Yang Lingtian from the Ziyang sect, their current plight would undoubtedly be even more dire. Very well, in this remaining year, I shall devote myself to seclusion to consolidate my cultivation. Though you have already become an esteemed disciple of the Dan Peak, it is imperative that you do not neglect your training, Yun Qingyao advised earnestly. Her gaze fixed upon him. The quotas for entering the secret realm will be drawn from the top 40 of the grand competition, and the top 10 will have the privilege of bringing 1 person along. You need not worry about the quotas. I will do my utmost to assist you in acquiring a strand of earth vein energy within the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart. Given Yun Qingyao's formidable strength, as long as the quantity of earth vein energy was not lamentably scarce. Obtaining one would not pose a significant challenge. However, contending for a second strand would undoubtedly subject him to the threat of being besieged. I shall secure my own qualification for entry, he stated confidently, causing Yun Qingyao to pause in surprise before nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Yet, her next words sent a tremor through Lin Fan's heart. Aside from earth vein energy, the secret realm is replete with various opportunities. It is said that the Dan steel was also retrieved from within by our sect's predecessors. Chapter 61. A gift from the master. The two engaged in discourse for quite some time before Yun Qingyao took her leave. After her departure, Lin Fan gently patted his storage bag and retrieved a yellowed jade token, which he had obtained from the so-called passage permit within the Dan steel. The stone tablet had proclaimed that he had attained the title of formal disciple. In retrospect, it seemed more like a means for a certain superpower to select disciples, far surpassing the second-tier Zhang sect, where acquiring the essence of the heavenly Tao was not beyond the realm of possibility. Thus, this jade token might be the key to obtaining the essence of the heavenly Tao. With this thought, Lin Fan's excitement was palpable. To establish a solid foundation, he naturally aimed for the pinnacle of the heavenly Tao foundation. His decision to withhold the jade token from Yun Qingyao was not due to a lack of trust, but rather because the stakes involved were too substantial. Should this information inadvertently leak, the repercussions would be far graver than those faced by Jian Shun in the past. Beyond the other three sects, even internal factions within the sect might harbor ulterior motives against him. With this in mind, he resolved not only to hasten his cultivation, but also to amass intelligence points before entering the secret realm. In times of crisis, he would have to rely on the system's foresight. Without hesitation, he summoned the system panel. Exchange for intelligence. Buzzing sounds resonated. 1. Elder Minghui of Dan Peak is currently traveling abroad and has acquired the Spirit Fire Qianling Blue Flame Seed, en route back to the sect. The third master, whom he had never encountered before, had surprisingly gone to procure a gift for their meeting. Lin Fan felt an overwhelming joy, shamelessly pondering whether it was unreasonable for a disciple to request a present from his master. He had long coveted such a combustible spark, having witnessed its refinement through Wu Mingguang, and was eager for possession. After all, possessing this item would free him from the constraints of earthly flames and elevate his alchemical skills to new heights. Su Tian had already issued orders within the Yuntian Guild, instructing that if he participated in the sect's grand competition, they were to take ruthless measures to prevent his entry into the Heavenly Soldier secret realm. Lin Fan merely scoffed at this. Let us see who is truly more ruthless. Although Yun Qingyao had promised to guide him into the secret realm, it might be more prudent to avoid such risks. Nonetheless, he was determined to compete for a spot in the top 10, which would allow him to bring along Xiao Ming or Fu Shuang. According to Yun Qingyao, the existence of the Heavenly Soldier secret realm was a significant reason why the sect had not prohibited disciples from establishing guilds. Human nature is inherently self-serving. Despite the sect's strict prohibitions against internal conflict, the allure of the secret realm made such temptations inevitable. The emergence of guilds, while not a complete solution, alleviated the problem to a considerable extent. Should he also consider establishing his own guild? Lin Fan pondered. 5 days later, Lin Fan received a message summoning him to the peak of Danfeng. He knew that Elder Minghui must have returned. The summit of Danfeng towered thousands of feet high, shrouded in dense, swirling mists. This marked Lin Fan's first visit to the Elder's residence, a place forbidden to outer disciples. Contrary to his expectations of opulence, the Grand Hall was quite ordinary when compared to the magnificent structures of other cultivation families. Considering the status of the 3 individuals present, its simplicity was strikingly excessive. As the hall doors swung wide open, Lin Fan entered to find Dan Heng beaming at him, while Hua Yao wore a stern expression. Beside Hua Yao stood an unremarkable middle-aged man who curiously scrutinized Lin Fan from head to toe. Lin Fan approached and bowed respectfully, saying, "Disciple Lin Fan pays his respects to the 3 elders." "You are Lin Fan. Quite impressive," Hua Yao remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Minghui. "Why are you mimicking such insincere flattery? This lad appears utterly ordinary, and even probing with divine consciousness reveals nothing exceptional. There is no need to force compliments." Minghui stood unfazed, responding, "I am quite satisfied with him. Your discontent is not a matter that requires his concern." Hua Yao shot him a glare before turning back to Lin Fan, feigning anger. "Young man, had I not sent you a message? When were you planning to formally acknowledge us as your masters? Others yearn for such opportunities, yet you." At that moment, Lin Fan grasped the source of Hua Yao's displeasure and immediately performed a deep bow. "Disciple acknowledges his fault. I have been preoccupied with organizing the insights gained from the Danbei, hence my neglect towards my esteemed masters. I beg your forgiveness." With a gentle sweep of his hand, Dan Heng effortlessly lifted Lin Fan to his feet. One might presume that such accomplishments at a young age stemmed from sheer talent, yet it is, in truth, the result of relentless dedication. Hua Yao cast a sharp glare at him, having intended to deliver a reprimand first. How had he ended up playing the role of the stern one? Ming Hui nodded in agreement, stating, I have heard of your matters, and I concur with your desire to take on a master. We are not fond of cumbersome formalities or rituals, since you have already paid your respects. From this day forth, you shall be the disciple of the three of us. However, he added, a master cannot simply bestow gifts without reason. Pray tell, what do you wish for? This inquiry delighted Lin Fan, who felt a surge of joy within, though he feigned hesitation. It was already an honor to have three masters. How could he dare to request anything further? Hearing this, the trio nodded in satisfaction. Even Hua Yao's expression softened considerably. Yet, Lin Fan noticed their mere smiles and nods, devoid of any intention to decline. Wasn't the norm to engage in mutual refusal, ultimately compelling him to accept reluctantly? He thought to himself that these individuals were rather stingy and quickly added, however, should my masters insist on gifting me something, I find myself lacking a flame to aid in alchemy. Initially pleased, the trio exchanged glances of disapproval at his words. Upon hearing the mention of a flame, Hua Yao burst into laughter, directing his gaze toward Ming Hui. You have arrived at the perfect moment. This matter is yours to address. Ming Hui, not one to shy away, acknowledged that he possessed a flame. If he were to refine the Qianling azure flame and gift the old flame to Lin Fan, it would indeed be appropriate. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Hua Yao, seemingly divining his intent, teased. I hope your satisfaction with others does not lead to a mere offering of common beast fire. Ming Hui shot him an indignant glare. What do you mean by common? This beast fire, derived from high-level demon beasts, may not match the quality of the naturally occurring spirit flames, but it is still a rare treasure. Presently, the flames utilized by the three were merely beast fire. Nonetheless, he refrained from uttering any outright refusal. After a moment's deliberation, he formed a complex hand seal. Instantly, a terrifyingly vibrant azure flame surged forth from his brow, waves of heat radiating as the flame flickered, raising the temperature of the entire hall significantly. This is the Qianling azure flame, one of nature's nurtured fire seeds. Accept it. His demeanor grew solemn as he cast several incantations toward the flame. Each incantation dimmed the azure fire slightly. This is not something an Qi refining practitioner can control. I have placed multiple layers of restrictions upon it. Exercise utmost caution in its use. Should you encounter insurmountable danger, you may invoke this technique to lift the restrictions, but be forewarned. This flame will undoubtedly spiral out of control, and you must distance yourself as far as possible. As his words faded, Lin Fan found the method to lift the restrictions embedded in his mind. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. You have obtained the Qianling Qingyan. Intelligence points, 36. Current intelligence points, 70. Upon hearing the description and the allocation of intelligence points, Lin Fan realized the extraordinary value of this item exceeded his expectations. Beyond its utility in alchemy, it was unequivocally a life-saving trump card. He immediately performed a deep bow, this time imbued with genuine sincerity. Chapter 62, Resolving Enmity? From the faint grimace on Ming Hui's face, it was evident that this item would also serve them well. Moreover, from his gaze, Lin Fan discerned no hints of ulterior motives. Rather, there was an earnestness in his demeanor. Although the clash of fiery auras played a role, it was essential to note that this was merely their first encounter. In contrast to Su Rong and Ji Qing, these three individuals might be somewhat obstinate, yet they harbored fewer deceitful intentions. Thank you, Master. With such modest cultivation, this will grant me an additional measure of self-preservation in the Heavenly Soldier's secret realm. Upon uttering these words, the three of them furrowed their brows in unison. I understand your desire to compete for the opportunity to forge a foundation in the earth vein. But anything could occur within, and we would be powerless to assist you. I advise you to reconsider. However, upon seeing Lin Fan's unwavering resolve, they refrained from further objections. Subsequently, Lin Fan pondered for a moment and retrieved a jade slip from his storage bag. This is another recipe I obtained from the dance steel. I kindly request you three masters to accept it. You have more than one recipe? The three expressed their astonishment. This was unprecedented in history, yet considering Lin Fan's extraordinary achievements, it seemed plausible. After all, no one had ever attained such remarkable results before. If they were to learn that he possessed a third recipe, with two of them acquired through force, their expressions would be quite telling. Ming Hui reached out to take the jade slip and examined it closely. Blood explosion pill? Although the side effects are apparent, it can remarkably double one's cultivation in a short period, even with the extensive knowledge of the three regarding medicinal elixirs. They were astonished by the efficacy of this pill. While there were numerous pills that could temporarily enhance cultivation, the results varied significantly. Achieving a mere 50% increase was commendable in comparison. As for the side effects, they were a common affliction of such elixirs. In moments of peril, The severity of side effects pales in comparison to the value of life itself. This item is precious. We shall accept it on behalf of the sect. Hui Yao suddenly cast an enigmatic glance at him. Kid, it seems that had it not been for the Qianling Qingyan, you would not have been inclined to present this item. Lin Fan chuckled awkwardly. Master, you flatter me. Even without any rewards, I would willingly present the recipe. The others clearly remained skeptical of his words. In that case, you can forget about any other rewards, Hui Yao remarked with a light snort, observing Lin Fan's troubled expression. Do not sigh. We will assist you one last time, as this matter is somewhat tricky. Let us proceed. Where to? To the task pavilion. In recent days, Lin Fan had remained confined within his quarters, unaware of the uproar surrounding the Liu family's mission. Within the task pavilion, a multitude of disciples gathered, filled with trepidation. Lin Fan, disregarding the sect's regulations, had repeatedly assaulted his fellow disciples, prompting them to implore the elders for punishment and to voice their grievances regarding the state of affairs. Dozens of disciples encircled the red-faced steward of the task pavilion, vociferously protesting. However, many were merely spectators, keen to witness the unfolding drama. It appeared that Yun Tian was resolutely determined to confront Lin Fan head-on. It was not solely Yun Tian's faction. Indeed, the claims made were substantiated, as the sect had confirmed the shattering of Senior Brother Pei's nameplate. Can you believe it? A disciple in the blue robe met his demise outside. Indeed, Lin Fan had undertaken only 2 sect missions, returning unscathed while nearly all his companions perished, despite their superior cultivation. Was this merely coincidence? Some speculated that perhaps such misfortune stemmed from offending Lin Fan. Others echoed this sentiment, stating that they had witnessed Lin Fan in the market, spending exorbitantly. Had he not plundered others, how could a recent disciple possess such wealth and spirit stones? Yet, some countered, asserting that they had observed Lin Fan receiving a substantial amount of spirit stones from the External Affairs Office. This only deepened the mystery. How could he, having only recently joined the sect, claim such a bounty? Consequently, the assembly divided into factions, engaging in fervent debate. Meanwhile, the red-faced steward silently observed, lacking any intention to intervene. This was no mere dispute among disciples. It entailed the interests of their respective elders. Elder Danfeng and Lin Fan has arrived. Someone suddenly exclaimed. The crowd instinctively parted, allowing 4 figures to enter, among whom was Lin Fan. He surveyed the surroundings with his consciousness, eavesdropping on the discussions. He finally grasped the assistance that Hui Yao had alluded to. Upon entering the task pavilion, he immediately spotted the familiar figure in the purple robe lurking in the corner. His gaze turning icy. His suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, Zhao Kuo was inciting the situation alongside Yun Tian's followers. At that moment, the red-faced steward, upon seeing the newcomers, displayed a glimmer of joy and hurriedly approached to pay his respects. Having encountered the 3 elders, he felt a wave of embarrassment, unsure of how to proceed. No matter. We have come today to resolve the grievances at hand, Hui Yao interjected, somewhat exasperated, waving his hand. Lin Fan, why not elaborate on the details of that day? However, before Lin Fan could respond, Zhao Kuo slowly approached. Elders, at this juncture, there is no need to discuss resolution, he declared. This man bears a grudge against my brother. And though I sought to address this matter previously, I was obstructed, perhaps due to his unusual standing. My brother's influence was insufficient. Yet now, even the blue-robed disciples have suffered at his hands. Should the elders insist on downplaying this issue, we disciples shall naturally refrain from further comment. It is indeed difficult to ensure that the disciples do not feel disheartened. Zhao Kuo spoke with a touch of melancholy, his sincerity evident, and just as he finished, the disciples of Yun Tian echoed his sentiments. Indeed, Lin Fan, now esteemed as a direct disciple, stands apart from us, yet despite the support of the elders, one cannot escape the principles of reason. We remain unconvinced. I too am unconvinced. Lin Fan could hardly suppress a laugh upon hearing this. Have I, upon waking, become a tyrant relying on my connections? At this moment, however, Hui Yao and his companions furrowed their brows slightly, although they could suppress the dissent with fierce measures. The imminent matters concerning the secret realm necessitated a more prudent approach, lest it undermine the cohesion of the sect. The trio turned their gaze towards Lin Fan, only to find him composed and unfazed, which piqued their curiosity. Lin Fan nodded towards his 3 masters, casting a disdainful glance at the 2 outer disciples who had just chimed in. Yun Tian's dog, silence yourself. And you, surnamed Su, are you not embarrassed enough? Shall I allow you to continue making a fool of yourselves? With that, he disregarded the 2 fuming with rage and redirected his attention to Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo, wearing a cold smile, had already resolved to pin the blame squarely on Lin Fan, regardless of how the latter attempted to justify himself today. Yet, Lin Fan's expression grew even more contemptuous. What a pitiful creature you are. I have spared you twice, and still, you dare to bark before your master. The utterance of these words left not only Xiao Kuo momentarily dumbfounded, but also caused the surrounding disciples to momentarily lack a response. The enmity between Lin Fan and Yun Qingyao was irreconcilable, and his words were not surprising. While Xiao Kuo had previously vowed that Lin Fan would pay with his life, his status was undeniably different. Despite the uncertainty surrounding his position as a candidate elder due to Gu Binghan's interference, he remained a distinguished inner disciple and should not be subjected to such public humiliation. Dan Heng and Ming Hui exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in dissatisfaction at Lin Fan's audacious behavior, while Hua Yao exhibited a glimmer of interest. After a brief stupor, Xiao Kuo's expression hardened, enveloped in a layer of frost. I acknowledge your talent in alchemy, otherwise, the elders would not have recognized you. Setting aside your trivial strength, I must say you indeed possess a knack for relying on external resources. His eyes brimmed with derision. Previously, you relied on women, and you such a waste. Dare to boast before me. Were it not for the elders standing, you would not even merit a face-to-face conversation with me, and would have been erased. He then clasped his hands in respect towards the three elders. Elders, please forgive me. This child has insulted me beyond measure. Indeed, merely relying on others. What is there to be proud of? The disciples of Yun Qingyao seethed with resentment. However, a disciple from the Dan Peak defended Lin Fan. If you have the capability, why not go to the Dan Monument and score 20,000 points? Surely, you too can earn the elders' favor. What? Do you dislike the title of #1 on the Dan ranking? Lin Fan remained nonchalant, for he was no longer the ordinary disciple hindered at every turn. With newfound confidence, why should he remain restrained? How could one, after decades of cultivation, utter such childish words? It seems the years of training have yielded little wisdom. Do you not realize that relying on others is also a skill? You claim I am but a mere ant, and that my talent is lacking. Yet I have only been practicing for 2 or 3 years. Pray tell, what was your level of mastery after 3 years of cultivation? Hearing Lin Fan's words, Xiao Kuo was initially taken aback. Though he possessed an earth spirit root, his early cultivation was hindered by limited resources, resulting in modest advancement. Reflecting on Su Tian's assertion that Lin Fan was merely a waste of a spirit root, he naturally assumed Lin Fan was merely posturing. To spout such nonsensical claims after 2 or 3 years of practice was utterly preposterous. One disciple marveled, if Brother Lin has achieved such success in such a short period. It is indeed astonishing, perhaps rivaling even the legendary Heaven Spirit root. Another scoffed, listen to him boast. I could claim I have only cultivated for a year. Lin Fan shook his head and continued, to call others ants while remaining a frog at the bottom of a well yourself is hypocritical. Pausing for effect, he revealed a challenging glint in his eyes. I can assure you, it was indeed I who killed your brother. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. Lin Fan had openly confessed to the murder of Zhao Xing. Had I misheard? Has this person lost his mind? Yet, what followed next left everyone even more astounded. Today, with the elders present, I offer you a chance for revenge. Do you dare to have the elders seal our cultivation to the same level for a battle? In this duel, life and death shall be disregarded. The crowd erupted in excitement. Lin Fan was challenging brother Xiao Kuo to a duel. Had he truly lost his sanity? Even with a cultivation suppression, Xiao Kuo's experience and insights from the foundation establishment stage remained formidable. Even Hua Yao frowned. Well aware that alchemists were typically at a disadvantage in combat, could it be that Lin Fan was genuinely this reckless? Ming Hui's thoughts raced as he transmitted a message. Surely you do not intend to use the Qianling Qingyan? That substance cannot be utilized until fully refined. However, he observed Lin Fan shaking his head with an air of calm. Ming Hui felt a twinge of confusion, but chose to remain silent for the moment. Several disciples from Yun Qingyao were eager, urging, Brother Zhao, accept his challenge. If this man seeks death, you need not hold back. Indeed, please eliminate this pest. Amidst this, Lin Fan's gaze remained fixed on the red-faced steward, and he noted the subtle movement of the steward's lips, eliciting a cold laugh from him. However, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Kuo's expression shifted slightly, and he did not immediately acquiesce to the challenge. What is happening? Why does Brother Zhao not simply agree to eliminate this insolent fool? Some of Xiao Kuo's devoted followers chimed in. You do not understand. Brother Zhao must have sensed a trap. Otherwise, even at the same level, it would be a trivial matter for him to crush Lin Fan with a mere flick of his finger. After a moment of silence, Xiao Kuo let out a cold laugh. A battle of life and death. Preposterous. You are a treasure of the sect, even if you agree. The elders would never permit it. Yet within, he felt a weight of unease. Outside the Liu family, he had previously clashed with Lin Fan, recognizing that this individual possessed remarkable abilities. Yet, even in such circumstances, he was not deterred. Although victory might not come easily, he was confident that defeat was beyond the realm of possibility. However, that previous strike from Gu Binghan had nearly obliterated most of his magical artifacts. He recalled that aside from a second-tier flying sword, Lin Fan also possessed a peculiar small flag capable of withstanding his foundational magical power. This shift in balance left him uncertain. Furthermore, with the elder from the Dan Peak present, even if he emerged victorious, he could not kill Lin Fan. But should he falter and suffer defeat, the consequences would be unpredictable. You have your chance, yet you remain ineffectual. I have stated that life and death are irrelevant. And you still seek such excuses. Very well, if you truly fear, I shall forego my magical artifacts. Lin Fan yawned, seemingly dismissive of him entirely. Nonsense. At that moment, the three elders could no longer contain themselves. How dare he behave so arrogantly in the presence of a foundational cultivator? Yet, Lin Fan merely smiled confidently, transmitting his thoughts to the masters, assuring them that he had a means to deal with this person. Goodness, is Lin Fan truly underestimating Brother Xiao? This was intolerable. Brother Xiao, accept his challenge. Eliminate this arrogant little brat, who has merely relied on luck to attain the status of a direct disciple, and truly believes himself invincible. Lin Fan, however, noticed that the red-faced steward also exhibited a barely perceptible urgency, prompting him to transmit thoughts once more. These two, indeed, provoked a cold smile within Lin Fan's heart. Zhao Kuo's expression darkened to the utmost degree, his chest heaving with agitation. He had never felt such disregard, even among his peers, and today, this mere qi refinement stage insect dared to treat him thus. Just as he was about to acquiesce, he caught another glimpse of Lin Fan's calm demeanor. Why was he unafraid of his acceptance? What emboldened him? As he pondered, his expression twisted in conflict, revealing a hint of savagery. This individual's conduct must be supported by some hidden strength. Surely he possessed a means. Was it that madman Gu Binghan? Or perhaps these three old fellows? Once this thought took root, it spread uncontrollably within him, compelling him to regain his composure. He realized that this was an opportunity for Lin Fan to eliminate him. Zhao Kuo was no fool. Moreover, his life was far more precious than Lin Fan's. This situation was not worth the risk, indeed. Ultimately, as if he had convinced himself, even knowing he would lose face, he decided against mentioning the challenge, sneering instead. Since this individual has confessed to killing a fellow sect member, esteemed elders, according to sect regulations, he should have his cultivation abolished. Yet, no one present acknowledged his statement. Instead, a singular thought resonated among them. He must be mad. Zhao Kuo truly dared not accept the challenge. Chapter 64. Unveiling secrets. After Zhao Kuo's words echoed, a full several breaths passed without any response. Confused, he glanced around, only to find everyone regarding him with peculiar expressions. In those many gazes, there was confusion, and even disdain. At that moment, the red-faced steward's voice echoed in his mind once more. Why do you not accept his challenge? What do you understand? This individual is treacherous. Why should I take such a risk? Hui Yao, Dan Heng, and Ming Hui gazed at Lin Fan as if they were seeing him anew, astonished by his presence. This fellow is truly intimidating. Yet, Lin Fan felt a pang of regret. He genuinely wished to seize the opportunity to eliminate this person. His confidence stemmed from the blood explosion pill he had recently refined, concealed within his storage bag. The prohibition against using magical artifacts did not extend to elixirs. Indeed, as an alchemist, consuming pills during a confrontation was a matter of course. With the surge in his cultivation, even without the assistance of the Yin Soul Banner or the Dian Sword Formation, he would find it challenging for this individual to withstand merely the gusts of wind. Moreover, with the swiftness of sword escape, he was innately positioned in an invincible stance amongst his peers. Unfortunately, Zhao Kuo preferred to bear the title of a coward rather than engage in combat. A decision that others might deem incomprehensible was, in his view, rather sagacious. However, Lin Fan was not inclined to let him off so easily. With a gaze filled with disdain, he looked at Zhao Kuo and mused. I wonder how one such as you, lacking courage, managed to reach the foundation establishment stage. Were all the participants of your generation in the secret realm competition so inept that they allowed someone like you to grasp a thread of earth vein energy? You ought to be called Zhao Turtle. That name suits you far better. Lin Fan continued unabated. Even if he could not slay this man today, he aimed to shatter his resolve entirely. The sight of a qi refinement disciple berating a foundation establishment late stage, Zhao Kuo, was an extraordinary spectacle that elicited the twitching of many lips. Truly, Brother Lin Fan is valiant. Yet, had they known that Zhao Kuo had once been driven into a corner by the similarly qi refinement level Xiao Huan, their expressions would have been even more varied. At that moment, a peculiar flush crept over Zhao Kuo's face, nearly forcing him to spew blood. And he seethed, but ultimately, he endured the ire and suddenly turned to the red-faced steward. The latter, taken aback, quickly comprehended the situation. Elders, since Lin Fan has admitted to killing a fellow disciple, I am obliged to detain him in accordance with the rules and notify the law enforcement hall for further proceedings. Many disciples began to react. It seems Lin Fan indeed possesses some hidden card capable of slaying Brother Zhao. prompting such a drastic move. Yet, this was recklessly bold. Admitting to such actions would leave even the elders unable to protect him openly. Huiyao and the others remained silent, no longer in a hurry, instead observing their somewhat perplexing junior with keen interest. Lin Fan, upon hearing this, smiled once more and remarked lightly, "This steward seems somewhat familiar. Was it not you who handled the task involving Xiaoxing? I am surnamed Meng, and indeed, it was I on that occasion. However, your attempts to curry favor are unnecessary. This matter requires impartial enforcement of the law. Elder Meng, you have misunderstood. I merely believe I have not offended you in any way. Yet, you seemed rather anxious to convey something to Zhao Kuo earlier. What did you say?" Steward Meng's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly masked it. "I merely advised Zhao Kuo to remember your name. I seek no gratitude from you. But what is the meaning of your inquiry? Are you questioning me? Where does the deacon come from?" Lin Fan hastily waved his hand, but deftly shifted the topic, saying, "If I recall correctly, the task pavilion should have documented all the tasks our sect has undertaken over the years, right?" Meng, the deacon, furrowed his brow, perplexed by the inquiry, and chose not to respond. He merely retrieved a communication talisman. Since the elders had no objections, I shall proceed to inform the law enforcement hall of their arrival. Lin Fan remained unperturbed, maintaining his leisurely demeanor as he produced a transparent orb from his storage pouch. "I possess an intriguing artifact that I wish to verify." As spiritual energy was infused, vivid images began to materialize. "Are you not afraid of incurring the sect's wrath by engaging in this endeavor? You may perish here, and no one would be the wiser. We are merely the self-reproaching seniors who failed to protect our junior from the jaws of the demon beast. Enough with the trivialities." Scenes from the day in the floral spirit's secret realm unfolded before everyone, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. While the expressions of Huiyao and his companions grew increasingly grim, might the deacon permit us a glimpse at Xiaoxing and his companions' task records? At that moment, Meng's previously flushed face turned pallid, his gaze fixed intently on the object in Lin Fan's hand. The crowd erupted in fervent excitement. Heavens! It appears Xiaoxing conspired against Lin Fan. This Zhao Kuo audaciously accuses others while being guilty himself. Many female disciples, previously moved by Lin Fan's actions during the wedding ceremony, expressed their outrage. "I always believed that Senior Lin could never commit such an act." Only Zhao Kuo managed to maintain a semblance of composure, stating in a low voice, "This object is merely a forgery, a trick meant to deceive children. Do you take us for mere toddlers?" Lin Fan regarded him as one would a fool, replying, "You present no evidence, merely conjecture, yet I provide undeniable proof. And you claim it is fabricated? Whether this object is a forgery can be discerned by the elders present. You wouldn't dare suggest that the elders would cover for me, would you?" Zhao Kuo, glancing at Huiyao and his companions, silently cursed Xiaoxing for leaving such incriminating evidence behind. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and said, "Who does not know that the three elders have taken you as their disciple? This situation is not implausible." "Enough, Zhao Kuo," Huiyao growled, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that forced Zhao Kuo to the ground, rendering him immobile. "There is no need for our master to intervene, lest someone stubbornly refuses to yield. Xiaoxing and his accomplices have committed such acts more than once. Simply reviewing the previous records will reveal the truth." At that moment, Meng took a hesitant step back, revealing a hint of anxiety. The task pavilion houses over 1 million records. Who could possibly recall which specific ones pertain to this matter? His heart raced with trepidation. Realizing he had no escape, the Grand Elder would undoubtedly protect Zhao Kuo, and to absolve himself of this matter, he could not disregard my presence. He resolved to remain silent, knowing that the relevant records had all passed through his hands, and it would not be a swift task for anyone else to locate them. Lin Fan found the absurdity of his excuse unworthy of contention. "I shall assist the steward in recollecting the matter." B4325 and D7281. Steward Meng's complexion underwent a dramatic change, revealing his distress. How can this be possible? At this moment, Huiyao let out a cold snort, dividing his imposing aura and enveloping Steward Meng within it. Although he was not concerned with sect affairs, the sheer magnitude of such a scandal incited his wrath. Perceiving the inevitable outcome, Zhao Kuo struggled to rise, casting a resentful glance at Lin Fan. "Even if this matter is true, my brother's waywardness might be excused, but how do you account for the incident regarding Pei Yunshan?" Chapter 65, Undercurrents Rising. At this point, he was bordering on hysteria. Lin Fan's mocking gaze fell upon Zhao Kuo like a sharpened blade. "You absolve yourself with a mere mention of waywardness. Without this evidence, would I not be wrongfully condemned? If there were no instigation, a mere steward would not dare act so boldly." Around them, voices of agreement began to emerge. Indeed, just moments ago, Zhao Kuo was clamoring for Lin Fan's life. Furthermore, from Lin Fan's words, it seemed Zhao Kuo had long been aware of his role in orchestrating these events. Listening to the surrounding murmurs, Steward Ming could no longer maintain his composure and immediately knelt, his expression one of despair. This matter was coerced by Zhao Qua. I implore the elders to show leniency. Useless fool. Zhao Qua glared at him. If I cannot escape culpability, neither can you, especially regarding the Liu family incident. However, as he spoke, he noticed two figures entering. I bear witness that the mishap involving Pei Yunshan and others has no connection to junior brother Lin. It was the weary Su Mei and Nan Feng. Is it not the case that the steward declared no one survived the Liu family's mission except for Lin Fan? Given their apparent collusion, was there any doubt? Su Mei cast a grateful glance at Lin Fan. On the way, he had learned of Lin Fan's recent exploits and felt a genuine gratitude for his actions in rescuing Yun Qingyao. Su Mei subsequently recounted how Pei Yunshan had forced Lin Fan into the Great Formation, eliciting further astonishment from the crowd. Why would Brother Pei act in such a manner? Zhao Qua scoffed. Their relationship is anything but ordinary. Do you truly believe her words? However, Nan Feng frowned, unable to contain himself. May I inquire why Brother Zhao was present outside the Liu family's formation that day? Was it not Pei Yunshan who informed you? If you speak of the relationship between junior brother Lin and sister Su, perhaps it is your connection with Pei Yunshan that is more significant. Upon hearing this, many disciples smacked their foreheads in realization. No wonder. Brother Pei was a key subordinate under Brother Zhao before joining the Twin Stars Guild. It was only after Brother Zhao entered the inner sect that he ceased to manage guild affairs, thus allowing him to join other guilds. It all makes sense now. Lin Fan glanced at Nan Feng with surprise, not expecting him to speak on his behalf. Zhao Qua's gaze toward Nan Feng gradually turned cold, yet he did not retort. At that moment, Hua Yao raised his hand, pressing down into the air, and a subtle weight was felt, quieting the crowd. In that case, let this matter conclude here. The atmosphere was heavy as Hua Yao spoke, for this was undoubtedly a tremendous scandal for the Ziyang sect. What troubled him even more was his understanding of Su Rong. He feared that Su would go to any lengths to protect Zhao Qua. Meng Tao and Zhao Qua, the sect is truly disappointed in both of you. However, I cannot intervene. Let the enforcement hall deal with their headaches. With a dismissive wave of his hand, a rune shimmered into existence, binding the two. And he nodded at Lin Fan before departing. Ding. Based on intelligence, clearing one's name elevates reputation among disciples. Intelligence points earned, 10. Current intelligence points, 80. Lin Fan felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that this could also earn him points, a delightful surprise indeed. Junior brother Lin. Su Mei's eyes curved into crescents as she first greeted the two elders remaining in place, before smilingly approaching him. Although Lin Fan had long surpassed her in cultivation, he had grown accustomed to addressing her in this manner. Sister Su, have you just returned to the sect? Logically, it had been 7 or 8 days since he left the Liu family. They should have returned much earlier. Indeed, upon my return, I heard of your remarkable feats. Even the elders of the sect are at a loss regarding you. The most astonishing part is that you truly managed to elope with Qingyao. She remarked with feigned astonishment. Lin Fan could only chuckle awkwardly, relieved to see no unusual emotions from Su Mei. Observing his reaction, Su Mei's expression turned peculiar. What? While I do admit I admire your character, I am not so desperate as to cling to you. Do you think I lack suitors? On the contrary, you have now become the most sought-after disciple in the sect. You ought to look after me more in the future. Lin Fan recognized she was teasing him. Though her talent was not lacking, her dedication to cultivation was woefully lacking. Otherwise, she would not be at her current level of cultivation. After exchanging a few more playful jests, Su Mei suddenly pulled him into a corner with an air of mystery. Junior brother, upon my return to the sect, I encountered a peculiar group with senior brother Nan. Our curiosity led us to investigate, which is why we arrived late. Peculiar group? Lin Fan's interest was piqued. He was uncertain why she chose to disclose this matter to him specifically. Su Mei nodded. Senior brother Nan Feng, and I only caught a glimpse from a distance. They were all clad in black robes. The leader. She paused, seemingly contemplating. I suspect that the leader possesses abilities similar to yours. The others are likely souls under his control. At her words, Lin Fan's expression hardened as he realized she was referring to the Yin Soul banner. It appeared this group must be from the soul refining sect. Just then, Nan Feng approached, having overheard their conversation, and spoke with a grave expression. That individual is merely at the qi refining stage, yet I sensed an aura of danger emanating from him. In my experience, only Yun Qingyao and Su Tian have ever instilled such a feeling in me among those of the same realm. Even the third-place contender from the last grand competition, Chu Gu, feels relatively lesser by comparison. Lin Fan nodded, deep in thought. Recently, the traces of the soul refining sect have become increasingly prominent. Although my knowledge of this sect is limited, I can assert with certainty that it is a formidable force, rivaling, if not surpassing, the Ziyang sect. The only thing that could attract such powerful beings to this location is the celestial weapon secret realm. It appears that the competition within the secret realm will not solely involve the other 3 sections. I have a premonition that this secret realm will present numerous unpredictable variables compared to the past. However, excessive worry over this matter is futile. My focus must be on diligently enhancing my own strength during this time. Sister Su, would you be interested in joining the guild that Qingyao and I are forming? Lin Fan suddenly inquired, shifting the topic. Su Mei immediately expressed interest. You and Qingyao are establishing a guild? However, her voice was not well controlled, startling many disciples who had been keeping an eye on their conversation. What? Brother Lin and Sister Yun are forming a guild? That is a collaboration between a direct disciple and one of the strongest from the outer sect. Brother Lin, may I join? Many surrounding disciples, intrigued, eagerly asked. Beyond his esteemed status, Lin Fan is also regarded as the foremost alchemist of the outer sect. Although the pills he concocts may not be distributed among the members, the allure of his reputation would undoubtedly attract a considerable following. It's merely an idea. I haven't actually established it yet, Lin Fan replied, glancing at the apologetic Su Mei with a dry chuckle. He indeed harbored such intentions, as it would facilitate not only the completion of tasks, but also pave the way for him and Yun Qingyao to swiftly ascend to the inner sect. For individuals like Su Mei and Xiao Ming, who still have some distance to cover before reaching the foundation establishment stage, the guild would provide a protective haven against various constraints. Nonetheless, he intended to invite only those he could trust as initial members. Chapter 66. The competition approaches. Seeking the secret method ultimately, Lin Fan exerted considerable effort to extricate himself and the two from the throng of hopeful disciples. How about it? Brother Nan, have you brought your sister along? Here are the two strongest from the outer sect, Lin Fan quipped lightly, now that misunderstandings had been resolved. His impression of Nan Feng was quite favorable, and he held great respect for Nan Minger's alchemical skills. The two strongest? Xiao Ming scoffed, acknowledging the title bestowed upon Yun Qingyao, yet he remained skeptical regarding Lin Fan's claim. When Zhao Qua had first arrived, he had witnessed Lin Fan's prowess and knew his combat ability was commendable, but he believed there remained a gap between him and Su Tian, as well as the other blue-robed disciples. It was not that he underestimated Lin Fan, but rather it was difficult to fathom that the title of the foremost alchemist could coexist with that of the strongest fighter in a single individual. Would there still be room for other disciples to thrive? However, perhaps Su Mei was the one who understood Lin Fan's true strength best within the entire sect, and she promptly agreed. Brother Nan, if you are not interested, that is fine. Please tell your sister that if she joins, I will share my alchemical insights and formulas with her. Upon hearing this, Nan Feng's expression darkened. You already have so many women around you. Do not even think about ensnaring my sister. Yet, deep down, he felt a twinge of concern. Knowing Nan Minger's temperament, he genuinely worried she might agree to Lin Fan's proposition. Lin Fan chuckled softly, remarking, with your sister's temperament, is there any need for further calamity? This provoked a visible twitch in the handsome features of Nan Feng. After an extended exchange of pleasantries, they parted ways, and Lin Fan resolved to enter a period of seclusion. He intended to elevate his strength to its zenith within a year. Just before his departure, he received a message from Dan Heng and Ming Hui, cautioning him to remain wary of Zhao Qua. Unlike Meng Tao, Zhao Qua possessed an exceptional talent. Although punishment was inevitable, with the backing of the Grand Elder, this matter might well be suppressed. Lin Fan was mentally prepared for such a possibility. With the current affairs concluded, Lin Fan once again immersed himself in rigorous training. As the matter of the secret realm approached, the elders of the sect unanimously decided to temporarily suspend mandatory sect tasks. Lin Fan welcomed this development, as he did not plan to emerge until the grand competition was imminent. During this time, news of his establishment of a guild with Yun Qingyao inexplicably spread, prompting a flood of disciples vying to submit membership applications. Naturally, he delegated this troublesome task to Xiao Ming and Su Mei, opting to take a hands-off approach. When it came to naming the guild, he ultimately settled on mortal. After all, what cultivator had not once traversed the path of the mundane? In his previous life, he had lived as a mortal for an entire lifetime. Currently, the mortal guild comprised only himself, Yun Qingyao, Su Mei, Fu Shuang, and Xiao Ming, a scant few individuals. The specifics of expansion would be addressed after the grand competition. A year later, Lin Fan finally emerged from his profound seclusion. Dusting himself off, he turned inward to assess his progress. The die and sword technique had advanced further, and with the aid of the barrier-breaking pill, he was tantalizingly close to reaching the 10th level of qi refinement. He felt little disappointment, as this was a deliberate choice on his part. He could have easily broken through to the 10th level during the year had he wished. However, as he approached the foundation building stage, he gained a deeper appreciation for the importance of a solid foundation and no longer sought breakthroughs indiscriminately. Such subtle distinctions might not be apparent in daily practice, but they could prove invaluable at critical moments. Individuals like Yun Qingyao, whose foundations were exceptionally solid, had previously achieved breakthroughs without the need for foundation-building pills. According to her, although such breakthroughs were still classified as human grade, they paled in comparison to those achieved through earth-vein foundations, yet they were significantly more robust than those attained via pills. In just a year, only the efficacy of the barrier-breaking pill, which far surpassed that of the gathering chi pill, had allowed him to achieve steady progress. He promptly retrieved a communication talisman, scanning the message from Xiao Ming sent months prior, his brow furrowing slightly. Due to the requirements of the Dying Sword Array, he had previously entrusted Xiao Ming with the sale of the pills he had concocted. However, several months ago, Xiao Ming had indicated the need to return to his family for an important matter. His enthusiastic tone suggested it was not adverse news, so Lin Fan had not paid it much mind. Yet, months had passed without a word. After a moment of contemplation, he sent out an inquiry. He prepared to venture out to see if he could uncover any information. If something seemed amiss, he would return to exchange intelligence. After nearly a year, he finally stepped out of the courtyard. Taking a deep breath, he savored the long-lost warmth of the sun on his face, causing his eyes to squint slightly. Before the grand competition, there was one essential item he needed to acquire. With a murmured determination, he swiftly made his way towards the Pavilion of Techniques. The Pavilion of Techniques stood as a three-story structure at the foot of the Spirit Peak. The first floor, though filled primarily with ordinary techniques, still surpassed his own foundational skills significantly. The second and third floors were reserved for those adorned in blue and purple robes, respectively, representing the inner sect. At that moment, the pavilion was unusually quiet, with only a plump middle-aged steward lazily reclined on a chair, appearing half asleep. With the competition looming in just a few days, one like him, scrambling at the last minute, would be better off deepening his understanding of the techniques he had already mastered. Upon Lin Fan's entrance, the steward squinted his eyes, briefly surveying the newcomer's attire before losing interest. The disciples in gray robes were only permitted to select from the first floor. Once you find what you want, bring it to me, and I shall lift the restrictions, he stated indifferently. Steward Liu, I seek something from the second floor, Lin Fan replied. Steward Liu furrowed his brows, clearly annoyed. You've just entered. The second floor is for blue-robed disciples. Before he could finish, a faint golden token inscribed with the words personal disciple was placed upon the table by Lin Fan. The steward's eyes widened in surprise, and he rubbed them vigorously to ensure he wasn't dreaming. Upon recognizing Lin Fan, a broad smile spread across his face. It turned out that Lin Fan was indeed his junior brother. The steward had underestimated him. Lin Fan understood that many of these stewards were former inner disciples. The sect invested more resources into those who advanced to the foundation-building stage than the outer disciples, and if one failed to break through by a certain age, they would find themselves serving as stewards, fulfilling various assigned tasks. Given his connections with Hui Yao and the others, it was not surprising that some stewards addressed him as junior brother. There were no specific attire requirements for personal disciples, yet he had grown accustomed to wearing the gray robe, which now felt somewhat inconvenient. He found it amusing to recall how Hui Yao and the others had scoured the area for this token. He realized that it had been many years since the Pill Peak had welcomed a personal disciple. What sort of technique are you in search of? Or do you require a powerful spell? I am well versed in this place. Would you like me to provide some recommendations? Steward Liu inquired eagerly, his demeanor shifting to one of earnestness. Recognizing the advantages of their relationship, Lin Fan graciously accepted the offer, replying, Then I shall rely on you, senior brother. Chapter 67. The 9 calamities and allegiances. He had visited once with Su Mei but had only explored the first floor. The sight of countless shelves filled with various techniques and secret arts had left a lasting impression on him. While the second floor would undoubtedly have fewer items, searching for what he needed would still be a cumbersome task. Accompanying Steward Liu to the staircase, they hesitated before proceeding, well aware that such restricted areas were bound to have formations and prohibitions in place. Indeed, Liu began to perform a series of hand seals, casting a peculiar incantation. Instantly, ripples surged around the staircase. Let us proceed, junior brother Lin, Liu beckoned. Upon ascending to the second floor, one cannot help but notice the stark reduction in the array of items displayed. Only 10 wooden racks remain. Each rack, much like those on the first floor, is inscribed with various cultivation methods and spells, though many remain sparsely populated. Additionally, a disciple clad in blue robes occupies this space, engrossed in a tome, and appears somewhat startled upon the arrival of the 2 individuals. Lin Fan, however, pays him little heed and instead scrutinizes the nearest rack labeled with a cultivation method. The titles, Heavenly Fire Days Method, with Spirit Divine Art, and the No Birth Golden Malevolent Art, immediately convey a depth of complexity far surpassing his own golden origin technique. Particularly, the No Birth Golden Malevolent Art captivates him, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Observing Lin Fan's interest, Steward Liu chuckles and begins to elucidate. This No Birth Golden Malevolent Art, though notoriously arduous to master, renders one nearly invincible among peers once perfected. Its principle dictates that the more lives one takes, the denser the malevolent golden energy one accumulates. When fully cultivated, one's strikes are akin to those of an ancient demon god. Lin Fan's expression shifts subtly, and he remarks with a hint of insinuation, "Brother Liu. This bears a striking resemblance to demonic techniques. Is there no restriction imposed by the sect on such practices?" Steward Liu responds with a faint smile. "Our sect has always embraced an open-minded perspective. After all, the dichotomy of righteous and demonic paths is seldom absolute, primarily rooted in the nature of humanity. As long as one does not engage in heinous acts, the sect refrains from interference." Lin Fan nods, feeling a strong allure to the technique. However, upon glancing at the price, his enthusiasm wanes considerably. Required contribution points: 100 lower-grade spiritual stones, 50,000. Neither of these prerequisites is within his reach. Naturally, should he fervently concoct and sell elixirs, he might amass the spiritual stones, yet the contribution points seem an insurmountable challenge. At this moment, he recognizes a troubling reality. Despite having undertaken 2 tasks previously, and with Xiao Ming and Su Mei generously bestowing most of their task rewards upon him, he has only managed to accumulate a mere 22 points. What if the so-called 9 calamity technique also demanded an exorbitant sum? Contemplating this, he loses the desire to linger further and inquires of Steward Liu, "Might I ask, brother? I have heard whispers of a technique within the pavilion of techniques known as the 9 calamity art. Is there any truth to this?" Yet, upon observing the blank and perplexed expression on Liu's face, Lin Fan's brow furrows. "The 9 calamity art? I have been guarding this place for several years and have not encountered any mention of it." Lin Fan's brow furrows deeper. The information he received distinctly bore that name. Could it have been claimed by another in the past year? Even so, would there not be a copy retained? He ponders for a moment before continuing, or perhaps, "Are there any fragments of the technique that you might be aware of?" As he poses this question, Steward Liu nods, preparing to respond when a figure approaches. It is the blue-robed disciple from earlier. "Junior Lin Fan, are you perhaps searching for this?" The individual, appearing to be around 30, displays a tattered and yellowed page of a book, waving it before him. Due to a restriction placed upon it, only the cover and the first page are visible. The cover is in tatters, revealing merely half of its original form. The remaining half is inscribed with an array of incomprehensible runes. However, upon Lin Fan's meticulous examination, he discerns that these runes seem to coalesce into the ancient character for calamity. Deacon Liu took the pages of the book, revealing a moment of realization. "When you mentioned the remnants, it was the first thing that came to my mind as well. This book is indeed extraordinary. It was acquired by our sect's predecessors from the Celestial Soldier's secret realm hundreds of years ago. The number of individuals wishing to comprehend its contents is beyond measure." However, the disciple in the blue robe chuckled lightly. "Deacon, you seem to have forgotten to mention the latter part of the statement. No one in the sect has yet deciphered it. Not only have the contribution points been rendered futile, but we also remain oblivious to the records contained within. Such an object, while known to be mundane, does the price of 30 contribution points not seem rather excessive?" Deacon Liu shot him a disgruntled glance. "The price is not set by me. Yet you too seem intrigued by it, do you not? Moreover, for reasons unknown, this item cannot be replicated or imprinted. What is being exchanged is the original. And this price has already been significantly reduced. It is not merely you. Nearly anyone qualified to step into this second tier would seek to examine this item, regardless of whether they intend to exchange for it." Initially, Lin Fan harbored some wariness, unsure of how this individual knew he was seeking this item. At that moment, he finally understood. He had never heard of anyone in the sect practicing with it, and had assumed it to be an obscure object, not realizing its substantial renown. His concerns were indeed valid. The price was certainly steep, and his contribution points were somewhat lacking. Just as he contemplated whether to procure some additional contribution points, he heard the blue-robed disciple directly address Deacon Liu with a cupped fist. "I shall take this item. Please, Deacon, lift the restrictions upon it." At these words, both Lin Fan and the deacon were taken aback, with Deacon Liu glancing hesitantly at Lin Fan. Though he wished to foster a good relationship with Lin Fan, he could not blatantly contravene the rules. The issue lay in the fact that there was only one copy of this item. After a moment of hesitation, Deacon Liu said, "Brother Lin, there is no need for concern. Although there is but a single copy, there are regulations in place. Regardless of whether the cultivation is successful, it must be returned within 6 months. At that time, I shall hold it for you." Lin Fan furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the individual. He was certain he had never encountered this person before. 6 months hence, the secret realm would likely have already reopened. Was it possible that it was those from Yun Tian's faction? Or perhaps Zhao Qua? Just as he was mired in frustration, he noticed this person smiling at him. "Brother Lin, there is no need to be anxious. This item is a gift from me to you. I have heard that you have been quite considerate toward Xiao Ming. And as your elder brother, I ought to express my gratitude. Only then did Deacon Lu relax, thinking to himself that Xiao Ding was quite the loquacious individual. Lin Fan was slightly taken aback. You are Xiao Ding? It was no wonder he could not recognize him. This individual bore no resemblance to Xiao Ming and appeared considerably older. However, Lin Fan had heard Xiao Ming mention that his father was one of the 2 foundation-building cultivators from the Xiao family. Given the lifespan of over 200 years typical for those in the foundation-building stage, a difference of several decades between siblings was entirely normal. Xiao Ding nodded, still smiling. Additionally, I have a humble request. I have heard that you recently established a guild. Might I inquire if I am eligible to join? Upon hearing this, Deacon Lu was astonished. The newly established mortal guild had attracted Xiao Ding's proactive interest. It was noteworthy that even Su Tian's earlier invitation had been declined. A glimmer of light flickered in Xiao Ding's eyes. Since Su Tian had assisted him once, it was only fitting to return the favor. Moreover, this individual must possess the alchemical formula of the Danbei. Once it reached Lin Fan, it would be a mutual benefit. This task was not insurmountable. Although his words carried a hint of request, he was brimming with confidence, convinced that no guild would dare to refuse his appeal. Furthermore, he had heard that Lin Fan had extended an invitation to Nan Meng'er, indicating a need for an alchemist's contribution. He believed his alchemical skills were on par with hers. And with the sincerity of this secret technique, he could hardly fathom the possibility of rejection. However, as Xiao Ding pondered, he was taken aback when Lin Fan shook his head without hesitation. A look of disbelief crossed his face. The steward beside him was equally stunned. He had heard that the guild established by Lin Fan was selective in its admissions, but he had assumed it was merely a refusal of ordinary disciples. How could even the foremost alchemist, Xiao Ding, be turned away? I apologize, but I currently have no intentions of accepting new members. Lin Fan suddenly cast a knowing glance at Xiao Ding, and before the latter could process it, he changed the subject, stating, Xiao Ming mentioned he had matters to attend to in the family, yet he has yet to return. I wonder if you, senior brother Xiao, have any knowledge of his whereabouts? Chapter 68. Schemes. Upon recognizing the identity of this individual, Lin Fan was immediately struck by a sense of intrigue. From Xiao Ming's previous demeanor, it was clear that their relationship was not as amicable as this person claimed. He could understand this. Perhaps it was a matter of vying for the position of family head or inheritance. Xiao Ming had mentioned important matters within the clan. Why had he not informed Xiao Ding? It was well known that Xiao Ding surpassed his brother in both cultivation and influence within the sect. Most importantly, he had heard from Yun Qingyao that although Xiao Ding had not directly joined Yun Tian, he maintained close ties with Su Tian, which raised suspicions. At this moment, Xiao Ding, astonished, struggled to comprehend the rejection he had just faced. A barely perceptible anger flickered in his eyes. Indeed, Ming has returned to the clan for matters, but I am unable to divulge specifics. His previously gentle demeanor was now difficult to maintain, and the arrogance he sought to conceal became evident. Do you have any idea how many have sought my inclusion and been denied? How dare you? Observing the man who seemed unwilling to maintain appearances, Lin Fan smirked inwardly. He offered no response, instead jesting, Senior brother, will you still gift this technique? Were it not for the knowledge of this man being a named disciple of Dan Hong, he wouldn't have bothered with formalities. Resolutely, he decided to investigate Xiao Ming's situation upon his return. Indeed, Xiao Ding huffed in anger. I hope you do not come to regret this. Without another glance at the pages held by the steward, he strode away. Su Tian had indeed given him instructions. But he was also prideful. If necessary, he could simply concoct more elixirs for Su Tian. It was only after this individual departed that Steward Lu began to comprehend the complexities of the situation. However, it was of no concern to him, and he had no intention of delving deeper. Turning to Lin Fan, he inquired, Junior brother, do you still desire this item? Lin Fan reached out to take the item, only to find that he could only peruse the first page, which contained nothing but enigmatic runes. At that moment, the familiar chime of the alarm clock resonated. Ding. According to the information, you have acquired the 9 Calamities Remnant technique. Information points, 60. Current information points, 120. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged, yet his heart was tumultuous. Could this item truly be worth such a considerable number of points? After a brief moment of composure, he gazed hopefully at Steward Lu. Senior, might I borrow some contribution points? As Lin Fan traversed the path home, he was beset by a mixture of joy and concern. Joy came from acquiring this mysterious 9 Calamities technique, whose value surpassed any fortune he had previously encountered. However, concern brewed regarding Xiao Ming's precarious situation, which was likely far from optimistic. With the grand competition approaching, missing it was trivial. His greater fear lay in the potential for life-threatening peril. This individual was his first friend upon entering the sect, and he certainly wished for no mishap to befall him. With his information points now abundant, he felt compelled to exchange them for further intelligence. Just then, a message from Xiao Ming arrived, stating that he had returned to his residence. Seeing the message, Lin Fan exhaled with slight relief, Yet his pace did not falter. Indeed, a considerable distance remained. But he soon spotted a familiar silhouette standing at the entrance of his courtyard. Xiao Ming, what on earth kept you away from home? Not a single word of communication. Xiao Ming's weary face briefly flickered with a hint of despondency, but he quickly regained his composure. Thank you for your concern, Lin Xixiao. I am well. There were minor issues with my family, but they have been resolved. Observing Xiao Ming's evasive demeanor, Lin Fan discerned that he was not being entirely forthright. You did not seem to be in distress when you left, and why would the Xiao clan seek you out for issues your brother could handle? Xiao Ming was taken aback. Has Lin Xixiang met my brother, Xiao Ding? After a pause, he added, It's nothing. The matter has passed. I merely came to reassure you of my safety. Besides, look at my current cultivation level. As he spoke, a formidable aura, far surpassing his previous state, emanated from him. With Lin Fan's keen perception, he had already recognized Xiao Ming's meteoric rise in cultivation, having even reached the 10th layer of qi refinement before him. Although he found this remarkable, seeing that Xiao Ming had no intention of divulging more, he refrained from pressing further. After exchanging a few pleasantries, and confirming that Xiao Ming exhibited no signs of distress, Lin Fan bid him farewell. Upon returning to his chamber, he promptly summoned the system interface. Exchange information. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 1. Every generation of the Xiao family possesses foundational cultivators, attributed to a secret method that enables the transmission of cultivation to a designated successor with minimal loss. The two most promising heirs of each generation are known as the twins, who undergo evaluation to determine who shall receive this transmission. However, the fatal flaw of this secret method is that it severely compromises the consciousness of the recipient, rendering them nearly a soulless husk. The Xiao clan employs dark arts to manipulate this method before the transmission, a control technique passed down solely to each generation's head. 2 years ago, Xiao Ming's father fell victim to an enemy's treachery, leaving the family with only one elderly ancestor, whose lifespan was dwindling. In a desperate attempt to expedite the Enlightenment plan, Xiao Ding, having suffered a debilitating injury to his dantian in his youth, found his hopes of foundation establishment bleak. Upon discovering the family's secret to enlightenment, he clandestinely brokered a deal with Su Tian, compelling him to exert pressure on the Xiao family to forcibly designate Xiao Ming as the candidate for enlightenment. As the enlightenment ceremony progressed to its midpoint, the Xiao family became aware of the connection between Yu and Xiao Ming, ultimately halting the ritual that was already underway. This marks the longest piece of intelligence recorded in history, and Lin Fan's countenance grew increasingly grim, his chest swelling with indignation. Su Tian, once again. It's you. I shall not rest until you are vanquished. This individual's willingness to trade with Xiao Ding undoubtedly stems from his own machinations. Now, witnessing his inability to confront him directly, he resorts to targeting those around him. Given Xiao Ming's initial excitement, it seems this foolish lad was unaware of the ulterior motives behind the Enlightenment and perhaps believed it to be a blessing from the family. Yet, he remained acutely aware that everything in this world operates on principles of fairness. Such a formidable and extraordinary technique, if devoid of flaws, could hardly be safeguarded by a mere fledgling foundation establishment family. In hindsight, it is evident that Xiao Ding's desire to join the Mortal Guild was also instigated by Su Tian. However, he understood that, despite his fury, he could not act within the sect. The Celestial Soldier's secret realm was the most opportune venue. Should you both dare to enter the secret realm, it would surely become your final resting place. Yet, based on his insights into Su Tian, it is highly probable that the latter harbored similar thoughts. As for Master Dan Hong, he could only express his apologies, hoping that his bond with Su Tian was not too profound. Chapter 69. Intelligence. Heavenly Tribulation. Su Tian was fully engaged in preparations, orchestrating the entry of numerous formidable warriors into the secret realm, intending to subdue Yun Qingyao the moment they entered, then concocting a pretext to eliminate Yu on the spot. Upon reading this, Lin Fan could not suppress his sardonic laughter. Excellent, splendid. It seems this man harbors an intense hatred for me, to the extent that he is too lazy to devise traps or elaborate schemes. Yet, this aligns perfectly with my intentions. Nevertheless, this matter requires meticulous planning, for he is aware that nearly half of the top 10 disciples of Lin Fan, donned in blue robes, have been summoned under Su Tian's banner, coupled with the regulation that allows the top 10 to bring one companion. It is likely that at least half of the 50 individuals entering will harbor animosity towards him. One of the 9 Tribulation secret arts you have acquired, the weapon character Tribulation, is renowned alongside the Longevity Sutra as the 2 foundational techniques of the Celestial Soldier sect, each complementing the other and exhibiting mutual resonance. The weapon character Tribulation, the Celestial Soldier sect, the Longevity Sutra. Hearing these 3 names sent a tremor through Lin Fan's heart. This secret art demands the pinnacle of golden elemental skills. Could it be related to weaponry? The name of this Celestial Soldier secret realm is inherently linked to the so-called Celestial Soldier sect. Perhaps it is an artifact of this sect that has inexplicably found its way here. The final 3 characters of Longevity Sutra filled him with astonishment. What is the essence of cultivation if not the pursuit of longevity? The audacity of this technique to bear such a name is unfathomable, hinting at unimaginable efficacy and power. Could it possibly extend one's lifespan? The system does not act without purpose, since it has alerted us to the interaction between the two. It is highly probable that this longevity scripture lies within the secret realm. A fervent desire ignited in Lin Fan's eyes at the thought, if he were to encounter it. He must possess this object. At this moment, he yearned to instantly master the 9 calamities secret technique. However, ultimately hesitating, he shifted his gaze to the next piece of information. The announcement read, "The Purple Sun Sect's grand tournament will be held in 3 days, during which the weather will be clear, warm, and delightful." Lin Fan noted, upon the completion of the 9 calamities secret technique, a tribulation lightning that exceeds one's realm by at least 1 major level will descend. This information was succinct, yet it sent a thin sheen of cold sweat trickling down Lin Fan's back. He suddenly felt grateful that he had not immediately begun cultivating this technique. Had he not been forewarned, the moment of completion would undoubtedly have been when he was most relaxed, and in such a state of unpreparedness. It was highly likely he could be reduced to ash. A tribulation? Is this the reason it is called the 9 calamities? After exchanging for 10 pieces of information, Lin Fan ceased his inquiries once only useless data remained. After a moment of contemplation, he made his way to the summit. Atop the Pill Peak, within the Elder Hall, the Elder Fire Yao spoke with irritation. "Youngster, you are rarely seen, yet upon your arrival, you appear in such a rush. I am busy with alchemy. What on earth is the matter?" Sitting beside him, Dan Heng chuckled, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Indeed, what could be of such magnitude that it necessitated the presence of all 3 of us? That fellow Ming Hui is not here. Not here, Fire Yao queried. Indeed, he has always been restless within the sect, preferring to wander. However, this time he is indeed occupied. He has been invited by the 100 Flowers Valley to refine elixirs. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. 100 Flowers Valley? Is there an issue? After a moment's hesitation, he considered that his 2 masters must be aware of the ambush he and Xiao Huan encountered on their way to the sect. His innate spiritual perception was notably acute. On that day, he sensed an aura from Elder Nanganya that bore resemblance to those dark-clad assailants. He struggled to articulate this clumsy rationale. For these 3 genuinely cared for him, and he could not turn a blind eye to Ming Hui's potential peril, though it might invite suspicion, after all. So many core formation experts present had not perceived it. How could a mere chi refining disciple? However, to his surprise, the 2 did not exhibit much astonishment. Instead, they exchanged a glance, their expressions filled with intrigue. "You were able to sense it? This likely confirms the matter's validity." Lin Fan was taken aback. "Masters are aware of this." Dan Heng stroked his beard and replied, "The sect leader merely has a suspicion regarding this matter. You need not worry. A projection of the sect leader is covertly hidden within the accompanying group. Furthermore, the leader is investigating matters not far from here, and should any disturbances arise, he will arrive promptly." At this, Lin Fan nodded in understanding, realizing the situation was both unexpected yet reasonable. After all, it is a creature that has lived for over a century. It cannot be easily deceived. However, he soon recalled something, his expression turning grim. The sect master is absent. Initially, he intended to summon the sect master to join him in safeguarding the area, seeking complete reassurance. The intelligence indicated that this heavenly punishment was at least 1 major realm higher, yet it did not specify an upper limit. Caution remained paramount. "What? You have actually refined that mysterious technique. It will invoke heavenly punishment?" As Lin Fan elaborated, both Hui Yao and Dan Heng exchanged bewildered glances. "I have never heard of a heavenly tribulation occurring below the core formation stage. Nevertheless, there is no cause for concern, with both of us here to protect you. You may rest assured." Lin Fan glanced outside the hall and said, "Please wait a moment, master." The 2 were instantly perplexed. "Wait? Is someone else coming?" Moments later, they sensed something and simultaneously turned their gazes toward the entrance, exclaiming in unison, "You have summoned this person as well?" The next instant, 2 figures, one large and one small, emanating an icy aura, entered the hall, causing the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. The girl in a white dress with horn-braided hair resembled a younger version of Gu Binghan just a moment ago, but now, her chill dissipated as she beamed with joy. "Brother Lin Fan." She quickly approached Lin Fan, whispering, "I listened to you and brought Master along, but she might not be very pleased. So you should be a bit more courteous." Lin Fan affectionately ruffled her hair and nodded, just about to speak when a voice filled with frost interrupted. "I did wonder why Xiao Huan suddenly insisted on bringing me out." Observing Gu Binghan maintaining her usual stern demeanor, Lin Fan could only manage a few awkward laughs. The matter at hand concerned his very existence. Had it not been for his irreconcilable enmity with Su Rong and his cohorts, he would have considered summoning them as well. Boy, do you remember what I said? Lin Fan understood she was referring to the influence over Xiao Huan, but before he could respond, Xiao Huan stepped protectively in front of him. Master, please do not make things difficult for brother Lin Fan. He hasn't sought me out for quite some time. In terms of cultivation, I have already reached the pinnacle of qi refinement and am merely waiting for the secret realm you mentioned to open. Gu Binghan, seeing her like this, wished to retort but found no justification, letting out a huff instead. Xiao Huan also wishes to enter the Celestial Soldier secret realm? Chapter 70. Achieving a terrifying heavenly might. What? Do you believe my disciple to be a mere mediocre? Not to mention you. Even Su Tian and Yun Qingyao would hardly be a match for Xiao Huan. Gu Binghan retorted disdainfully. Xiao Huan playfully raised her fist towards him. I am quite formidable. Next time, it will be Xiao Huan protecting brother Lin Fan. Lin Fan felt a wave of relief. He had overthought the situation. Xiao Huan was no longer the helpless, wretched little beggar she once was. At that moment, Hui Yao and Dan Heng gazed at Xiao Huan with sparkling eyes, as if beholding a rare treasure. Could this be the legendary girl with a heavenly spirit root? TSK, what a pity she is not of the fire spirit root. It was their first encounter with Xiao Huan, and they could not help but marvel in astonishment. Lin Fan observed the growing impatience on Gu Binghan's face and hastily provided a brief introduction to the matter. Have you managed to cultivate that item? Gu Binghan expressed a hint of surprise. The renowned object had eluded her understanding despite her previous attempts. Xiao Huan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, Lin Fan Gage could actually attract heavenly tribulation. How impressive. She boasted to Gu Binghan, Master, I have told you that Lin Fan Gage is no ordinary person. As more individuals began to display similar reactions, even Lin Fan himself started to feel puzzled. In the vast Ziyang sect, it seemed improbable that not a single practitioner of the Golden Yuan technique could be found. He had heard that many cultivators, in their pursuit of comprehending techniques, typically do not restrict themselves to just one or two disciplines, but rather explore multiple avenues. Could it be that apart from the pinnacle Golden Yuan technique, there existed some special requirements? The only possibility he could conceive was his own 5 spiritual roots. Gu Binghan's interest was piqued, though her expression remained inscrutable. Well then, shouldn't we hurry? My time is far more precious than you might think. But master, didn't you just say that you were feeling a bit bored and wanted to take a stroll? Xiao Huan chirped cheerfully, exposing the contradiction, which left Gu Binghan with a furrowed brow, yet she had no choice but to concede. Due to the lingering effects of the cold poison, her cultivation had stagnated for many years. She simply preferred the tranquility of staying in the mountains. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Lin Fan was about to utilize the system for comprehension when he glanced upwards and recalled something. Masters, this is the Elder Hall, just to be safe. Should we not find an open space instead? He was met with a dismissive gesture from Hui Yao. There is no need, with 3 Golden Core experts present. If we cannot handle the tribulation summoned by a mere qi refining junior, then we might as well abandon our cultivation altogether. Dan Heng concurred, adding, in fact, I doubt this so-called heavenly tribulation could even breach the protective formation of our sect. When we faced the Golden Core tribulation years ago, the initial rounds were effortlessly thwarted by the formation. Hearing this, Lin Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Perhaps he had indeed been exaggerating the situation, as he had not considered the existence of a protective formation. Gu Binghan remained silent, clearly sharing the same sentiment. With this thought, Lin Fan cast aside his distractions, seated himself on the ground, and began to meditate, silently reciting, Weapon Tribulation, comprehend for 50 points. Although he was unsure how to grasp this concept, he had previously noticed this option in the panel's attributes. Moreover, the item did not differentiate by mastery level. The system prompt was singular, to spend 50 points for comprehension. Buzzing sounds, audible only to Lin Fan, filled the air, and a torrent of information surged into his mind. The once chaotic and intricate runes in his memory transformed, revealing themselves as vivid images, and a method of operation swiftly materialized in his consciousness. This secret technique not only enhanced his wielding of weapons, but also had the potential to influence his opponent's weaponry. Moreover, there exists the refinement of weapons. And indeed, all scenarios related to the character of arms can be employed. However, before he could fully exclaim, a resounding boom erupted. A brilliant azure lightning bolt flashed across the sky, striking down as if conjured from thin air, without the slightest hint of ominous clouds, instantly piercing through the ceiling of the grand hall. At that moment, the entire sect was collectively startled. What transpired? How could thunder resound on such a clear day? Was it an elder practicing some arcane technique? On one of the distant spiritual peaks, Su Rong and several other elders were gathered in discussion, and they too displayed expressions of astonishment. Could it be that the sect leader has achieved a breakthrough? Su Rong shook his head. He was aware that Yang Lingtian was absent from the sect, yet he remained perplexed. No, that direction leads to the Pill Peak, and the fluctuations are somewhat subdued. At the scene of the heavenly tribulation, the three elders, though initially startled, reacted swiftly. Huiyao was the first to summon a tripod-shaped magical artifact, directing it towards Lin Fan's head, where it met the lightning head-on. Within the tripod, the lightning swirled and crackled, and after a few moments, it subsided into tranquility. Huiyao observed the hole in the roof, his expression slightly perturbed. He exchanged glances with Dan Heng, and together they turned to look at Gu Binghan, who was gazing upward. Surprise flickered in Gu Binghan's eyes. This lightning had manifested directly within the grand formation, yet why were there no tribulation clouds? Huiyao nodded, equally astonished by this phenomenon, but in an effort to maintain composure while observing the evidently shaken Lin Fan, he remarked calmly, "The might of this heavenly tribulation is indeed formidable. It is likely that even an average foundation establishment cultivator would find it hard to withstand. Seeking our assistance was a prudent choice. Thankfully, it was but a single strike." Lin Fan felt a surge of relief in his heart and was about to express his gratitude to the three elders when he suddenly noticed their expressions shift. They simultaneously peered through the shattered roof toward the sky. There, an enormous mass of dark clouds had inexplicably coalesced, writhing like a living creature, with flashes of lightning dancing upon it. This sight left Lin Fan increasingly alarmed. Why did it seem as though the heavenly tribulation was enraged? Shouldn't he call for assistance? In an instant, 3 bolts of tribulation lightning struck down simultaneously, their deep blue hue far surpassing the previous strike in intensity. The expressions of the 3 elders altered. This time, Gu Binghan let out a soft snort and took action herself. A resplendent ice lotus suddenly took shape, possessing the terrifying power of core formation, and collided with the lightning. Boom! The 2 forces clashed violently, trembling in the throes of their collision. Ultimately, the lightning dissipated once more, yet the icy lotus, though dimmed, did not vanish. Huiyao exclaimed, "The power of this tribulation lightning has escalated to a level approaching core formation." Gu Binghan furrowed her brows and provided an explanation. "It is likely due to our interference." However, as if unwilling to grant them a moment's respite, the tribulation clouds merely brewed briefly before unleashing another round of even more ferocious lightning strikes. In a mere moment over a cup of tea, the storm descended in a series of formidable waves, each more powerful than the last. By the final wave, even the trio felt a sense of strain in their simultaneous efforts. How could this be possible? Gu Binghan and her companions sensed a thread of peril emanating from the ultimate thunder tribulation, a sensation they had only previously experienced in the presence of their sect leader. Gone was their earlier composure. Even the mightiest among them, Gu Binghan, found her hair billowing wildly as she summoned a 7-tiered ice crystal pagoda to rest in her palm. How could the intensity of this thunder tribulation vary so drastically? They were well aware of the general rule against intervening in another's tribulation, lest they suffer backlash or exacerbate the storm scale. However, such amplification should have limits. How could the tribulation of a mere chi refining junior pose a threat to those at the core formation stage? "Child, what sort of thunder tribulation have you summoned?" Gu Binghan gritted her teeth. Lin Fan stood aghast, wondering if this was an exaggeration beyond belief. Was this something a normal person could endure? Fortunately, the tribulation clouds seemed to recognize the extremity of the situation, or perhaps had reached their limit, slowly dissipating. "Your actions are quite something, Lin Fan." Huiyao and the others were momentarily at a loss for words, while only Xiao Huan continued to gaze in astonishment. "Brother Lin Fan, you are truly remarkable." Gu Binghan found herself once again in the role of protector, her heart brimming with discontent towards Lin Fan. A year had passed since their 5-year agreement, and she could not help but wonder if he had made any progress on his promise. Lin Fan felt a pang of anxiety at her words, but dared not speak the truth, resorting instead to vague responses. I am merely lacking some materials." Huiyao and his companion had heard of this matter before, though they were uncertain why Lin Fan would make such audacious claims. They recalled his numerous extraordinary feats and found understanding. Seeing Lin Fan's awkward demeanor, they urged, "Enough, you should leave quickly. Su Rong will arrive soon. We shall keep this matter confidential for you. One Tiwi, Elder Gu?" Lin Fan felt warmth in his heart, as he intended to discuss this very issue. After all, such trump cards must be concealed. Gu Binghan merely snorted, remaining silent as she waved her sleeve to erase the lingering essence of the heavenly tribulation. She then took hold of the chattering Xiao Huan, departing without a backward glance. Lin Fan felt immense gratitude. Despite her sharp tongue, he remembered her multiple instances of assistance. Should we not also take that secret technique for contemplation? After their departure, the two felt an itch of curiosity. Yet, recalling the terror of the thunder tribulation, they swiftly abandoned the thought. Shortly thereafter, within less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Su Rong and his companions indeed arrived. But upon investigation, they found nothing but a disarray of spiritual energy. Intriguing. Elder Hua, what transpired here? The elder inquired. We inadvertently mishandled a new thunderpath technique we had been practicing, replied Hua. 3 days passed, and at last, the day of the grand competition arrived. In the center of the Ziyang sect's martial arts square lies an expansive circular arena, stretching hundreds of feet, surrounded by a multitude of grandstands. At this moment, nearly all the outer disciples have congregated here, their numbers surpassing even those at the recent wedding ceremony, amounting to nearly 10,000. While many remain indifferent to the matters of the 8 trigrams, the grand competition held every few years draws considerable interest. Even those who do not register to compete yearn to glean insights from spectating. Opportunities to witness such large-scale, high-level confrontations are indeed rare. Groups of familiar disciples gather, brimming with excitement as they engage in fervent discussions. What are your thoughts on this year's grand competition? One inquires. What can we say? It's too far away. And without divine sense, we can only rely on our eyes, another replies. Nonsense. I meant to ask who you believe will prevail. Isn't it obvious? It has barely been 3 years since the last competition, and the top 10 from that event have yet to reach the foundation establishment stage. I doubt the rankings will change significantly. A disciple adorned in robes emblazoned with the Yun Qingyao emblem interjects with pride. That is a reasonable assertion. The frontrunner will undoubtedly be senior brother Su. I am most eager to see what benefits he will bestow upon the guild after his victory. Upon hearing this, many nearby cast envious glances, well aware of the generous perks offered by the Yun Qingyao guild. However, others scoff at the notion. Come now. The top 3 receive no special rewards. Senior sister Yun is too aloof to engage in competition. If it comes down to a real battle, senior brother Su may not even be a match. Moreover, senior sister Yun has joined another guild. Your claims to the Yun Qingyao name are laughable. One of the Yun Qingyao disciples glares, for this topic strikes a nerve with Su and many of his peers, a subject not to be broached lightly. Just as he contemplated retorting, he noticed the speaker belonged to the Twin Stars Guild, prompting him to restrain his ire, albeit with a disdainful curl of his lip. Just wait. As long as Lin Fan dares to show up, his fate is already sealed. With that, he cast a knowing glance. And yet, that does not alter the fact that you remain a jester. At that moment, a figure clad in a delicate blue dress, veiled in gossamer, scanned the surroundings from a nearby stand, seemingly in search of something. This area had been designated for elders and disciples in blue robes, offering superior seating. Yet she had no intention of remaining there. What is this? Are you already on the hunt for a little man upon your arrival? How could you overlook someone of my stature? Truly, you forget your friends in the presence of beauty, teased Su Mei. Ever since she learned of the unique bond between Yun Qingyao and Lin Fan, Yun Qingyao's visage flushed beneath the veil, yet she did not deny the insinuation. At this moment, the thin fabric scarcely concealed her exquisite beauty, rendering her stunningly radiant. Nearby male disciples were captivated, their expressions a mix of admiration and frustration. Damn Lin Fan, how is he so fortunate? However, after surveying the nearly filled seats, she still failed to locate him, a flicker of disappointment rising within her. Regardless of whether Lin Fan participated or not, she had resolved to reserve a spot for him. However, Lin Fan's words about relying on oneself still lingered in her ears. Observing his confident demeanor, she felt a flicker of anticipation. At that moment, a shadow of disappointment crossed her eyes as she casually took a seat beside Su Mei, who had found 2 empty spots. This action incited a wave of excitement in the male disciple sitting next to Yun Qingyao. Su Mei, I apologize, but the qualification to enter the secret realm. Yun Qingyao's words were interrupted by Su Mei's cheerful interjection. I understand. It's reserved for your little romantic interest, right? Besides, with my current cultivation level, it's a tad low, so avoiding risks is wise. However, I do not believe that junior brother Lin requires your assistance. Oh, Yun Qingyao's large eyes widened in curiosity as she observed Su Mei. Just then, a tall young man with an unremarkable appearance suddenly stepped out from the spectator area for the blue-robed disciples and walked straight over. Upon closer inspection, one could see dried bloodstains on his robe, emanating an astonishing aura of menace that deterred anyone from approaching. Move aside, he said in a curt tone as he approached the disciple sitting next to Yun Qingyao. The disciple, feeling a surge of anger, thought that while there was no chance with the goddess, the opportunity for such close proximity was still immensely satisfying. Why should I? Don't you know that seating is on a first-come, first-served basis? Have you written your name down? However, as he turned to see the newcomer, his body involuntarily shuddered. Yun Qingyao and the others noticed the commotion and looked over. Just as Su Mei was about to speak, she saw the disciple stand up in defeat. Brother Chu, please. Take a seat, the young man replied expressionlessly, nodding slightly. He then patted his storage pouch, producing a bloodied spirit stone, which he tossed aside. The rich spiritual energy emanating from it revealed that it was of mid-grade quality. The disciple, upon receiving it, was filled with joy, clasped his fists in gratitude, and hurriedly departed. The young man then glanced at Su Mei, whose expression betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction. Firstly, I do not appreciate being regarded with such looks. But since you are Qingyao's friend, I shall not make it difficult for you. Secondly, he was willing. After saying this, he unceremoniously sat down beside Yun Qingyao, remaining silent. Those around them began to whisper in hushed tones. Chu Gu, the third prodigy, is still as domineering as ever. He hasn't been in the sect for a long time. I almost forgot about this formidable character. Indeed, this individual is either on a mission or returning from one. He is someone who doesn't hesitate to take risks. Even Su Shixiang dare to offend him lightly. Did you not notice the blood on that spirit stone? I wonder where he has just returned from slaying. By the way, do you think he is even aware of what happened a year ago? That is difficult to say, but given his nature, even if he were aware, I doubt he would care. He dared to confront Su Tian, let alone Lin Fan. Yun Qingyao furrowed her brow, feeling rather exasperated with this person. Since being defeated by her, Chu Gu had remained unchanged, though fortunately, he had not exhibited any extreme behavior, leaving her at a loss for words. As she contemplated whether to find a new position alongside Su Mei, a familiar figure clad in gray robes approached Chu Gu. Please, allow me to take a seat. The senior brother requested. Chapter 72. The rules of gathering the newcomer was none other than Lin Fan, who had been preoccupied with deciphering the soul secret technique bestowed by Yun Qingyao, resulting in his delayed arrival. The disciples surrounding them, who had been quietly observing the situation, let out a hushed gasp, their excitement palpable. Isn't that Lin Fan? This promises to be quite a spectacle. Are you speaking to me? Chu Ji's aura darkened slightly. His interest piqued as he regarded Lin Fan. Having just dismissed someone, he naturally perceived Lin Fan's actions as a provocation. It was indeed a novelty for someone to dare to challenge him, Chu Gu. However, this was a misjudgment of Lin Fan, who had only just arrived and was unaware of the preceding events. Lin Fan, you're here, exclaimed Yun Qingyao, her eyes glimmering with surprise. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. It had been a year since they last met, and he had missed her dearly. Yet, upon noticing Chu Ji's immobile stance and peculiar expression, he felt a twinge of confusion. Of course, I'm speaking to you. Might you please step aside? Lin Fan had been exceedingly polite. He could surmise that this individual harbored some intentions towards Yun Qingyao, but what of it? Chu Ji's expression darkened as he abruptly rose to his full height, towering over Lin Fan by half a head. Their gazes locked, the tension in the air was palpable, as if a confrontation were imminent. It seems a fight is about to break out. This is even more thrilling than the grand tournament. One disciple whispered in anticipation. Are you out of your mind? Lin Fan felt bewildered. Did the members of Xiang's sect not know of his relationship with Yun Qingyao? Was this person utterly oblivious to the news? Seeing Chu Ji's apparent intent to strike, Yun Qingyao feared for Lin Fan's safety and immediately prepared to intervene. Just then, a powerful pressure emanated from the elder's viewing platform, silencing the commotion in an instant. Silence. A commanding voice resonated through the air, capturing the attention of Lin Fan and the others. Regrettably, many onlookers felt a sense of disappointment, though their excitement soon reignited. Traditionally, only one elder would attend the grand tournament, yet this time, 3 had appeared, indicating the exceptional nature of the event. What intrigued me more was the presence of Elder Gu, who had previously shown little interest in such matters. Could it be that she was here because of Lin Fan? Stepping forward from the elder's platform was Su Rong, who hovered majestically above the central ground. With a swift motion, he retrieved a palm-sized circular stone disc from his storage bag and hurled it forward with great force. As he executed several incantations, each spell caused the disc to expand exponentially, ultimately transforming into a massive stone platform spanning 100 feet. With a resounding crash, it landed on the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. The current grand tournament would be officiated by a panel of stewards, with the elders overseeing the proceedings. In the arena, maliciously harming others with the intent to take their lives is strictly prohibited. Failure to adhere to this rule will result in disqualification from the competition and subsequent penalties. Furthermore, due to the overwhelming number of over 1,000 registrants, the traditional tournament format is deemed excessively time-consuming. Following a proposal from the disciples, the elders have ultimately agreed to a new set of competition rules. Upon hearing this, murmurs of discussion erupted among the crowd. Could this truly be the most extensive competition in history? The allure of the Heavenly Soldier's secret realm is indeed formidable. With the entry threshold set at the late stage of chi refinement, and considering that the disciples from Dan Peak are not particularly adept in combat, the scale of this event is indeed staggering. At this point, a disciple from Dan Peak expressed discontent, retorting, "Not skilled in battle? Have you forgotten about Brother Lin's exploits from a year ago?" Another scoffed, "That was merely relying on others." Yet, even the speaker seemed to lack conviction, for many had witnessed Lin Fan effortlessly tossing aside the guardian disciples. Numerous individuals speculated that Lin Fan possessed strength ranking within the top 50 of the competition. In the air, Su Rong cleared his throat once more. We shall now proceed with the drawing of lots for group assignments. Excluding the blue-robed disciples who possess immunity from combat, all other participants will be divided into several groups of 100. Each group will simultaneously ascend the arena. Those who descend or concede will be eliminated, with the final 5 remaining on the platform advancing to the next round. The time limit is set to the duration of a single incense stick. Should there be an excess of participants remaining after this time, the elders and appointed representatives will jointly decide which 5 individuals exhibited the most exceptional performance to advance. Once this rule was announced, a wave of astonishment rippled through the disciples. This was to be an unprecedented free-for-all. Concerns arose. If alliances were formed, would it not be unfair? Had not the Grand Elder stated that with so many participants, the duration of the tournament could extend indefinitely? And if one possessed the skill, could they not also forge alliances? However, if a group contained too many skilled fighters, with only 5 advancement spots available, how would that be resolved? At this moment, Lin Fan had grown disinterested in the discussions surrounding him, lost in contemplation. The more he pondered the rules, the more he felt something was amiss. Voices of dissent began to rise. A proposal from the disciples? Who exactly suggested such rules? Complained a disgruntled participant. Just then, a figure clad in blue, wielding a folding fan, stepped forward from the stands, clasping his hands in greeting. Esteemed brothers and sisters, this initiative was mine. The crowd turned their attention to Su Tian. The speaker, he continued, there are 2 primary reasons for this approach. Firstly, each of the 4 sects entering the secret realm comprises 50 individuals, which significantly increases the likelihood of encountering chaotic battles. The adversaries will not engage you in fair combat. Thus, familiarizing ourselves with the environment is essential. Secondly, while many of our junior brothers and sisters harbor fears regarding potential alliances, it is imperative that we, as disciples of Xiang, unite within the secret realm. If this can serve as a rallying point, it reflects our collective strength. Upon hearing this, several disciples nodded in agreement, and the volume of dissent diminished, as they began to see the merit in his argument. However, Lin Fan could not help but smile coldly within his heart. He had finally discerned the underlying truth. He was almost certain that these reasons were merely secondary, and the true intent was to deal with him. This group of warriors, to put it bluntly, was merely gauging the strength of the guild, and how many members did his humble guild possess. As he had anticipated, after delivering his remarks, Su Tian cast a veiled glance in his direction, a mocking glint flashing in his eyes. Should you choose to be a timid turtle and abstain from the grand competition, you would only earn the reputation of a parasite. Since you wish to assert yourself and prove your worth, do not blame me for leaving you incapacitated for several months. Lin Fan, junior brother, senior brother. At that moment, several voices suddenly called out, interrupting his thoughts. It was Yun Qingyao and her companion, who had somehow managed to find a row of adjacent empty seats once more. To his delight, aside from the 2 of them, familiar faces like Xiao Ming and Fu Shuang were also present. He felt a surge of joy and promptly made his way over, leaving Chu Ge, whose expression darkened, behind. This could be considered the first gathering of members from my humble guild. Chapter 73. The 100-person arena. Lin Fan felt a genuine sense of happiness in his heart. Although there were many within the sect who looked down upon him, he was fortunate to have these friends. He stole a glance at Fu Shuang, noticing her demeanor was now composed, suggesting she had begun to move past her grief. How can you still speak so boldly? You lured me in with just a few words, yet all the troublesome matters are left to me and junior brother Xiao Ming, while you act like a carefree bystander. He felt a rare sense of embarrassment in the face of Su Mei's reproach. To whom much is given, much is expected, he replied. Xiao Ming chuckled innocently. I have no objections. Following senior brother Lin means an abundance of top-tier elixirs from the outside world. Fu Shuang wholeheartedly agreed. Having utilized the breaking barrier pill gifted by Lin Fan to successfully advance to the 10th level of qi refinement, Su Mei shot a disapproving glance at the 2. Though she was not genuinely angry, after exchanging pleasantries with everyone, Lin Fan quietly observed Yun Qingyao. Qingyao, you look even more beautiful today. Were it not for the presence of others, he would have longed to embrace the enchanting woman before him. Returning to the matter at hand, today would likely not unfold as simply as anticipated. When you take the stage later, be cautious. If anything seems amiss, concede voluntarily and do not push yourselves. As they conversed, the drawing of lots and grouping had concluded. A steward overseeing the grand competition soared into the air and proclaimed loudly, First group, Gu Li, Lin Lo. The disciples whose names were called promptly leaped onto the arena, yet none of their names were mentioned until the list of 100 was read. At this moment, standing on the 100-foot arena were 100 disciples. Their expressions varied as they cautiously assessed their adversaries. Lin Fan, however, noticed that many seemed to have conspired beforehand. Immediately exchanging glances and grouping together, predominantly those from Yun Tian. They were not even pretending to act. Lin Fan's gaze hardened. It was no surprise that the individuals from Yun Tian were already aware of the rules. Soon, with a commanding voice, the first round of the 100-person arena commenced. In an instant, the vast arena was divided into numerous factions, some remaining stationary while others took the initiative to strike. The air was alive with the dazzling radiance of spells, creating a scene of lively chaos. Initially, most individuals fought independently. But witnessing the group of celestial beings led by Yun Tian wreaking havoc, many began to emulate their example. Before long, aside from a few who were either unfamiliar with others or overly confident in their solitary strength, the majority formed various groups of differing sizes. Among this assembly, the only person Lin Fan recognized was a strikingly beautiful woman, Xiao Huan, who was renowned alongside Yun Qingyao as one of the twin beauties. Previously, he had heard whispers of her prowess, ranking within the top 20 of the competition, though he had not thought much of it at the time. However, amidst the gathering of disciples, a cursory glance revealed that there were no less than 20 individuals at the 10th level of Qi refinement. For someone of her cultivation, barely below the 10th level, to garner such a claim must surely indicate extraordinary talent. Notably, her robe bore the insignia of Yun Tian. Initially, from a distance, Lin Fan could not discern the details clearly, but he soon noticed how the surrounding cultivators seemed to become somewhat hesitant in her presence, stirring his curiosity. It seemed peculiar that even in such a tumultuous arena, one would exhibit such reluctance towards a woman. It wasn't until he witnessed her elegantly sweeping her hand, effortlessly eliminating 7 or 8 opponents from the stage, that Lin Fan finally caught a fleeting glimmer of allure in her eyes. Enchantment technique. This was his first encounter with a practitioner of such an art. At that moment, a disciple lamented that the heavenly enchantment technique of Fairy Miao had grown increasingly profound, claiming that even those a realm above her might fall prey unexpectedly. Indeed, when senior sister Qing was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, she could contend with those at the 10th level. Now, with her cultivation elevated, she could very well vie for a position in the top 10. Yun Qingyao gently cautioned him, stating that once this woman fully unleashed her enchanting abilities, cultivators without awakened consciousness would find it nearly impossible to resist. Should you face her, exercise caution. Fear not, the only one I cannot withstand is the one before me. Lin Fan replied playfully. Yun Qingyao was somewhat accustomed to his jesting, merely covering her mouth with a light laugh, while the 3 others in their company exchanged exasperated glances. Soon, under Xiao Miaoyi's leadership, the Yun Tian faction gained a significant advantage, sweeping the remaining disciples off the stage. Ultimately, only the members of Yun Tian remained, totaling 8 individuals. At this point, the 8 engaged in an open discussion, resulting in 3 of them voluntarily leaping from the stage. Faced with such a blatant display, the other disciples felt a surge of indignation. It was far too brazen. Yet, glancing at Su Tian and Su Rong, few dared to voice their grievances. Observing this, Lin Fan signaled to Xiao Ming. Understanding the cue, Xiao Ming shouted, "This is a fixed match. They aren't even pretending anymore. Allowing Yun Tian's people to advance so blatantly, what is this?" Su Tian frowned, turning his gaze toward Lin Fan. But the growing chorus of discontent drowned out his impending words. The disciples were filled with fervor. Indeed, why not simply award Yun Tian? What need is there for further competition? Even with connections, such power should not be abused. This seems excessive. The notion of match fixing becomes commonplace when someone takes the lead, thus diminishing any sense of restraint. Su Rong, frowning, felt compelled to intervene. From now on, should any non-combatant eliminations occur, severe penalties will be imposed. With that, the next group was announced, and the competition commenced. Upon seeing the elder take the stage, even those disciples who harbored discontent dared not voice their grievances. Is it starting now? Lin Fan mused, realizing he had underestimated the shamelessness of Su Tian and his grandson. He had anticipated at least the disqualification of a few participants or a rematch. How did that old rascal manage to ascend to the position of elder? The referee then revealed the list for the second group, Meng Jia. To his surprise, Su Mei, Xiao Ming, and Fu Shuang were all included. Lin Fan's brow furrowed, a twinge of unease rising within him. The opposition had become so brazen, manipulating the groupings was merely a trivial matter. Seeing Lin Fan's concern, Xiao Ming reassured him. "It's all right, senior brother Lin, don't underestimate us. With sister Fu Shuang, we've got 2 cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refinement." Fu Shuang nodded in agreement, adding, "Moreover, I see that there are quite a few dual-star individuals on the list." Hearing this, Lin Fan's expression softened somewhat. Although his invitation to the Nan siblings had not succeeded, they had pledged mutual support. Even the least skilled among them, Su Mei, conveyed her confidence, citing the numerous valuable items gifted by Yun Qingyao. As the 3 ascended the stage, Lin Fan surveyed the surroundings and leaned closer to the enchanting figure beside him, grinning mischievously. "Ah, my dear wife, you truly think of everything." Flushed, Yun Qingyao turned her face away, exclaiming, "What are you saying? Who is your wife?" Just as Lin Fan contemplated how no one else seemed inclined to take advantage of the situation, a formidable figure suddenly took a seat behind him. Seemingly keeping a watchful eye on the two, it was none other than Chu Gu. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Qingyao shifted beside him. Seeing this man ruin his chances, Lin Fan felt a surge of anger. "What are you doing here, you persistent specter? Keep your distance from Yun Qingyao, or I shall leave." Chu Gu replied darkly. "How can there be such an insufferable sycophant?" Lin Fan lamented inwardly, redirecting his focus to the stage. Chapter 74. You seek your own demise at that moment. On the stage, Xiao Ming and his companions stood alongside the dual-star individuals, totaling 6. 5 surrounded the slightly weaker Su Mei, forming a protective circle. Lin Fan observed. Among the 100 participants, only 3 had reached the 10th level of qi refinement. Besides Xiao Ming and Fu Shuang, only a scarred man from Yun Tian bore that distinction. With the referee's command, the battle commenced once more. Without hesitation, Xiao Ming drew his exquisite long sword, his aura, bolstered by his 10th level cultivation, now far surpassing his previous self. Fu Shuang, armed with numerous magical artifacts, joined forces with Xiao Ming and alongside the dual-star trio. They commanded a significant advantage in the arena. In a short while, numerous disciples around were forced to concede. It seems I had underestimated these few individuals. With their prowess, they could easily rank among the top 50. Indeed, in no time, the number of contestants dwindled to merely a dozen. Among them were 3 from Yun Tian, while the rest were solitary fighters. However, the remaining individuals realized that the 6 were overwhelmingly powerful and subtly allied themselves with the trio from Yun Tian. Even so, under the oppressive strength of Xiao Ming and Fu Shuang, they found themselves at a significant disadvantage. Witnessing 2 more succumb to Xiao Ming's sword energy. Coughing up blood in defeat, Lin Fan felt a slight sense of relief. The scarred man from Yun Tian had evidently just broken through to the 10th level. His aura unstable. Either Xiao Ming or Fu Shuang could easily vanquish him. Thus, it would not be long before only Lin Fan and the members of the Twin Stars remained on the stage. However, Lin Fan instinctively glanced towards Su Tian, only to find him gazing back, with Xiao Ding's figure seated beside him, seemingly having appeared from nowhere. Su Tian's lips curled into a cruel smile. This was not good. Lin Fan quickly turned his attention back to the arena, where he witnessed the 3 from Yun Tian simultaneously produce a black-red pill and consume it. In an instant, streaks of gray-white appeared at their temples, yet their overall presence became exceedingly wild. Their cultivation levels surged directly from the 9th to the 10th level. The scarred man's aura surpassed even that of Xiao Ming and Fu Shuang. Many sharp-eyed observers noted this development. Are they permitted to use medicinal pills in this competition? The elders did not impose any restrictions on such practices. After all, banning the use of pills would disproportionately affect the disciples from the pill peak, wouldn't it? Lin Fan's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and uttered 3 words. Blood explosion pill. He still had several of these in his storage bag. Yet their color was not black-red, but rather a brilliant crimson of superior quality. Nevertheless, even such a high-quality pill could not eliminate the side effect of lifespan depletion, which was why he had refrained from sharing them with Xiao Ming and the others. The materials for this pill were quite rare, and the sect possessed very few. Even he had only managed to refine a handful, partly due to some materials being purchased by Xiao Ding. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Yun Qingyao hurriedly inquired, "Junior brother Lin, isn't that pill formula what you retrieved from the pill monument?" How could they? However, before Lin Fan could respond, she too spotted Xiao Ding's figure and, with her keen intellect, quickly deduced the situation. At this moment, the arena was abruptly transformed by the arrival of the 3 disciples whose cultivation had surged, dramatically reversing the tide of the battle. In particular, the scarred man wielded a tiger-striped broadsword, exuding a formidable presence, with each strike posing a grave threat. Only through the combined efforts of Xiao Ming and Fu Shuang could they barely hold their ground. Soon, Xiao Ming and his companions found themselves encircled, left with only the ability to defend themselves. Xiao Ming exerted every effort to withstand the relentless assault of the scarred man, turning to his companions and stating, "They must have ingested a potion that has significantly boosted their cultivation. However, such potions come with severe side effects. They will undoubtedly be devoid of fighting capability in the next round." Feng Shuang's complexion paled slightly as she remarked, "Unless they have no intention of considering the next round." The others, not lacking in intelligence, quickly realized that their adversary's objective had likely been them from the very beginning. At that moment, the scarred man let out a cold laugh, casting a glance at the trio from the Twin Stars. "We shall not make things difficult for you. You may choose to follow these individuals to elimination or seek a chance for advancement. Decide for yourselves." Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged complex expressions. hesitating momentarily before casting an apologetic glance at Xiao Ming and silently moving aside. The allure of wealth often leads to peril, and though Nan Feng had treated them well, it paled in comparison to the opportunity to enter the secret realm. In their eyes, the coalition of these few was solely due to the overwhelming strength of Xiao Ming and his companions. Should they be eliminated, the alliance would naturally disband. Moreover, the effects of the potion consumed by the three would not last long. Meanwhile, Nan Ming'er, seated in the blue-robed spectator area, watched the scene unfold with mounting fury. What are these three cowards doing? Nan Feng, do you not care? She felt an overwhelming urge to leap onto the stage and give them a sound thrashing, but was restrained by Nan Feng's grip. Everyone has their own thoughts. They are not so easily swayed, Nan Feng explained, though his heart sank. This was the second instance of such a loss of control within his guild since Pei Yunshan. He resolved to personally apologize to Lin Fan later. On the arena, Xiao Ming and his companions could only watch helplessly as the trio departed. They could not forcibly detain them. However, with three fewer fighters, the situation grew increasingly dire. Just as Feng Shuang and Xiao Ming struggled to hold their ground, Su Mei suddenly launched a plethora of various offensive and defensive talismans, including several first-tier exceptional ones. The sheer volume of spells caught the attacking group of over 10 off guard. Lin Fan's heart stirred. This must be the gift from Yun Qingyao. If the talismans were plentiful enough, they might just endure until the effects of the potions wore off. The exceptional pills he had crafted lasted no more than half a stick of incense, and those refined by Xiao Ding would have an even shorter duration. However, the scarred man's expression darkened as he rebuked the trio from Twin Stars, who had been watching idly. Why are you not joining the fray? Do you think standing aside will earn you their favor? After a moment of hesitation, the Twin Stars individuals indeed joined the assault. Was this a case of seduction? Many spectators gasped at the absurdity of the scene. Even the usually composed Nan Feng felt a surge of anger, while Nan Ming'er exploded with rage, shouting for the three to face the consequences. Worry etched Yun Qingyao's face, and Lin Fan sighed inwardly, knowing that it would be difficult for the trio to advance. On stage, the scarred man calmly absorbed a multitude of magical auras, a smirk playing upon his lips. I shall see how many more talismans you have to squander. In such a stark disparity, mere talismans cannot bridge the gap. Could it be that two disciples at the 10th level of Qi refinement are unable to advance to the next round? One disciple lamented. Yet, some discerning individuals glanced towards Lin Fan, and then at the elevated platform where Su Tian stood, shaking their heads in silent disapproval. At this moment, Fu Shuang's complexion grew even paler, as her spiritual energy dwindled under the relentless bombardment of the crowd. Alas, there is no choice left, we must concede. Although Xiao Ming and his companion felt a sense of reluctance, they nodded in agreement. We concede. Fu Shuang and Su Mei cried out defiantly. Having already been forced to the edge of the arena, one of them leaped down from the platform. However, they noticed Xiao Ming still standing in place. A look of confusion on his face. Xiao Ming. In the next instant, the onslaught of the crowd descended upon him. Quickly concede, Xiao Ming. The two urged anxiously. Bang. A resounding explosion echoed from the audience below, as Lin Fan's eyes widened, crushing the armrest of the stone chair in his grip. Xiao Ding, Su Tian, you seek death. Chapter 75. I shall ascend. This scene left the surrounding disciples in a state of astonishment. What transpired here? I understand Lin Fan has enmity with Su Tian. But what of Xiao Ding? Junior brother Lin, what has happened? Yun Qingyao also perceived that Xiao Ming seemed somewhat off, yet she was unaware of the reason. Oh, I wonder how my brother Xiao and I, merely observing quietly, have offended junior brother Lin. Su Tian remarked with a slight smile, inwardly feeling quite pleased. Alas, the forbidden spell is incomplete, merely capable of temporarily restraining his mobility, Xiao Ding murmured, harboring his own hatred for Lin Fan. Were it not for him, Xiao Ming would have already become his foundation puppet. Moreover, with this turn of events, the selection of the hidden players now held uncertainty. No matter, this is sufficient. I promise you, I shall endeavor to procure the energy of the earth veins for you within the secret realm, but I require more blood-exploding pills. Xiao Ding's face brightened. The materials for this pill should be plentiful within the secret realm. Leave it to me. Lin Fan's expression darkened as he silently regarded the two. Just moments ago, he had distinctly observed Xiao Ming's body stiffen unnaturally at the moment he attempted to shout his concession, as if he were not in control. In an instant, he recalled the information regarding the topping-off process. However, he had previously examined Xiao Ming's body thoroughly and found no abnormalities. He had assumed the topping-off was incomplete, which rendered the forbidden spell ineffective. Now it seemed he had misjudged the situation. When he briefly conveyed the circumstances to Yun Qingyao, even her typically indifferent demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. Does Xiao Ding truly care nothing for brotherly bonds? Bang, bang, bang. The brawl on the stage continued, with Xiao Ming coughing up blood. At this juncture, the others, fearing repercussions, had long ceased their assault, standing aside with expressions of pity. Even the other two from Yun Qingyao halted, not out of mercy, but rather out of trepidation of Lin Fan's retaliation. Yet, the scarred man paid no heed to such considerations, grinning menacingly as he clenched his fist, unleashing a powerful blow that carried a hint of a beastly roar. Xiao Ming's entire body was rigid, instinctively raising his hands to shield himself. With a series of ominous cracking sounds, his arms twisted grotesquely, clearly broken. The scarred man showed no intention of halting his assault, even raising his hand to summon a flying sword, poised to take Xiao Ming's life. A disciple gasped, "Do they dare to kill him? How can Xiao Ming not concede, even in such a state?" Another observer from Yun Tian scoffed, "If he refuses to surrender, he cannot blame anyone for the severity of his injuries." At that moment, Elder Dan Hung on the viewing platform also seemed unable to bear it any longer, clearly feeling it had gone too far. Noticing Dan Hung was about to intervene, Su Tian hastily interjected, "Elder Dan, please wait. This disciple is still persevering and has not conceded. He may still possess some hidden cards. How could we decide for him?" Gu Binghan cast a cold glance at him. It was evident the young man was on the verge of losing consciousness, yet Su Tian could utter such words. However, this matter did not concern her, and she chose to disregard it. Su Rong merely chuckled, believing that the disciples should resolve their own affairs, especially since the judges were present to oversee. On the stage, under the influence of the blood explosion pill, the scarred man's eyes were bloodshot. He provocatively glanced at Lin Fan below, then turned to hoist the battered Xiao Ming. A fierce expression etched on his face. Accidental murder merely results in disqualification from the competition. Brother Su has promised a spot in the secret realm. Do not blame me, kid. With that, he unleashed his spiritual energy, and the long sword in the air split into 5, aimed directly at Xiao Ming's vital points. A collective gasp echoed from the audience. Even some of the stewards and elders furrowed their brows in concern. A law enforcement judge was about to intervene, but was halted by a mere glance from Su Rong. Clink, clink, clink. A series of crisp sounds rang out as the flying swords were deflected, causing the scarred man to stagger back from a shockwave. It was revealed that Xiao Ming's protective jade bracelet had illuminated. It was a protective artifact. Many sighed with relief upon witnessing this spectacle. The scarred man's gaze hardened, a cold smile lingering on his lips. This man is unconscious. The artifact only activates in life-threatening situations. I shall shatter every bone in his body. Below the arena, Fu Shuang and Su Mei were in a state of acute anxiety. Had it not been for a judge blocking their path, they would have rushed up to pull him down. Although the judge displayed reluctance, he firmly stated, "The tournament continues. Unauthorized individuals must not interfere." Enough. A sudden, commanding voice resonated across the entire square. Lin Fan's figure had inexplicably appeared at the edge of the arena, seemingly intent on retrieving Xiao Ming. So swift. Only Yun Qingyao, sitting beside Lin Fan, noticed how he had ascended. Moments ago, she had heard him whisper, "Wait for me here," and then saw him dart forward like a streak of light. This was Lin Fan. When had he made his way up? Was he about to forcibly disrupt the match? You say enough and it is enough? At this moment, under the influence of the blood-exploding pill, the scarred man became exceptionally ferocious, seemingly deaf to Lin Fan's words. Once more, he executed a series of hand gestures, sending 5 beams of sword light hurtling towards Xiao Ming's joints. However, just as the flying swords were about to sever Xiao Ming's tendons, his expression shifted, for reasons unknown. The swords he had refined countless times suddenly lost their connection with him, spiraling uncontrollably into the arena's floor. Startled, he glanced forward, only to see Lin Fan having already dragged Xiao Ming out of the arena, feeding him a pill. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing swiftness, leaving onlookers with the impression that the man had, at the last moment, shown mercy. What is the scarred man doing? Why is he holding back at such a critical moment? Su Tian was thoroughly dissatisfied with this scene. He turned sharply, reprimanding, "Lin Fan, do you think you can disrupt the tournament's proceedings just because you've become a favored disciple?" Upon hearing this, aside from a few disciples from Yun Tian, the majority fell silent. They had all witnessed the earlier events. The actions of the 3 men had far exceeded the bounds of mere competition. It was clear that dissatisfaction was widespread, evidenced by the referee's failure to intervene throughout the ordeal. Although the incident transpired swiftly, it was evident that the referee, possessing foundational cultivation, had ample opportunity to act but chose to tacitly approve of everything that had occurred. In that moment, Lin Fan paid no heed to Su Tian, focusing intently on helping Xiao Ming refine the medicinal properties. If I truly acted at will, do you think those 3 would still be standing on the stage? Arrogance. The 3 men, filled with indignation, were irked by Lin Fan's apparent disregard for them. Yet, suddenly, the scarred man sensed an icy gaze directed at him, causing a chill to envelop his heart and diminishing the madness in his mind. How could this individual exert such pressure upon me? Su Tian had intended to seize the opportunity to escalate the situation, but noticed Su Rong casting a restraining glance his way. He glanced at Dan Heng and Gu Binghan, reconsidering the words on the tip of his tongue. The competition continued. Despite his dissatisfaction, Su Tian recognized that with Dan Heng and Gu Binghan present, he was powerless to act against him within the rules. He merely shot Lin Fan another cold smirk before resuming his seat. The three men, now feeling the effects of the medicinal power waning within them, chose to abandon their previous concerns and turned resolutely towards their erstwhile allies. Following this interruption, the remainder of the battle became rather tedious, ultimately leaving the three from Yuntian to face off against two members of the Twin Stars Guild. At this juncture, the three from Yuntian, having just experienced the decline of their medicinal potency, felt a wave of weakness wash over them, yet their expressions radiated exuberance, akin to victorious roosters basking in the sparse cheers of the crowd. However, in a fleeting moment, a figure exuding a subtle yet palpable murderous intent fixed its gaze upon them. It was Lin Fan, who had remained at the edge of the arena, unmoving. What do you intend to do? The leader of the scarred men instinctively took a step back. At present, he is exceedingly frail, his cultivation having plummeted below the 8th tier. Should Lin Fan take action forcibly, he would indeed possess little power to resist. Lin Fan, have you not been summoned? Why not return and await your turn? A frowning steward reprimanded. Su Tian, meanwhile, chuckled coldly, assuming he would use the actions of the three to argue against him. This place is a fair competition, governed by rules. What fault could you possibly find? Today is not a day for you to hide behind a woman any longer. However, Lin Fan cast him a frigid glance. Shut your foul mouth. Since you have orchestrated everything, cease this theatrics. I am disinterested in how many individuals you have arranged for me. Yet for the next match, I shall take the stage. Chapter 76, Still Unyielding? Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted once more. Humph, who does he think he is? Not only did he interfere with the competition, but he also believes he can dictate when he enters? Ah, you must be Li Zitai. No wonder I see you constantly targeting senior brother Lin in your speech. Your earlier remarks towards the mortal guild were evident to all. Do you think everyone is like you, wallowing in filth while still curious about the taste? As these words were spoken, Li Zitai's complexion darkened, silently marking the speaker's identity. Since Lin Fan had caused him to lose face, not just anyone could trample over him. Yet, his voice was swiftly drowned out by supporters of Lin Fan. Indeed, I find senior brother Lin utterly dashing. No wonder he is so resolute. Only he would dare to confront senior brother Su so directly. How exhilarating. Those with discerning eyes could see that Lin Fan's desire for revenge could not wait even a moment longer. It seemed a thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. Li Zitai's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Humph, courage requires strength. Just watch. At this moment, on the platform, Su Tian's expression turned grim. Beside him, Su Rong also wore an unpleasing countenance, as he had nearly been scolded alongside Lin Fan. Youngsters can be rather impulsive. Do not take it to heart, Dan Heng chuckled, attempting to ease the tension. This little bastard seeks death. Su Tian's face was clouded with gloom, ready to explode, but then a thought crossed his mind. He coldly smiled and clasped his fists towards the elders' seats. Esteemed elders, since junior brother Lin is so eager, let him commence first. That would be acceptable. Su Rong scrutinized him, then turned his gaze towards Dan Heng and Gu Binghan. They had no objections, especially Gu Binghan, who, usually so composed, now exhibited a hint of interest in her eyes. Ultimately, the three nodded in agreement, and a signal was relayed to the referee at the arena, who promptly announced, by the request of the elders, the fifth group shall commence first. The audience's indignation reached a fever pitch as the names were called out. Good heavens! Senior brother Lin will not relent. What scene shall unfold in this battle? Alas, it is hard to say. Have you not noticed the abundance of Yuntian disciples in this group? I see nearly 30 among 100. How shameless. I find it rather unsurprising. Have you considered the humiliation Lin Fan previously caused Su Tian and the elder? On the spectators' stand, Chu Gu observed the arena with a calm demeanor, remarking, this individual is destined for misfortune. Although he was indeed astonished by the speed Lin Fan had just displayed, he understood that such a situation could not be resolved merely by swiftness. Even if he were to confront it, he would still require considerable effort. At that moment, Yun Qingyao's light, airy voice drifted over, declaring, it is already a great act of leniency to allow you to remain seated here. Should you utter another disparaging word about junior brother Lin, you shall leave here in a state of repose. Listening to the melodious yet chilling words of Yun Qingyao, Chu Gu felt a profound sense of frustration, but refrained from uttering anything further. Had Su Tian made such a statement, he would have undoubtedly acted without hesitation. Yet, in the presence of Yun Qingyao, he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. He could only mutter inwardly, is it so wrong to speak the truth? What kind of enchantment has this person cast upon junior sister Qingyao? He cast a puzzled glance at his own muscular physique, pondering, could it be that Qingyao is attracted to such a pretty boy? At that moment, Lin Fan stood upon the arena, his expression inscrutable, methodically scanning those present. 1, 2, 3, 27, 28. The individuals from the Yun Tian faction had already gathered, led by a figure whose cultivation also reached the 10th level of qi refinement. Upon closer inspection, aside from his scruffy beard and the absence of facial scars, he bore a striking resemblance to the scarred man from earlier. With a disdainful smirk, he addressed the surrounding disciples. Those who are not involved would do well to keep their distance. Our aim is singular. Should any of you be mistaken as associated with him, do not blame us for the consequences. Such a direct threat left the others quite displeased. Yet after a moment's hesitation, several who were in close proximity to Lin Fan indeed moved further away. Observing this, the bearded man became increasingly smug, sneering. My brother has taken good care of your friend. Rest assured, you shall fare no worse. I hope you do not concede too quickly, as that would spoil the fun. After saying this, the bearded man quietly advised his companions. This individual's sword formation is exceptionally sharp. We must be cautious. The moment he employs it, we must regroup for defense. Though his words were brash, he did not genuinely underestimate Lin Fan. On the contrary, he had witnessed Lin Fan's prowess firsthand during the wedding ceremony and knew he was not an ordinary 9th level qi refiner. While he did not believe his opponent would truly pose a threat, he would not take the matter lightly. His intent was merely to further provoke Lin Fan, hoping to unsettle him. However, regardless of how he scrutinized Lin Fan's expression, he could not discern the anticipated frustration. Rather, the more he observed, the more serious his own demeanor became. Yet, recalling the numerous magical artifacts lent to him by Su Tian, he felt somewhat reassured. Lin Fan, without even glancing at him, turned to the referee and inquired, "Shall we not commence?" Such audacity elicited astonishment even among those disciples who supported Lin Fan. At that moment, Fu Shuang had returned to the stand with the somewhat recuperated Xiao Ming, her face betraying a look of concern as she took in the unfolding events. The leader of the Dao family surpasses his brothers considerably in both skill and cultivation. After joining Yun Tian, he has become increasingly unrestrained. Lin, my junior brother, must not be careless. What worries Yun Qingyao even more are the 20 or so disciples with slightly lower cultivation levels. Although they all possess the 8th or 9th layer of qi training, their numbers are overwhelming, though she does not outwardly show it. She has resolved in her heart that should any unforeseen circumstances arise, she will rescue him at the first opportunity, ensuring he does not meet the same fate as Xiao Ming. Only Su Mei, in contrast, reveals a hint of excitement, seemingly unconcerned. Is my junior brother going to use that item? The referee finally announces loudly, no malicious harm to opponents. The third match begins. In response to Lin Fan's disregard, the bearded man's expression darkens. You arrogant brat, this is not a contest of alchemy. Yet, in an instant, a sharp sound of a sword echoed, and in his line of sight, Lin Fan, who had been several dozen feet away, suddenly vanished. Be careful, senior brother. The bearded man is taken aback. But before he can react, a powerful hand forcefully presses against his face. He feels an overwhelming force that slams him down onto the arena floor with a resounding thud. The force is so tremendous that even the magically reinforced arena tiles begin to crack like spider webs radiating from the back of his head. In a heartbeat, his mind descends into blankness. Seeking death, how dare you attack me? The surrounding disciples are filled with shock and fury, ready to intervene, but suddenly the sky darkens. Looking up, they are met with a dense array of wind blades hovering above them, whistling through the air like raindrops descending upon them. The sheer number is enough to send shivers down their spines, forcing them to defend themselves. Meanwhile, Lin Fan restrains the man with his left hand and, with a fierce swing of his right, snaps the man's arm into multiple segments with a crack. Still not conceding? Lin Fan states impassively. The man, previously dazed, is jolted back to reality by the excruciating pain. He tries to scream, but as Lin Fan holds him down, only muffled sounds escape his lips. With no hesitation, Lin Fan delivers another punch. The man's arms are rendered useless. Still not conceding? Stop. Several disciples nearby wish to rescue him, but they can only barely fend off the relentless barrage of wind blades, helplessly watching the scene unfold. Lin Fan follows up with several more punches, incapacitating the man's joints beyond recovery. Still not conceding? At this moment, Lin Fan's voice resonates in his ears like a devil's whisper. Bloodshot eyes filled with desperation. He desperately tries to utter those two words, but fails. The spectators are transfixed. How brutal. Chapter 77. Brutal advancement. Did I not see this correctly? Lin Fan has single-handedly subdued nearly 30 disciples. Even the Dao leader cannot contend with him. Gasps of astonishment fill the stands. Is that terrifying array of wind blades truly his doing? Where are his hand seals? Witnessing this spectacle, Yun Qingyao beautiful eyes shimmer with intrigue. She finally comprehends why Su Mei has always held such unwavering confidence in Lin Fan. Lin Shidi, Fei Shuang, also wore an expression of astonishment. The disciple, who once appeared to be a novice in her eyes, had remarkably advanced not only in alchemy, but also in strength to such an extent. For the first time, an expression flickered across Chu Gu's stoic face, as a profound interest ignited in his eyes. On the arena, a brutal scene continued to unfold, the sound of cracking bones echoing incessantly. The bearded man's face was a mask of terror and humiliation. He had intended to make a stunning impression in this grand competition, yet he found himself in such a dire predicament. Meanwhile, in the area designated for the advancing contestants, Dao Li observed the unfolding events with a chilling sense of dread and despair rising from within. What manner of individual had his brother offended? Was it not said that this person was merely adept at alchemy? At this juncture, Su Tian had become their sole glimmer of hope, and he quickly turned his gaze towards him. Su Tian's face momentarily darkened, and he abruptly stood. Judge, this individual's methods are excessively brutal. Having severely injured a fellow disciple, I implore you to revoke his qualification immediately. He was somewhat astonished by Lin Fan's tactics. While the wind blades were impressive in quantity, their power seemed rather ordinary, posing little threat to him. However, the speed displayed earlier was astonishing. So much so that even he had scarcely perceived how Lin Fan had closed the distance to his opponent. Moreover, he was wary of the 12 flying swords that had yet to be unleashed. This individual likely possessed the strength to rank within the top 10. Although still a mere ant, he ought not to be so audacious. Before the judge could respond, Nan Feng, standing nearby, retorted without hesitation. You didn't express such concerns when Xiao Ming was injured earlier. Is it not a tad hypocritical? He felt a sense of guilt towards Lin Fan and immediately stepped forward to defend him. Many spectators around nodded in agreement, sharing similar sentiments, but hesitant to be the first to voice them. Lin Fan chuckled lightly from the arena. Your actions are deemed permissible, yet mine are labeled as brutal? A lack of shame truly renders one invincible. He turned to lift the now unrecognizable Dao Lauda, stating, Look at this individual. Has anyone admitted defeat? Perhaps he possesses other means? With a resounding thud, he unleashed another punch at a leisurely pace, only ceasing when the bones within the man's body were nearly shattered. At that moment, Su Rong furrowed his brows, ready to reprimand, but was cheerfully halted by Dan Hong. Didn't he, the Grand Elder, just mention that matters among the young should be resolved by themselves? In contrast to others, Dan Hong and Gu Binghan, having witnessed the cataclysmic scene of the heavenly tribulation that day, were no longer fazed. Now, tears welled in Dao Lauda's eyes, whether from pain or humiliation. He soon lost consciousness. Was he so fragile? Lin Fan recognized that taking this man's life in public was unrealistic, shaking his head. He discarded the limp figure as one would a dead dog, casting him off the stage. He then turned his attention to the Yun Tian disciples, who were struggling to withstand the wind blade assault, and with a swift motion, the sound of swords resonated anew. At this moment, the resounding echoes were akin to the death knell for the disciples of Yun Tian. Lin Fan, exuding an aura akin to a tiger among sheep. With each strike sent at least one individual soaring from the arena, their bones shattered. Before long, only a scant few remained. Those witnessing the scene were already shattered in spirit. We concede. Bang. Yet, they could not escape the fate of being grievously injured and flung out. Until Lin Fan sent the final contender sprawling, he nonchalantly remarked, Why didn't you concede sooner? Honestly, you are less resolute than that bearded fellow. He fainted, but still refused to yield. At these words, the onlookers outside nearly spewed blood in disbelief. The judge at the side furrowed his brow, but ultimately sighed softly. Next time, be cautious. The entire sequence, though fleeting in narration, had consumed less than a tenth of the incense burning at the side. The spectators took a moment to comprehend the unfolding events. Brother Lin had eliminated 28 participants. Such ferocity. Brother Lin is so handsome, I would bear your children. The atmosphere below teetered on the brink of madness. Yun Qingyao, hidden behind her veil, couldn't help but smile enchantingly. Meanwhile, Su Tian clenched his fists tighter. A bunch of useless fools. If it weren't for the elders present, I would have exploded with rage. He had meticulously planned for this day. Not to witness Lin Fan's renown swell in such a manner. Especially since, to hedge his bets, he had bestowed many valuable items upon that knife master, including a blood-exploding pill. How could it all come to naught? After all was said and done, Lin Fan clapped his hands and suddenly noticed dozens of eyes fixed upon him. The earlier spectacle had captivated not only the audience, but also the remaining competitors on the stage, who could not resist pausing to observe. Lin Fan frowned. Aren't you going to fight? The fighters, visibly embarrassed, seemed to fear being singled out by Lin Fan, retreating to a distance to resume their brawl. A comical scene unfolded as a vacuum-like space of 10 feet surrounded Lin Fan. Even amidst the fierce combat, no one dared to approach him. He relished the solitude. settling down to meditate. By the time the incense burned out, only 7 or 8 individuals remained in the arena. Ultimately, the judges selected 5 to advance, with Lin Fan being the most uncontroversial choice. After the match, the other 4 qualifiers approached Lin Fan to pay their respects. "We are truly in awe of your prowess. Brother Lin, we have long been displeased with that Yun Qingyao guild. Thank you for your righteous intervention. Indeed, Brother Lin, should you require assistance from me in the future, do not hesitate to command." Lin Fan, unaffected by their flattery, waved his hand and walked with them to the seating area designated for the qualifiers. 10 individuals were already seated there, with the exception of 2 from the Twin Stars. All the others hailed from Yuntian. Despite the multitude of individuals present, the arrival of Lin Fan sent a ripple of apprehension through their hearts. The trio of Dao Li, upon witnessing Lin Fan's approach, dared not meet his gaze, and hesitantly contemplated shifting their positions. Yet, as they began to rise, Lin Fan's calm voice resonated. "Sit down." In Chapter 78, The Art of Seduction and the Defense of the Arena, as Lin Fan made his way directly to the seat behind them and settled quietly. Their hearts trembled, and the posteriors they had just lifted were swiftly returned to their seats. Following the previous battle, they were acutely aware that their vantage point had afforded them a clearer view than anyone else. They comprehended that had they been assigned to the same group as Su Tian, they would surely share the fate of the 20-odd injured individuals. Would he truly unleash his wrath here? The 3 were engulfed in dread. At that moment, 2 figures approached unsteadily. They were the 2 who had advanced from the Twin Stars Guild. "Brother Lin, we are acutely aware that our actions towards junior brother Xiao are unforgivable," they confessed, producing a considerable number of spirit stones. "Consider this a token of compensation for junior brother Xiao, and we beseech you to grant us a chance for redemption." They bowed their heads deeply, yet Lin Fan merely cast a glance their way, dismissing them entirely. The pallor of their faces deepened, and within their hearts, they cursed Su Tian. Had Su Tian truly succeeded in eliminating Lin Fan, they would not be embroiled in such troublesome matters. Now that Lin Fan's entry into the secret realm was a foregone conclusion, should he choose to target them within, they would find no recourse for grievance. Exchanging glances, they recognized the shared anguish in each other's eyes. With a resolute grit of their teeth, they nearly emptied their spatial bags of spirit stones. "Brother, please consider." However, before they could finish, Lin Fan interjected coldly. "Do you wish to enter the secret realm?" They were taken aback, nodding vigorously as if pecking at rice. They understood all too well that they risked incurring the wrath of Nan Feng and Lin Fan for the sake of entering the secret realm. They had heard that the rewards for the top 50 were substantial. Understanding the implication of Lin Fan's words, they immediately declared, "Should we be fortunate enough to rank among the top 50, we shall gladly present our rewards to you, brother, no, to junior brother Xiao, as recompense." Though they were painfully aware that they were being extorted, they felt compelled to comply. The rewards for the top 50 typically consisted of spirit stones and 3 high-grade magical artifacts. They reassured themselves that as long as they could enter the secret realm and seize opportunities, these tribulations were insignificant. With these thoughts, they felt their hands grow lighter as Lin Fan discreetly collected the spirit stones. Lin Fan knew he could not antagonize every participant in the secret realm. Yet this matter could not be overlooked easily. Collecting a protection fee was the wisest course of action. At that moment, the 3 seated in front, witnessing this exchange, hesitated before following suit, their hearts genuinely fearing Lin Fan's potential disregard for consequences. While wealth was precious, it paled in comparison to the value of life. Given Lin Fan's current standing, even should he take their lives, it was unlikely he would face any substantial repercussions. After Lin Fan received several magical artifacts and a dozen mid-grade spirit stones from 2 individuals, he glanced at Dao Li, who was also preparing to produce something. A chilling intent emanated from him without restraint. "Get lost. You 2 brothers should clean your necks and cherish your final moments." Dao Li was immediately filled with shame and indignation. "Lin Fan, I refuse to believe you truly dare to harm me," he began. But upon seeing Lin Fan's increasingly frigid gaze, he trembled and vacated his seat, moving to a distant spot while glaring resentfully at the 2 who had just been beside him. "You've brought disgrace upon the Yun Tian Guild." Lin Fan cast a faint glance at him. While he might have hesitated against the other 2, certain individuals' fates had already been sealed in his mind. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils, and he found himself in the presence of an enchanting woman with captivating eyes. "Brother Lin, how imposing you are. It seems I was blind to your extraordinary qualities last time. Besides alchemy, your personal strength is equally formidable. You truly have captured my heart." One could not deny that Qingyao was a siren. Unlike Yun Qingyao's ethereal beauty, her appearance was strikingly pure, evoking a sense of sympathy. Yet her figure was undeniably voluptuous. Coupled with the suggestive allure she exuded, she epitomized the essence of innocent desire. With her crimson lips slightly parted, A fragrance reminiscent of floral nectar wafted forth. In truth, my joining Yun Tian was a matter of necessity. What I am most interested in is your mortal guild. Brother Lin, if you give your nod, I shall undoubtedly join without hesitation. Dao Li and several others from Yun Tian changed countenance upon hearing this. Yun Qingyao merely chuckled nonchalantly. Joining a guild is a matter of mutual consent. How could one be forced? Wouldn't you agree, Brother Lin? As she spoke, her entire delicate form leaned closer, her head brushing against Lin Fan's ear, her breath fragrant like orchids. Just as last time, I can still grant you a wish. This time, I can be even more accommodating. The four who accompanied Lin Fan were both astonished and envious. This Qingyao, despite her seemingly frivolous demeanor, rarely found herself at a disadvantage. Truly, she was well matched for Brother Lin. Lin Fan inwardly mused about the enchantress. The last time he had seen her, she had appeared innocent, yet today she exuded a beguiling charm. He was already aware that she had covertly begun to use her seductive techniques upon sitting down. But possessing divine sense, he remained unfazed. However, at that moment, her soft form enveloped his arm, and coupled with her words, a wave of forbidden desires surged within him, causing his brows to twitch. Although he felt no attraction to her, he could not complain about such an opportunity presenting itself. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly sensed a piercing gaze directed at him from afar. Upon looking over, he found it belonged to Yun Qingyao, seated at a distant stand. Instantly, clarity returned to his mind, and he struggled to extract his hand, his throat feeling parched. Let us discuss this matter further. Indeed, this woman possessed some skill. Had it not been for his divine sense today, he might have fallen into her trap. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Qingyao's eyes flickered with surprise. Yet she swiftly regained her composure, her gaze now imbued with heightened interest. Brother Lin must be concerned about Sister Yun's feelings. How enviable it is to be her disciple. Following this brief interlude, the battles on the arena continued with fervor. However, in the shadow of Lin Fan's remarkable performance, the subsequent contests, though commendable, paled in comparison. Numerous long-hidden dark horse disciples emerged, yet the excitement they generated fell short of expectations. After half a day's time, the first round of competitions, involving over 1,000 participants, finally concluded. As the last contender stepped down from the stage, Su Rong approached, declaring, "In just a few short years, the strength of our disciples has grown significantly. I am gratified. Those advancing to the second round shall be rewarded with 3,000 low-grade spirit stones and 10 contribution points to the sect." Upon hearing this, the more than 80 individuals in the advancing area erupted with joy, for such rewards were indeed substantial. Furthermore, there remained the coveted spots in the secret realm and the determination of rankings. As he spoke, Su Tian performed a series of hand seals towards the colossal arena. With a resounding rumble, the grand platform shattered into 40 smaller stages, each approximately 10 zhong in size. A gentle tap of his fingers caused 10 of these to manifest in varying colors. 7 transformed into gold, while 3 turned red. Su Rong proclaimed, as per tradition, the rankings for the top 50 shall be determined through defensive battles. Chapter 79. The Red Stage Duel. Lin Fan's heart stirred at the mention of defensive battles. Observing the expressions of his fellow disciples, he noted their lack of surprise at this rule. After all, he was the only one participating in the grand competition for the first time. In the audience, seasoned disciples clarified for the newcomers. Do you see the differently colored stages? They are reserved for the top contenders from the previous competition and the disciples in blue robes. If others wish to attain a place among the top 10, they must do so through challenges. As for the remaining stages, it's a matter of skill and strategy to see who can secure them first. Though challenges will still be accepted, Su Rong then called out to the blue-robed disciples. All blue-robed disciples, take your positions. At his command, 9 figures clad in blue, led by Su Tian, collectively descended upon the distinctively colored stages. Su Tian naturally took the lead, landing gracefully on the first red stage, a fan in hand. Exuding an air of tranquility, Yun Qingyao nodded at Su Mei and the others, lightly stepping onto the second red stage, with Chu Ge closely following to occupy the third. Notably, Xiao Ding and Nan Menger each claimed 2 white stages for themselves. This privilege was granted to the blue-robed disciples of Dan Peak, under normal circumstances. Even those stronger than the 2 would hesitate to challenge them, mindful of the potential repercussions. For this round, the top 50 would receive rewards beyond the customary elixirs and spirit stones, including an additional first-tier premium magical artifact. This announcement astonished the entire assembly, as it surpassed the rewards of previous competitions. Those who had promised Lin Fan to share their rewards suddenly felt their hearts bleed at the thought. The announcement continued, proclaiming that the top 10 contestants would each receive an additional second-tier low-grade magical artifact, while the top 3 would be awarded a second-tier mid-grade artifact. Instantly, the atmosphere surged to exhilarating heights. Goodness, even second-tier artifacts were being offered as rewards. The The sect was evidently making a substantial investment this time. It seemed that the elders of the sect had high hopes for this expedition into the secret realm. Even the eyes of the three prodigious disciples sparkled with eagerness. Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel at the sect's lavishness. Many foundation-building cultivators in the outside world could scarcely procure a single second-tier artifact. Even the most mediocre of such artifacts could incite a bloodbath within the realm of cultivation. Yet here they were, casually distributing so many as prizes. Noticing Yun Qingyao's surprised expression, it was clear that such generosity was not commonplace. As the chatter around them subsided, Su Rong nodded towards the judging panel. And in an instant, over a dozen judges soared into the air, announcing loudly, "Each participant has only 2 chances to challenge, and these cannot be directed at the same opponent. Failure in 2 consecutive challenges will result in elimination. Once a challenge is successful, one cannot continue to challenge other platforms. When all challenges are exhausted, those standing on the platform must remember their positions. The platform battles commence." With the command given, the crowd surged forward, eager to claim a white platform. Each participant had 2 chances to challenge, but this only pertained to active challenges. Failing to defend a platform did not count against them. Therefore, if one could successfully seize a platform, they would gain an additional opportunity. Of course, there were also those confident in their own strength. Within mere moments, all the white platforms were occupied. Many disciples, having arrived too late to claim a spot, now surveyed their surroundings, seeking a target that presented a higher probability of success. "Look, a golden platform has become vacant." Suddenly, a keen-eyed individual noted the change. Indeed, Pei Yunshan had perished during a mission, leaving his platform empty. The participants had long since recognized this, yet curiously, none dared to make a move. Claiming the golden platform would mean obtaining a second-tier artifact. But those lacking the requisite strength would only invite relentless challenges. Moreover, it was crucial to note that Lin Fan remained stationary, not joining the fray for the platforms. If the golden platform were to be claimed by anyone among them, Lin Fan would undoubtedly be the most indisputable candidate. At that moment, in the vast arena, 39 out of 40 platforms had been occupied, and despite the passage of 10 breaths, not a single challenge had erupted. Were they still selecting their opponents? The limited opportunities indeed warranted careful consideration. Indeed, one could hardly wait to witness the first clash. Such one-on-one encounters were far more captivating than a chaotic melee. At least, there would be no semblance of injustice. As this sentiment was expressed, many cast discontented glances towards the disciples of Yun Tian. Evidently, Yun Tianming's audacious actions have incensed many. How delightful it would be if someone could pull a disciple clad in blue from the golden arena. Just the thought of it stirs amusement. Despite a few unexpected contenders, they remain distant from challenging the previous top 10. While Lin Fan might still have a chance, the vacant golden arena renders any risk unnecessary. For a moment, the discussions in the stands surpassed the commotion within the arena, with even gamblers placing bets. At last, under the scrutiny of nearly 10,000 eyes, someone made a move. To the astonishment of many, it was not someone from the vacant space or the golden arena, but rather Yun Qingyao, standing on the second red arena. In a surprising display, she leaped from the platform and, with a frigid gaze, approached Su Tian. Gasps erupted among the crowd. What is happening? Sister Yun is voluntarily abandoning her arena, and judging by her demeanor, she seems poised to challenge Brother Su. Indeed, Sister Yun had nearly been forced into marriage. This grudge cannot be understated. Due to the heightened conflict between Lin Fan and Su Tian, compounded by Yun Qingyao's gentle nature, few realized that she harbored the deepest animosity towards Su Tian. My heavens, to relinquish her own red arena merely to challenge another. It appears to be an unprecedented occurrence. Is the first round truly to be this explosive? Not only were the spectators in the stands stunned, but even the previously restless competitors in the arena stood dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting their own ambitions. Several judges exchanged bewildered glances. This was a situation they had never encountered before, and they hesitated to intervene. However, the judges received a simultaneous transmission, nodding towards the elders' arena, and then stated, "Yun Qingyao, relinquishing your arena will be considered a failed challenge. Should you be defeated again, you will be deemed eliminated. Have you thought this through?" Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in uproar, with some disciples expressing dissatisfaction. When was this peculiar regulation established? Are they truly intending to exclude prodigious disciples from the secret realm? What are these officials thinking? At this moment, Elder Dan Hong, seated on the elder's platform, furrowed his brow and glanced at Su Rong. "Elder, this decision seems ill-advised, does it not?" He was displeased that Su Rong had not consulted with him prior to making such a proclamation. Su Rong, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "The misunderstanding between Tian'er and Qingyao runs deeply. Once combat commences, it could lead to a deadly confrontation. Given their prowess, even the judges would be unable to intervene should danger arise. Does Elder Dan wish to witness the downfall of a genius?" Dan Heng silently deemed him hypocritical. The judges would not be able to intervene, and with their combined cultivation at the core formation stage, such a situation was unlikely to occur. It seemed he was merely concerned that his precious grandson might face defeat. At that moment, Gu Binghan, who had been quietly observing, let out a soft laugh. A misunderstanding. Indeed, this remark instantly darkened Su Rong's countenance. Nevertheless, he ultimately refrained from contesting the decision. Upon the Crimson Arena, Su Tian snapped his folding fan shut, observing Yun Qingyao seemingly indifferent demeanor. With a tone of earnest gravity, he remarked, "Qingyao, are you truly prepared to engage in battle with me over that young man?" After casting a glance at Lin Fan, who stood not far off, he shook his head with a hint of disdain. As expected, he still hides behind a woman. Does he? Very well, Qingyao. I shall demonstrate the disparity in prowess between myself and the other disciples, a difference that you two cannot bridge. At that moment, as it became apparent that a confrontation was imminent, several disciples clad in blue on the golden arena stirred restlessly. The outcome of this battle was uncertain. Yet if Yun Qingyao were to falter, the Crimson Arena would be entirely vacant, a coveted second-tier, mid-grade magical artifact at stake. Several among them resolved that the instant Yun Qingyao ascended the stage, they would seize the opportunity to occupy the Crimson Arena. Among the crowd, only Chu Gu appeared perplexed. Having just returned from outside the sect, he was oblivious to many developments and could not comprehend Yun Qingyao's decision at that moment. Just as Yun Qingyao's composed countenance prepared to step onto Su Tian's platform, a slender figure in gray robes suddenly interposed before her. Lin Fan gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind Yun Qingyao's ear. "I do not wish to be accused of relying on others," he said softly. Yun Qingyao frowned slightly. "Junior brother Lin, this opponent is formidable. I should handle this. Trust me." Upon witnessing Lin Fan's unwavering gaze, she eventually nodded slightly and returned to her own platform. Observing this, Lin Fan stepped forward, his expression transforming entirely as he turned his attention to Su Tian. An unmistakable aura of murderous intent emanating from him. "You, rat lurking in the shadows, have hidden long enough. It is your time now." Chapter 80. Confrontation with Su Tian. Lin Fan had long endured the presence of Su Tian, the venomous serpent concealed in the darkness. Initially, he was merely a lowly cultivator, easily dismissed by a mere glance from others. He could not forget the thought that, had it not been for Deacon Wu Yongguang, he would never have been able to join the Xiang sect, nor could he bear to ponder the fate that awaited him and Xiao Huan. Now, after 2 years, although Su Tian's cultivation remained stagnant at the peak of qi refinement due to his anticipation of the secret realm, this had afforded Lin Fan the opportunity to close the gap. However, it was evident that Su Tian could not remain idle indefinitely. The stands had erupted in fervor. From the onset of the grand competition, many had anticipated this duel. Yet, at that time, very few placed their bets on Lin Fan, with doubts even surrounding his participation in the contest. However, after a 100-person arena battle, the taunting had significantly diminished. "Is the battle between senior brother Lin and senior brother Su finally upon us?" exclaimed some with eyes alight with excitement, their voices ringing with anticipation. "Will senior brother Lin prevail?" Yet, even the most optimistic supporters of Lin Fan felt a swell of apprehension. Had Lin Fan been pitted against any other disciple in blue robes, the atmosphere would not have carried such tension. Observant individuals had long recognized that. Given Lin Fan's current strength, claiming a golden arena was not beyond the realm of possibility. Nevertheless, the formidable image of Su Tian was too deeply ingrained in the minds of the spectators. Since childhood, he had been a radiant star within the sect, achieving the pinnacle of the external competition before the age of 20. Within a mere 2 years, at the tender age of just over 20, he successfully established his foundation independently, without the aid of foundational elixirs, and ascended to become an inner sect disciple. While the majority of his peers were still ardently groping their way along the path of foundation establishment, he had already chosen to sever his cultivation to rebuild his qi for the sake of the earth's veins. In the previous grand competition, he scarcely took action, yet emerged as the champion for the second time. By that point, his depth was unfathomable. Many could hardly fathom the terrifying prowess Su Tian would possess after several more years. In the eyes of many, even Yun Qingyao paled in comparison. Undeniably a genius disciple of a century. Should he succeed in establishing his foundation based on the earth's veins, even Zhao Kuo would be incomparable. Naturally, if it were not for this, Elder Su Rong, with his esteemed status and numerous descendants, would not exert such effort in nurturing him. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Su Tian responded with a smile rather than anger. "From the time of that diminutive clan, I sensed a secret within you. That you could progress so remarkably in a mere 2 years is indeed surprising. However, if you believe this enables you to challenge me, I can only say that ignorance breeds fearlessness. On the path of qi cultivation, no one among the 4 sects has traversed as far as I have. I shall make you aware that, Whether within the Yin family or at Xiang sect, you have never changed in my eyes. Merely an ant, after all. Listening to Su Tian's words, Lin Fan felt a stir within. The path of qi cultivation? Could it be that Su Tian possesses abilities in this realm that others do not? In the face of Su Tian, he would not underestimate him. A man of great renown does not earn his title without merit. Even though he had long since surpassed his former self, he still felt a hint of danger when confronted at close quarters. Although he had learned from the deacon at the scripture pavilion that the sect was relatively open-minded regarding various methods, he still decided to refrain from employing the myriad of Yin spirits in such a public setting. At that moment, the officiating judge, observing nearby, also revealed a flicker of interest. Lin Fan's first challenge, facing Su Tian, commenced. The instant the judge's words fell, a familiar sound of a sword echoed once more. The sound resonated with a sharp clang, causing the dozens of disciples from Yun Qingyao who had previously faced this technique to tense up. This technique again. He wishes to employ the same trick against senior brother Su. This time, the red arena was significantly smaller than before, at such a distance. One could nearly arrive in the blink of an eye under the sword's escape. Yet, Lin Fan did not see a trace of panic on Su Tian's face. Instead, a cold smile emerged. Such techniques are indeed exquisite, but tarnished like a pearl in your hands. At that moment, as Lin Fan unleashed his speed, he suddenly felt a tremendous force bearing down upon him. As if he were sinking into a quagmire, his velocity drastically reduced. Having witnessed your technique multiple times, how could I not be prepared? Su Tian formed a seal with his fingers, and a hazy specter appeared above his head. The eerie pressure emanated from this very source. However, Lin Fan certainly did not equate Su Tian with that formidable elder. It would be strange if the latter had no means of countering this. As the thought sparked within him, countless azure wind blades manifested, shooting forth like raindrops towards Su Tian. A mere display of minor skills. Yet, Su Tian merely let out a soft hum, gently waving his folding fan, which conjured a massive vortex of grayish-blue wind. An intense suction erupted, drawing all surrounding wind blades into its embrace. Astonishingly, upon contact with the vortex, the blades melted away as if they were ice and snow succumbing to warmth. Even a few that managed to escape the vortex's reach were effortlessly intercepted by Su Tian. A disciple exclaimed, "This must be Su Shixiang's wind and cloud fan." It was said that this fan possessed the ability to summon wind, countering most wind attribute techniques, and witnessing its power today was indeed impressive. Remarkably, this was merely a replica, yet it exhibited such formidable prowess. One could only wonder what terrifying capabilities the genuine wind and cloud fan might possess. Lin Fan felt a stir within. The fan appeared unassuming, lacking in spiritual energy, leading him to believe it was merely a prop for Su Tian's ostentation. To his surprise, it was anything but ordinary. The aura emanating from it suggested it was a top-tier artifact of the first rank, yet the power it wielded felt comparable to that of a second rank. This was the first time his wind blades had met such an impasse. Lin Fan's diverse techniques had been effortlessly seen through and countered by Su Tian. Indeed, a disparity was evident. Many shook their heads, recognizing that Su Tian had not moved a step, and the difference in skill was starkly displayed. Xiao Ming and others, including Yun Qingyao and Nan Feng, who were allied with him, could not help but feel a sense of concern. However, not everyone was focused solely on this duel, as disciples began to challenge the current champion one after another. This infuriated the latter, feeling as though they were being treated as a soft target, and the captivating duel could not be diverted from their attention. On the crimson arena, Su Tian stood poised, exuding an air of elegance, gazing downwards. "What is the matter? Are you not going to utilize your sword formation? Delay any longer, and you may find the opportunity lost." He glanced at Lin Fan, who was still relentlessly unleashing wind blades, shaking his head in disapproval. A foolish waste of spiritual energy. This Su Tian was indeed extraordinary. Lin Fan took a deep breath. It was the first time he faced an opponent who exerted such pressure, as if all his techniques had been laid bare. However, this encounter illuminated several truths for him, particularly that the sword escape technique was not well suited for battles of equal rank, as it was too easily interrupted. With a light chuckle, Lin Fan declared, "Then let it be as you wish." Suddenly, amidst the swarm of wind blades directed at Su Tian, a hidden golden light flashed, revealing the Da Yen sword formation that had been concealed within. With an intense and fierce energy, it whirled down like a meat grinder towards Su Tian. Chapter 81, 13th Layer of Qi Training. Caught off guard, Su Tian's expression shifted slightly. He hurled the folding fan, which expanded into a barrier before him. It seemed this fan could also serve as a defensive artifact. Yet, as 12 flying swords descended, they effortlessly knocked the wind and cloud fan aside, causing Su Tian's expression to change once more. 12 top-tier flying swords, exclaimed a keen-eyed observer in the stands. Truly, the wealth displayed is astounding. one cannot help but recognize the prowess of a direct disciple of Danfeng. Many disciples recall the extravagant scene from over half a year ago, where Xiao Ming profusely sold Lin Fan's elixirs, and at last, they comprehend where the substantial earnings in spirit stones were allocated. While ordinary outer sect disciples struggle to procure a single exquisite artifact, Lin Fan effortlessly possesses a dozen. Envy aside, it is unlikely that another individual within the sect possesses such affluence. Even if Lin Fan did not have access to that vein of spirit stones, his monthly income of over 1,000 stones would still be formidable. At this moment, Su Tian, witnessing the approaching sword formation, could no longer maintain his composure. For the first time, he moved his feet, retreating while uttering a low warning. Do not be too arrogant. For him, being forced back by Lin Fan was an unbearable humiliation. Forming a hand seal, the previous ethereal figure reappeared, this time manifesting rapidly into a solid form resembling a massive stone. As it expanded, intricate patterns became increasingly distinct. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this was not merely a stone, but a miniature mountain. With a gesture, Su Tian summoned the Xianzhong peak to stand before him, successfully halting the advance of the Dian sword formation with a resounding clang. Lin Fan discerned that this peak was undoubtedly a second-tier artifact, yet he was not surprised. Given Su Tian's status, it would be strange if he did not possess one or two such artifacts. With a faint smile, he remarked, "Wasn't it you who wished to witness this? How has it now turned into my arrogance?" He then altered his hand seal. "If you wish to see, I shall show you in abundance." Suddenly, 12 flying swords manifested, joining the sword formation, instantly transforming 24 swords into 2 layers, resembling a lotus platform from afar, significantly enhancing its power. This was indeed the second tier of the Dian sword formation, Qinglian style. In an instant, the previously stable Xianzhong peak began to tremble violently. The display of 24 flying swords left even many Foundation establishment elders astounded. How could one who had not yet perfected their qi manipulation control so many swords simultaneously? The only possible explanation was evident. Dan Heng, observing this spectacle, chuckled. "This lad possesses spiritual awareness. I am hardly surprised." Turning to Su Rong, whose brow was furrowed, he felt a surge of satisfaction. He glanced at the composed Gu Binghan and remarked, "Elder Gu, you seem even calmer than I. Could it be that you were already aware of this matter?" Gu Binghan merely snorted in response, offering no reply, which only reinforced Dan Heng's suspicions. At this moment, Su Tian had already summoned the Feng Yun Fan once again. The combined power of the two artifacts barely sufficed to withstand the onslaught. How could this be? Su Tian's expression shifted repeatedly. He had sufficiently overestimated Lin Fan's capabilities, even believing he had thoroughly investigated his opponent. Yet, the might of the sword formation was utterly unfathomable. He clearly observed the area where the Xianzhong peak made contact with the sword formation. The runes were notably dimmed, indicating damage to the artifact. Beyond the two artifacts, he conjured several formidable techniques. Yet faced with the relentless assault of the Qinglian style, he found himself unable to resist, being gradually forced back. This young man merely resides at the 9th level of qi refinement, yet how could he possibly exhibit such formidable techniques? The sheer power displayed is enough to make even many of the attendants break into a sweat. Is this truly a confrontation between those in the qi refinement stage? If the attendants are so taken aback, one can only imagine the astonishment of the lower-ranked disciples observing the battle. They may not grasp the intricacies at play, but one fact drives them to madness. Lin Fan has managed to suppress senior brother Su Tian. Those acquainted with Lin Fan exhibit a spectrum of emotions. Yun Qingyao's face radiates genuine joy. Xiao Ming, having regained his senses, stands agape at the spectacle. Fu Shuang recognizes the 9 red flying swords among them, her heart profoundly shaken. Even Su Mei experiences a significant jolt, as she perceives Lin Fan's true strength has yet to be unveiled. Chu Gu, the 3rd-ranked prodigy, wears a grave expression, having initially underestimated Lin Fan, but now, for the first time, he regards him as a formidable adversary. And what of the other golden platforms? The previous 4th-ranked Nanfeng appears utterly astounded, his mind racing to envision how he would fare in Lin Fan's position, only to be left with a bitter expression. He finally comprehends why only he and Su Mei returned alive from the Liu family. At this moment, Lin Fan maintains a calm facade, yet internally, he does not feel as at ease as he appears. The might of the second layer of the Great Evolution Sword Array exceeds his expectations. When fully unleashed, it can rival the power of foundational establishment. However, this technique consumes spirit energy at an alarming rate. Within mere moments, nearly half of his internal energy is depleted. Were his Golden Yuan skill not at its peak, he might have been drained completely. Although his methods are potent, they all require substantial spirit energy, making it hard to fathom the consequences of releasing a spirit from the middle realm to perform such a technique. Nevertheless, it is only logical. One cannot expect a horse to run without providing it with fodder. As for the weapon character Tribulation, while he successfully executed it once against Dao Li, when he attempted to invoke it against Su Tian's magical artifact just now, nothing occurred. Whether this is due to insufficient cultivation or some other restriction remains unclear. Su Tian gradually finds himself cornered on the arena, seemingly poised for defeat. Yet, Lin Fan notices that a calm settles over Su Tian's face, sending a chill down his spine. What hidden strategy might this individual be preparing? Without regard for the consumption of spirit energy, he unleashes the gung metal blade. Regardless of Su Tian's intentions, he resolves to press forward and secure victory. The Great Evolution Sword Array radiates a brilliant light, transforming the lotus platform into a golden hue, its aura descending with terrifying force. However, Su Tian suddenly lets out a light laugh. You indeed possess the qualifications to battle with me. As he speaks, an immensely weighty wave of energy erupts from him. An illusory mountain peak manifests behind him, the mountain of humanity technique. Simultaneously, he points his finger, unleashing several beams of yellow light, not aimed at Lin Fan, but at the Xinzhong peak. Instantly, dense runes flash upon the peak. But that is not all. Su Tian bites his tongue, a stream of vital blood spurting forth, causing the entire mountain to subtly shift to a crimson hue. A power far greater than before surges forth, overwhelming the Great Evolution Sword Array and pushing it back once more. Furthermore, Lin Fan felt a binding force enveloping the sword formation, rendering him unable to retract it. It appeared that Su Tian was indeed wary of the might of the sword array. Otherwise, he would not have relinquished two magical artifacts to restrict Lin Fan's use of this technique. Lin Fan sighed inwardly. Clearly, this adversary was not easily subdued. Apart from the Yin Soul banner, the Great Yin Sword formation was his most formidable move. Without casting a glance at the magical artifacts still in a stalemate, Su Tian stepped back before Lin Fan and bluntly inquired, "Do you know why I have chosen to descend in cultivation and retrain my qi?" Lin Fan was taken aback, unsure of his meaning. Everyone knew he and Yun Qingyao were pursuing the essence of the earth vein. Could there be another hidden truth? Su Tian continued unabated. Others think I aim to establish a foundation through the earth vein, yet little do they know that even without the heavenly soldier's secret realm, I would make the same choice. Do you understand? The current path of qi cultivation is fundamentally flawed. Su Tian's demeanor shifted from the usual gloom to an expression of fervor. In ancient times, the qi cultivation phase was not 10 levels, but 13. The ignorant generations have somehow discarded this method of perfecting the foundational cultivation. But I, Su Tian, have rediscovered this ancient cultivation method, truly a prodigy blessed with great fortune. I am no longer at the 10th level of qi cultivation. I have ascended to the 13th. Only by reaching the 13th level and then acquiring the essence of the earth vein can one achieve the legendary foundation of the Tao. And you, what can you compare to that? This proclamation left Lin Fan momentarily dumbfounded, and before he could contemplate further, he noticed a fierce light flicker across Su Tian's face. I have already stated that even that wretched Yun Qingyao cannot compare to me. Allow me to demonstrate the true pinnacle of qi cultivation. Suddenly, Su Tian's entire aura erupted, channeling not the human mountain technique, but the wood attribute spiritual energy. A verdant, ethereal tree silhouette slowly ascended from behind him. Su Tian, possessing both earth and wood elemental roots, practiced the wood spirit divine technique, which Lin Fan had previously seen in the technique pavilion. However, a few practitioners present, who also practiced this technique, looked on in confusion, as Su Tian's terrifying aura of cultivation far surpassed theirs. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Su Tian was significantly stronger than before, yet he felt an essential difference compared to the foundational cultivators he had encountered. Was this truly the 13th level of qi cultivation? At this moment, on the Elder's platform, Dan Heng and Gu Binghan exchanged glances, their eyes alight with intrigue. Though Su Tian spoke softly, the audience might not have heard, but their spiritual senses captured every word with clarity. 13th level of qi cultivation? Elder, is this true? Dan Heng inquired, his brow furrowing. With his centuries of experience, he had indeed heard of such rumors, but remained skeptical. Wasn't it said that ancient cultivation methods were no longer suitable for today's world? Su Rong appeared elated. He had many descendants, and while Su Tian possessed extraordinary talent, having lived for centuries, he had witnessed all kinds of prodigies. This was the very reason he spared no effort in nurturing Su Tian. Lin Fan felt an overwhelming surge of potent spiritual energy wash over him, imbued with a relentless vitality. With a mere flick of his finger, Su Tian summoned colossal vines, thicker than a man, from the ethereal form of the giant tree behind him. Each vine emanated an aura far beyond what an ordinary core formation disciple could withstand. Lin Fan's expression shifted. Having previously attempted to activate the sword formation to no avail, he was now compelled to direct the weapon's calamity towards his 24 flying swords. Indeed, the sword formation's brilliance surged once more, racing back with remarkable speed. Su Tian's eyes widened in astonishment, never anticipating a breach of the constraints of Xuanzhong Peak. However, he cast a regretful glance at a small damaged area on the peak. Damaging my magical artifact, truly infuriating. At that moment, the Golden Lotus platform formed anew from the Dian sword formation, furiously slicing the encroaching vines into fragments. Yet, the vines merely oozed a small amount of sap from their severed ends, and with a touch of spiritual energy, they rejuvenated to their original state. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's complexion paled slightly under the strain of the Dian sword formation, while Su Tian appeared utterly unfazed. Such terrifying power, surely. His spiritual energy consumption could not be lesser than mine. Is this the reserve of a 13th layer Qi refinement cultivator? Observing the rapidly shifting dynamics of the battlefield, many disciples were left bewildered, sensing that Su Tian had decisively turned the tide. Li Zitai and others breathed a sigh of relief. Moments ago, they had been visibly anxious, rendered speechless. Now, witnessing the reversal, they couldn't help but display their disdain. Those who doubted Su Shixiang were merely unaware that he had not been earnest. If Su Shixiang truly wished to win, I dare say Lin Fan could hardly endure 3 breaths. Upon the golden platform, several blue-robed disciples from Yun Tian also exhaled in relief. After all, if Su Tian were to falter, their reputation would be tarnished as well. This lad's luck has run out. However, Nan Feng and Nan Menger simultaneously scoffed. Luck? How long do you think you would last against Lin Fan? The others glared at each other. Despite their trepidation regarding Lin Fan's capabilities, they would not show it. A bald blue-robed disciple, unwilling to concede, declared, "This boy is an alchemist. Who knows if he has ingested some elixir to gain such prowess?" Indeed, Nan Feng, are you truly frightened of this individual? Why do you constantly speak in his defense? Nan Menger's countenance darkened as she retorted sharply. To say that my brother is afraid, what does that make you? Bending and scraping before Su Tian. As fellow young prodigies, you have already forfeited your sharpness, rendering yourselves unworthy of the title of blue-robed disciples. Their words struck a nerve, inciting rage among the group, yet they stifled their outbursts, their faces flushing with indignation. Even Nan Feng and his companions dared to confront them, but the elder from the Pill Peak, who held a fondness for the girl, was currently in the stands. Under the flush of his complexion, he dared not utter harsh words, merely relying on his unique status. What do you understand? Nan Menger scoffed. While I too harbor no fondness for that fellow, others dare to speak out against the Grand Elder. Just look at you all. However, this statement indeed overestimated Lin Fan. He too had his own reliance to act as he did, for otherwise, would it not be courting death? The bald men, filled with indignation, fell silent and redirected their gaze to the arena, hoping Lin Fan's impending defeat would alleviate their frustrations. In the arena, Lin Fan consumed several recovery elixirs, for the current situation was decidedly unfavorable for him. Yet, suddenly, he withdrew his sword formation. Su Tian smirked disdainfully. Have you finally reached your limit? I had forgotten that you are merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement. It is indeed remarkable to have wielded such a technique to this extent. However, even with ample spiritual energy, your sword formation is of no use against me. With the De Yen sword formation no longer obstructing him, countless vines writhed mercilessly toward Lin Fan. Su Tian sneered. He had no intention of easily sweeping Lin Fan off the stage. Unless you concede immediately, your silence shall mean nothing. In Lin Fan's eyes, the barbed spikes on the vines became increasingly visible. Senior Lin Fan, Yun Qingyao and others shouted in urgent concern. Even Dan Heng appeared regretful, most worried that Lin Fan would stubbornly refuse to concede, ready to call a halt at any moment. Then, Lin Fan took a deep breath, a glimmer of anticipation crossing his face. Is the De Yen sword formation ineffective? Let us see if I can incinerate it entirely. Suddenly, a flicker of azure flame danced in his palm, feeble and so slight that even a gust of wind could extinguish it. You wish to incinerate me? Feel free to attempt it. This flame was so weak that many disciples at a distance could barely see it, assuming Lin Fan was merely waiting for his demise. Only 3 elders' expressions sharpened, and Dan Heng's color changed dramatically. Could it be that he intends to recklessly employ this item? Old Su will go mad. Just as he prepared to intervene, he noticed the flame was significantly weaker than before. Had he managed to gain such control? Aside from these 3, another person's expression shifted drastically. Qianling Qingyan. That old fool actually bestowed this upon him. Chapter 83. A savage beating. Xiao Ding's countenance twisted into a grimace. No wonder my master agreed to seek Ming Hui, requesting the beast fire he had exchanged. Afterward, I heard nothing. By what right? Only Nan Menger, beside him, noticed his agitation. What are you doing? Have you lost your senses? Meanwhile, Lin Fan, wholly engrossed in battle, paid no heed to such matters. His mastery over the flames was undoubtedly facilitated by the system. He flicked his fingers, and the azure flame, as it left his palm, suddenly emanated a terrifying heat, warping the surrounding air. In the next moment, upon contact with the vines, it swiftly spread into a sea of flames, engulfing them entirely. The once formidable and terrifying vines suddenly began to tremble, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. And in an instant, they turned pitch black. Su Tian's expression shifted drastically. What kind of fire is this? Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The azure flames surged as if they had encountered a potent elixir, rapidly expanding along the vines and engulfing the colossal shadow of the tree behind Su Tian. Stop! Su Tian reacted swiftly, severing the connection between the two. This was the foundation of his cultivation at the 13th level of qi refinement, and he would not allow it to be compromised. Nevertheless, he was still tainted by the flames, and his face turned ashen as an excruciating burning sensation coursed through his body, inflicting immense pain. How could this be? However, before he could comprehend the situation fully, a familiar sound of a sword-esque cry echoed once more. Lin Fan's figure mysteriously vanished from sight. Su Tian, possessing considerable battle experience, remained composed. He raised his hand and unleashed a punch, colliding with Lin Fan's lightning-fast strike. Comparing close combat with me. Su Tian suppressed the injuries within him, and the Xianzhong peak reappeared, yet this time he did not summon it, for such proximity was ill-suited for large magical artifacts. Instead, he employed a peculiar incantation, causing the Xianzhong peak to bizarrely merge with his fists. With a mighty punch, imbued with tremendous force, he struck fiercely at Lin Fan, simultaneously restricting Lin Fan's sword evasion technique, as the oppressive gravitational pressure re-emerged. However, Lin Fan had no intention of retreating. He conjured the Dian sword formation once more. But this time, he controlled it to a minimal degree, concentrating it upon his right fist, and advanced to clash head-on. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. The arena, though not an advanced magical artifact, had been fortified through the long-term rituals of a core formation expert, rendering it indestructible to those in the qi refinement stage. Yet, with a series of cracking sounds, it shattered at the point of their contact, creating a deep pit in the very center. At that moment, even those who had previously underestimated Lin Fan's prowess could no longer utter disparaging remarks, their faces betraying astonishment as they silently bore witness. With that single strike, Su Tian staggered back 3 steps, while Lin Fan retreated 5, yet he bore no resentment, unfalteringly producing a small flag. Brother Lin has finally revealed this item, Su Mei exclaimed, filled with excitement. It was the Invincible banner. However, this time, Lin Fan did not unleash any vengeful spirits. Instead, he wielded the banner with both hands, treating it as a weapon, and brought it crashing down upon Su Tian. Su Tian was bewildered. Although he did not understand why his opponent had suddenly produced a mere first-tier artifact, he remained undeterred. His hands, infused with the essence of Xianzhong Peak, glimmered with a dark light as he effortlessly intercepted the soul banner. Is this force meant to tickle me? Yet, no sooner had he spoken than an unexpected dark energy surged up the banner's pole. In an instant, it penetrated his skin. In energy? Su Tian furrowed his brow, intending to expel it, but was abruptly struck by a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. The Yin energy had infiltrated his body, transforming into chilling black needles that pierced deeply into his consciousness. This is the soul spirit needle. Did that wretched Yun Qingyao bestow this technique upon you? This art is precisely the soul secret technique gifted to him by Yun Qingyao. Within this method are recorded a total of 2 forms. One of these is the soul needle, forged from the power of the soul, specifically targeting the spirit of individuals. It is particularly lethal to those qi refinement practitioners who have yet to awaken their sea of consciousness. Had it not been for his reluctance to unleash a massacre during the previous 100-man arena battle, this single technique alone could have resolved everything. He did not employ this technique from the outset due to the existence of another recorded form, one of protection. According to Yun Qingyao, Su Tian must also possess this technique. Thus it must be executed at the moment of least defense. Furthermore, Lin Fan discovered that in addition to the power of the soul, the power of the Yin spirits within the Yin spirit banner could also be wielded, and was even more compatible. Lin Fan's gaze turned icy. That jade slip not only chronicled the 2 techniques, but also revealed to him the reason behind Yun Qingyao's soul injuries. This individual must have taken advantage of Qingyao's entry into the to force her into combat. Though several soul needles struck true, they were merely superficial wounds to Su Tian, who had already consolidated his sea of consciousness. However, inflicting a momentary lapse in his mental fortitude was indeed achievable. Seizing the opportunity, he raised the Yin spirit banner once more and without hesitation, struck Su Tian's shoulders with brutal force. The crisp sounds echoed, accompanied by Su Tian's pained groan, as his shoulders shattered and his arms hung limply. Lin Fan, I will see you dead. Seeing Su Tian regain some semblance of composure, Lin Fan swiftly unleashed 2 more soul needles. Subsequently, he stowed away all his artifacts, lifted Su Tian with one hand, and clenched his fist with the other, delivering a ferocious blow to his chest. Bang! This punch is for the grudge of your past attempt to invade my soul. Bang! This punch is for the injury inflicted upon Qingyao. Bang! This punch is for your forceful marriage of Qingyao. Bang! This punch is for plotting against Xiao Ming. Bang! This punch is for your underhanded manipulation of the sect's grand competition. With each strike Lin Fan delivered to Su Tian, the atmosphere stirred, causing a tremor among the disciples and elders alike. Lin Fan maintained exquisite control over his strength. Each blow was significant, yet not fatal, leading the judge to hesitate and refrain from halting the bout. Why does this seem oddly familiar? Is Lin Fan truly beating his senior brother Su? This scene instantly reminded the disciples of a recent event involving the formidable Dao Lao. The Li Zitai wore an expression of disbelief. No, this is impossible. How could this be? With each rhythmic punch, even the disciples engaged in fierce battles on other platforms couldn't help but glance over, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. Yun Qingyao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She was acutely aware that even she would struggle against the power Su Tian was unleashing. Upon witnessing this, Chu Ji's expression darkened. After his defeat to Su Tian and Yun Qingyao in the last competition, he had frantically pursued hunting missions, believing he would return as a champion. Yet this spectacle made him realize that neither of these 2 individuals was within his reach. This was entirely beyond the realm of mere chi refinement. How could Lin Fan possibly overpower someone as monstrous as Su Tian? No wonder Qingyao is infatuated with him, he murmured. Yet soon his gaze became even more resolute than before. Nan Feng shook his head bitterly, recalling how he had initially confronted Lin Fan at the Liu family gate. Upon reflection, it seemed rather ludicrous. He finally comprehended why Lin Fan faced him without a trace of fear. Would a strong individual truly be intimidated by a weaker one? Nan Ming, her delicate visage brimming with astonishment, resembled one who had just encountered a novel species, yet she quickly pouted, declaring, I knew such a cunning individual who feigns weakness to overpower others is most detestable, second only to that loathsome Su Tian. Among the competing disciples, there remained one who stood motionless, refraining from challenging anyone. Witnessing this scene, he felt his insides tremble with trepidation. This was Dao Li. He was acutely aware that he had irreparably offended Lin Fan, and any possibility of reconciliation was utterly extinguished. His sole hope lay with Su Tian. He fervently prayed that Su Tian would vanquish him on the arena. However, watching this unfolding drama, he noted that Su Tian appeared no different in Lin Fan's grasp than his elder brother. A wave of despair washed over him, instilling a profound urge to flee from the Ziyang sect. There was no path to survival within this sect. Yet suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as an idea struck him. Chapter 84. Arriving late, the entire sequence from Lin Fan unleashing the soul needle to the subsequent thrashing of Su Tian seemed to stretch for an eternity, yet in reality, it transpired in mere moments. Even Su Rong was engulfed in shock. In his mind, one could not possibly falter at the 13th level of chi refinement. He could scarcely believe the events unfolding before him. Nevertheless, as a being who had lived for centuries, his mindset adjusted swiftly. His expression hardened, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Do not cease. Yet Lin Fan seemed oblivious, delivering another punch to Su Tian's face. In an instant, Su Tian's visage swelled grotesquely. It was as if he had just regained his senses. Elder, are you addressing me? With a wave of Su Rong's sleeve, Lin Fan suddenly felt a tremendous force surge toward him, attempting to separate him from Su Tian. That old dog, he cursed inwardly, delivering one final punch before parting ways with Su Tian. Although this strike lacked full force, the gust of his fist still caused Su Tian to spew forth a mouthful of blood. I have yet to deliver my own blow. How dare you, Junior? Today, I shall discipline you on behalf of your master for your flagrant disrespect. Su Rong's countenance darkened, his form shifting as he pulled Su Tian back, raising his hand to lightly strike Lin Fan. In that instant, a sense of life and death enveloped Lin Fan's heart. Did this old dog genuinely intend to strike him? The impending blow instilled a feeling of helplessness within him. However, in the next moment, Dan Heng appeared before him, similarly raising a hand to intercept the attack. To strike at a novice in chi refinement was rather excessive. Dan Heng's expression was far from pleasant. Su Rong let out a cold snort. Not particularly surprised, this individual disregarded the bonds of their sect. Just as he spoke, his expression suddenly shifted, turning to gaze in the direction of Gu Binghan, where a seemingly ordinary ice crystal flower had inexplicably formed and floated gracefully towards him. Gu Binghan, have you lost your mind? Su Rong exclaimed in alarm. He promptly summoned a resplendent umbrella, which bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Kuo's 7 treasure umbrella. though the pressure emanating from this third-tier magical artifact far surpassed that of the seven-treasure umbrella. When the ice crystal flower collided with the radiant umbrella, it produced no sound, yet in an instant, the entire umbrella transformed into an ice sculpture, its brilliance dimming significantly. Observing the chilling aura continue to spread, Su Rong swiftly retreated with Su Tian. Are you attempting to rebel against the sect? Just because you acted, it signifies rebellion? How novel, Gu Binghan remarked, her face marked with a fierce expression. The rapidity of this scene struck the disciples with a greater impact than Lin Fan's earlier assault on Su Tian. Lin Fan's defeat of Su Tian had even prompted the elders to intervene, an act of madness indeed. The elders had called for Lin Fan to cease. Yet he continued unabated, truly reckless. However, some believed that Su Rong, in his capacity as an elder, ought not to lay hands upon a disciple, especially one of the Pill Peak's prodigies, disregarding Dan Heng's reputation entirely. Though the wedding ceremony had previously hinted at an extraordinary relationship between Elder Gu and Lin Fan, the current visual impact was far more striking. Could it be that Elder Gu and Lin Fan shared such a connection? This notion inevitably flickered through the minds of many, though none dared to voice it aloud. Dan Heng, while furious at Su Rong's actions, was equally astonished by Gu Binghan's decisive strike, and even he found himself entertaining some dubious thoughts. Su Rong, upon hearing this, was nearly beside himself with anger. This person disregards the rules, ruthlessly attacking the sect's prodigies. Can you not see that? Moreover, I merely intended to administer a slight reprimand. When did I ever declare his life forfeit? Lin Fan, still shaken by the recent events, vehemently cursed the old man for his shamelessness. While the opponent may not have exerted their full strength in that last encounter, it was undeniably a test of the reactions of the other two. Yet, he had distinctly sensed the intent to kill. In response to such brazen remarks, Gu Binghan chuckled coldly. Well said. I merely wished to spar with the Grand Elder. But who would have thought that Grand Elder Su, seemingly negligent in his cultivation, would struggle so against a single strike? Although Gu Binghan seldom commented on Lin Fan's recent performances, she had been watching closely. If things continued in this manner, it seemed likely that Lin Fan could resolve the affliction that had plagued her for half her life. Knowing that her long-standing issue might be addressed by Lin Fan, she could not allow anyone to act against him. Gu Binghan's words filled Lin Fan with a sense of delight. The best way to deal with a rogue was to outrogue him. Why does this woman grow more agreeable to my eyes? Su Rong was utterly incensed. I can hardly be bothered to engage in a war of words with you. With an angry huff, he supported Su Tian. Under the nurturing of spiritual energy, Su Tian's body began to recover somewhat, and Su Rong produced a high-tier elixir for him to consume. The shoulders and ribs, despite having sustained fractures, healed at an astonishing pace. Su Tian had not suffered any life-threatening injuries. His distress was primarily fueled by anger. At this moment, a flash of humiliation and indignation crossed his face as he glared at Lin Fan. I implore the esteemed elders to investigate this individual. I suspect he harbors unspeakable secrets. Dan Heng and his companion furrowed their brows, bemused by Su Tian's pitiful defeat and his subsequent antics. Even the observing disciples felt he was losing his composure. Su Rong's expression shifted. Do enlighten us. Su Tian took a deep breath, regaining his composure. Firstly, although our Ziyang sect possesses a plethora of martial arts manuals, I have never encountered such an extraordinary sword cultivation technique. Those capable of wielding such arts should, without prompting, allow you to draw your own conclusions. Swordsmanship? Could it be that Lin Fan is a spy from the Wanjian sect? Someone quickly echoed. Instantly, an uproar ensued. The strained relationship between the Ziyang sect and the Wanjian sect was common knowledge. Lin Fan had only joined the sect 2 years prior, yet he had risen remarkably. Was he, perhaps, a hidden pawn selected by the Wanjian sect? Su Mei and her companions were incensed. Su Tian is utterly shameless, unable to match his opponent's skill, yet resorting to such slander. Su Tian, observing the crowd's emotions being stirred, cast a derisive glance at Lin Fan and continued, furthermore, does the small banner that this man previously displayed, which emits a sinister aura, not evoke a sense of familiarity and eeriness among the elders? At his words, many disciples were left puzzled, but several, including the stewards, felt their pupils constrict. With their experience, they could discern that the first point was baseless. However, the current assertion sent shivers down their spines. 2 years prior, the group of enigmatic figures had managed to launch a precise ambush. Possibly not merely due to Su Tian's insinuations. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, but remained silent. Such a statement was undeniably malicious. Even Dan Heng turned his gaze away from Lin Fan, although he did not believe Lin Fan was connected to that incident. He was curious to hear Lin Fan's response to the accusations. Just then, a cool, feminine voice echoed from afar. Nonsense. Chapter 85, The Final Struggle. I hail from the same place as my brother Lin Fan, so by that logic, am I also a spy from the outer sect? Xiao Huan. employing some form of evasion technique, swiftly dashed into the arena within moments. Su Tian was taken aback, hesitating as he glanced at Gu Binghan. Xiao Huan, being a junior disciple, had not yet embarked on the path of cultivation and was cautious of being deceived by treacherous individuals. Who is this bold lady who dares to speak so disrespectfully to senior brother Su, who, surprisingly, appears unable to retort? Could she be a hidden descendant of some elder? I have never seen her before. I had heard that Elder Gu had taken in a disciple with earth spirit roots, judging by her attire. She must be that very person. What? A disciple of Elder Gu? Xiao Huan first bowed respectfully to Gu Binghan, and then turned her gaze towards Su Tian, showing him no semblance of kindness. You are the true villain. Your entire family is composed of villains. At that moment, Su Rong's expression darkened. I had forgotten that Elder Su was present. My apologies. Little Huan offered a sheepish smile, but soon approached Lin Fan's side. Brother Lin Fan. I arrived late for the cultivation secret, but fortunately, I did not miss it. Lin Fan gently stroked the girl's head. Having previously wondered why Little Huan had not appeared despite the lengthy competition, he had thought she might not come at all. Brother Lin Fan. It turned out that Lin Xixiang had such a connection. No wonder Elder Gu was so protective of him. The other disciples appeared enlightened. Little Huan suddenly turned her gaze towards Yun Qingyao, momentarily captivated by her beauty. This must be my sister-in-law. She is truly stunning. Yun Qingyao's cheeks flushed slightly. She had heard Lin Fan speak of Little Huan and smiled gently. You are quite adorable yourself. At that moment, Su Tian, noticing that the others were disregarding him, coldly remarked, whether it is true or not, the elder can ascertain through soul searching. With an elder of Foundation establishment backing us, being cautious will not cause any harm. Lin Fan, are you afraid to confront this? Lin Fan, observing this individual who seemed obsessively fixated on soul searching, couldn't help but laugh. Are you foolish? Slandering others comes at no cost. You demand I prove my innocence without presenting any evidence. You claim I harbor secrets, which I do not deny. But I must ask, among the disciples participating in the competition for the secret realm, how many do not possess their own opportunities and secrets? These two matters cannot be equated. Su Tian was interrupted mid-sentence by Lin Fan. Have I finished speaking for you to interject? Have you not been punished enough? Su Tian, already feeling discontent over his recent defeat, was further enraged by the mockery. Su Rong then looked at Lin Fan and asked, do you have any explanations? It seems that without a conclusion, the Grand Elder has already deemed me a criminal. As Su Rong tore off the facade of politeness, he became indifferent to maintaining a cordial demeanor. In our cultivation path, who does not have their own opportunities? If a disciple's rapid advancement raises suspicion, it is fortunate that a sect is not governed by fools like you. Otherwise, it would surely meet its demise. Furthermore, you accuse me of being anxious. I must inquire from where you obtained this ancient qi refining method? Lin Fan, neither humble nor arrogant, continued, why would I share my opportunities with you? Su Tian blurted out, only to realize his error. Lin Fan scoffed repeatedly. Well said, my secrets should be made public, while yours are to be hoarded. What sense is there in treating fellow disciples with such disparity? If I were to claim you hail from the 10,000 sword sect, what proof would you have? Shall I request the elder to search your soul to restore your innocence? Betraying the sect is disloyal. According to your reasoning, if one fears soul searching, it is a sign of guilt. You, a disloyal, unjust, and anxious fool, what audacity do you have to accuse me? Have you been so thoroughly struck that you've lost your wits? Upon hearing this, Su Tian truly felt dizzy, nearly spitting blood in retaliation. He forced himself to suppress the rising tide of emotions, clearly overwhelmed. I am the grandson of the Grand Elder. How could I possibly betray? And who are you to dare to accuse me? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan suddenly broke into applause. I may not be anything significant, yet I am a direct disciple of the Dan Peak. On the disciple level, I represent the Dan Peak as well. You consider yourself superior by virtue of being the descendant of the Grand Elder. Should I then infer that your lineage has always looked down upon the Dan Peak? As soon as these words were spoken, Su Tian stammered, unable to respond. This escalated the conflict to the level of elders and the sect. Indeed, Dan Heng cast a displeased glance towards Su Rong and his grandson. Su Rong immediately scoffed, what a sharp-tongued young man. Let us cease this matter. There is no need to discuss it further. At this moment, the crowd, still astonished by Lin Fan's prowess, was once again impressed by his eloquence. Brother Lin has such a way with words. With Su Rong unwilling to pursue the topic any further, gasps of admiration arose. So impressive, Brother Lin. Why is he so adept at everything? I truly envy Sister Yin. Brother Lin, may I be your disciple? Do not be infatuated here. At this time, even Yun Qingyao and Xiao Huan were taken aback by Lin Fan's words, momentarily at a loss for words. Brother Lin, I did not expect you to be so articulate. Lin Fan smiled lightly. In his previous life at university, he had served as the chief debater for several years, and his foundational skills were still intact. It was just that he had not had the opportunity to showcase them before. The opponent had started without reason, and he was not intimidated by fallacies. However, compared to debating, he preferred to resolve matters with his fists. Were it not for Su Rong's presence, he would have beaten the shameless Su Tian to a pulp. The competition continued. After an indeterminate amount of time, a referee called out, bringing the crowd back to the reality of the final contest stage. Suddenly, a figure moved, occupying the only vacant golden platform. Upon seeing this person, a dangerous glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. It was Xiao Ding. In fact, the moment Lin Fan took the stage to battle Su Tian, Xiao Ding had decided that regardless of the outcome, this platform would belong to him. With Lin Fan's successful challenge, there would be no further opportunities for him, and Su Tian would likely grant him this favor. Xiao Ding was indeed cunning. Nevertheless, it was an astute choice. Soon, a few dark horse disciples, who had shone brightly in the previous round, began to stir restlessly. After all, the allure of the golden platform was immense, and Xiao Ding was undoubtedly a soft target among the top 10. Yet, Xiao Ding firmly occupied the platform, cupping his fists towards the surrounding crowd. I am Xiao Ding, and I would like to thank my fellow disciples for yielding this platform to the Dan Peak. Upon hearing this, the crowd murmured scornfully, finding his audacity shameless. He had invoked the Dan Peak, implying that anyone who challenged him would be opposing the sect. The others hesitated, ultimately sighing inwardly. Xiao Ding surveyed the surroundings, finally casting a cold smirk towards Lin Fan. He seemed unimpressed by Lin Fan's astonishing abilities, his eyes glinting as he appeared to be concocting some scheme. However, at that moment, a graceful figure suddenly leapt onto the stage. Initially, I aspired to secure the third position. However, your disdainful gaze just now has compelled me to claim this arena for myself. Depart at once. Chapter 86. The barking dog bites you, who have not even participated in the first round of trials, possess what qualifications to challenge me? Xiao Ding's expression darkened, as he had believed that a place among the top 10 was assured, only to find an individual associated with Lin Fan emerging unexpectedly. The onlookers from Yun Tian, still reeling from Su Tian's defeat, chimed in with indignation. Is this not somewhat excessive? Indeed, it is more than excessive. It is evident that they share the same arrogance and disdain for others as Lin Fan. As Lin Fan's brilliance shone forth, it garnered respect from an increasing number of spectators, even causing some among Yun Tian to feel apprehensive. Yet those most closely tied to Su Tian, bound by interests, continued to ridicule him, including several disciples clad in blue robes. Lin Fan, however, silently took note of these individuals. He had already demonstrated prowess rivaling Su Tian's. Under normal circumstances, one would expect even a fool to temper their arrogance. He recalled the information from that day, realizing they were firmly convinced that Su Tian would not allow him to survive. Meanwhile, Xiao Huan's expressionless visage bore an uncanny resemblance to Gu Binghan. You speak as if you have fought your way through. I am from the Dan Peak. Upon uttering these words, Xiao Ding sensed the misstep in terms of status. He seemed to fall short compared to the young girl before him. His dismay intensified upon seeing Xiao Huan brandish a pale golden token, shaking it lightly. At that moment, Dan Heng furrowed his brow and interjected, Enough. Just as Xiao Ding felt a flicker of hope, thinking Dan Heng would advocate for him, he heard Dan Heng's disappointed words. Xiao Huan's eligibility for participation has indeed been long established. Since she has challenged you, you must accept. Dan Heng harbored considerable dissatisfaction with his disciple's previous behavior of leveraging the entire Dan Peak to intimidate others. Although Xiao Ding, as a nominal disciple, did not frequently associate with him, Dan Heng could surmise some details from the close ties he observed with Su Tian. His disappointment in Xiao Ding had reached a peak. Even this old man does not come to my aid. A flicker of resentment crossed Xiao Ding's eyes, his discontent palpable, yet he dared not voice it further. Before the battle could officially commence, another figure approached the golden arena, none other than Nan Menger, who leaped before the bald-headed disciple in blue robes. Today, I shall teach you a lesson anew. Simultaneously, both golden arenas erupted into combat as two blue-robed disciples from Dan Peak engaged. This spectacle reignited the fervor of the audience. And soon, as if caught in a wave of enthusiasm, dozens of arenas erupted with challenges, creating a dazzling display for spectators. Here, the confrontation between Xiao Ding and Xiao Huan was on the verge of igniting, to the astonishment of many. Despite Xiao Ding sharing the same cultivation level of the 10th layer of qi refinement, his somewhat unstable foundation combined with an array of magical artifacts made a significant impression on the crowd. Such is the advantage of an alchemist. Many have observed that without the special status of the Danfeng blue robe, with his formidable combat prowess, it would be a trivial matter for him to conquer a platform. Yet, astonishingly, Xiao Ding was unable to endure even 3 breaths against the likes of Xiao Huan before succumbing. In truth, Xiao Huan executed only 2 moves. The first encased all of his magical artifacts in ice, while the second conjured a blossom of ice akin to that previously wielded by Gu Binghan, slowly gliding toward Xiao Ding. Faced with the ice flower, Xiao Ding found himself utterly powerless to resist. Upon contact, frost rapidly crystallized around him, rendering his spiritual energy inoperative. Had the referee not intervened at the last moment, Lin Fan was certain that Xiao Ding would have been transformed into a living ice sculpture. This scene left Lin Fan utterly astounded. Given the opportunities he had encountered over the years, he believed he had surpassed others, yet Xiao Huan imparted upon him a sense of being swiftly overtaken. However, he bore no grievances, as he had long regarded her as a sister, and her growing strength only filled him with joy. On the other side, the audience was equally astonished by Nan Meng'er. Lin Fan was already aware of her possessing divine consciousness, indicating her extraordinary nature. Additionally, her calm demeanor as she ascended the platform to challenge was telling. Indeed, Nan Meng'er immediately showcased a prowess that far surpassed Xiao Ding's. Her abilities formidable not only on their own but complemented by an array of magical artifacts and elixirs, allowing her to temporarily subdue the bald man. It is worth noting that, like him, Nan Meng'er was also merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, which was quite remarkable. The sight of her summoning a dozen magical artifacts at once evoked memories of Lin Fan's own battles. Yet, in comparison to his sword formations, her approach seemed rather chaotic. Consequently, after a brief moment of panic, her opponent regained his composure and reclaimed the initiative. Furthermore, what piqued Lin Fan's interest the most was Nan Meng'er's ability to utilize elixirs as weapons. She produced several black pills and hurled them, which detonated upon nearing her adversary, exhibiting considerable force that left the bald man in disarray. This was his first encounter with elixirs employed as weapons, igniting a profound curiosity within him. Utilizing these tactics, their battle persisted for nearly half an hour before Nan Meng'er faced a regrettable defeat. However, though her opponent successfully defended his position, he was now charred and in a far worse state than the slightly pale Nan Meng'er. Facing her disdainful gaze, the bald man felt a mix of shame and indignation, experiencing a sense of frustration that a victory felt more stifling than a defeat. If only his esteemed lady's explosive pills had not been wasted on this bald fool, he would have ensured he was charred to perfection. Before long, the platform battles had reached their midpoint. Many challengers had exhausted their opportunities, some departing with heavy hearts while others trembled with excitement. Entering the Celestial Soldier's secret realm was an opportunity that many could scarcely hope for. Yet, many eyes remained fixed on Su Tian, whose injuries were nearly healed. Su Tian has yet to obtain the qualification for the secret realm. One wonders whom he will challenge. After meditating beside Su Rong for a brief moment, Su Tian finally rose, his expression returning to tranquility, as if the earlier humiliation had been cast aside, and he strode towards the arena. "How dare you, scoundrel? Still challenge anyone? Have you not yet been subdued by brother Lin Fan?" Xiao Huan mocked coldly, secretly hoping this person would challenge her. However, Su Tian merely flashed a glint of coldness in his eyes, choosing not to engage in any argument. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. It would have been easier to dismiss this individual had he remained in a state of impotent rage. But the fact that he could endure the humiliation made Lin Fan regard him with even greater seriousness. A barking dog does not bite. When he reveals his fangs, it will surely be a lethal strike. Although Su Tian had suffered a defeat, his potential for invincibility remained unscathed, and no one on the field dared to underestimate him. Even Lin Fan understood that if he were to fight again, there was no certainty of victory unless he summoned the Yin spirits. For his opponent would undoubtedly have prepared defenses against the Soul Spirit Needle. Which challenger will senior brother Su select? Aside from Lin Fan, it seems none could stand as his rival, remarked one, a statement that even some supporters of Yun Qingyao found hard to contest. Given the astonishing display of Su Tian's prowess, perhaps the girl associated with Lin Fan, despite her remarkable abilities, still fell short of Su Tian's level. However, that was not necessarily the case. The Crimson Arena offered rewards of second-tier, middle-grade magical artifacts. Even if he did not challenge Sister Yun, there remained Chu Gu as an option. As Su Tian approached, Chu Gu, a true combat enthusiast, revealed a flicker of battle intent. Even knowing he was not the match for Su Tian, he believed one must engage in battle to truly understand one's limits. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Su Tian walked straight past the Crimson Arena. Artifacts were not a scarcity for him. The Xianzhong Peak had already yielded a second-tier upper-grade item. Casting a glance at Xiao Huan, who wore an expression of hostility, he finally made a light step forward and declared, "Nin Feng, have you not longed for a duel with me?"